Ye Chen's soul unexpectedly fell into the world of Naruto, becoming an inconspicuous, ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. In this group filled with geniuses and intense internal struggles, he had no foundation. On the cruel battlefield, his fate seemed destined to serve as cannon fodder. He once considered giving up and lying flat, but fate was unwilling to let him go. At the life-and-death juncture of graduation and war, he activated the infinite evolution system. From that moment on, his only belief was to survive in a sea of corpses and blood. He moved forward amidst the flames of war, battling legendary figures, constantly evolving through endless fighting and killing. When he finally paused, with his left eye wielding the Rinnegan and his right eye controlling Rebirth, he looked back at the path he had taken and realized he had already stood at the pinnacle of the world. At this moment, he only wanted to softly declare to this world, "Get ready to tremble for me." Chapter 1. Uchiha Ye Chen. This book is brainless. Storage place for Naruto beauties. Done in a quiet and simple residential house. Ye Chen shook his head, groggily waking up, his gaze sweeping around, looking confused. Where's this? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a flood of fragmented memories rushed into his head. This is Konoha. I actually crossed over to the ninja world. He was filled with questions, quickly sorting through the familiar scenes that emerged in his mind, gradually understanding his current situation. There was no doubt that he had crossed over. Moreover, he had crossed into the body of an Uchiha clan member who shared his name, Uchiha Ye Chen, who was currently only 9 years old and in the 4th grade of the ninja school. The reason he had taken over this body was that yesterday, after school, he suddenly received news of his parents' deaths in battle. Unable to bear the blow and overwhelmed with grief, he passed away in the night, unnoticed by anyone. Then, Ye Chen crossed over and became the new owner of this body. None of this was important. What mattered was that this was a ninja world with an extremely high death rate, and it was during a time of outbreak in the ninja wars. According to his memories, the Third Great Ninja War was currently breaking out. The original owner's parents had died on the battlefield. This era could be described with one phrase: life is as cheap as grass. Not only the lower-class civilians, but even the upper ninjas could not live in peace during this chaotic time. That in such a situation, with no support, Ye Chen felt completely insecure, even living in the strongest village, Konoha. Moreover, this was the Uchiha clan. After the ninja wars, they faced the threat of extermination, making the situation even worse. I helped an old lady cross the street, and not only did I not get rewarded for being a good person, but after getting hit by a car, I ended up here for another round of suffering. System, are you there? Open sesame, little chicken pecking at Loach. Where's my essential golden finger for crossing over? I've already called out all my secret phrases. Why isn't it coming out? Could it be that good people don't get rewards? Sigh. Ye Chen was speechless. Even without a golden finger, he had just realized that after a major trauma, he still hadn't activated the Sharingan. How useless was this body? How was he supposed to continue living like this? As for chakra, it was indeed present, but pitifully thin. Based on Ye Chen's guess, he probably didn't even possess the qualifications of a genin. He didn't know how this guy managed to cultivate. A 4th grade student had turned out this way. What a poor quality. Uchiha. In the ninja world, bloodlines were very important. A thick chakra could potentially be compensated for later, but bloodlines were innate. The closer one was to the bloodline of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the greater the potential. Otherwise, no matter how much chakra one had or how strong their physical skills were, it wouldn't matter much. At most, they would be like Might Guy, a fleeting moment of brilliance. Although Ye Chen had no thoughts of saving the world, one should at least achieve something in life. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? He was very clear about his self-awareness. He might have a bit of ability, but just a bit. He probably only had a slight edge over those in the 1st or 2nd grade. How was he supposed to survive in the future? On the battlefield, what was the difference between that and seeking death? You brought me here, and without giving me any benefits, you made me cross over into a useless body. What am I supposed to do now? Ye Chen sighed and lay back on the bed, looking helpless and lamenting the twists of fate. Later, he thought that since he had come to this world, he should at least try hard. For the next 10 days, Ye Chen went to school during the day and practiced at night, but his strength showed no improvement. It dawned on him that no matter how he trained, he wouldn't achieve anything significant in this life. Time passed little by little, and after half a month, Ye Chen heard some news. their class would shorten the graduation time, meaning they would quickly let them join the fight in a month. The front lines were tight and needed fresh blood. Hearing this news, Ye Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had only crossed over for less than a month, and now he had to go to the battlefield so soon? He wasn't prepared at all. What to do? In a month, am I just going to die? His strength was at the bottom of the class. In the past, he might not have been allowed to graduate, but now it was a special period, and he was from the Uchiha clan, which the higher-ups of Konoha would prefer to see wiped out. So, even if Ye Chen was a useless person, going to the battlefield was inevitable. He couldn't run away. After thinking for a long time, Ye Chen couldn't come up with any good solutions and could only sigh helplessly. Perhaps this was his fate. Just when he felt helpless, a prompt sounded in his mind. Infinite evolution system activating. Ye Chen frowned, thinking he was hearing things. If there really was a system, it would have come earlier. Why would he need to sigh here? Infinite evolution system activation complete. Reward: a novice gift pack. I really have a golden finger. Ye Chen immediately sat up straight, and the negative emotions in his mind were instantly swept away. This moment, his heart was filled with excitement. He had always been an optimistic person who never easily gave up, but the previous situation had left him at a loss, making him feel despondent. But now, activating the system meant he had hope. Although he didn't know what functions the infinite evolution system had, he wouldn't give up on any chance. Immediately after, a pale blue translucent panel appeared in his vision. Character panel. Host: Uchiha Ye Chen Combat Power, 0.7 Strength, 1 Constitution, 2 Spirit. For Energy, 40 Bloodline. Sharingan, not activated. Byakugan, not activated. Talent, none. Skills: Body Replacement Technique, Level 1. Evolution Points, 0. After looking at the attribute panel, Ye Chen felt utterly disheartened. Combat Power 0.7. According to the system's conversion, Combat Power 110, which counts as the Genin stage. But his overall combat power was only 0.7, still 0.3 away from being a Genin. Don't underestimate this 0.3. The closer one got to the final breakthrough stage, the harder it was to improve. Of course, if someone mastered special means and abilities, they could break through their combat power in an explosive manner. Who would still regard them as a Genin then? The combat power on the panel was a comprehensive value used to measure a person's strength. This was also what frustrated Ye Chen. After working so hard for so long, he still couldn't reach the Genin level. He was indeed a waste. He was probably worse than Naruto during that time. Chapter 2. Ice-type Divine Weapon. Though feeling helpless, Ye Chen still needed to figure out the capabilities of the system. Strength, as the name suggests, refers to one's explosive power. The stronger the strength, the higher the explosive power. In the ninja world, while strength might not be the most important, it was still essential. During battles, one couldn't always rely on ninjutsu. Strength competition was also a form of combat. Of course, there are also ninjas who specialize in physical techniques, and their power is taken to the extreme, which is quite terrifying. Physical constitution refers to the potential related to the physical body, including recovery ability, reaction speed, defense strength, etc. Everything related to the physical body is included. A person's strong constitution indicates that their potential is also immense. Ye Chen's constitution is 2, which is only average among the trainees. As for the final aspect, it represents mental potential. Most ordinary people have a mental score around 1 point. Exceeding 3 points indicates the qualification to become a ninja. His qualifications are Strength 1 point, Constitution 2 points, Mental 4 points. It seems much better than an ordinary person, but in reality, it is not. At his age, a constitution of 2 points is only average. Some civilian ninjas have higher scores than him. The only redeeming quality he has is his mental strength. Let's not forget he is a member of the Uchiha clan, carrying the bloodline of the Uchiha family. Having such mental strength is quite underwhelming, and no wonder this guy has not activated the Sharingan. It is impossible to say that he has no feelings for his parents. Otherwise, why would he be heartbroken upon hearing the news of their deaths? Ultimately, it is still the original body's poor qualifications. Even if he is overly stimulated, he cannot awaken his bloodline. Now this trouble has fallen on Ye Chen's shoulders. One can only say that he did not have a good start in this reincarnation. Fortunately, he has a golden finger, which is a comfort, and there is still a chance to break through. Ye Chen turned his attention to his bloodline and was pleasantly surprised. He thought he only had the Sharingan bloodline, but unexpectedly, he also has the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Is this a system benefit, or did the original host's ancestors have an affair with someone from the Hyuga clan? No matter what, having an additional bloodline is a good thing. Even if there are conflicts, the system should be able to resolve them. System, how do I activate the Sharingan and the Byakugan? Ding dong. To activate the Sharingan, both Constitution and Mental Strength must reach 10 points to activate a single Tomo Sharingan. To activate the Byakugan, Strength, Constitution, and Mental Strength must all reach 10 points to activate a single rotation Byakugan. Ye Chen was taken aback. To activate both bloodlines, he would need to raise all 3 attributes to 10 points. Especially the Byakugan, it surprised Ye Chen that all 3 attributes must reach 10 points to activate it. Does that mean the potential of the Byakugan is even greater than that of the Sharingan? In the ninja world, Ye Chen knows that although the Byakugan is one of the 3 Great Eye techniques, its abilities are not as powerful as the Sharingan. He thought of a possibility. Could the Byakugan bloodline evolve into the Rinnegan? Thinking of this, Ye Chen understood. Calming his emotions, he focused on the talent and skill section. He had no talents, which Ye Chen understood. Without activating his bloodline, he shouldn't expect any talent abilities. As for skills, there was only the body technique, which Ye Chen felt helpless about. His qualifications were poor, and his status in the family was not high. The body technique was still a required skill at school. Currently at level 1, Ye Chen didn't know what that meant, but he could be sure it was very poor. After half a month of effort, he could barely release a shadow clone from the body technique, and it was still quite lacking. In battle, it had no effect at all. Having level 1 should be considered entry-level. After looking at his attributes, Ye Chen sighed deeply. He thought he was doing poorly, but he didn't expect to be this lacking. He only hoped the system could give him some help to improve his strength. What is the evolution point? Ding dong. Evolution points can enhance the host's attribute qualifications and also improve skill levels. They are essential resources for the future. If you want to become stronger, to break free from fate, not to be an ant, not to be the meat on the chopping board, evolution points are the host's future. Ye Chen was speechless. This system was a bit unorthodox. But there was no choice. He had to listen. How can I obtain evolution points? The host can obtain evolution points through tasks. Work hard, my friend. Your future is not a dream. A crow flew by. Ye Chen was at a loss for words and didn't want to argue with this disheveled system. He decided to check what the beginner's gift pack could provide. Open the beginner's gift pack. Ding dong. The little cutie is opening it. Confirmed. This system is not serious. The gift pack rewards are as follows. Storage space of 10 cubic meters, 100 evolution points, Zanpakuto Ice Wheel Pill, Talent Energy Conversion, 1,000 silver coins. After reading the rewards, Ye Chen was dumbfounded. Is this the ninja world or a comprehensive world? How could a Zanpakuto appear? The Ice Wheel Pill was not unfamiliar to Ye Chen. It is the most powerful Zanpakuto in the ice and snow category. It has 3 core states, each accompanied by changes in ability, making it a very practical weapon in battle. He just didn't know what unique abilities this Zanpakuto had. Ye Chen took out the Ice Wheel Pill from the storage space. It felt cold to the touch. The hilt was white with ice flower patterns engraved on it, and the blade was entirely ice blue, radiating a chilling light. At this moment, it already possessed some ice attribute abilities, but its true power had not yet manifested. The Zanpakuto Ice Wheel Pill is an extremely powerful divine weapon of the ice type, currently at the initial stage, possessing certain ice attribute abilities that will be revealed as the user's abilities increased. Ye Chen tried it out, and the Ice Wheel Pill showed no reaction, clearly indicating that at his current stage, he could not showcase the Ice Wheel Pill's power. However, he did comprehend one ability. The Ice Wheel Pill can be summoned into his body with his thoughts. With a thought, the Ice Wheel Pill transformed into a faint blue light and surged into Ye Chen's arm, instantly revealing an ice flower pattern. That's really convenient, Ye Chen said with joy. He focused on the evolution points and understood the information within 0.10 evolution points can increase 1 attribute point, which means Ye Chen can currently only increase 10 attribute points. This needs to be well planned. Undoubtedly, he should first activate the Sharingan. With Mental 6, Constitution 4, he would use all 100 evolution points. As for how to obtain evolution points in the future, he would have to wait for the system to issue tasks. His strength increased instantly, and Ye Chen could clearly feel it, especially his body felt like a furnace, and his mind was clear, indicating that his mental and physical strengths were rapidly enhancing. Once he adapted to his abilities, he believed that his combat power should reach the level of a genin. Talent energy conversion allows the host to convert energy items obtained into evolution points. Ye Chen's mind shook. He now had another way to obtain evolution points. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes. There were no energy items in the entire room, only the ice flower mark on his arm, which had different colors. It seems that only one item can be converted into evolution points, but Ye Chen was reluctant to part with IT, and no matter how many evolution points he could get, he wouldn't trade such a divine weapon. Character panel. Host. Uchiha Ye Chen combat power. 1.7 strength. 1 constitution. 6 mental. 10 energy. 100. Bloodline. Sharingan. Not activated. Byakugan not. Activated. Talent. Energy conversion skills. Body technique. Level 1. Evolution points. 0. Chapter 3. The primordial devouring heaven decision, the enhancement of strength, gave Ye Chen a certain level of confidence, reigniting his fighting spirit. Come on, Uchiha Ye Chen. Let those who look down on you tremble. With his fighting spirit, he naturally couldn't rest any longer. Ye Chen stood up, feeling the chakra within him, which had more than doubled, as shown on the system panel. Ye Chen secretly rejoiced. This time, he surely wouldn't fail to master the body replacement technique. According to the memories in his mind, he began to mobilize the chakra within him while starting to form seals at a turtle's pace. Release. However, after forming the first seal, the chakra within him surged rapidly, and suddenly, a figure materialized beside him, identical to him in appearance and demeanor. Ye Chen was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that the body replacement technique required 3 seals, yet he had only formed 1 and completed the technique. This was something only ninjas who had mastered the technique thoroughly could achieve. Previously, even with 3 seals, the clones he produced were just lifeless forms that couldn't take shape. What was going on? Was it because he had become a genin? Ye Chen furrowed his brows and saw a skill bar appear before him, displaying Level 1 body replacement technique, 10. Glancing at the latest skill panel, Ye Chen had a guess. This level and the percentage behind it should represent proficiency. With that, things became much simpler. With this thought, Ye Chen wasted no time and continued practicing the body replacement technique. As expected, this time he succeeded again. The progress bar showed Level 1 body replacement technique 20. Gaining 10 proficiency at once was a bit outrageous. Looking again at the energy value, it had decreased by 10 points, meaning that each practice of the body replacement technique consumed about 5 points of chakra. Ye Chen took a deep breath to calm his restless heart. What he needed to do now was to work hard and strive to master the body replacement technique at a high level, so that he would have some means of self-protection in the future. Another cloud of chakra smoke dissipated, and the progress bar reached 30. Ye Chen practiced it continuously, wanting to become stronger in the shortest time possible. Moreover, he had to be careful and cautious, not revealing his strength easily in front of others. He decided to keep a low profile in the future, better to remain that underachiever. If he exposed his capabilities and suddenly became stronger overnight, it would definitely attract the attention of Konoha's Umbu. The ninja world was not lacking in mind-reading and soul-manipulating ninjutsu, so he must not display his suddenly enhanced strength lightly. Although the possibility of the Umbu noticing him was very low, it never hurt to be cautious. Continuing on, clouds of smoke rose, and the body replacement technique finally broke through to Level 2. Level 2 body replacement technique allowed for the release of 2 clones, and the chakra consumption also increased significantly, from the original 5 points to 7 points. With more clones, the consumption increased. This was understandable. However, Ye Chen noticed that the skill proficiency had changed. It was previously 10, now it was 8 per use, and as he progressed, it seemed to be getting slower. Nevertheless, Ye Chen did not give up and continued to practice. Not long after, when he formed seals again, he suddenly realized that his chakra was completely depleted. Reflecting on his past memories, Ye Chen sat cross-legged, focusing his mind inward, using his consciousness to extract energy produced by his cells and then mixing it with spiritual energy. After a conversion, it transformed into chakra, which was the chakra refining method Ye Chen practiced. Just as he was about to refine chakra, a flash of inspiration struck him, and obscure characters appeared in his mind. Primordial devouring heaven decision, heaven and earth coexist with me, and all things are one with me. Bearing the bloodline of Yin and Huang, I follow the laws of heaven and earth, absorbing the spirit of mountains and rivers, drawing the essence of culture, and channeling the brilliance of the stars to strengthen myself and attain the path of heaven and earth. Break delusions, trace origins, devour heaven, absorb earth, refine oneself. Merge with the Tao, create worlds, achieve immortality, return to unity, and attain freedom. Feeling this technique, Ye Chen was completely stunned. What was this situation? It hadn't appeared before. It all came at once. Ye Chen had a bold guess. The reason he could travel through time was likely related to this technique. But why hadn't it manifested before? Was it connected to his breakthrough in cultivation? Not wanting to think too much, with a better cultivation method at hand, why not practice it? The chakra refining method was energy derived from the combination of his cells and consciousness. This method was too limiting, and the chakra produced was very limited. A person's body cells are finite. Excessive development would lead to extreme weakness, which is why in the later stages of the ninja world, those super strong ninjas either had tailed beasts to support their energy or had mutated cells, or they used chakra upgrading sage techniques. Other ninjas wouldn't dare to recklessly use super strong ninjutsu. Otherwise, a single powerful move could drain their chakra. However, cultivating the primordial devouring heaven decision was different. Its energy essence is to absorb the chi of heaven and earth, which is the most primal source energy. Achieving the ability to contain and improve oneself ultimately leads to the state of unity with heaven and man, which is incomparable. Understanding this, Ye Chen naturally chose this technique. He focused his mind and began to cultivate according to the technique. The first layer, the eye of breaking delusions, connects the energy to the profound. It pierces through the illusory appearances of the world, perceiving the essence of the spirit of heaven and earth, as well as the thin projection of the primordial chi. As Ye Chen continuously comprehended with focus, the eye of breaking delusions gradually came into being. At the center of his forehead, the ancestral orifice served as a guide, visualizing the chaotic primordial state to achieve the effect of breaking delusions. Initially, he could achieve internal vision and perception of the external world, clearly sensing the flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, even the original colors of different spiritual energies. Achieving this meant that Ye Chen had entered the first layer of the eye of breaking delusions. 10 minutes later, Ye Chen opened his eyes, and his energy had already restored to full value. Even the system panel had added a column for the technique. This technique is amazing. Chakra can be restored in 10 minutes. Thinking back to before, it took 2 hours to restore. Ye Chen curled his lips and directly cast aside the chakra refining method, deciding never to practice it again. With this in mind, Ye Chen gathered his spirit and practiced the body replacement technique again. To his surprise, the previous requirement of 8 points of energy for the level 2 body replacement technique was now only 3 points. Casting a clone now only required 1 point of energy. This made him ecstatic. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had such an effect. This way, the progress of each practice could speed up significantly. As time passed, Ye Chen leveled the body replacement technique to level 3, but he could no longer hold on and fell asleep. Not long after, soft snores echoed in the room. Outside the window, an unknown figure appeared. The crimson eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. It was an Uchiha ninja with a 3-tomo Sharingan. He had been ordered to keep an eye on Ye Chen for a while. Seeing Ye Chen break through to Genin, he was surprised but somewhat disappointed because the family valued whether their members had awakened to Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, even if one were a Nin, they would still be seen as worthless in the eyes of the Uchiha. After half a month of observation, seeing that Ye Chen had not awakened to Sharingan, the Nin shook his head and left, probably never to pay attention to this kid again. As for the technique Ye Chen was practicing, it was still in the entry stage, and outsiders could not see the eye of breaking delusions, so they merely regarded him as having talent in cultivation, which was of little use. This was the Uchiha's mindset. Without the Sharingan, one was worthless. Chapter 4. Going to school the next morning. Ye Chen woke up, and the first thing he did was check himself. Feeling the growth of his strength confirmed that last night was not a dream. He then turned his attention to his energy, which was now full. He clearly remembered that last night, his energy had been nearly depleted before he fell asleep. Yet it had completely restored overnight. If he had practiced the chakra refining technique before, there was no way there would be such an effect. He marveled at how impressive this technique was. However, Ye Chen did not continue practicing. Instead, he got up to wash up and took a cold shower. He still had to go to school today, and it would be troublesome if he needed to ask for time off. He decided to leave the cultivation for the evening. He had thought about taking a few days off, but that would attract attention. If he had asked a few days ago, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But now that so much time has passed, it would seem purposeful. Therefore, Ye Chen wanted to keep a low profile and decided to attend school. Even if there were some flaws, he could explain them away with an unexpected change. With this decision made, Ye Chen hurried through his washing, grabbed some pastries, and ate them while walking. The Uchiha clan was still the core power of the village. Unlike after the Third Great Ninja War, when they were marginalized and moved to remote areas, they were still located in the center of the village, not far from a ninja school. So, Ye Chen strolled to school as usual, not appearing in a hurry. Upon arriving at school and heading toward his class, some people greeted him along the way, and Ye Chen merely nodded in response. He had always acted this way, which wouldn't raise suspicion, as the Uchiha were known for their aloofness and looked down on the weak, typically maintaining a cold demeanor. Ye Chen just needed to act like that, and he was sure it would be fine. Ding, ding, ding. After a few minutes, the class bell rang. At this moment, a chunin who looked about 20 years old, their homeroom teacher, pushed the door open and walked into the classroom. From his predecessor's memories, their homeroom teacher was named Sujimori Keitai, and like most teachers at the school, he treated every student without much distinction. So, Ye Chen, being from the Uchiha clan, did not receive any special treatment. Just then, Sujimori Keitai glanced over at him, and Ye Chen's heart raced. Did he notice something? Fortunately, he didn't look for long and began the lesson. Ye Chen couldn't focus on what Sujimori Keitai was saying at the podium. His mind was preoccupied with why the teacher had looked at him, and that gaze felt strange. Ye Chen was certain that the homeroom teacher was not looking at him unintentionally, but was intentionally observing him. This made Ye Chen somewhat anxious, but he quickly calmed down. As long as the teacher wasn't searching his memories, it was unlikely he would discover his secret. It was better to stay low-key and keep a low profile. When the class bell rang, Ye Chen snapped back to reality, having unknowingly reached the end of class. Sujimori Keitai glanced at the dazed Ye Chen, shook his head, and left the classroom. As Ye Chen's homeroom teacher, he was aware of what had happened in Ye Chen's family. He wanted to guide Ye Chen, preventing him from going down the wrong path or doing something bad, which was also the intention of Konoha's higher-ups. He had planned to counsel Ye Chen long ago, but Uchiha ninjas had approached him, advising him not to interfere in Uchiha family matters. The Uchiha clan's purpose was simple. They wanted to see if Ye Chen had the ability to awaken on his own. For the Uchiha clan, the life or death of an ordinary clan member was not important. If he could awaken the Sharingan, it would be a huge gain. However, after so many days, Ye Chen had not awakened the Sharingan, and the Uchiha ninjas lost patience, seeing that Ye Chen had not encountered any bad situations. Sujimori Keitai gave up on the idea of counseling him. Ye Chen was unaware of all this, thinking that the teacher's gaze had been focused on him, which made him quite nervous. Before long, the morning passed just like that. The curriculum at the ninja school consisted of theoretical teaching in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. Ye Chen had also thought of a way to cope with the afternoon practical classes. He would just blend in, and if he couldn't graduate, that would be the best scenario, as he wouldn't have to go to the battlefield. Of course, this was just Ye Chen's thought, even if he tried to avoid it. His fate of going to the battlefield couldn't be escaped, as he was from the Uchiha clan. Who else would they target if not him? In the afternoon, on the playground, Sujimori Keitai looked at the 40 or so students in the class and said, "Next, I will divide you into groups, and then you will fight each other. You must not stop until I call halt. Even if you lose, you must get back up and continue fighting. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, all the students began to discuss amongst themselves. In previous practical classes, They had practiced in groups with the homeroom teacher, supervising and providing feedback and analysis. But now, they were expected to fight simultaneously, and losing meant they couldn't back down. This was unprecedented. Ye Chen frowned, sensing a sense of urgency. Yes, urgency. In the past, such classes would be assigned to 5th or 6th graders for practice. But now they were expected to train like this too, indicating that the rumors were true. Their class would graduate early and be sent into battle. However, this was also normal. In times of peace, the village would focus on nurturing the next generation, but now, during wartime, the front lines urgently needed manpower. So naturally, their time in school had to be shortened. According to the previous rules, there was still a month until graduation, which made Ye Chen feel a sense of urgency. He needed to activate the Sharingan as soon as possible so he could have a chance of survival on the battlefield. Quiet. Sujimori Keitai shouted sharply from the front, even using chakra to pressure the group of students, making them dare not utter a sound. Next, the students I call out will step forward. Hatanaka Jindo. Upon hearing this, a robust student stepped out from the crowd. Takahashi Matsu. Another student stepped out. You two will be a team. Yes, teacher. Hatanaka Jindo and Takahashi Matsu stood together, quietly waiting. Sujimori Keitai continued calling names. Yamanaka Keiko, Tanaka Hana, you two are a team. Yes, teacher. As he continued to call names, the entire class was divided into about 20 small groups. Ye Chen was no exception. He was paired with a civilian ninja named Saito Ki, who was only slightly stronger than his predecessor, making them evenly matched. Perhaps Sujimori Keitai did this intentionally, not allowing strong students to face weak students, as that wouldn't reflect their true combat power. Looking at the 10-year-old boy in front of him, Ye Chen realized that the previous version of himself would definitely not have been able to win, as he lacked combat experience. But now Ye Chen was different. His strength had greatly increased, and he could easily win this fight. Saito Ki, combat power 08, rank unremarkable. Crush him with just a finger. Ye Chen was surprised to find he had the ability to check the opponent's combat power. Uchiha Ye Chen. What kind of gaze is that? Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're an Uchiha. Saito Ki thought Ye Chen was looking down on him and instantly flew into a rage. Ye Chen did not express his feelings and only felt somewhat wronged. Although he was an Uchiha, he had never looked down on others. It was all the system's fault for not revealing his special abilities in advance. At that moment, Sujimori Keitai's voice came again. In the upcoming battle, no weapons are allowed. Do you all understand? Begin. Chapter 5. Combat practice hearing that weapons were not allowed. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Although the kunai they usually trained with were not sharpened and lacked the power to be fatal, being hit with them was still unpleasant. This was just what Ye Chen needed to gain practical experience and hone himself. Fighting against others was a good choice. Prepare. Form the hand seals. Sujimori Keitai's voice rang out again, marking the official start of their combat. Ye Chen and Saito Ki simultaneously raised their right hands and formed the hand seals. Suddenly, Saito Ki raised his head fiercely, exerted force with his feet, and quickly lunged forward, his right fist raised high, aiming directly at Ye Chen's face. Ye Chen was already prepared for this attack, with a physique of 6 points. His reaction speed far exceeded that of his peers, allowing him to be on par with average Chunin. Many ninjas who had reached the Jinin stage would spend most of their energy training their ninjutsu, focusing on mental strength, and would only gradually begin to train physically when they reached Chunin and Jonin. Although their physiques were not weak, Ye Chen had already surpassed them. Even so, Ye Chen still chose to keep a low profile. Faced with Saito Mu's attack, he hurriedly chose to dodge. Seeing Ye Chen evade, Saito Mu instinctively threw another punch, targeting Ye Chen's side face. Bang! Ye Chen raised his arms to block. He didn't want to take a punch to the face. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, his image was still important. How could someone as handsome as him allow himself to be turned into a pig's head? In the moment they passed each other, Saito Mu supported himself with his right hand, using his lower body as the center, suddenly exerting force in his waist and twisting his body. A quick side kick came flying at him. Damn, a little brat, why is he hitting so hard? Feeling the gust of wind coming from below, Ye Chen couldn't help but mentally complain. knowing to attack the lower body at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up? Of course, he also understood that this was the way of a ninja. Once on the battlefield, it was a matter of life and death, and every move must target the enemy's weak spots. If not, one would only end up being the one harmed. Now they were enemies, not classmates. Once the battle began, it was destined that one of them would fall. At this moment, it was only the adaptation phase. Once Saido Mu allowed the use of weapons, the danger would increase and casualties could occur. This was the way of the ninja. This was battle. If Ye Chen wanted to survive in this chaotic era, the first thing he needed was to adapt. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his abilities, he would just be a fish on someone else's chopping board in the end. With this thought, Ye Chen no longer thought of anything else and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the fight. Although he had not yet awakened the Sharingan, his mental strength had reached 10 points. Whether it was his opponent's attacks or defensive points, he could see through them one by one and respond calmly. To outsiders, it might seem like Ye Chen was passively taking hits, but only he knew he was gradually adapting to his current abilities. Time continued to pass, and the battle on the playground was ongoing, with occasional cries of pain from the injured. However, no matter how severe their injuries were or how badly they were beaten, Saido Mu showed no signs of wanting them to stop. During this time, Ye Chen was also hit multiple times. Some were intentional, avoiding vital points, while others he genuinely couldn't dodge. After all, his combat experience was too limited, and he couldn't use his true power for fear of being noticed by others. After taking a few hits, he accepted it. Thus, he suffered a lot next. He didn't know if his predecessor had a grudge against Saido Mu, but every move aimed for his vital points. If it weren't for Ye Chen's physical fitness being superior to his opponents, he would have had to crawl back home today. Even so, by the end of school, Ye Chen had multiple bruises on his body. Saido Mu shot him a disdainful glance, as if to say that the Uchiha clan was nothing special, merely another defeated opponent. Ye Chen ignored him and slowly walked out of the campus, supporting his waist. This beating wasn't in vain. At the very least, his practical combat ability had greatly improved today. Night fell. Ye Chen once again exhausted his energy, forcing himself to practice the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique. Repeating this, he raised his shadow clone technique to level 4. With level 4 shadow clone technique, he could simultaneously create 4 clones, and as the level increased, he only needed one hand seal and a thought to perform the technique. This made him very happy, but he was also physically and mentally exhausted. The practical class during the day had indeed worn him out. He barely managed to take a cold shower before collapsing into bed and falling asleep. The next day, in the morning, Ye Chen went to school as he did the day before. In the morning classes, he just listened in briefly. As the afternoon arrived, they were back on that playground. Initially thinking they would practice combat again, it turned out that Saido Mu had them practice Shuriken and Kunai throwing instead. Both skills were essential abilities for a genin, and combined with the body flicker technique, a mere cannon fodder on the battlefield was thus created. As for other ninjutsu, forget it. Don't even think about it. You wouldn't be able to learn it. Take Ye Chen as an example. His talent was indeed poor, being the bottom of the barrel in a big family. But among civilian ninjas, he was about the same level. If not for Ye Chen's crossing over, his chakra would only be that little bit. And after casting the body flicker technique a few times, he would probably exhaust his chakra. He was like this, and those civilian ninjas wouldn't be any better off. Rather than this, the school wouldn't waste time teaching them other ninjutsu. Students from powerful families would have their family inheritance, while those without backgrounds but with potential would be assigned to decent jonin teachers upon graduation. This way, a habit formed where the school didn't need to teach too many skills. They just had to let them graduate. As for someone like Ye Chen, despite having a powerful family background, he lacked potential, so it would be a miracle if he got a good teacher upon graduation. He would probably just be cannon fodder, which was also the reason he was so eager to improve his strength. Bang! A kunai hit the target 6 meters away, and Ye Chen let out a long breath. The Uchiha clan generally had higher mental strength, and kunai had always been their strong suit. Although this skill of his predecessor wasn't particularly outstanding, it wasn't bad either. But when it came to the Ye Chen who crossed over, it could only be described as tragic. Out of 10 throws, 9 missed the target. Even the worst students wouldn't be like him. He looked like a complete novice. Fortunately, Ye Chen's mental strength improved significantly. After continuous practice, he finally stopped missing the target. And this time, he hit the bullseye. If he couldn't keep up with the pace, Ye Chen didn't know what to do because Saido Mu had been keeping a close eye on him from the start. If he continued like this, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. His performance was far too different from usual. After repeated practice, Ye Chen finally found his rhythm, hitting the bullseye every time. Based on his performance, Saido Mu moved the target to 8 meters for him to continue practicing. The stationary target was just routine practice. After all, no one would stand there for you to shoot at on the battlefield. So, in addition to practicing with stationary targets, they also had to practice with moving targets and targets at different angles. Chapter 6. 7 days until graduation. As he practiced continuously, Ye Chen felt as if he had opened up his meridians. The shurikens in his hand became like a dazzling array of blades. With a thought, he casually threw out several shurikens at different angles, hitting different targets. Saido Mu, watching from the side, nodded. Initially, he was puzzled as to why Ye Chen seemed so off today. Perhaps it was because of that incident. Now, seeing his performance, he felt much more at ease. At least this child was still in the zone. He didn't doubt it. After all, encountering such a situation would make anyone feel down, especially since Ye Chen was still under 10 years old. Time passed slowly, and Ye Chen was completely immersed in it. The term keeping a low profile had already been thrown out of his mind, leading to an outstanding performance today. Some classmates who usually looked down on him even regarded him with a bit more respect. However, in the eyes of the aristocratic students, Ye Chen was still that insignificant underdog. No matter how good he was at kunai, it didn't matter much. What was important for a ninja was still ninjutsu. This was true for most ninjas, but Ye Chen thought differently. When your strength reaches a certain height, kunai can split mountains and shatter rocks. Therefore, he didn't give up this practice opportunity and practiced hard. Throwing was indeed a strong suit of the Uchiha clan, and no one would doubt his talent in this area. Until school ended, Ye Chen had developed several wounds on his hands, with bright red blood dripping down. But he was still very excited. Only by continuously becoming stronger could he gain a sense of security. While reflecting on his state after throwing the kunai today, he walked home. After arriving home, Ye Chen only ate a little something before starting his training for the new day. The shadow clone technique was essential, as were the body replacement technique and transformation technique. The body replacement technique allowed one to switch places with nearby objects at the moment of being attacked to avoid damage. It was a crucial life-saving skill. The transformation technique could change one's appearance and the shape of objects through hand seals, achieving a disguise effect. These two skills are particularly important, and the body replacement technique needs to reach level 4. These two skills cannot be neglected. It wasn't until late at night that Ye Chen practiced the body replacement technique and transformation technique to level 3 before finally falling into a deep sleep. Upon waking, it was a new day. School, training, a repetitive cycle. Half a month passed like this, and Ye Chen's strength had also increased. System panel, host, Uchiha Ye Chen combat power, 22 cultivation technique, Hongmeng devouring heaven technique strength, 3 physique, 7 spirit, 12 energy, 120 bloodline, Sharingan, not activated, Byakugan, not activated, talent, energy conversion skills, body replacement technique, level 6, evolution points, 0 with a combat power of 22, Ye Chen was now a qualified genin. Coupled with the level 6 body replacement technique, his strength was already comparable to those intermediate genin. Today, just as Ye Chen returned home and was about to eat something before starting his training, he heard a knock on the door. He was puzzled. It had been over a month since he crossed over, and no one had come to find him. The only interactions he had were with his teacher and classmates. So who would come looking for him at this time? Although he didn't know who it was, he still got up to open the door. As for danger, there was no need to worry. This was the Uchiha territory. Although he was not well regarded, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan. If anyone wanted to make a move on him, the Uchiha wouldn't ignore it for the sake of their reputation. When the door opened, he saw Uchiha clansmen dressed in jonin attire. Upon seeing Ye Chen, the visitor spoke calmly. Uchiha Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded. That's me. Who are you? He had no memory of this person. I am Uchiha Ye. I came today to deliver the compensation funds issued by the village to you. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was instantly engulfed in the memories of his past life, a hint of sadness appearing on his face. Noticing this, Uchiha Ye continued, "Additionally, you can collect 100 silver coins from the clan each month until you graduate from school." After speaking, he handed over an envelope. "Thank you," Ye Chen said. Though in his heart he thought he was about to graduate, what good was the so-called monthly subsidy? But he couldn't show it. As a clansman without the Sharingan was seen as insignificant in the eyes of the Uchiha's higher-ups, easily expendable at any moment. He forced a smile, thanked him, and returned to his room. The moment he closed the door, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by indifference. He had little emotional attachment to the Uchiha clan. He stayed only for a place to live. Once he had the strength to protect himself, he would inevitably leave. The large family was too chaotic, not suitable for development. And the Uchiha clan was also facing the threat of extinction. There was no need to wade through this murky water. Looking at the envelope in his hand, Ye Chen sighed, put it in the drawer, and cut off that thought. In the following time, Ye Chen entered a state of hard training again, battling with others at school during the day to hone his practical experience and practicing the body replacement technique at night. As he continued consuming energy and cultivating his technique, his combat power gradually increased. The day he could activate the Sharingan was getting closer, and Ye Chen was very much looking forward to the changes it would bring after activation. On the other side, deep in the Uchiha clan's territory, in an elder's residence. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound echoed. "Come in." An elderly voice came from inside. Uchiha Ye pushed the door open and bowed. Third elder. "Oh, it's Ye. What is it?" The third elder asked gently. Reporting to the third elder, "This is the investigation report regarding Uchiha Ye Chen." Uchiha Ye handed over a document. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in the third elder's eyes. "So, has he awakened the Sharingan?" "No, sigue play." Upon hearing this, the third elder immediately lost interest in reviewing the records. A clansman who had not awakened the Sharingan was not worth his attention. However, Uchiha Ye solemnly stated, "Ye Chen's physical quality has already reached the Genin stage, and his chakra seems to be quite abundant, much stronger than an average Genin. Should we continue to observe?" The third elder waved his hand. "No need. A little guy who hasn't awakened the Sharingan is not worth my effort. You may leave." The third elder did not take the abundance of chakra seriously. What the Uchiha valued was whether one had awakened the Sharingan. Today was also the last test for Ye Chen, using the compensation fund's matter to stimulate him into awakening, but in the end, the third elder was still disappointed. Since he could not awaken the Sharingan, there was no value in further attention. Ye Chen's life quietly passed over the next 3 days. One day, as school was about to end, Shemu Jingtai shouted, "Classmates, I have an announcement. The village has decided that in 7 days, your annual assessment will be changed to a graduation assessment. Those who pass the assessment will be granted the title of Leaf Genin and become true ninjas." Although it was expected upon hearing this news, Ye Chen still felt a sense of urgency. There wasn't much time left for him. Chapter 7. Graduation Assessment. The other students had a completely different mindset from him. They cheered and rejoiced, excitedly shouting and screaming. Some even asked Shemu Jingtai if this was really true, thinking they were dreaming. Faced with their enthusiasm, Ye Chen could not agree. Becoming a genin meant facing war and killing. They were all naive children. If they really went to the battlefield, how many could survive? But these people didn't care about whether they could become genin. They were excited about fighting for the village. Ye Chen couldn't understand this and couldn't empathize with it. While they were still cheering, Ye Chen quietly left the classroom. Rather than staying here to say meaningless things, it was better to go home and improve himself. In the next 3 days, Ye Chen raised the body replacement technique to level 9. Although level 9 of the body replacement technique wouldn't enhance Ye Chen's overall strength, it provided assurance in terms of life-saving skills. The transformation technique he used could even fool some chunin. Only those with special abilities, like the Sharingan, could see through it. This made Ye Chen quite proud, but he also felt a bit regretful that the Sharingan had not yet met the activation requirements. One day, Ye Chen had a sudden idea to visit the room of his previous parents. In his memories, they had left him several ninjutsu scrolls. Previously, Due to the confusion in his memories, Ye Chen hadn't recalled these, but today, he suddenly had this thought. After graduation, the days until going to the battlefield would not be far off, so learning a few more ninjutsu would naturally be beneficial. After rummaging through, he indeed found them. Let me see what ninjutsu there are. With excitement, Ye Chen opened the first scroll, and what came into view was the fire style, Grand Fireball technique. This ninjutsu is a standard technique of the Uchiha clan, which can be considered a trump card for a genin. The fire style, Grand Fireball technique has a training difficulty of level 1 and is one of the 5 basic nature transformations of fire attribute chakra. This technique gathers chakra in the throat and, through hand seals, spits out a powerful flame from the mouth to attack. Ye Chen looked at it for a while, but didn't rush to practice. Instead, he set the scroll aside and picked up the other scrolls. Among them, 2 ninjutsu were the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique, and the fire style, Dragon Fire technique. Actually, they were all fire techniques, just with varying levels of difficulty in practice. Ye Chen pouted. One fire technique was already complicated enough, and it was just a difference in shape and energy level. It was still all fire techniques at the same level. In his view, these 3 fire-style ninjutsu were not much different. The most important factors were still proficiency and the strength of chakra. Uchiha Obito's fireball can destroy half a village with a single attack, so it's not about the strength of the ninjutsu, but rather the person casting it. Ye Chen picked up the last scroll, Illusion Technique, Magical Shackles. This is an illusion technique that is cast using the Sharingan, allowing the user to construct a mental space that creates the illusion of the target's body being pierced by a nail, resulting in a fantasy. Don't underestimate illusions. They can cause mental trauma, and once such trauma is left behind, it is often harder to recover from than physical injuries. Ye Chen was very interested in this illusion technique, which he could use once he awakened his Sharingan. He picked up the Shackles technique and the Fire Release, Fireball, and stepped back. Why not take the other 2 scrolls? In his opinion, these 3 fire releases were quite similar. Rather than waste training time, it was better to improve his strength. Of course, if there were higher-level fire release techniques, he would certainly be willing to learn them. In the following days, Ye Chen added a new training subject, practicing fire release. Of course, he couldn't practice this ninjutsu within the clan. He chose a secluded lakeside each time to practice the fireball technique. Through hard work, Ye Chen mastered this ninjutsu and raised its level to 2. 7 days passed quickly. As usual, Ye Chen arrived at the ninja school, and after listening to Yuan Fei's long, unnutritious speech, their class entered the examination hall. As for the result, it was already predetermined. Today was just a formality. The Genin exam not only tested the 3 body techniques, but also included venue setup and code word assessments. Therefore, the earlier segments were written tests. Compared to the Chunin exams, graduating from a ninja school was relatively easy. It was mostly common knowledge learned in school. Anyone who had attended classes could easily pass. For instance, the so-called Will of Fire, Ye Chen had grown tired of hearing about. He intentionally answered a few questions incorrectly, curious if the school would fail him. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Despite his efforts, he still passed with high marks. Although he already knew this would be the outcome, Ye Chen was still quite displeased. Of course, he could only feel unhappy inside without daring to show it. He was a Naruto who could run amok in the village. An inconsequential Uchiha could silently kill you, and there would be no place to cry. So, rather than this, it was better to graduate first, gradually accumulate strength, and wait for the day when he could control his own destiny. Time moved to the afternoon, starting with the assessment of basic physical techniques and weapon throwing. Since they went one by one, by the time it was Ye Chen's turn, an hour had already passed. Next, Uchiha Ye Chen. Ye Chen slowly walked to the center of the stage, casually drawing a kunai from his waist, making it dance in his hand like a flower. He threw it out, and with a bang, the ninja at the target shouted 10 rings. The venue erupted in cheers, but Ye Chen remained unfazed, throwing 10 times in succession and passing with a perfect score. It wasn't that he was showing off. Hitting a stationary target was no challenge. Given his usual performance in school, if he deliberately missed or had a low hit rate, it would instead raise suspicion. It was better to show off a little, making others think he had some outstanding traits. This shows how lenient the assessment standards were today. If you wanted to fail, it was impossible. After the assessment ended, the afternoon passed, and the remaining parts would have to wait until tomorrow. A night of hard training. Ye Chen's 3 body techniques reached level 10, meaning all 3 skills had reached that level. However, he found that after breaking through to level 10, the progress bar slowed down, as if he had hit a bottleneck. What was going on with the system? Could the 3 body techniques only reach level 10? Although level 10 techniques already surpassed most Chunin in release speed, Ye Chen was not satisfied. If he could reach higher, why stagnate? Ding dong. Level 10 3 body techniques have reached the host's current limit. To break through this boundary, there are 2 ways. Become a Chunin or awaken your bloodline, at which point there will be unexpected breakthroughs. Keep it up. Hardworking individual, you are the best. Ye Chen was speechless. Didn't he want to activate his bloodline? It was just that his physique had not been able to rise. Chapter 8. Class Division, Trials the next day. Most students were much more nervous. Although yesterday's exam was important, it did not have a finalizing effect. Today would be different. If today's assessment results were not ideal, even if yesterday's results were good, it would be useless and they would still be eliminated. After all, in the ninja world, strength is what matters. Theoretical knowledge is worthless. As the saying goes, whoever has the bigger fist has the say. Therefore, today's assessment was crucial for students aspiring to become ninjas. As a result, they appear to be much more nervous than yesterday. But in Ye Chen's eyes, this seemed unnecessary. If it were peacetime, the assessment might be strict, and failing to meet the standards could lead to being held back. But at this time, even if you performed poorly, they would still let you pass. If you lacked strength, they would just make up the numbers. In the eyes of those higher-ups, the lives of inconsequential people were not that important, as you were merely a tool to fulfill their desires. As for slogans, ideals, and the will of fire, Ye Chen saw them as methods to bind the lower classes. Sugi Takamatsu stepped forward. In the center, Sugi Jingtai began to register. Teacher, Sugi Takamatsu walked over and replied softly. Let's begin. You can use any of the 3 body techniques, and meeting the requirements will count as passing. This year's 3 body technique assessment was not set by the teacher, but rather allowed students to choose for themselves. Clearly, the latter was easier to accomplish. For example, if someone had great insight into the clone technique, but was average at the transformation and substitution techniques, and if they were not skilled with the latter, they could choose the clone technique to pass the assessment. If the assessment teacher were to specify a technique, and if they were unfamiliar with the student's abilities, it could lead to a disaster. Such simple reasoning, one would not believe these teachers were unaware. They were just turning a blind eye. Coupled with the leniency of yesterday's assessment, it was not hard to guess that the front line of Konoha was under significant pressure and urgently needed this batch of students to step up. However, none of them had truly experienced the brutality of war. How many would survive if they reached the battlefield? These were not concerns for the higher-ups of Konoha, and it was the tragedy of this batch of students. Uchiha Ye Chen. When Sugi Jingtai called out his name, Ye Chen returned to his thoughts and calmly stood in front. Ready? Then let's begin. The assessment teacher had already received orders from above that this batch of students must all pass the assessment, especially since he was from the Uchiha clan. No matter how poorly Ye Chen performed, he could not escape the orders from Konoha's higher-ups. Hearing this, Ye Chen nodded. To hide his strength, he slowly formed 3 hand seals, and then a clone appeared on his left side. Good, passed. Sugi Jingtai nodded in satisfaction, recording Uchiha Ye Chen's results, then spoke. All right. You can go down now. Yes, teacher, Ye Chen said lightly, turning to return to his position. How handsome. Many female classmates were smitten by Ye Chen's appearance. The Uchiha clan was not lacking in looks, and Ye Chen was even more outstanding. Previously, his poor grades had dragged down his appearance, but now with such performance, he immediately attracted the attention of many girls. Meanwhile, those boys felt displeased, thinking Ye Chen's single clone was nothing impressive. So they all put in extra effort, as if competing with Ye Chen, summoning as many clones as they could, just to feel better about themselves compared to him. A few hours later, the assessment ended, and without a doubt, everyone passed. 3 days later, students gathered at school for the class division trial, each one beginning to fantasize about the day they would become ninjas. Night Dust, however, was on his way back, not particularly looking forward to the class division trial. As for which teacher he would be paired with, he had no grand expectations. His focus was solely on improving his own strength. His transformation technique had reached a bottleneck, so for the next 3 days, Night Dust would concentrate on fire release. As a high-level ninjutsu and an attack-type technique, it consumed significantly more energy than the transformation technique. Even if Night Dust summoned 10 clones at once, the energy consumed would only be 3 points. This was the terrifying aspect of the Hongmeng Devouring Heaven technique, which was far more refined than the chakra others cultivated. The fire release, Great Fireball technique had currently reached level 5, meaning Night Dust could elevate this technique by 5 tiers. Each tier required 5 points of energy, and reaching the 5th tier would unleash 5 times his power. With a combat power of 22, 5 times that was enough to pose a threat to a Chen, but it was still only a threat. He was still a long way from matching the explosive power of a Chen. Even so, Night Dust was already very satisfied. After just over a month of training, breaking through to Jinin, mastering fire release, and being able to inflict damage on Chen was something he could hardly have imagined before. Boom! A fireball was expelled by Night Dust, rapidly expanding into a 5-meter diameter fireball, hurtling toward the tranquil lake ahead. With a loud bang, the lake's surface erupted in a massive wave, water mist rising, and waves spreading outwards, layer upon layer. The scorching heat caused the water in the center of the lake to boil, with bubbles rising rapidly and then bursting. Night Dust was filled with joy. The days of hard training had not been in vain, and the fire release, Great Fireball technique had gained considerable power, finally giving him a trump card in terms of offensive capability. 3 days later, in the morning, Night Dust stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his clothes and tying the Konohagakure forehead protector around his right arm. From the moment he donned the forehead protector, he became a true ninja, Uchiha Night Dust, a Jinin of Konohagakure. As he stepped out of the Uchiha clan's territory and headed toward the ninja school, with each step he took, a surge of killing intent emanated from him, likely related to his change in mindset. Over a month ago, he was just a weak and pitiful ordinary student, the bottom of his class. Now, he had become a Jinin, facing graduation and about to step onto the battlefield as a ninja. The two mindsets were entirely different. Life or death depended solely on his own fortune. As he walked, many female classmates, upon seeing Night Dust wearing the Konohagakure forehead protector, gasped in surprise, especially the civilian girls who admired strength. Night Dust was handsome, making it hard for them not to like him. However, Night Dust had no thoughts in that direction. Firstly, his current situation did not allow for other ideas, and secondly, he had no interest in young girls. After all, he was a traveler from another world with the mindset of an adult. Finding a seat in the back row, Night Dust rested his hands on the desk, propping his head up as he looked at the fellow graduates in front of him, familiar or unfamiliar, secretly guessing who would be assigned to his group. Chapter 9. Team 7. Just as the students were growing a bit impatient, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. Suddenly, the room fell silent, everyone focusing on the door, wondering which teacher would come to lead them. Amidst the anticipation, a young teacher entered, holding a list. He was not the usual teacher. Shirmu Jingtai. Night Dust had some impression of this person. He was a teacher from another class, seemingly named Taniguchi Ichiban. Students, please quiet down. Taniguchi Ichiban walked up to the podium, clapping his hands, his tone quite gentle. My name is Taniguchi Ichiban. Many of you should know me. This is not important, as I am not your team leader. Laughter filled the room. This teacher had a humorous way of speaking. Taniguchi Ichiban lowered his hands to signal for silence. First, congratulations on passing your graduation assessment and becoming true ninjas. I believe you know today is the class division trial. The so-called division means you will be grouped into teams of 3, each led by an experienced jonin to carry out missions together. You will be the closest partners and the most trustworthy comrades. Upon hearing this, the students began to glance around, eager to find out who would be their companions. The team formations were decided by the higher-ups, not by their own preferences, so no matter how much they wished to be with certain individuals, they still had to follow the teacher's arrangements. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Taniguchi Ichiban smiled slightly and called for quiet again. Students, I know you're curious about who will be in your class. Now I will announce the list. During this time, please remain quiet. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly quieted down. Forming classes was a significant matter, affecting whether they could receive good missions in the future. Only strong teams would be valued by the village. Thus, they all stopped whispering and focused intently on Taniguchi Ichiban at the podium. Team 1, Ishida Hanako, Masuda Masadaka, Yamanaka Naoko. Team 2, Nishimura Kaiyar, Takeda Haim Yamaharu. Team 3, one by one, names were called, and the seated students exhibited a range of emotions, some joyful, some dejected, but no one made a sound. Soon, Night Dust heard Taniguchi Ichiban call out his name. Team 7, Uchiha Night Dust, Ito Miyuki, Abar. Hearing these names, Night Dust quickly scanned the other students in front of him, and two gazes met his. They were obviously his teammates. One was a boy and the other a girl. It seemed every class had a girl assigned. Perhaps it was a way to balance the teams, or a belief that mixed-gender teams would work better. The boy looked honest and simple. Night Dust had never seen him before, likely a student from another class. The girl appeared somewhat carefree, with short red hair, and her attire suggested she was an outgoing girl. Night Dust had heard of Ito Miyuki. She was quite well known in school, beautiful, and had considerable strength, highly favored by boys. However, her personality was somewhat wild. It was said her father was a jonin. Night Dust furrowed his brows, probing for information about the two. Abe R. Genin, Combat Power 15, specializes in Earth Release, a simple-minded boy who is easy to fool. Ito Miyuki, Genin, Combat Power 28, specializes in Fire Release. A very pretty girl. If you like her, you can pursue her actively. After reading the information, Night Dust's lips twitched. This system was becoming increasingly irreverent. Nonetheless, both teammates seemed decent, one specializing in Earth Release and the other in Fire Release, offering a balance of offense and defense, and their combat powers were not low. It seemed that because of his status, the higher-ups in Konohagakure had not placed anyone with poor potential in his class. Other classes had varying strengths, some had strong teams, while others had weaker ones. Night Dust did not concern himself with this. He cared about his own class, and hoped these two would not hold him back. As for camaraderie, he could forget it. First, they had to survive the battlefield. Having too many ties was not necessarily a good thing. At this moment, Taniguchi Ichiban finished reading the names. Next, you can get to know each other. Soon a leading jonin will come, and you can follow them. With that, Taniguchi Ichiban closed the list and left the classroom. As soon as he stepped out, a loud commotion erupted in the room. Students rose from their seats, seeking their future partners. They would be in the same class, the same team. These would be their most trusted companions. This was how these inexperienced students thought. But Night Dust understood that while everyone might think this way at first, once they reached the battlefield and experienced the trials of war, some people's thoughts would gradually change. The ideals and feelings they once held would no longer exist. Only interests remained. To satisfy desires, everything could be cast aside. What did camaraderie mean in such circumstances? Perhaps this was somewhat extreme, but that was the cruelty of war. "Hello, my name is Aburu," said the slightly tanned boy standing in front, introducing himself in a somewhat silly manner. Urizen retracted his thoughts and stood up. "Uchiha Urizen, nice to meet you. From now on, we will be comrades in the same class." A girl in a green combat outfit walked over, her gaze a bit proud. "I am Ito Misuki. I know both of you, especially you, Uchiha Urizen. I've heard you're the bottom of the class. I hope you won't hold us back." Although Misuki's words were not pleasant, they were direct and revealed her straightforward personality. "I will do my best." "That's good. If anyone bullies you, just shout my name. Annie Misuki's name is useful," Misuki said with a bright smile. Urizen and Aburu exchanged glances and smiled back, not taking it too seriously. After the introductions, they sat together, with Misuki sitting between the two, crossing her legs in a bossy manner, which made Urizen shake his head and smile bitterly. Misuki was beautiful, but her personality was a bit too bold, completely mismatched with her name. It seemed her parents had chosen the wrong name. The following time was mostly Misuki talking about her glorious achievements, such as leading fights. In short, she wanted to be the boss. and Urizen and Iburu had to listen to her in the future. From their conversation, it was clear that Mitsuki came from a decent family. Although she was not from a prestigious clan, both her parents were jonin, which was much better than most children from well-known families. For example, Urizen, despite being from the Uchiha clan, had little personal freedom. His parents sacrificed themselves for the family and village, and he did not receive any special treatment. In this regard, his situation was even worse than Mitsuki's. As for Iburu, both of his parents were chunin and technical talents, working in the barrier division. Urizen, what about your parents? They sacrificed themselves, Urizen replied in a somewhat flat tone. The two were taken aback by his words. Mitsuki retracted her smile and patted Urizen's shoulder. Don't worry. Stick with me from now on. I'll protect you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked, Iburu said awkwardly, scratching his head. It's okay, it's all in the past. The calmer Urizen was, the more awkward the two felt, and they stopped talking, quietly waiting for the teacher to arrive. About half an hour later, several jonin arrived in the classroom one after another. Not all of them were true jonin. More than half were special jonin. Special jonin are those whose aptitude and combat strength have not reached jonin level, but their explosive combat power has reached that level. For example, the fire release, great fireball technique that Urizen trained and has an explosive power close to chunin level. This is the same principle. Of course, everyone wanted to be taught by a real jonin. They not only had strong combat power, but their knowledge and battle experience were also much better than that of special jonin. However, this graduating class had too many students, and most of them had little potential, so the village could not waste too many resources teaching these unpromising students. Moreover, it was wartime, and jonin were top combat power wherever they went. Although it was important to cultivate reserve strength, it could not compare to the pressing frontline battles. Class 3, follow me, a special jonin said from the podium. Instantly, the three students stood up and followed him out of the classroom. One class after another left, and the classroom became empty, but the teacher for Class 7 still had not appeared. Mitsuki slammed the table. What's going on? How can a teacher be late? Who are you talking about, Mitsuki? A person suddenly appeared in the classroom, startling the three. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face had appeared on the podium without them noticing. Urizen was shocked. It seemed the man had been there for a while, but he had not paid attention. The man's strength was definitely at the jonin level. Nakata Ikaru, combat power 140. Proficient in fire, wind, and water ninjutsu. He's a very strict guy. If he has his eyes on you, you need to be careful. Uncle Ikaru. Mitsuki immediately became obedient upon seeing him, sticking out her tongue and calling out. From the way she addressed him, it was clear they knew each other before. Nakata Ikaru glanced at Urizen and Iburu, feeling puzzled. Just now, he had a slight sensation, as if someone was spying on him. That kind of gaze startled Urizen, and he shouted in his heart, System, what's going on? He can sense your presence. Ding dong. Host, it's not possible. Even the Hokage of this world cannot detect the existence of this system. It's just that the host's mental strength is too weak, and the other party is very strong in terms of mental perception, which led to that sensation. Hearing this, Urizen breathed a sigh of relief and made a decision. He would no longer probe ninjas who were much stronger than himself to avoid exposing his abilities. Nakata Hikaru found nothing and didn't think much of it. His gaze fixed on the three. Come with me. After saying this, he left the classroom. Urizen and the others quickly followed. When they exited the school, Nakata Ikaru suddenly quickened his pace, his figure flashing a few times before disappearing into the sky. Hurry up. This is a test for us, Mitsuki said, clearly knowing something, and dashed forward. Urizen and Iburu exchanged glances, exerted their strength, and followed Mitsuki's pace. All three were at the genin level, and it was impossible to keep up with Nakata's speed, but this was a test. Nakata wouldn't just shake them off. Instead, he was running ahead at their maximum speed. Running speed was related to physical condition. The stronger the physique, the faster the speed and agility. Urizen, with a physique of 9 points, was faster than an average genin, even a bit quicker than Mitsuki, but he didn't want to show off too much. So he maintained a speed slightly slower than Mitsuki's, trailing behind. Half an hour later, they arrived at Training Ground 7, which usually took over an hour to reach from school. In their extreme running, they cut the time by half. As a result, apart from Urizen, Mitsuki and Iburu were quite exhausted. Especially Iburu. Although he was a Doton ninja with a high physique, his combat strength was weaker than the other two, and it was not easy for him to keep up with their speed. Despite this, Urizen and Mitsuki had no intention of helping him. If he couldn't endure this little test, he wouldn't be able to keep up with them as teammates in the future, and it would be better to eliminate him now. Uchiha Urizen, I underestimated you, Mitsuki said, slightly out of breath, noticing Urizen's calm demeanor, realizing she had lost to him in terms of stamina. But she didn't feel discouraged. Ninja combat strength relied not solely on stamina, but on multiple factors, and she didn't think she was worse than Urizen. Urizen ignored her and looked at the figure ahead. Here is training ground 7. Being able to keep up means you've passed the test, Nakata Ikaru said, pausing for a moment on Urizen. As expected, it was a test for them. Urizen believed this was only the first test, and there should be more challenges waiting for them. Uncle Ikaru, this test is too easy. It has no challenge at all, Mitsuki said proudly. On the battlefield, regardless of what type of ninja you are, physical ability is crucial. If you can't win, at least you can run. If you can't even outrun, then you only have one outcome, death. Nakata Ikaru's words carried a murderous aura, and Mitsuki's face instantly paled, clearly frightened. After all, she was just a 10-year-old girl. How could she withstand such killing intent? Thinking about death, Mitsuki glanced at Urizen, wondering how he managed to get through that feeling. It must have been tough. Urizen noticed the sympathetic gazes from Mitsuki and Iburu, but said nothing more. All right, you all rest for a while, Nakata Ikaru said. As soon as he finished speaking, Urizen found a step to sit down and calm his mind. Seeing this, Mitsuki and Iburu followed suit, regulating their breathing, striving to recover their stamina quickly for the next test. Chapter 11. Class Assessment. Zhongchuan Yilong glanced at the three of them and walked over, sitting in front of them. Let's take this break to introduce ourselves. Sure, teacher. We don't even know your name yet, the honest Abe Lang asked happily. My name is Zhongchuan Yilong. As you know, I am A.J. Nin, 35 years old. I like to eat barbecue, and I dislike those who don't follow the rules. After introducing himself, Zhongchuan Yilong looked at Abe Lang. It's your turn. Introduce yourself like I did. I am Abe Lang, 10 years old. I enjoy making friends. I hate food with cilantro, and my dream is to become Hokage. Another one brainwashed by the will of Hokage, Ye Chen sighed. Zhongchuan Yilong showed no expression. He had probably heard such things too many times. He turned to Ito Miyuki. What about you? Ito Miyuki gave a glance and honestly said, My name is Ito Miyuki. I will be 10 after the new year. I like to fight, and I hate. Ito Miyuki thought for a moment. I hate spineless boys. My dream is to become a strong woman like Tsunade. After saying this, she even clenched her fist. Admiring Tsunade, huh? Ye Chen thought to himself. Tsunade is indeed powerful and well-known, especially with her broad-mindedness. But looking at Miyuki, there's a deep gap. It's strange to idolize someone like that, but these two have similar personalities, just a bit fierce. While he was thinking, Zhongchuan Yilong's voice came. It's your turn, Uchiha Ye Chen. My name is Uchiha Ye Chen. I will be 10 in 3 months. I like training. I hate trouble. And as for my dream. Ye Chen paused, not because he had thought about such things. In his past life, his dream was to win 5 million and then find a beautiful wife and have 2 children for a perfect life. After crossing into the ninja world, where life is not guaranteed and one could be killed at any moment, his thoughts were only about how to become stronger quickly and survive. Ye Chen? Ito Miyuki nudged Ye Chen's arm. What's wrong? Oh, Ye Chen snapped back to reality. My dream is to awaken the Sharingan and become strong. Although he said this, Ye Chen's true dream was just to survive and maybe one day leave this place. The Sharingan, what is that? Upon hearing this, Abe Lang was very curious. While Ito Miyuki frowned, she had heard about the Sharingan from her parents. The Uchiha clan's ninja who awakened the Sharingan were all a bunch of lunatics. Before Ye Chen could answer, Zhongchuan Yilong spoke first. The Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. A ninja who awakens the Sharingan, no matter how weak, can fight against a CH Nin. The strongest can compete with the god of ninjas. At this point, Zhongchuan Yilong looked towards the valley of the end and slowly continued. The strongest can contend with the god of ninjas. The matter of Uchiha Madara was not a secret to veteran ninjas, but very few in the new generation knew about it. Hearing this, Abe Lang and Ito Miyuki exclaimed in surprise. They didn't know who Uchiha Madara was, but they knew the god of ninjas was the first Hokage, the leader who established peace in Konoha. The first statue on Hokage Rock is that of the god of ninjas. Just imagining being able to contend with the god of ninjas made them realize what kind of strong person that would be. Initially worried, now Ito Miyuki was very envious of Ye Chen's bloodline. Zhongchuan Yilong didn't elaborate on this matter. Uchiha Madara was a taboo in Konoha, discussing that person could inadvertently bring trouble. He had just felt inspired by Ye Chen's dream, although he didn't know much about the Uchiha clan. Since Ye Chen was assigned to him, it indicated one thing. Ye Chen had not awakened to Sharingan. Otherwise, how could the Uchiha clan hand over a ninja who had awakened to Sharingan to an outsider? They would have let a Nin from their own clan teach him personally. This also indicated that the Uchiha had given up on Ye Chen, thinking he had no chance of awakening to Sharingan. Zhongchuan didn't say this out loud. Having a hope for Ye Chen was good, as it would prevent him from slacking off in training. About half an hour later, Zhongchuan Yilong clapped his hands and stood up. That's enough. Let's start the next assessment. What we just did was just a basic test. The next part is crucial. At this point, Zhongchuan Yilong paused for a moment and smiled mischievously. I also have another piece of news for you. Gulp. Abe Lang swallowed hard and cautiously asked, What news? If you fail the next assessment, you will be sent back to the ninja school and have to repeat a year. There's such a good thing. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? What? Abe Lang stood up excitedly. For him, being sent back to school was unacceptable. Teacher Zhongchuan, you must be joking. Idiot. Ito Miyuki rolled her eyes. This has been a rule for years. You didn't know this? Hee hee. Zhongchuan Yilong chuckled lightly, not elaborating further. He took out a scroll from his waist. Next, your goal is the scroll in my hand. The time? Zhongchuan Yilong glanced at the sky before noon. And an additional punishment. Those who are eliminated won't get lunch. Abe Lang's face fell. Teacher, you are a Nin. No matter how capable we are, we can't possibly snatch the scroll from you. Isn't this bullying? Abe Lang looked dumbfounded, but he wasn't foolish. Unlike the Navi Naruto, he was aware of the gap between ninjas, let alone the three of them. Even if there were 30 genin, they couldn't snatch something from a genuine Nin. Calm down, I haven't finished speaking, Zhongchuan Yilong smiled. Next, I won't initiate an attack, and my methods won't exceed those of a genin. You can use any means you want, ambush, poison, as long as you can use it, it's allowed. The only goal is to take the scroll from my hand. Chapter 12. Snatching the scroll, is it really just like that? Ye Chen felt something was off. If it were this way, the weaker students would eventually be eliminated, which would contradict the upper management's intentions. If it were peacetime, they might really be sent back to school to repeat a year, but now, it was unlikely. Or perhaps, after being eliminated, they would still face war. It just meant there would be no teachers leading them during this phase, equivalent to losing that benefit. What a clever calculation. Just think about it. If those eliminated students heard there was a chance to return to being ninjas, how would they react? They would be so excited and grateful that they would do anything you asked, which would be worse than being cannon fodder. Ye Chen didn't dare to gamble. He needed time to grow. Ding dong. A new task has been generated. Pass the class assessment and officially become a member of Team 7, with a graduation gift package as a reward. A task. Ye Chen was delighted. He had waited for a long time, and just as the deadline approached, he finally received good news. He would give his all in this assessment. You all take your time to discuss. As soon as Zhongchuan Yilong's voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared 100 meters away, standing there calmly with his eyes slightly squinted, as if he were sleeping. Let's go. Before they could even discuss tactics, Ito Miyuki charged forward, followed closely by Abe Lang. Ye Chen could only follow reluctantly, but he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he observed Zhongchuan Yilong's movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ito Miyuki and Abe Lang initiated the attack first, launching several shuriken from different angles. Some were aimed to block Zhongchuan Yilong's escape routes, while 3 shuriken directly targeted his eyes, throat, and heart. These 2 were quite ruthless, showing no mercy at all. This was good. Ye Chen could also observe Zhongchuan Yilong's movements and find an opportunity to strike. If it were an ordinary genin facing such a ruthless attack. They might be flustered, but Nakagawa Ichiryu was different. He casually pulled out a kunai and waved it a few times. Clang, clang, clang. The incoming shurikens were all deflected. This gave Ye Chen the opportunity to strike. With a burst of speed, he arrived behind Nakagawa Ichiryu and shot a kunai without hesitation. Sensing the cold glimmer behind him, Nakagawa Ichiryu's lips curled slightly as he moved his left foot and twisted his body, directly dodging the kunai attack. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. If he could evade that, there was no time to think. He formed a hand seal with his right hand and charged forward, executing a flying kick aimed at the right side of Nakagawa Ichiryu's head. Nakagawa Ichiryu, experienced as he was, found it not so easy to be hit by such a simple kick. He slightly leaned back to avoid the side kick. At the same time, he extended his right hand, turning the kunai around to take advantage of this opening and eliminate the Ye Chen in front of him. Just as he was about to hit Ye Chen, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Smoke rose behind him, and another Ye Chen suddenly appeared. The Ye Chen that had been hit transformed into a wooden stump and fell to the ground. The Ye Chen behind had already moved to grab the scroll. Just as he was about to succeed, Nakagawa threw the scroll into the air, caught it with his other hand, and raised his foot to kick at Ye Chen. Not good. Ye Chen quickly raised his arms to block the flying kick. Bang! A dull impact sound echoed, and Ye Chen was kicked away like a cannonball. In midair, he felt his arms go numb, but fortunately, he reacted in time, flipped his body, landed on his feet, and slid several meters before stabilizing himself. Ye Chen, along with Ito Misuki and Abe Ryo, rushed over, drew their kunai, and protected Ye Chen. Nakagawa Ichiryu glanced at Ye Chen, somewhat surprised that Ye Chen's substitution technique had managed to fool him, allowing for that last kick. The power of that kick had already exceeded that of a typical genin. Most genin probably wouldn't be able to get up after that, yet this kid was completely fine. His physique must surpass that of most genin. Nakagawa Ichiryu had naturally reviewed Ye Chen's information and initially thought he was just a low-ranking ninja with little combat power, merely riding on the Uchiha clan's reputation. What a big surprise he had received. Ye Chen, are you okay? Ito Misuki asked with concern. I'm fine. Ye Chen shook his head. Not far away. Nakagawa Ichiryu put away his kunai, maintaining a relaxed posture as he watched them with a smile. Ye Chen, your strength is quite good. But if you want to snatch that scroll alone, you won't succeed. After saying this, he squinted his eyes slightly, showing no concern for the three. Let's go. Ye Chen pulled the two to retreat. After a few jumps, they hid in the distant woods, standing on a tree trunk and watching Nakagawa Ichiryu, who stood still in the clearing. Ye Chen, what should we do? Teacher Nakagawa is too strong. At this moment, Ito Misuki had also lost her assertiveness. She wanted to be the leader of the three, but seeing Ye Chen's strength, she realized he was stronger than herself. Moreover, getting the scroll from Nakagawa Ichiryu wouldn't be easy. She excelled in fighting but lacked in strategy. Considering this, Ye Chen didn't hold back, looking at the two. Since this is a test, there won't be any life-threatening danger. Next, we need to go all out and discuss your abilities and the ninjutsu you know. I'll go first, Abryo spoke up. I can use Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, and Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique. Those are the only two. I can use Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Hearing the two describe their abilities, Ye Chen was secretly surprised. Having parents who are ninjas is certainly beneficial. They don't have to worry about ninjutsu. Compared to those civilian ninjas, it's likely that very few can master even one ninjutsu. This is the gap at the starting point. All right, let's formulate a battle plan. Chapter 13. Transforming Spirit Fruit. What are these three little guys discussing? Nakagawa Ichiryu slightly raised his head and glanced at the sky. It's almost time. Aren't you afraid of being eliminated if you don't act? Here it comes. Nakagawa Ichiryu's lips curled slightly. He saw a bulge in the ground ahead, quickly moving toward him. Abryo is doing quite well with the Earth Release. Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique. Nakagawa Ichiryu slightly lowered his head as a hand reached up from underground, grabbing his ankle, and then his entire body was pulled underground, leaving only his head exposed. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Ito Misuki entered the clearing, quickly forming hand seals and unleashing a fireball. Boom! The ground exploded and dirt flew everywhere. A figure soared high into the air. It was Nakagawa Ichiryu. He couldn't use abilities beyond that of a genin and could only rely on his rich combat experience to cope. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Just as Nakagawa Ichiryu jumped into the air, he suddenly looked up and saw another Ito Mitsuki above, having completed her hand seals. A fireball larger than 1 meter shot straight at him. Nakagawa Ichiryu thought to himself that it was bad and formed a single-handed seal for wind release. Great breakthrough. He wasn't using wind release to attack the fireball. Instead, he utilized the wind to propel himself out of his original position. A simple wind release ninjutsu was skillfully wielded by Nakagawa Ichiryu. This was the strength of a jonin. They could use various environments and advantages to turn the situation around. Unable to leverage any power in the air, Nakagawa Ichiryu quickly landed, only to find another Ito Mitsuki waiting for him. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens blocked his landing spot. Nakagawa Ichiryu took out his kunai to defend, and with 3 clangs, he thought it was over. However, the Ito Mitsuki in the air had already approached, reaching for the scroll hidden in her chest. Not good. Nakagawa Ichiryu's toes touched the ground, and he rapidly retreated. Seeing Ito Mitsuki's radiant smile and feeling an ominous premonition that he had been tricked, the other Ito Mitsuki had been waiting for a long time. Her kunai reversed with its tip aimed at Nakagawa Ichiryu's back. Then a puff of smoke rose up as Ito Mitsuki missed her stab, and a scroll fell from the smoke, which was caught by Ito Mitsuki. Boom! Ito Mitsuki transformed back into Ye Chen. That's right. The first Ito Mitsuki to act was actually Ye Chen using a transformation technique to confuse Nakagawa Ichiryu's vision. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to fool a jonin's eyes, but since Abryo first used Earth Release, and then Ye Chen used Fire Release. With the 2 attacks combined and Ito Mitsuki preparing in the air, the 3 formed a chain attack. Even Nakagawa Ichiryu had no time to analyze which was Ito Mitsuki and which was Ye Chen. However, what Ye Chen didn't expect was that the Nakagawa Ichiryu he had been fighting was also a fake. A mere shadow clone had played them all in circles. Is this the power of a jonin? Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a figure walked out from the woods. It was Nakagawa Ichiryu. You all performed quite well. Especially Uchiha Ye Chen. Your strength surprised me. When did this guy use a shadow clone? Ye Chen felt that he hadn't noticed at all. He thought his plan had succeeded, only to find out he had been fighting against a mere shadow clone the entire time. This year's assessment was truly lenient. Now, I announce that you have all passed the assessment. From now on, the 3 of you will be my genin in Team 7. Yay! Abryo jumped up joyfully, and Ito Mitsuki smiled, though her gaze was fixed on the back of Nakagawa Ichiryu. Uchiha Ye Chen, how much strength are you really hiding? When Ye Chen executed the great fireball, Ito Mitsuki vaguely saw him, holding back. All right, to celebrate the official establishment of our Team 7, I'll treat you to barbecue. Upon hearing this news, Abryo became even more excited. Teacher Nakagawa, you're the best. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for passing the class division assessment. Reward, 1 graduation gift pack. Hearing this news, Ye Chen also revealed a hint of a smile. Let us go eat barbecue. Abryo shouted, pulling Nakagawa Ichiryu back. Ye Chen and Ito Mitsuki quietly followed behind. What a warm moment. I wonder how long it can last. The time has come to the afternoon. In the Uchiha clan land, Ye Chen returned home and recalled the pained expression on Nakagawa Ichiro's face when he was paying. He found it amusing. For a month, Ye Chen had been eating nothing but dry rations and military food pills, and after not having a decent meal for a long time, he naturally indulged himself. In 1 meal of barbecue, he directly consumed 10,000 silver coins. The currency of the ninja world is divided as follows. 1 gold coin, 1,000 silver coins, 1,000 copper coins. 10,000 silver coins are equivalent to 10 gold coins, which would take several high-level missions to earn back. Of course, Nakagawa Ichiro is a jonin, so he can afford this amount, but he didn't expect that Ye Chen and Ablang could eat so much that they finished off his half-month as pocket money. These are just trivial matters. Ye Chen focused his thoughts on the graduation gift package. The rewards for the graduation gift package are as follows: 100 evolution points, 10 transformation fruits, and 1,000 silver coins. Ye Chen was clear about what two of them were, but what was the transformation fruit? Transformation fruit. After consumption, it can gradually improve physical fitness, and one fruit can stave off hunger for 3 days. It's surprisingly a fruit that improves physical condition and can suppress hunger. This is much better than military food pills. Ye Chen took out a transformation fruit, which was about the size of a small apple and completely white. It tasted sweet and was infinitely more delicious than military food pills. Moreover, it has the ability to improve physical fitness, which is exactly what Ye Chen needed. Chapter 14. Twin Eyes, Dual Talents. After finishing one transformation fruit, Ye Chen felt refreshed, so he turned his attention to the evolution points. With these 100 evolution points, he could activate the Sharingan today. System, Physical Fitness 1. Ding dong, consuming 10 evolution points, current physical fitness 10. Ye Chen trembled as if a flame ignited within him. Reaching 10 points of physical fitness was a watershed moment. Breaking through this limit, his physical strength reached another level. The warm feeling faded, and then a sour and numb sensation surged to his eyes, making Ye Chen unable to help but rub his eyes. Following that, a sharp pain shot through his eyes. He covered them and tried to control himself. When the pain reached its peak, Ye Chen let out a long howl towards the sky. The originally black and white pupils emitted a blood-red glow, transforming into a pair of scarlet, single tomo Sharingan. As the pain subsided, Ye Chen gasped heavily, beads of sweat slowly sliding down his cheeks, but the corners of his mouth gradually lifted. The moment the Sharingan activated, Ye Chen felt the surroundings become extraordinarily clear, as if the quality of the scene before him had been maximized. The dust in the air, the patterns on the trees outside, through the window, the distant buildings, everything was so clear and visible. This is the vision ability of the Sharingan. If his vision was 5 before, now it was magnified tenfold. No wonder ninjas with the Sharingan are stronger than others. Just this vision ability allows many ninjas to escape their gaze. Then, he looked down and examined himself. Although he couldn't see through the body's meridians and acupoints like the Byakugan, he could still see the density and general direction of chakra clearly. For instance, he could see that his dantian looked like a ball of flame, with some energy flowing towards the meridians in his eyes. From this, one could imagine that in future battles, as long as he opened his eyes, he would be able to see these things. No matter what the enemy does or what ninjutsu they use, he could predict in advance, and the advantages are self-evident. The Sharingan truly lives up to its name. Just this ability is not something ordinary ninjas can compare to. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for activating the Sharingan. Current status, 1 Tomo, activating talent, Amaterasu. What? Ye Chen thought he heard wrong and quickly checked the system panel's talent section. Indeed, there was an additional talent ability, Amaterasu, level 1. 1 Tomo activated a talent. It's this incredible black flame. Amaterasu, indestructible black flame that burns all things in heaven and earth. The target does not end, and the black flame does not cease. Note, the power depends on the energy input by the caster and can be upgraded. This is outrageous. Even if it's a Chunin, if I'm not careful, I could eliminate them in an instant. I just don't know how much energy it consumes. Ye Chen had no intention of trying it out right now. Instead, he focused on increasing his strength. Now that his mental and physical fitness had both reached 10 points, if he also raised his strength to 10 points. Having 3 attributes at 10 is the condition to activate the Byakugan. He hoped that if he activated the Byakugan bloodline, it might also activate a talent ability. Thinking of doing it, he currently had 4 points in strength. System, allocate all evolution points to strength attributes. Ding dong, consuming 90 evolution points, current attribute strength 13. Boom! Ye Chen's muscles bulged, strength continuously increasing, and the veins on his body looked like small snakes writhing. The sudden increase in strength exceeded his physical tolerance, and it was a one-time increase of 9 points, equivalent to an increase of 450 pounds of strength. This process was extremely painful, requiring Ye Chen to adapt bit by bit. Half an hour passed, and with a roar, Ye Chen's bulging muscles slowly recovered. but his body had grown taller by 5 centimeters and became much more robust. With a roar, Ye Chen's left eye revealed the one Tomo Sharingan, while his right eye flickered between black and white, eventually turning completely white, with a focal point in the center shining with dazzling silver light. At this moment, Ye Chen's Byakugan was fully activated. As his right eye swept through, the world changed. He could even penetrate obstacles and gaze into the distance. Ye Chen roughly estimated that he could see objects about 1 kilometer away. If he concentrated his mental strength and focused on one direction, he could see things 3 kilometers away. Moreover, the Byakugan's penetrating ability is 360 degrees without dead angles, with a 1 kilometer range of vision without blind spots. Just this ability alone makes the Byakugan incredibly powerful. The pain he just endured was worth it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for activating the Byakugan. Current status: 1 Tomo Byakugan. Activating talent: Space Compression. Space Compression. Within a radius of 1 meter, all matter can be subjected to spatial compression forces, doubling the power. Note, this talent can be upgraded. He really activated a new talent related to space. Just hearing the name, Ye Chen knew this talent must be very strong. Doubling the power may seem small, and it might not be as good as some ninjutsu, but once the two are combined, what kind of scene would that create? Moreover, both Amaterasu and Space Compression are at level 1. If they are upgraded a few levels, what kind of power would they have? Ye Chen thought of another question. Is talent also like skills, requiring proficiency to level up? Ding dong. Host, please note, talent upgrades can only be increased using evolution points. Level 1 to level 2 requires 1,000 evolution points, and each level increases by 5 times. Ye Chen was stunned. It seemed that upgrading talents couldn't be done casually and could only consume evolution points. Level 1 costs 1,000 evolution points, level 2 is 5,000, and level 3 is 25,000. As this continues to increase, how will I get so many evolution points in the future? Chapter 15. Energy Control and Training. Ye Chen used the Byakugan to scan his Dantian, and the energy inside underwent a change. 1 black and 1 white rotated around each other, inseparable. Yin and Yang. Ye Chen was taken aback and also had a speculation. In the future, to enhance combat power, he would probably need to cultivate all 3 attributes simultaneously, and they couldn't differ too much. Otherwise, if it led to an imbalance of Yin and Yang, both bloodlines might fall into an unbalanced state. What would happen then? Ye Chen couldn't imagine, and he didn't dare to experiment. Dual cultivation of body and law was the path he would take in the future. Feeling the powerful force erupting from within his body, Ye Chen believed that at this moment, he could punch a cow to death. Many genin wouldn't be able to withstand the force of his punch. Strength 13 is equivalent to 650 pounds of punching power, not yet 1 Tomo. With a single turn, 1,000 pounds. Currently, Ye Chen possesses the strength equivalent to half a turn. Character Panel. Host: Uchiha Ye Chen Realm. Genin Combat Power: 37 Technique. Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Strength: 13 Physique, 10 Spirit, 14 Energy, 140 Bloodline. Sharingan: 1 Tomo. Byakugan: 1 turn. Talent: Energy Conversion. Amaterasu: Level 1. Space Compression: Level 1. Skills: Body Flicker Technique: Level 10. Fire Style: Great Fireball Technique: Level 5. Evolution Points: 0. Activating 2 bloodlines has greatly enhanced Ye Chen's strength, and even when facing a Chunin, Ye Chen is confident he can survive and even counterattack. Although he is excited at this moment, Ye Chen, feeling mentally and physically exhausted, fell asleep. The next morning, weak sunlight filtered through the cracks of the window and entered the room. Ye Chen slowly woke up, instinctively checked himself, and immediately broke into a smile. 2 bloodlines activated, and both the Sharingan and Byakugan are active. Who else in the ninja world can compare? As long as he continues to grow step by step, his dreams will surely come true. Remembering what Nakagawa Ichiryu said when they parted yesterday, that they must gather at the Hokage building by 8 a.m. today to officially accept a mission, Ye Chen's mood soured, feeling helpless as he walked into the washroom. Just as the plot suggests, the village also needs to give him some time to adapt. They want to send them to the battlefield immediately, but will start with simple tasks to accumulate some experience. At the same time, this will allow them to understand the importance of completing missions. So, thinking about the upcoming period where he would have to execute tasks like catching cats, finding dogs, and fishing, Ye Chen felt a headache coming on. Although this would help them become familiar with the mission process and understand the hardships of being a ninja, some tasks were purely time-consuming. And what Ye Chen lacked the most was time. With that time, he would rather take a few days off to concentrate on training. But this was the village's regulation and part of the process, so Ye Chen, despite his reluctance, had to comply. After washing up and eating something, he arrived at the Hokage building, where Aburame looked particularly excited. Accepting ninja missions not only earns money, but also allows for self-improvement, something he had long wanted to experience. However, once the mission began, Aburame appeared listless. The three of them, led by Nakagawa Ichiryu, each carrying a bamboo basket, were picking up trash in a small river at the village's edge. This was unbearable for Aburame, who aspired to be Hokage. The task was both boring and offered no help for training, so he complained while picking up trash. In contrast, Ito Miyuki remained much calmer, despite her usually carefree personality. She understood many things in the village better than anyone else. Every genin would go through such tasks, so what was the point in complaining? It was better to finish the mission quickly, accumulate task difficulty, and prepare for tougher missions. Nakagawa Ichiryu kept an eye on the three from the riverbank, noting their performances. His gaze was particularly focused on Ye Chen, nodding occasionally. While Aburame complained and Ito Miyuki diligently picked up trash, Ye Chen treated the task as training, a necessary ability for every elite ninja. Nakagawa Ichiryu grew increasingly satisfied with Ye Chen and even considered taking him as a disciple. The role of a teacher was merely to impart knowledge, but a true disciple would pass on what he learned. That's the difference between a disciple and a student. However, thinking about Ye Chen's identity, Nakagawa Ichiryu sighed and shook his head. The higher-ups were intentionally suppressing the Uchiha clan, and how could they, as Jounin, not see it? It was hard to predict what would happen once the war settled. Nakagawa Ichiryu wanted to stay out of it and maintain distance from the Uchiha. The reason he valued Ye Chen was that he saw Ye Chen's tenacity. While others treated this as a mission, Ye Chen was utilizing the environment to hone himself. A closer observation would reveal that Ye Chen's actions of wading through the water to pick up trash did not involve his feet touching the riverbed. He was standing on the water's surface. This was something only a ninja who had mastered chakra to a certain degree could achieve. Many experienced genin might not be able to master it. It was a skill that only chunin could comprehend. Yet Ye Chen had just entered the genin stage and already controlled his chakra to this extent, naturally earning Nakagawa Ichiryu's admiration. Ye Chen was unaware that Nakagawa Ichiryu was keeping an eye on him. He was fully immersed in his training. The idea of using water stepping to train chakra control was something any Naruto fan would understand. What surprised him was that he successfully trained this technique in one go, and he became increasingly proficient, even able to run on water as if he had this ability innately. Ye Chen didn't believe he had exceptional talent. His success might be related to his technique, especially since he possessed two bloodlines. Chapter 16, Advanced Body Flicker Technique. Ye Chen, you can actually walk on water. Ye Chen's actions were noticed by Ito Miyuki. What is this? Curious Aburame came over, tousling his hair with an exaggerated expression. Oh my, Ye Chen, how did you do that? In response, Ye Chen did not conceal anything and share the method of chakra control with the two. However, after many attempts, they just couldn't replicate it. Either they stepped into the water or fell over. Fortunately, the water was not deep, only reaching their ankles. So falling in was no big deal. Why can't I do it? I'm a man destined to be Hokage. Man, you're just a bragging little brat. Ito Miyuki complained irritably. She had already given up on being the big sister and was trying hard to keep up with Ye Chen, only to realize how big the gap between them was. She couldn't even accomplish something as simple as walking on water. Stop trying. Controlling chakra isn't something you can learn like this. Nakagawa Ichiryu couldn't bear to watch and called out. Why? Aburame was confused. Isn't that how Ye Chen practiced? Do you think you're as talented as him? Nakagawa Ichiryu realized he had misspoken and might hurt his student's confidence, So he quickly corrected himself. Everyone's situation is different. Ye Chen can do it because his chakra is rich. If you can't, you need to start with the basics. Ye Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He knew his own qualifications well. If you were truly a genius, how could he not activate the Sharingan before? Teacher Nakagawa, how should we train? Ito Miyuki asked. First, let S complete the mission, and then I'll take you to a place, Nakagawa, Ichiryu replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Aburame eagerly responded, Teacher, you're the best. After that, he became energized, no longer listless as before, but like a whirlwind sweeping through the entire river. I'm picking, teacher, the mission is complete. The three were stunned. It wasn't that this guy was lazy, but he lacked motivation. Look, one person instantly completed the work of three. After finishing the task and collecting the commission, as the leading teacher, Nakagawa Ichiryu would take a portion of the commission, which was an unspoken rule. Otherwise, how could Jounin have so much time to teach them? Afterwards, Nakagawa Ichiryu took the three to a secluded grove where he taught them the method of gathering chakra to climb trees. Perhaps stimulated by Ye Chen, the two practiced particularly hard. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Uchiha clan grounds. Late at night, Ye Chen finished his final training session and collapsed onto his bed. His training in the body flicker technique had finally reached a critical point, and he was about to break through to the advanced level. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the body flicker technique to the initial maximum level, evolving into the advanced body flicker technique. Advanced body flicker technique. Shadow clone technique evolves in a myriad forms clone. Transformation technique evolves in a 1,000 faces illusion technique. Substitution technique evolve into void flash shield technique. Wondrous clone. Utilize the surrounding environment to create wondrous clones, which possess a stronger sense of entity and independent action capabilities compared to ordinary clones. They can share part of the perception and possess some combat power. When they dissipate, they can also provide feedback information and situation analysis. A level 1 Wondrous clone can have the combat power of the caster. This seems a bit weak, even inferior to shadow clones, but it can be upgraded, so it should be better than. Ye Chen immediately formed seals, using shadow material to summon a shadow clone. Both its aura and appearance were identical to his own. Big brother, what did you summon me for? The shadow clone sat down, poured itself a cup of tea, and then took a bite of a pastry. Ye Chen was dumbfounded. Is it really that exaggerated? You actually have your own thoughts and can eat food. Boss, what's the big deal? If I eat, it means you eat too. With a bang, the shadow clone was dismissed, and a piece of the bitten pastry fell from the air. Ye Chen instantly reacted, feeling as if he had eaten that piece of pastry himself. This is incredible. Even taste can be transmitted. Does that mean I can cultivate with wondrous clones in the future? Ye Chen thought of Naruto, who used shadow clones for training methods, and he could certainly do the same. With this boost, he wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Hee. The only regret is that a level 1 Wondrous clone can only summon one dynamic clone, and it needs leveling up to improve. 1,000-faced illusion technique. This technique can perfectly replicate the target's appearance, voice, aura, including chakra and spiritual energy fluctuations, and can also mimic some basic abilities and combat habits. This ability is quite good. Even if I transform into Uchiha Madara, as long as I don't actually make a move, no one would probably notice. It's much stronger than transformation techniques. Void Flash Shield technique. No longer relying on other substitutes, but instantly distorting the surrounding space to achieve short-distance space jumps. Dodging damage with greater speed, achieving an unexpected effect. Level 1 Void Flash technique. Can achieve space jumps within 1 meter. Isn't this just the body flicker technique? However, it seems to be much more powerful. At least this skill can be upgraded, and with space jumps, I can use it to escape in the future. Ye Chen thought, and his figure appeared 1 meter to the left. Although he wasn't skilled yet, he really managed to do it. The energy consumption was minimal, only 5 points, and the proficiency didn't seem to increase. It makes sense. If proficiency could increase that easily, he would be invincible in no time. However, with the high-level 3-body technique as a trump card, even if he went to the battlefield in the future, as long as he was cautious, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 17. level bandit extermination mission the next day. 8 Uhr morgens. Ye Chen arrived punctually near the Hokage building. Ye Chen. Before he got close, he heard Abe Lang waving and calling out. Ito Miyuki stood with her arms crossed, and when Ye Chen approached, she said, "You're always the last one to arrive." Ye Chen didn't care. Arriving early doesn't mean it's useful. Teacher Nakagawa is always half an hour late. With that time, I might as well practice for another hour at home. Besides, I'm not late, am I? Ye Chen, you still practice in the morning? Abe Lang laughed and said. Ito Miyuki began to mumble to herself. This guy is so strong and yet so disciplined. He needs to change his 1 hour practice to 2 hours. Their current strength didn't come from playing around. It was all from relentless training. Laziness won't make one strong. Ye Chen scratched his nose, feeling embarrassed. He always got up after 7 a.m. Where'd he find time to practice? Saying that was just making an excuse, and they took it seriously. Sure enough, at 8:30 a.m., Nakagawa Aikir appeared in front of the three. Teacher Nakagawa, you always do this. How about changing the time to 8:30 next time? You're wasting my practice time, Abe Lang directly complained. Nakagawa Aikir smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I was helping an old lady cross the road, so I was late. The three of them fainted. This reason again? Can't you come up with something else? All right, Nakagawa clapped his hands. Everyone's here. Let's go inside and take the mission. Entering the hall, the four walked toward a circular wooden counter where several CHNeen, both male and female, were seated, responsible for reviewing and issuing tasks. Along the way, Abe Lang started complaining again. Teacher Nakagawa, we aren't going to take another task like picking up trash, babysitting, or weeding, right? I'm tired of it. Please take on some more challenging tasks. Okay, Nakagawa Aikir nodded. As you wish, today we will take on a level mission. Great. Abe Lang jumped up happily, thinking he wouldn't have to babysit anymore. He already had a psychological shadow. Taking care of kids was really not an easy task. Just take the last time, for example. Taking care of the little one involved singing, dancing, and making the child happy, which exhausted him for 3 days. Level missions are different. They generally don't involve combat and are mainly for training the lower-ranking ninjas. Once they reach level, they will involve combat, and although they won't fight against ninjas, they might encounter bandits, robbers, and other thugs. So it won't be so easy. Of course, this is what the three were looking forward to. After doing 8 life tasks in half a month, anyone would feel sick of it. Ye Chen was no exception. He also wanted to sharpen himself through battle. And it couldn't be better to practice against those villains who bully civilians. At the same time, Ye Chen thought of a problem. According to previous regulations, one had to complete 15 level missions to take on level missions. Now, that Nakagawa Aikir was making an exception, it indicated that soon, this batch of lower-ranking ninjas would be heading to the battlefield. Great, we can finally leave the village. Abe Lang didn't yet realize the implications of this. And even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. Ye Chen and Ito Miyuki quietly followed behind, and she probably guessed this point as well. In front of the counter, Nakagawa Aikir exchanged a few words with the staff. Shortly after, he returned with a scroll that read Bandit Extermination Mission. Content: a group of mountain bandits is entrenched in Wudo Mountain, numbering about 100, causing a huge impact on the passing mountain paths. And they need to be exterminated as soon as possible. Level requirements. Eliminate all bandits. Reward: 50,000 silver coins. Seeing this task, Ye Chen confirmed his earlier suspicion. A practical mission, and it was a bandit extermination, which meant they were being pushed to adapt to killing quickly. Once he finished reading the task, the usually lively Abe Lang fell silent. Exterminating bandits, especially over 100 of them, with a mission requirement to completely eliminate them, meant that the three of them would have to slaughter over 100 bandits. Not just Abe Lang, but even the highly spirited Ito Miyuki's expression changed. After all, they were still just around 10 years old. Even if they had the ability to kill, there would still be some hesitation when it came to actually taking a life. Not to mention them, even Ye Chen was worried. He was a transmigrator, and his mindset was a bit better, but after learning about the mission, he couldn't calm down inside. However, this was a path they had to take, and they had to cross it. Moreover, the opponents were bandits, the kind that committed all sorts of evils, so killing them could also be seen as a way to rid the people of harm. At this moment, Ye Chen could only use this reasoning to comfort himself. Seeing the three of them silent, Nakagawa Aikir spoke. The mission has been accepted, and we cannot give up. This step has to be taken eventually. You all go back to rest for now. Let's meet at the village entrance at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I hope you won't be late. As he left, Nakagawa Aikir added, if you want to become a real ninja, killing is indispensable. What we need to do is to adapt to endure what others cannot, and to take on what others dare not do. That is what makes a qualified ninja. After saying that, he used a body flicker technique and left the mission hall. Chapter 18. Departing for Wudo Mountain tomorrow. They would leave the village to carry out their mission, and equipping themselves was essential. Ye Chen spent an hour purchasing several necessary items. 10 kunai, 20 shurikens, 10 explosive tags, a bottle of healing ointment, 3 rolls of bandages, and a pack of soldier pills. All these items cost about 3,000 silver coins, which an ordinary family might not earn in a month. Although ninjas seem to have high rewards after deducting the cost of consumables and risking their lives, they don't earn much. With the items prepared, Ye Chen quickly focused on training. He summoned a shadow clone, which doubled the energy consumption but also increased the training speed to twice the normal rate. The shadow clone practiced the Wanxiang body technique while the main body picked up the last scroll, the magic restraint technique, to study it. The magic restraint technique is a secret technique of the Sharingan, and now that Ye Chen had activated his Sharingan, it was time to train in this technique. A day passed quickly, and he reached level 1 in the magic restraint technique, while the advanced 3-body technique remained unchanged, showing no progress. Ye Chen was not discouraged. He had anticipated this. Training the high-level 3-body technique wouldn't be as easy as before. At exactly 9 in the morning, Ye Chen arrived at the entrance of Konoha alone. From a distance, he saw Ito Mitsuki and Abe Lang, both fully armed but looking quite fatigued, indicating they hadn't rested much the previous day. As Ye Chen walked over leisurely, Abe Lang yawned and said, Ye Chen, you're still as punctual as ever. Ye Chen didn't respond to this, noticing the dark circles under their eyes. What? Were you out stealing last night? Tsh. Ito Mitsuki turned her head aside, took out a mirror, and started fixing her appearance. Abe Lang then threw his arm around Ye Chen's shoulder, saying, Don't mention it. I was so excited yesterday that I couldn't sleep at all. As he spoke, Abe Lang's mouth was wide open, looking utterly exhausted. Ye Chen pushed his hand away, saying, If you're tired, just sit down and rest for a bit. Teacher Nakagawa won't be here for at least half an hour. You're right. I should take a nap first. There won't be time to rest later on our journey, Abe Lang said, disregarding his image and finding a spot to lean against a rock and doze off. Ye Chen shook his head at this. And you say you can't sleep? I think you're just overly excited. Mitsuki, do you want to sleep for a while? I'll keep watch here, and when the teacher arrives, I'll call you. No need, Ito Mitsuki replied, sitting down on the grass, opening her backpack, and taking out a lunchbox filled with small pig-shaped rice balls. Ye Chen, come eat with me. My mom made these for me before I left. Ye Chen was initially reluctant to accept, but thought that since they were a team, it was important to build good relationships. He sat down, took out a spirit fruit, and said, Here, S1 for you, and another for Abe Lang. Ito Mitsuki took the spirit fruit, curious, and asked, What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before. I found it by accident. It's edible, and I've tried it, Ye Chen explained. I didn't say it was poisonous. Why are you explaining so much? Ito Mitsuki huffed, took a bite, and then exclaimed, It's delicious. She even asked Ye Chen where he picked it, saying she wanted to go pick some for her parents when they returned. Ye Chen had to explain that there were no more left, which made Ito Mitsuki slightly disappointed, but she still looked forward to the sweet fruit. The two sat down discussing training matters while eating the rice balls made by Mitsuki's mother. Half an hour later, Nakagawa Ichiro appeared before them. Eating without calling your teacher? That is not what good students do. Mitsuki reluctantly handed over her last rice ball. Teacher Nakagawa, from now on, I won't believe you anymore. It's always like this. Nakagawa Ichiro didn't mind, tossing the rice ball into his mouth and smiling with squinted eyes. Abe Lang woke up, and Ye Chen walked over to nudge him. Kill, kill, kill. The Hokage is here. Who dares to be reckless? The three were dumbfounded, watching the goofy Abe Lang, turning their faces away in disbelief, thinking, I don't know this guy. Hey, wait for me. Abe Lang realized they were walking away and hurried after them. Ye Chen, my good brother, Why didn't you wake me up earlier? You were sleeping like a pig. You didn't even know the teacher was here. I dreamed of becoming Hokage. I was so excited. The four of them walked further down the official road, with Abe Lang's straightforward personality adding some laughter to the monotonous journey. As evening approached, Team 7 arrived near Wutu Mountain, after a day of travel without rest. Even though their overall speed wasn't very fast, their stamina was significantly depleted. More accurately, Abe Lang was exhausted. Ito Misuki was a bit better, while Ye Chen and Nakagawa Ichiro seemed unfazed. It was normal for Nakagawa Ichiro to perform well since he was a jonin, with a physique much stronger than that of Chunin. Ye Chen's performance, however, was quite surprising. Ye Chen, did you take some medicine? How come your stamina is so good? Abe Lang gasped for breath and asked. Ito Misuki also looked over, wanted to know how Ye Chen trained. As for taking medicine, it was unlikely because when she sat next to him in the morning, she hadn't smelled any medicine on him. If someone frequently took medication, there would be some residual smell. I just exercise more regularly. My stamina has naturally increased, Ye Chen explained. In reality, his physique was high, nearly reaching the level of a typical chunin, so this level of travel was nothing for him. Chapter 19. The initial power of Byakugan. Make sure to rest up. After an hour, when it gets dark, we'll start the mission, Nakagawa Ichiro said, scanning the three of them. He found a place to sit down. For this mission, he wouldn't intervene at all and would rely entirely on Ye Chen and the others. Hearing this, Ito Misuki and Abe Lang quickly sat down, took out soldier pills, swallowed one, drank some water, and hurriedly rested. Ye Chen also took a soldier pill. It wasn't that he didn't want to carry familiar food, but that it would be too conspicuous. As for their ninja tools, they could carry some items, but the space was small, making a luxury to carry food, and no one would do that. Instead of resting, he leaped up, landed on a tree branch, and climbed to the top of the tree to take out binoculars to observe the movements around Wutu Mountain. The location of the bandit stronghold was recorded on the scroll. He just needed to find the right spot and observe the terrain, which was the first step. For this mission, Nakagawa Ichiro wouldn't give any advice. They had to rely solely on themselves, and they needed to wipe out more than 100 bandits, which was no easy task. Attacking the stronghold might be simple, but to ensure not a single one escaped, a precise plan was required. And they also had to guard against Nakagawa Ichiro, because you never know if he might suddenly increase the difficulty or alert the bandits. So, while climbing the tree, Ye Chen summoned a shadow clone to secretly monitor Nakagawa Ichiro's movements. Meanwhile, his main body activated the Byakugan, making it nearly impossible to perform any small actions under his watch unless Nakagawa Ichiro had the ability to teleport his clone a kilometer away, something he couldn't do as a jonin. Fortunately, Nakagawa Ichiro didn't have that intention, but he did notice Ye Chen's small actions. The usually serious Nakagawa Ichiro couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at this moment. This kid is too cautious. He's even guarding against me. But with this mindset, his chances of surviving on the battlefield will be greater. Then he looked at Abe Lang and Ito Misuki, shaking his head. Compared to Ye Chen, these two were normal students. Ye Chen observed from the tree for half an hour. The Byakugan was the best reconnaissance tool, and the binoculars were merely for show. He already had a plan in mind, and just as he was about to act, a prompt sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding dong! A new mission has been generated. The bandits of Wutu Mountain have committed numerous evil deeds, not only robbing passing merchants, but also assaulting decent women. Task: eliminate the bandit leader, wipe out the bandits, and rescue the trapped women. Reward: 150 evolution points, 5 spirit fruits. Knight Dust's heart secretly rejoiced at the arrival of the mission, but upon seeing the task details, a surge of anger arose within him. While it is understandable for bandits to rob for survival, especially in times of war when people's livelihoods are poor, their actions of robbing women indicate that they are fundamentally evil. Such people are a disaster if left alive. Lightly landing during a break, the three began to discuss their plan, without involving Nakagawa Ichiro. Nakagawa Ichiro was content to listen on the side. Let's proceed according to the plan, said Ito Misuki and Abe Lang in response. Half an hour later, the three were ready to go, forming a triangular formation as they moved forward. Night Dust had already figured out the route, even knowing where the hidden sentries were. This was a testament to his scouting ability. He led the way and, upon reaching a certain patch of grass, expressionless, extended his hands and directly snapped the neck of a bandit. With a crack, the bandit fell to the ground without a scream, dying with unclosed eyes. Looking at the corpse, Night Dust was momentarily stunned. Not out of fear from killing for the first time, but because the bandit's body was emanating faint silver light beneath his gaze. Could it be? Night Dust's heart surged with waves of shock. The bandit he had killed could actually convert energy. With a thought, the silver light suddenly flew up from the corpse and surged into his body. Evolution points. 3. He was stunned. Killing could actually yield evolution points. Looking back at the corpse, there were no visible changes, but it had now turned into a cold body, devoid of any warmth. Is this the energy conversion? With an additional way to gain evolution points, Night Dust was naturally pleased. Misuki, on the left, Night Dust quietly called out. She thought he was dazed because it was his first kill. It's fine, let's keep moving. Approaching Wudo Mountain Stronghold, Night Dust ambushed 6 sentries and killed a total of 12 bandits, gaining 65 evolution points in total. This was more profitable than completing the mission, and, of course, he would not kill innocents. He felt no psychological burden in taking down evil men. He also discovered one thing. He could not see the energy from the bandits killed by Ito Misuki and Abe Lang, meaning only creatures he killed or his energy items could convert energy. Chapter 20. Slaughter Abe Lang. You stay here to deal with any stragglers, Night Dust instructed. Abe Lang was suitable for guarding the entrance with his Earth Escape Jutsu. If anyone tried to escape, he could eliminate them using his technique. All right, Night Dust Misuki. You two be careful. This was a plan they had arranged beforehand, and Abe Lang accepted without objection. Not far away, a figure stood atop a tree. It was Nakagawa Ichiro. They breached the stronghold so quickly. Nakagawa Ichiro had been watching the 3 from the start. They had taken down 6 or 7 sentries without alerting anyone in the stronghold, which puzzled him. Could this kid have activated the Sharingan? It was a reasonable suspicion. Being able to locate all the sentry points and navigate the route so clearly could not be done solely with binoculars. Of course, he could not definitively conclude that Night Dust had awakened the Sharingan. Further observation was needed. Misuki, come with me to clear out these bandits. Remember, don't hold back. Understood. Compared to Abe Lang's nervousness, Ito Misuki was much calmer. No wonder she's the child of a Jonin. She adapted so quickly. The two immediately set off towards the mountain. Ninja physical abilities were significantly stronger than those of the bandits, and even at night, their vision was superior to that of ordinary people. With Night Dust leading the way, the two easily approached the stronghold. Under the moonlight, Night Dust and Ito Misuki quietly approached the outskirts of the stronghold, stepping on branches without making sound. What was referred to as a camp was actually just a wooden fence with 2 tall buildings inside where 2 bandits were on watch. Further in were about 20 wooden houses. Night Dust was unsure how they managed to set up so many sentries. Were they that afraid of dying? Shaking his head slightly, Night Dust made a hand gesture for each to take one side and eliminate the 2 sentries first. Ito Misuki nodded, indicating she had no issues. The 2 moved like phantoms, approaching the sentry unnoticed, stealthily drawing out shurikens and covering the bandit's mouth and nose from behind, driving the shuriken deep into the bandit's heart. Evolution points. 2. Night Dust smirked, signaling to the other side, and then the 2 began to assassinate their way through the perimeter. Based on Night Dust's observations, there were about 130 people in the stronghold, and with the 20 or so bandits they had killed, there were now nearly 100 people left inside the stronghold. The slaughter began. Along the rows of wooden houses, Night Dust killed decisively, like a master in this path. However, it was not without internal resistance. With each blade piercing flesh, he reminded himself that this was the ninja world, this was the battlefield, and he had to adapt to survive. Taking a deep breath, confirming the bandit was dead, Night Dust left the wooden house. After observing for a moment outside, he moved towards the next house. Peering through the door crack, he confirmed there was only one person inside, then gently pried open the latch with a shuriken and slipped inside. Moments later, he emerged holding a blood-dripping shuriken. Until this moment, the assassinations had gone smoothly. Many bandits, having nothing to do, were sleeping, giving them the opportunity to strike. Following the same method, he moved through the stronghold like a reaper walking through a sea of corpses, continuously harvesting the lives of bandits, all while remaining silent. Unfortunately, things often do not go as planned. As he approached the deeper rooms, Night Dust heard the screams of a woman. Peering through the door crack, he witnessed a horrifying scene. A bald man was cruelly tormenting a woman. The woman, pinned beneath him, was begging for mercy, her body covered in bloodstains, clearly having been tortured beyond recognition. Beasts! Upon seeing this scene, Night Dust could no longer remain calm and kicked the door open. Bang! The loud noise startled the bald man, who complained, "Can't you see I'm having fun? If you want to play, you have to wait for your turn." As he turned his head, a cold gleam flashed, and the man's head flew off. The already terrified woman screamed loudly at the sight, echoing throughout the stronghold. Immediately, flames erupted in the stronghold as someone realized something was wrong and shouted about an enemy attack. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The woman, already terrified beyond measure, forgot to push away the headless corpse on her, continuously yelling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Night Dust kicked the bald man aside, picked up a torn piece of clothing from the ground, and covered the woman with it before turning to leave. He did not regret his actions. His anger had completely erupted at that moment. Although this woman had no connection to him, her helpless expression and humiliation stirred the blood of anyone with a conscience. He was a ninja, but he was not a heartless one. He could not remain calm upon witnessing the abuse of women. "Everyone, come out quickly. Enemy attack, enemy attack." A bandit had barely shouted twice when someone burst out from the house and directly slit his throat. It was Ito Mitsuki. She didn't know what was happening, but rushed out upon hearing the cries of enemy attack. Seeing Night Dust, she asked in confusion, "What is going on?" "Let's not talk about that for now, kill them all." Ye Chen was truly enraged. Before, he felt a bit guilty about killing, but at this moment, all he felt was anger. "Okay." Ito Mitsuki responded without thinking too much. At that moment, 2 to 3 dozen mountain bandits rushed out from various places, and Ye Chen met them head-on with a kunai in hand. There was no technique, no extra movements. He relied entirely on instinct to reap lives. Ito Mitsuki, who had just made a move, instinctively stopped as she saw Ye Chen's crazed demeanor. "Ye Chen, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 21. Mission accomplished. The slaughter from start to finish lasted only a few minutes. The mountain stronghold was littered with corpses, all ended by a single knife. By the time the chaos subsided, only 10 mountain bandits remained in the stronghold. The bandit leader, seeing only a few people gathered around him, turned pale with shock. Hundreds had been slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Such a disparity was unbearable for anyone. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Chen and Ito Mitsuki entered the largest wooden house, a place where the bandits usually gathered for fun. "Boss, they're ninjas." One of the bandits, noticing the forehead protector on Ito Mitsuki's head, exclaimed in terror, "It's over. It's over. We're done for." In the eyes of commoners, ninjas were synonymous with terror, and it was the same for this group of mountain bandits. The Ninja World War had not only involved major ninja villages, but it also dragged countless ordinary people into it. Usually, they wouldn't dare to do anything out of line, fearing that ninjas would come to exterminate them. Now that the Ninja World War had broken out, their thoughts had started to become lively, wanting to take advantage of the chaos, but they never expected to be targeted by ninjas. "Thump, please spare us. 2 honorable ninjas. We're just common folks, forced into banditry. We haven't done anything wrong." The bandit leader, realizing the situation was dire, immediately knelt down to plead for mercy. The other bandits also reacted, claiming they were forced into it. Wah! Ye Chen turned towards the sound of crying and saw several women cowering in a corner, their clothes disheveled and their eyes filled with fear. Judging by the bruises on their bodies, it was clear they had been abused. The bandit leader also noticed this and hurriedly explained, "These are our wives. They are scared because they saw the corpses." He hadn't finished speaking when a sharp blade pierced his throat, the kunai going through his neck and pinning him to the wooden floor. The moment the bright red blood stained the floor, it looked like a flower of death blooming. The bandit leader clutched his throat, a mouthful of blood gushing out as his eyes widened in shock. He wanted to say something, but could no longer speak, falling back in despair. Unable to close his eyes, the remaining bandits screamed in terror as their boss was killed. Just as they were about to flee, a figure darted out, utilizing body flicker technique as if teleporting, and in the blink of an eye, Ye Chen killed all 10 of them. He stood coldly in front, the kunai in his hand, still dripping blood. Seeing this scene, Ito Misuki was shocked. She was familiar with body flicker technique, but to master it to such an extent, she had only seen it in high-ranking ninjas. Ye Chen was just a low-ranking ninja, yet he had grasped advanced body flicker technique, which made her feel somewhat disheartened. Ye Chen ignored Misuki behind him and walked towards the women. Noticing their fearful expressions, he spoke softly, "You are free now. Follow me down the mountain later, and tell me, are all the women taken away here?" A slightly bolder woman replied, "There are still a few who were taken away." Ye Chen thought of the women who had been bullied in the house and understood. "Clean yourselves up and gather your sisters. I will take you home." Upon hearing the word home, the women immediately burst into tears. Ye Chen said nothing more and turned to leave. He searched the entire stronghold and found no remaining bandits. But he did come across a significant amount of wealth, likely looted by these bandits. Ito Misuki signaled, and Abiru hurried over. Upon seeing Ye Chen and Ito Misuki, he began to complain about how they were supposed to wait for stragglers. But the fight had already broken out on the mountain, and he and T caught a single bandit. When he saw the corpses scattered on the ground, he couldn't take it anymore and crouched in a corner, dry heaving. "Such a coward," Ito Misuki scoffed, ignoring him and turning to Ye Chen. "What do we do now? Are we really going to send them back? What else?" Ye Chen glanced back. "There are many bandits in this area. If we let them go back on their own, they might get caught again. In such a chaotic era, I don't think those bandits have any humanity." His insistence on sending them home was simply to prevent his own humanity from being eroded. Such treasures. After Abiru vomited for a while, he felt a bit better and saw the pile of jewels and silver coins on the ground, his eyes lighting up. "Fool! Don't even think about it. All the sea's goods must be reported. We cannot keep anything for ourselves," Ito Misuki said. Abiru felt a bit disappointed. He had never seen so much money. "You all did very well. I must say I'm a bit surprised." Nakagawa Ichiro appeared in front of them, accompanied by a black-cloaked ninja. He wore a ghost mask and carried a short blade on his back, resembling a member of the Umbu. "Our mission is complete. The rest will be handled by the Umbu scouts." The Umbu ninja nodded slightly, indicating it would be fine to leave it to him. Nakagawa Ichiro looked at the three of them. "Let us go. We need to report back." As Ye Chen took a step forward, he suddenly stopped, turned back to look at the group of women behind him, and then looked at the Umbu ninja. "Take them back. Can you leave them some money?" The Umbu ninja thought for a moment and nodded, saying 2 words, "Yes." Chapter Yirmi Iki, angry Ye Chen. On the way back, Ye Chen didn't say a single word, focusing solely on the journey. Abiru wanted to talk about something cheerful, but was shot down by Ito Misuki with a glare. Though she was still under 10 years old, she had been instilled with the harsh realities of the ninja world since childhood. The horrific scene they witnessed was uncomfortable, but she could accept it. Ye Chen was different. He was a transmigrator, and his ideals were not to become a true ninja. The first mission he encountered after leaving the village exposed him to such a wretched display of humanity, leading to a new understanding of this world. If possible, he wished to stay in the village forever. Though unrealistic, he no longer wanted to take on any high-level missions. Several hours passed, and when they returned to the village, the sky was gradually brightening. "All right, you can go back and rest. There are no missions for the next 3 days, so you can relax for a bit." "Understood." Teacher Nakagawa. The 3 bid farewell and headed in their respective directions home. Watching Ye Chen leave, Nakagawa Ichiro frowned. This kid is decisive in killing, but he still lacks the ruthlessness in his heart. At this rate, he won't awaken the Sharingan. Nakagawa Ichiro gazed towards the direction of Wu-Tu mountainside and then vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the direction of Wu-Tu mountain, a large fire was burning, with male and female corpses in the camp. If Ye Chen were to see this scene, what choice would he make? Back at home, Ye Chen lay exhausted on a bamboo chair. staring at the ceiling while his thoughts drifted back to the previous battle. After a long time, he finally removed his gear. Although this mission lasted only a day, he felt as if it had been ages. In the past, he would hesitate for a long time even to kill a chicken. Yet now he had killed dozens of people without even furrowing his brow. Have I really changed? Have I become someone unrecognizable? The expressions of those people before their deaths replayed in his mind, making it difficult for him to concentrate on training. Unknowingly, Ye Chen fell asleep. His sleep was very restless. In his dreams, he saw countless eyes watching him, their wails and cries piercing his heart like sharp knives. Ye Chen was awakened by a nightmare and glanced at the time. Only an hour had passed. He felt very uneasy and suddenly thought of the pairs of eyes in his dream, pushing the door open and running out. A few hours later, when Ye Chen arrived at Wudo Mountain again and looked at the burned-down stronghold, he was stunned. With slow steps, he walked into the ruins. There had been more than 20 wooden houses here last night, but now they were all burned down, and the corpses on the ground had been reduced to ashes. Only the foul smell in the air remained. He didn't know why he had come here. He just had a feeling like something was calling to him. Walking aimlessly, he suddenly realized he had stepped on something, took a step back, and saw a shocking scene. His pupils trembled, and he could hardly believe it. It was a hand. A woman's hand, though burned beyond recognition. The skin half buried in the soil was definitely not the color of those mountain bandits. Ye Chen dug through the dirt and unearthed half of the arm. Staring at the arm tainted with yellow earth, he was stunned. Why was this happening? As if he thought of something, Ye Chen rushed to the innermost wooden house, which had also been burned down. He pushed aside the charred wooden posts and broke through the obstacles. When he saw the scene inside, he stood there in a daze. Inside were the charred remains of bodies that were unrecognizable. Judging by their physiques, they were definitely not male corpses, and thus not mountain bandits, but a group of women. Ye Chen walked over slowly, scanning the group of burned female corpses, finally fixing his gaze on one of them. This female corpse had relatively fewer burnt areas. Only her clothes were burned, her upper body was charred, but her face remained intact. Ye Chen vaguely remembered this woman, when she was bullied by a strong man. It was he who chopped off the man's head and saved her, yet she ultimately became a corpse. Why? Why couldn't he let a group of poor women go? They had already suffered enough. Why couldn't he leave them alone? Ye Chen screamed skyward, the malice within him surging wildly, his Sharingan and Byakugan instinctively activating. The overwhelming power radiated in all directions. This time, he was truly angry. He knew what the ninja world was like. Survival of the fittest, mutual slaughter for profit was a norm among ninjas. Why couldn't he even spare defenseless, weak women? What was this all for? Konoha village, and even the entire ninja world, was rotten to the core. Ye Chen was in a frenzied state. Although his grief wasn't as profound as Uchiha Madara's from years ago, his anger was no less. He saw clearly that in this era, only strength could achieve what he wanted. Slowly rising, Ye Chen walked out of the stronghold, looking at the devastated land. He indifferently performed the great fireball technique, completely turning this place into a sea of fire. He wasn't burning remnants or those corpses, but a heart that still held pity. I am Uchiha Ye Chen. Do you all remember? Chapter 23. About to step into Chunin. For the next 3 days, Ye Chen remained immersed in training. One of the high-level three-body techniques, the myriad phenomena shadow clone, and the void flash technique, finally broke through to level 2. The level 2 myriad phenomena shadow clone could summon 2 shadow clones simultaneously, doubling his training speed. The shadow clones were used for skill training, while the main body focused on cultivating the primary techniques, alleviating concerns about exhausting his abilities. Of course, Ye Chen would also feel fatigued, often resting for 2 to 3 hours before continuing to train. As a result, Ye Chen's aptitude attributes improved significantly. His strength increased by 2 points, constitution by 5 points, and spirit, which rose the fastest, increased by 8 points. This might be related to his emotional changes over the past 2 days, and since most of his training involved ninjutsu, it was reasonable for his spiritual power to rise quickly. Focusing on the evolution points, he had killed 70 enemies, converted energy of 310, and with task rewards. He had a total of 460 evolution points. With so many evolution points, Ye Chen naturally needed to plan carefully. It was best to balance the three attributes to avoid unstable combat power. Generally, ninjas focus on ninjutsu training when transitioning from Genin to Chunin, and only at the Jonin level do they prioritize physical training. However, Ye Chen was training all three simultaneously. While it seemed he was not advancing quickly, his combat power was definitely not weak and was even stronger than other ninjas of the same level. After using the evolution points, Ye Chen's combat power surged directly by double. System panel. Host. Uchiha Ye Chen. Realm. Genin. Technique. Almost wing even technique. Combat power. 98. Strength. 32. Constitution. 32. Spirit. 34. Energy. 340. Bloodline. Sharingan 1 Tomo. Byakugan 1 activation. Talent. Energy conversion. Amaterasu. 1. Space compression. Level 1. Skills. Advanced 3 body technique. Level 2. Fire release. Great fireball. Level 7. Illusory chains technique. Level 2. Evolution points. 0. With a combat power of 98, only 2 points away from Chunin. Ye Chen believed it wouldn't take long before his base combat power would break through to Chunin. This referred to base combat power. If he utilized all his abilities, Ye Chen had already squeezed into the Chunin ranks. In this world, it had only been 2 months since he arrived, from being a waste to achieving his current status, which was inseparable from his hard work. But most importantly, it was the talent granted to him by the system. Ye Chen didn't feel proud because of this. He continued to diligently cultivate himself. The strength of a Chunin wasn't considered strong on the battlefield. Even a Jonin couldn't guarantee survival on the battlefield. So what reason did he have to slack off? 3 days later, in the eastern forest of Konoha, Team 7 gathered here. Our task now is to collect medicinal herbs. Remember not to pick the wrong ones. That's right. Today Nakagawa Ichiro took another mission, perhaps to allow them some time to adapt after the previous events. Nakagawa Ichiro accepted a medicinal herb collection mission. Like life tasks, these were level 1, requiring no combat, allowing them some time to relax, as they couldn't push them too hard all at once. Such herb collection tasks were mostly issued by the Nara clan, and this forest was contracted by them. Not only did they cultivate many medicinal materials, but they also raised a large herd of deer, as deer antlers were also valuable medicinal materials, making the combined value needless to say. Therefore, even for ninjas from the same village, without the Nara clan's consent, they couldn't freely enter this forest. It was only because they were genin on a herb collection mission that they were allowed to approach. Otherwise, they would have been stopped by sentries before getting close. Abe Lang started complaining again. During the last bandit extermination mission, he hadn't had much chance to fight, and the mission ended. And now he was faced with another level 1 task, which made him quite unhappy. He wanted to fight. Enough, Abe Lang. Itamiyuki couldn't stand it anymore and said, "There are often wild beasts in this forest, so be careful. And do you think killing is a joyful thing?" Thinking of Ye Chen, Itamiyuki felt something was off about him today. Usually quiet, he now seemed unusually cold. And this guy was still carefree, truly infuriating. All right, I got it. Seeing Miyuki say this, Abe Lang had no choice but to choose to remain silent. From the current perspective, after 3 days of rest, the two had adjusted their mental states, but Nakagawa Ichiro was somewhat puzzled about what was going on with Ye Chen. On the surface, Ye Chen seemed fine, but he was like a person who had undergone some kind of change, especially his eyes, which gave off a cold feeling, treating everyone with extreme indifference. Could it be that the previous events had caused harm to his spirit? With this thought, Nakagawa Ichiro sighed. If he couldn't step out of that shadow, this kid might not go far in the future. Time passed swiftly, and 7 days had gone by. During this period, Nakagawa Ichiro led Team 7 on another level 1 mission. However, this time it wasn't a bandit extermination, but a convoy escort. Although they encountered some trouble during the process, it was all within the scope of the mission, and they didn't run into any dangerous situations. What Night Dust regretted a bit was that no mission had been triggered. Today was their day off, and Ito Misuki suggested going out shopping, saying that staying at home to practice all the time could make one sick. Night Dust thought for a moment, since he had come here for so long. He hadn't properly explored Konoha village, so he agreed. The happiest among them was Aburo, who was naturally energetic and had a crush on Ito Misuki, though his feelings were sometimes obvious and sometimes not. Night Dust knew that this guy had probably fallen for Misuki. This was understandable, as the three of them had gone through life and death together and built a deep bond. Ito Misuki was not only beautiful, but also the only female member of Team 7. It was only a matter of time before Aburo liked her. As for Night Dust, he didn't have that thought at the moment. Someone who couldn't even guarantee his own safety had no business talking about love or providing anything to another. Rather than having that extra bond, it was better to work hard on his training and grow stronger as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Encountering Kakashi Misuki, Night Dust. Come quickly. There's a new dumpling shop up ahead, and I heard it's really good, Aburo exclaimed, pointing down the street. Hearing this, Night Dust and Misuki exchanged glances and walked over, only to see a long line outside the shop, and then shook their heads with a bitter smile. With such a long line, they would probably have to wait a long time. Just then, Night Dust heard some familiar voices. Kakashi, hurry up. We need to celebrate Rin's belated birthday. We can't miss it this time. Obito, do we have to? It's such a hassle. Of course we have to. It's only once a year, and Rin definitely wants to celebrate with us. How about I treat you to dumplings later? Hearing the names Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, Night Dust looked in the direction of the voices. He saw three figures walking together at the other end of the street. The person in front had his back to him, wearing Uchiha clan clothing. If nothing unexpected happened, this was Uchiha Obito, who would later stir up the ninja world. The other two, a boy and a girl, were facing this way, so Night Dust could see them clearly. Wait, one of them was hard to see clearly. About 11 or 12 years old, with silver hair, carrying a short sword, wearing a black mask, and looking cold. This should be Kakashi, who hadn't yet walked out of the shadow of his father's death. Just as Night Dust was observing him, Kakashi seemed to sense something and looked in Night Dust's direction. Their eyes met, sparking a clash between geniuses. Night Dust, what's wrong? Ito Misuki asked, noticing that Night Dust's aura was off. Nothing, just saw a very interesting kid, Night Dust replied. If Kakashi heard this, he would probably curse inwardly, thinking, come on, I seem to be older than you. Who asked the kid here? On the other side, Uchiha Obito also noticed Kakashi's unusual behavior. What is up? Why does your gaze look so weird? He turned to follow Kakashi's gaze and saw Night Dust. At a glance, he recognized Night Dust's identity. The Uchiha clothing was too conspicuous to mistake. I don't think I've seen this kid from the Uchiha clan before. What is wrong with him? From Night Dust's age, Obito could guess he was likely this year's graduate. Obito couldn't understand why a freshly graduated genin would attract Kakashi's attention. In response to Obito's inquiry, Kakashi simply said, killing intent. This person has a strong killing intent. Really? A freshly graduated kid. Where would he get killing intent? Obito was puzzled. Killing intent wasn't something one just had. It was the aura honed from being on the battlefield and having killed many, often intimidating opponents when it emerged. Even though he had killed many enemy ninjas on the battlefield, he hadn't cultivated killing intent. So he found it hard to believe that Kakashi sensed killing intent from a newly graduated kid. Before long, they met at the dumpling shop's entrance, with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin in front, and Night Dust, Misuki, and Aburo behind. Hey, Uchiha Obito. Which division are you from? I don't think I've seen you before. At this time, Obito was still naive, just like Aburo, dreaming of becoming Hokage. But later, after experiencing Rin's death, and with the one who killed Rin being his best friend Kakashi, Obito would fall into darkness, transforming into Uchiha Madara and stirring up chaos in the ninja world. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Uchiha Night Dust. Hearing this, Obito was stunned. He had seen Night Dust's parents, and they had died right in front of him. Looking at Night Dust, Uchiha Obito showed a sad expression. I'm sorry for not bringing your mom and dad back. I'll treat you today. Eat as much as you want. If anyone bullies you in Konoha in the future, just tell me. No need, Night Dust replied simply. Why not? I'm a comrade of your parents. Because you're too weak. At this time, Obito hadn't even activated his Sharingan, and his combat power was average. If it weren't for Kakashi, he probably wouldn't have survived. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito got anxious. Although he usually didn't care about others' opinions, he was very concerned about his pride, especially in front of Rin. Kid, how dare you say I'm weak? Let us fight and see who is really weak. Obito and Rin shook their heads slightly from the side. Obito immediately wilted. Kid, I'll let you off this time, but you can't say I'm weak again. Got it? Night Dust looked at Rin, a very cute girl. No wonder Obito liked her so much. Unfortunately, he was just a simp who would end up with nothing. After this small episode, in the group, Obito and Aburo got along well, while Mitsuki and Rin were quietly chatting, but Night Dust and Kakashi remained silent. About half an hour later, Kakashi and the others bought their dumplings, said goodbye to them, and left together. Aburo bought dumplings, while Ito Mitsuki stood in place. Seemingly lost in thought, Night Dust watched the three of them leave. He guessed they had returned to participate in the Chunin exams. Konoha held the Chunin exams twice a year, and with the year nearing its end, it was likely that the exams were approaching. Considering their age, and the fact that they had just returned from the battlefield, it wasn't hard to guess their purpose for coming back, the Chunin exams. Night Dust fell into thought again. He had a feeling that once the Chunin exams were over, this batch of students would also be sent to the battlefield. In other words, he had little time left for training. Thinking of this, Night Dust lost interest in shopping. But when he thought of his two enthusiastic companions, he felt reluctant to leave at this moment. Night Dust, what flavor do you want? Just as he was deep in thought, Aburo's voice came. A bit spicy, Night Dust replied casually. Soon Aburo returned with 3 bowls of meatballs, and he kindly handed Mitsuki a napkin. Night Dust saw this, but said nothing, focusing on his own food. The three of them shopped for a whole morning and had lunch before parting ways. Aburo originally wanted to suggest going to the west side of the village, but Night Dust clearly didn't have that mindset anymore. With Night Dust refusing to go, Mitsuki also lost interest in playing. Aburo wanted to spend more time with Mitsuki, but finding no excuse, could only helplessly head home. Chapter 25. The Battlefield of the Land of Rain. 7 more days passed. Night Dust spent his time eating, sleeping, completing missions, and training. With such diligence, the results are naturally significant. His advanced body flicker technique had reached level 3, and his fire style, Great Fireball technique, had reached level 9, which was also a result of training with his 3 shadow clones. Without the shadow clones, Night Dust wouldn't have been able to level up his skills so quickly. Plus, he had the Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven technique for assistance, allowing him to gather energy at 10 times the normal chakra level, which was his confidence. Night Dust's combat power had also surpassed 10, and his base combat power had reached the level of a Chunin. In a real battle, he was confident he could contend with high-level Chunins. As for Jonin, Night Dust hadn't yet become arrogant enough to think he could match them. Every Jonin is a master who has survived the battlefield, with rich combat experience that cannot be compared to a novice like Ye Chen. Ye Chen, the wild boar has gone your way, came the voice of Abe Lang from the communicator. Understanding, Ye Chen pressed the button on the communicator and looked ahead at the large wild boar charging toward him. He swiftly drew a kunai from his waist, twirling it at his fingertips, aimed at the target, and threw the kunai. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly and accurately piercing the wild boar's right eye. Blood spurted out as the kunai exited the other side, creating a hole in the ground with a bang. Ye Chen had exerted great effort to control his strength, but his power was too great. Even the slightest movement could unleash tremendous force. With a power attribute of 33, Ye Chen's explosive strength was equivalent to 1500 Jin, which was the power of 1.5 rotations. An explosive force of 1500 Jin meant that without using any techniques, the kunai's power could instantly kill an adult wild boar. Roar! It must be said that the vitality of animals in the ninja world is indeed strong. Despite being shot through the brain by Ye Chen, the wild boar was not completely dead yet. Lying in a pool of blood, it still struggled defiantly, though death was not far off. Ye Chen, you're terrifying. You took down that wild boar with just 1 kunai. Abe Lang and Ito Mitsuki both witnessed Ye Chen's earlier actions, and the explosive power of the kunai truly startled them. This was no mere kunai throw. They would believe it was a large piece of machinery. Ye Chen shrugged it off, claiming it was nothing. He hadn't even unleashed his true power, nor had he used space compression. Once he did use space compression, the power would double, turning 1,500 points of explosive power into 3,000, which would be truly terrifying. However, Ye Chen would not easily reveal his strength, keeping a trump card hidden. Their mission this time was to drive away the beasts within a 10-kilometer radius and to kill no less than 1/3 of the total. So, they had their work cut out for them. You guys go drive away the beasts. I'll check somewhere else, Ye Chen said before disappearing from sight. Watching his departing figure, Ito Misuki felt something was off. Since that bandit extermination mission, she often sensed that Ye Chen had changed, becoming particularly cold. And sometimes she could see a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Abe Lang, don't you think Ye Chen has changed? Has he? Abe Lang scratched his head. Isn't he just stronger? That's not what I mean, Ito Misuki frowned. I feel something must have happened during that last bandit extermination. Ye Chen gives me a very cold feeling. If you try to get close to him, you'll find his heart is as cold as ice. Then come close to me. My heart is warm, Abe Lang joked. Ito Misuki rolled her eyes. I can't be bothered with you. With that, she ran off in another direction. My heart is clearly warm, Abe Lang muttered to himself, touching his chest. Why can't Misuki feel it? Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Chunin exams in Konoha were nearing their end. While it wasn't as lively as the joint exams during peacetime, many people still came to watch. However, Ye Chen was not among them, as the day to depart for the battlefield was drawing nearer. Indeed, the news had been announced. This batch of graduates would head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain alongside newly promoted Chunin. If there was one place Ye Chen least wanted to go, it was the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is located at the junction of the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Fire, bordering several small countries. Its unique geographical position has made it a battleground for various ninja villages throughout history. This time was no exception. Konoha Ninja, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Bounty Ninjas, Rain Country Ninjas, and the Akatsuki organization led by Yahiko, as well as Kumogakure and Kirigakure, were all present on that battlefield, making the situation extremely complex. In such a complicated situation, the nerves of the ninja from various hidden villages were tightly strung. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to a life-or-death confrontation. Thus, the Land of Rain had become a graveyard for ninjas, with the fighters there resembling explosive tags that could detonate at any moment. This was why Ye Chen didn't want to go. Of course, this was not up to him to decide, as with his current strength, he was not yet capable of defecting from the village. Chapter 26. The fire spreading across the prairie in the following days. Ye Chen maintained a rigorous training regimen every day. He now had 3 shadow clones, one training in fire release, another practicing the illusionary shackles technique, and the last one diligently cultivating the primordial devouring technique. This way, his energy remained at its peak. As for his main body, he was researching the secrets between the various nations. At the same time, Ye Chen discovered that he could learn ninjutsu from all 5 basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as special attributes like wind, lightning, ice, and mist. Unlike other ninjas, who could typically master only 2 or 3 types of chakra, with very few able to master more than 5 due to their innate talent, Ye Chen had no such worries. This meant he could practice ninjutsu of all types, including wood release. Wood release is the signature technique of the Sage of the 6 Paths, Hashirama Senju, and is what every Konoha ninja desires to possess. Unfortunately, after all these years, aside from Hashirama, no one else has been able to master wood release. However, Ye Chen believes that there is no such thing as the strongest ninjutsu. It all depends on the individual performing it. It is not the wood release that is strong, but Hashirama Senju, who reached an incredible level with his physique, which is why his wood release is so powerful. Conversely, if Uchiha Madara were to elevate his physique to Hashirama's level, his fire release would also be the strongest in the world. Thus, Ye Chen focuses not on the ninjutsu itself, but on himself. Of course, he would also learn various ninjutsu. Having more skills is never a disadvantage. However, ninjutsu scrolls are not easy to obtain. Although there are ninjutsu scrolls for sale in the mission hall, those are mostly low-tier techniques. Rather than waste money on them, it would be better to cultivate high-level body techniques. As for applying for high-level ninjutsu from his clan, Ye Chen hadn't considered it. If he were to reveal that he had activated his Sharingan, he might receive support from the clan. However, Ye Chen does not want to lose his freedom because of this, and the current fire release and illusionary shackles technique are sufficient for him. What he wanted most now was to elevate the Great Fireball technique to level 10, which would significantly increase its power and might even allow it to evolve. Just like the body techniques. Ding dong. Fire release. Great Fireball technique has reached the initial level cap. Would you like to evolve it? After several days of continuous training, Ye Chen finally cultivated the Great Fireball technique to level 10. Evolve. Ding dong. Fire release. Great Fireball technique evolution successful. Fire release. Spreading Prairie Fire, current level 11. Evolution core. Range expansion. Increased continuous burning capability. After reading the introduction, Ye Chen was overjoyed. Just as he had hoped, the Great Fireball had evolved, not only enhancing its power, but also adding a continuous burning capability. With rapid hand seals, Ye Chen transformed the energy within him into flames, shooting them from his mouth, rapidly expanding into a fireball with an 11-meter diameter, crashing into the center of the lake. The large fireball that landed in the water did not create a massive explosion, but instead transformed into liquid lava, changing shape according to Ye Chen's will. Within a few breaths, a huge pit formed in the center of the lake, and it wasn't until a minute later that the lake water finally returned to calm. Seeing this, Ye Chen was dumbfounded. The spreading prairie fire looked less powerful than the Great Fireball, but its terrifying potential was much greater. Hitting the enemy won't cause an explosion, but it can shrink, expand, and change the flame shape according to Ye Chen's will, coupled with its continuous burning ability. Once the enemy is trapped, its power is evident. Character panel. Host. Uchiha Ye Chen rank. Chunin technique. Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique combat power. 107 strength. 34 physique. 35 spirit. 38 energy. 380 bloodline. Sharingan 1 tomo. Byakugan 1 rotation. Talent. Energy conversion. Amaterasu level 1. Space compression level 1. Skills. High level 3 bodies technique. Level 3. Fire release. Blazing flame wave. Level 11. Magical restraint technique. Level 3. Evolution points. 0. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, Ye Chen dressed neatly, carried his ninja tool pouch, tied on his forehead protector, put on his backpack, walked out the door, and closed it behind him. As he walked through the streets and alleys, Ye Chen headed towards the gathering place. Along the way, he often saw ninjas with various bags heading towards the gate of Konoha. That's right. Today is the day to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The ninjas from Konoha must gather at the gate first, count their numbers, and then set off together. 10 minutes later, Ye Chen arrived at the gate of Konoha, where quite a few people had already gathered. A row of a dozen carts lined up, some filled with food supplies, others with ninja tools and equipment, making for a grand sight. Ye Chen, you're the most punctual one again. As Ye Chen approached, he heard Abenro's voice. He looked over to see Abenro, Ito Misuki, and Nakagawa Ichiro standing together. Looking in his direction, today, Teacher Nakagawa arrived even earlier than you. Abenro teased. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. This guy was really asking for trouble, even daring to joke about the teacher. Sure enough, Abenro ended up regretting it, hopping around while covering his backside, startling everyone around. Puffed. Ito Misuki couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. Today, she wore a green combat outfit with light makeup on her face, and her soft, short hair complemented her look. When Ye Chen glanced over, he was momentarily taken aback before quickly shifting his gaze away. The silly Ito Misuki had a smile on her lips, not knowing who her words were directed at. Chapter 27. Ambush encounter. Half an hour of gathering passed. The figure of the third Hokage, Yuan Fei Rigian, appeared in front of everyone. Following that was a passionate speech. It must be said that Yuan Fei Rigian was very good at stirring people's emotions. After his speech, the ninjas who had never been to the battlefield were filled with fervor, eager to rush to the battlefield and fight the enemy. Only those who had been to the battlefield understood how cruel it was, and they no longer felt the same enthusiasm for Yuan Fei Rigian's speech. To motivate these people, one either had to use the binding of interests or appeal to a sense of righteousness. Expecting them to risk their life for nothing was unrealistic. Like most lower ninjas, Ye Chen pretended to be very excited, but inside, he remained unmoved. The ninja world is a place where strength speaks. As long as you have enough strength. Even if you are alone, you'll have your place. If you don't like someone, just kill them. There's no need for so much talk. Unknowingly, Ye Chen's mindset had changed. He was no longer the Ye Chen who still harbored a shred of compassion. That kindness had been sealed away. At this moment, he had only one goal: to cultivate and grow stronger. The one with the bigger fist has the say. 20 minutes passed before Yuan Fei Rinnegan concluded his speech. The team heading to the front lines began to set off one after another. Ye Chen scanned the team. There were about 20 Jounin and over 30 special Jounin. As for the Chunin and Jinin, there were roughly over 300 people combined. With such a large team and varying strengths, they couldn't possibly move quickly. Moreover, there were dozens of carts carrying supplies. Thus, it took them nearly half a month to exit the borders of the land of fire and enter the battlefield in the land of rain. Strangely enough, it rarely rained in the land of fire, but as soon as they entered the land of rain, they were greeted by continuous drizzle. Often, they wouldn't see the sun for a week, which was quite uncomfortable for ninjas who had lived in the land of fire for a long time. As a result, the progress of the team slowed even further. Another week passed, and the Konoha team finally approached the main camp of the battlefield in the land of rain. Ahead was a large canyon, with the camp deep within it. One of their purposes for this journey was to escort supplies. They needed to deliver the supplies to the camp to complete their mission. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen felt a sense of unease. If the enemy were to ambush them here, they would definitely suffer. He could see this, and the accompanying Jounin should have realized it too. But why did they still choose this route? Was there no other option to reach the camp? There was only one reason. Time was tight. The camp urgently needed this batch of supplies, and they needed backup personnel. Fortunately, the Konoha Jounin weren't fools. Knowing that this place was suitable for ambush, they slowed their advance and sent out several small teams to scout ahead. Time passed slowly as the team moved forward. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded from a distance, and a plume of red flame could be seen rising. "It's a detonating tag. There's an ambush," shouted a special Jounin. The team was thrown into chaos. Many lower ninjas had never encountered such a situation. Most of them had been brainwashed into coming here, having no real understanding of what true warfare was like. When the explosion rang out, panic ensued. Fortunately, a Jounin leading the team stepped forward to restore order. "Everyone, form a defensive formation." A loud shout came from the front. Hearing this, the experienced Chunin in the team began organizing the lower ninjas around them to form a defensive formation. The special Jounin also started to take action based on their areas of expertise. Those skilled in combat rushed out to support the reconnaissance personnel ahead, while the ninjas adept at sensing set up formations to scout the surrounding areas to prevent enemy ambushes. Other ninjas had their own tasks as well. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, as if rehearsed dozens or even hundreds of times, every ninja finding their own position. Only the newly promoted lower ninjas had no idea what to do and could only follow the instructions of the more experienced Chunin beside them. Like fresh recruits in the army, this feeling was unpleasant, as if their fate was controlled by others, leaving them without any sense of security. Despite this, Ye Chen did not act rashly. This situation was beyond the control of a middle ninja like him. Over the past half-month, due to the large number of people, Ye Chen had not dared to train his skills excessively. His identity was just that of a newly promoted lower ninja, and being too strong would draw attention. He would rather spend less time practicing. Even so, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. If he couldn't train his skills, he would focus on enhancing his physique, and space compression came in handy. Space compression could not only compress other substances, but also increase the compression capacity of the body. By using the ability of space compression to increase the pressure on himself by double, this method would undoubtedly consume his physical stamina quickly. Consuming and recovering like this would naturally strengthen his physique. Chapter 28. The first war erupts. Boom. Just as he was lost in thought, a tremendous explosion erupted from the right side of the rocky wall, followed immediately by the sound of clashing weapons. Ye Chen looked up to see Jounin dressed in the attire of a Wagakure engaged in battle with Konoha Jounin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Over a dozen Chunin stood ready for action. Since activating the two bloodlines, Ye Chen's vision has greatly improved. Even with his eyes closed, his field of view is stronger than that of an average ninja. In his sight, the rock ninja Chunin took advantage of the Konoha ninja being restrained, and they collectively used ninjutsu to bombard the rock wall. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately understood their intention and quickly pulled Abe Lang and Miyuki back. Although the two were confused about why Ye Chen was doing this, they did not resist out of trust in their companion and followed him back. Just as they were retreating, the sound of rock walls collapsing came from both sides above them. Countless stones of various sizes fell from the rock wall, like meteors falling from the sky, threatening to destroy the area. Boom! 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 Countless boulders rolled down from the rock wall. Some were thrown into the sky due to the explosive force and then fell back down. Instantly, the valley below was in chaos. Even though ninja bodies are stronger than ordinary people, being struck by the descending boulders would not end well. Thus, the ninjas below dodged as best as they could. After a few breaths, as the dust settled, several unfortunate ninjas had been crushed under the debris due to their inability to dodge, with the majority of the lower ninjas suffering varying degrees of impact. Sparse raindrops fell from the sky, and Ye Chen and the others' faces were somewhat stained with wet mud. However, at this moment, they had no time to wipe it off. The scene before them was too terrifying. Fortunately, we have you, Abe Lang said, looking at the wreckage of the valley. The falling rocks just now could be easily dodged or shattered by Chunin, but for most lower ninjas, it was a lethal attack. Most of the ninjas lying under the rubble were lower ninjas. They had come to the battlefield with dreams, only to end their lives in such a manner. Even more tragic was that their lives and deaths would not be remembered by anyone, because on the battlefield, lower ninjas are just nameless pawns. When they die, they simply die, and no one will mourn for them. Perhaps only their families would remember them. At this moment, their troubles were just beginning. Ye Chen looked into the distance and saw nearly 100 ninjas from the rock village charging toward them from both the front and back of the valley. Although many lower ninjas had just died on their side, they still had a numerical advantage, but the quality was significantly lacking. The rock ninjas had clearly come prepared, with most of their ranks being Chunin and several Jounin, while their lower ninjas were all-season elites. In contrast, over half of their side were fresh recruits who knew little about teamwork or warfare. In such a chaotic situation, all they felt was confusion. Compared to them, Ye Chen's team was in big trouble. The leading Jounin also realized this. The only thing they could do now was buy time. With such a commotion, the main camp would quickly receive word, and when reinforcements arrived, they would have a chance to survive. Otherwise, the newly promoted lower ninjas would be finished. Ye Chen scanned the battlefield. Most of his side Jounin were entangled with the enemy Jounin, and the only ones capable of fighting were the Chunin escorting the team. Seeing the situation was dire, Ye Chen took a deep breath and said to Abe Lang and Ito Miyuki, "Stay close to me and try to conserve your energy." Hearing this, the two nodded blankly, their hearts racing, and they moved a little closer to Ye Chen, feeling somewhat better. Ye Chen still wanted to look out for his two companions as much as possible. After all, they had been through life and death together for 2 or 3 months. It was impossible to say there were no feelings, so Ye Chen didn't want to just watch them be put in danger without any action. Of course, if he couldn't protect himself, he would also act according to his capabilities. The enemy ninjas charged towards them like man-eating beasts. At this point, fear was pointless. Under the leadership of several special Jounin, everyone prepared for battle. The 7th squad, Ye Chen, Ito Miyuki, and Abe Lang, slowly drew their kunai, ready for action. At this moment, just as both sides were about to clash, someone suddenly shouted kill. In an instant, the entire scene erupted, roars, wails, the clashing of weapons. And the sounds of ninjutsu strikes filled the battlefield. That shout was like the horn of attack, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. The newly promoted lower ninjas, where Ye Chen was located, were in the center and were also the target of the enemy rock ninjas' assault. Their mission was not only to destroy Konoha supplies, but also to eliminate this batch of newly promoted lower ninjas. These lower ninjas had just graduated from the academy and were lambs to the slaughter on the battlefield. But why did the rock ninjas target them? It was because every newly promoted lower ninja, after experiencing the baptism of war, would no longer be mere rookies. their strength would greatly increase. If they encountered them on the battlefield in the future, the cost would be much higher. It was better to eliminate them before they could grow. Chapter 29. The Power of the Double Eyes. As the battle broke out, the newly promoted lower ninjas became the target. More than 30 rock ninjas used the earth release technique to burrow from underground. Their intent was clearly to disrupt the formation and expand the combat range, causing greater harm to the Konoha lower ninjas. Seeing the rapidly approaching rock ninjas, Ye Chen's mouth slowly curved into a smile. If it were on the ground, it would be difficult to kill a Chunin, but underground, other lower ninjas might not have many ways to counter. But Ye Chen was different. He suddenly had 3 shurikens in his hand, targeting 3 positions, and the 3 shurikens shot out like cannonballs. Wherever they passed, the air rippled. And as they hit the ground, dust exploded. The rock ninjas using the earth release were caught off guard, as they never expected a lower ninja to be so terrifying, directly piercing the ground and striking them. Uft, uft, uft. The sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed underground, and soon, blood seeped from 3 spots on the surface. Ye Chen's mind moved, and 3 light orbs entered his body. Ding dong. Evolution points 606060. Ye Chen was pleasantly surprised. The energy conversion from Chunin was actually this much, which was more profitable than any task. Initially, he thought war was cruel, but now his perspective had changed. It was simply his playground. The nearby lower ninjas stared at the 3 protruding spots in shock, dumbfounded. This Uchiha Ye Chen, how is he so abnormal? Those are shurikens shot by a ninja. Not fired from a machine, right? Even a machine can't be this terrifying. In fact, it was not surprising at all. Ye Chen's explosive power had reached nearly 2,000 pounds, and combined with his technique and application, the power was only stronger. The rock ninjas hiding underground were naturally slower than those on land, and dodging was out of the question, making them moving targets. Encountering a powerhouse like Ye Chen, it was their bad luck. Losing 3 Chunin at once, they no longer chose to hide underground but launched direct attacks, some jumping out of the soil, while others used underground ninjutsu. For example, the decapitation technique was the best attacking ninjutsu, pulling the opponent underground and then delivering a fatal blow. Protect yourself. Ye Chen sensed the movement underground, pushed off the ground with his feet, and leaped into the air. The attacking ninja missed their target, but they reacted quickly, emerging from the ground with a kunai. Clang! In midair, Ye Chen collided with the enemy's weapon, producing a sharp ringing sound. Both figures pushed against each other. The kunai created intense friction, sparking everywhere. Clang! The rock ninja's pupils constricted, and the kunai slipped from their hand. Ye Chen did not give the opponent a chance. Using the recoil, he twisted in midair and delivered a powerful kick, hitting the rock ninja in the abdomen. Bang! The ground trembled as the rock ninja crashed into it, creating a shallow pit. Their internal organs ruptured, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and they died on the spot. Night dust lightly landed on the ground. Just now, he had used his spatial compression ability with nearly the power of CH Nin. Even a mid-level CH Nin couldn't withstand it. Evolution points 65. Night dust grinned. The slaughter had just begun. At this moment, the battlefield was chaotic, filled with the sounds of fighting. Konoha had the advantage in numbers, but it was also because of their numbers that the CH Nin couldn't unleash their full potential. The valley was small, and the rock shinobi were clearly prepared, avoiding direct confrontations with Konoha CH Nin. Whenever an opportunity arose, they would dive into the crowd, using Konoha's genin as cover to carry out ambushes. As a result, Konoha couldn't dare to use large-scale ninjutsu, merely watching as their genin fell one by one. In contrast, the rock shinobi had no such concerns and continued their ambushes. Thus, one side was restrained while the other acted recklessly, leading to predictable outcomes. Night dust drew a kunai. He had no intention of changing the situation, only seeking his own interests. Let the slaughter begin. Uchiha Night Dust. At this moment, he embodied darkness. Wearing sunglasses, his red and white eyes instantly opened. The chaotic battlefield appeared so clear to him. Every individual's next move was under his gaze. With the combination of the Sharingan and Byakugan, Night Dust seemed to perceive the essence of the world. He moved his feet, his left hand gripping several shuriken and casually threw them. The shuriken flew as if they had eyes, curving to attack. A few rock shinobi sensed the threat of death and immediately countered, deflecting the incoming shuriken. However, their movements were still slow. Night Dust's Void Flash technique allowed for instantaneous movement. The level 3 Void Flash shield technique enabled him to teleport within 3 meters. As others were just beginning their attack, he had already teleported there, the kunai piercing the neck of a rock shinobi without hesitation. A rock shinobi named Aikir gasped as his partner fell silently to a fatal blow. He wanted to kill the enemy before him, but just as he moved, he saw a blur, and another person appeared behind him. Night Dust smiled, pausing the kunai for 0.1 seconds. Under his gaze, even the substitute technique was useless. The kunai was thrown, and the rock shinobi, who had just revealed himself, looked in disbelief at the spot on his chest. Bang! The substitute transformed into smoke and dissipated, while his real body fell, eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how the opponent had seen through his substitute technique, achieving a precise kill. Chapter 30. Battle against Special J-Nin Night Dust. Imisuki was astonished. She was engaged in combat with a mid-level CH-Nin when suddenly a figure appeared and instantly killed a rock shinobi. Surprised by the decisiveness, Imisuki thought J-Nin had intervened. When she saw Night Dust wearing sunglasses, she was momentarily stunned. Has Night Dust's strength become so formidable? His body flicker technique was even better than some J-Nin, easily killing an enemy CH-Nin. Be careful. Night Dust flashed to at Misuki's side, pulling her away from the original spot. A rock shinobi unleashed a signature jutsu attack. Fortunately, Night Dust had activated his 2 ocular techniques, clearly seeing the enemy's chakra and trajectory. So even if the opponent intended to perform a jutsu, Night Dust could predict it. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Crack, crack, crack. Sharp stone pillars quickly erupted from the ground, pursuing the direction in which Night Dust and Misuki were retreating. Fortunately, Night Dust retreated quickly, narrowly avoiding the attack after 10 meters. Before the enemy could perform a second jutsu, Night Dust released Misuki, swiftly brushing his waist, and the shuriken in his hand began to spin rapidly, emitting a flash of white light. Spatial compression, power level 2. Whoosh! The shuriken, spinning with force, sliced through the air, directly splitting the obstructing stone pillars in 2. The rock shinobi who was forming hand seals sensed the pressure in the air and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The shuriken, compressed in space, was now twice as fast as before, and combined with its destructive power, left only a void white line in the air. The rock shinobi didn't even have time to react. His head was instantly severed. In midair, he still retained a trace of awareness, flipping and tumbling, ultimately remembering only one thing. Uchiha. Energy 80. Don't get distracted on the battlefield, Night Dust reminded, darting out. Imisuki watched Night Dust's retreating figure, feeling that moment was strangely unfamiliar. Uchiha Night Dust, you've awakened. Night Dust traversed the battlefield, mercilessly reaping enemy ninjas. But he wasn't foolish. He wouldn't easily provoke enemy J-Nin. Whether he could defeat them was one thing. Delaying his actions was a significant loss. Killing a mid-level CH-Nin within his capability to earn dozens of evolution points was far more rewarding than anything else. Perhaps he had killed too many, ultimately drawing the attention of a special J-Nin. A kunai shot from behind. With his Byakugan, Night Dust had a 360-degree field of vision. He slightly tilted his body, dodging the attack. Turning around, he saw a rock shinobi charging towards him, and another rock shinobi had abandoned his previous target, now aiming directly at Night Dust. It was no surprise that after making such a commotion by killing over a dozen CH-Nin, he attracted the attention of J-Nin. Therefore, it was not strange that 2 special J-Nin were coming towards him. They never expected that a newly promoted genin could be so terrifying, effortlessly slaughtering CH-Nin as if he were in an unrestricted zone. If it had been an elite J-Nin, that would be understandable. But he was just a Konoha genin. Wearing Uchiha clothing, it reminded them of the Sharingan. The corpse of a Uchiha with a Sharingan was extremely valuable and a prime target on the battlefield. After all, the reputation of the Uchiha Sharingan was too great. Night Dust had anticipated this. The moment he unleashed his full power in battle, he knew someone would focus on him. He wanted to gain more evolution points. And a little danger was worth it. Clang, clang. Facing two, Night Dust had engaged with two special J-Nin. No one from Konoha came to support. If one person could hold off two special J-Nin, their pressure would be significantly reduced. As for how long that person could hold out, it was beyond their consideration. The strength of special J-Nin could reach J-Nin level, but their attributes were still within the CH-Nin range. Even so, their combat power was much higher than Night Dust's. Fortunately, Night Dust had dual cultivation of body and technique, while his mental strength wasn't as strong as theirs. In the contest of physique and power, the outcome was uncertain. Ding ding, Night Dust wielded a kunai, clashing with the two rock shinobi, then leaped back, temporarily creating distance. The two rock shinobi did not immediately pursue. Instead, they split to the left and right, their gazes fixed firmly on Night Dust. Their hands trembled slightly. They had just found themselves at a disadvantage in the earlier clash. They couldn't understand how a Konoha Genin could be so powerful. Was he a ninja specializing in taijutsu? But that didn't seem right. He was clearly wearing Uchiha clothing. So how could he train in taijutsu like a civilian ninja? In a ninja world, those without ninja talent would specialize in taijutsu. Like Might Guy and Lee, they trained their physiques due to a lack of talent in spiritual aspects. But they were still mistaken. While physique was important, strength could not be neglected. Only by combining strength and physique could one unleash super strong combat power. Kid, stop struggling. A mere Genin cannot survive against two special J-Nin. Surrender now, and considering your decent potential, we can accept you in a Wagakure. Seeing that Night Dust was a tough nut to crack, they aimed to end the battle quickly and support other fronts, using psychological tactics to try to shake Night Dust and catch him off guard for a kill. They wouldn't genuinely accept a ninja who rebelled on the battlefield. For them, if you could betray Konoha, you could betray them too. The reason for saying this is to disturb Ye Chen's state of mind. If it were a weak-willed Genin facing such a situation, they might waver a bit. But he is Ye Chen, a time traveler. How could he not see through such a lowly trick? Chapter 31 Reinforcements. Orochimaru appears you are studying verbal jutsu. It's annoying and tedious. Kid, you're seeking death. The two special Jonin only wanted to provoke Ye Chen, but unexpectedly, they were the ones who got angered first. Clang, clang, clang. The harsh sound of clashing weapons echoed around. Ye Chen's perception was fully open. Facing two opponents, he was slightly at a disadvantage. After fighting for 2 or 3 minutes, one special Jonin could no longer withstand the heavy blows from Ye Chen and retreated rapidly after a collision, creating distance as if to use ninjutsu to deal with his opponent. They knew that continuing to fight like this would be unbeneficial. Ye Chen's speed, reaction, and power were all superior to theirs. The only way to quickly take down Ye Chen was to use ninjutsu. Seeing this, Ye Chen thought to himself that it was not good. Although he had already guessed that the other party would not continue to exchange blows with him like this. He could not use the Sharingan's abilities. He did not expect that the opponent would lose patience so quickly. He was still thinking about wearing them down, as Ye Chen had deduced that his stamina was greater than that of the two, and his strength was unquestionable. If it weren't for the rich combat experience of the two special Jonin, they wouldn't have been able to engage Ye Chen for so long. Just as Ye Chen was about to create distance so that even if they used ninjutsu, he could react and possibly retreat. The remaining rock ninja seemed to have seen through Ye Chen's intention and blocked his path, constantly entangling him. In a critical situation, Ye Chen was considering whether to use some techniques. Even without using the Sharingan's abilities, he was confident he could deal with the rock ninja before him. The vanishing clone technique and the void flash technique gave him confidence. But doing so would make him too conspicuous, even attracting more Jonin's attention, making it unlikely for him to operate discreetly in the future, just as Ye Chen was deciding whether to get serious. A few rhythmic whistles echoed in the air above the battlefield. Upon hearing the whistles, the engaged rock ninja suddenly stopped their movements, their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated to gather together. Then several of them formed hand signs and performed earth-release ninjutsu. Clouds of dust rose, the ground shook, and one by one, the rock ninja disappeared from sight. Ye Chen was stunned, They were retreating. He sighed. If it weren't for being entangled by the two special Jonin in the end, he could have gained more evolution points. Taking a glance at the system's evolution point credited notification, Ye Chen's heart soared with joy. 950 evolution points. This was the most evolution points he had ever received at once. If used up, his combat power would surge once again. They ran. Everyone chase. We can't let them get away. Such voices echoed throughout the battlefield. Clearly, it was not just Ye Chen who noticed the rock ninja's intentions. Someone attempted to block them. But Ye Chen had no intention of pursuing. He had been too conspicuous in this battle. It was better to act low-key afterward. Moreover, even if he chased after them now, he would gain nothing. If there were traps, wouldn't that be walking into a net? Aburo, this hot-headed guy, was about to chase after them when he was kicked down to the ground by Ita Miyuki. Miyuki, why did you kick me? You idiot. After saying that, Ita Miyuki ignored him and focused her gaze on Ye Chen's direction. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, followed by several screams. The rock ninja seemed to have suffered heavy losses. Ye Chen squinted. A massive creature had abruptly appeared from the distant cliff with horns on its head. Covered in purple-patterned scales, its gaze filled with the pressure of a top predator. A giant snake, dozens of meters long, swept its tail, causing a large area of the canyon to collapse, and several rock ninja were turned into blood mist. Such a terrifying creature. No wonder the rock ninja fled in fear. Tan Tosan Snukis, Ye Chen Vispirit. With such a terrifying summoning beast, and being a snake, Ye Chen thought of Orochimaru. Remembering that man from the story, Ye Chen shivered and quickly withdrew his ocular technique. Perhaps Orochimaru wasn't so evil now. He still harbored fantasies about Konoha. When his beloved disciple died before him, becoming a corpse, and he was powerless to do anything at that moment, Orochimaru's character would change. Even now, Ye Chen did not want to engage with this guy. Orochimaru had always been conducting secret research, and with the Uchiha clan's bloodline, he did not want to become Orochimaru's test subject. Although he wouldn't confront him openly, being targeted by a snake-like guy was inevitably unsettling. Until he had the ability to deal with Orochimaru, Ye Chen did not want to attract too much of his attention. The crowd cheered because reinforcements had arrived, and many saw the figure standing on the snake's head. Between the two horns of the snake's head stood a cold man with golden slit pupils, purple eyeshadow, and pale skin. Who else could it be but Orochimaru? As one of the legendary three of Konoha, Orochimaru's strength had already reached the level of a Kage, and Ye Chen did not dare to casually probe his strength. It could easily alert him. What Ye Chen did not expect was that the reinforcements would be personally led by Orochimaru. It should be known that Orochimaru was the commander on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. He took such a risk to leave the base, not fearing that the enemy would take the opportunity to attack, which would lead to greater losses. There was only one explanation. They were not far from the main base, and a powerful figure like Orochimaru could easily travel back and forth to the battlefield. As Ye Chen had anticipated, once Orochimaru appeared, the rock ninja quickly retreated. Even so, the rock ninja suffered heavy losses in this attack. They had not expected Orochimaru to personally come for rescue. Even if a few more Jonin had come, they could have retreated quickly, but they happened to encounter this killing god. As a result, the Jonin who had launched the attack on the rock were almost left behind, and there were dozens of Chunin as well. This time, the rock village had truly suffered a heavy loss. Chapter 32, the second batch of reinforcements arrives. Step, step, step. Ita Miyuki and Aburo walked over. Ye Chen turned to look and saw that both of them were injured and appeared exhausted. Fortunately, neither of them was seriously hurt. A few minor injuries were not a big deal. Compared to the mutilated ninjas on the battlefield, missing limbs and such, it was fortunate that they were alive. Ye Chen scanned the area. The team's numbers had likely been cut in half. The casualties were heaviest among these genin. In one battle, about 100 genin had died or been injured. One can imagine how terrifying war is. And those graduates who held dreams and carried the will of fire. Can they still smile now? The answer is affirmative. Looking at former classmates and partners who used to play together, now dead beside them, who would feel good about it? Ye Chen, do you think one day we might also die on the battlefield? After a long silence, Ita Miyuki suddenly said this. No way. Aburo roared loudly. If that day ever comes, I'll die in front of you. Looking at Abaro's serious expression, Itomiyuki smiled, a very pale smile. No way. I will protect you. This was Ye Chen's confidence, and there were reasons behind it. Although the Third Great Ninja War was brutal, it was still in the early stages. The casualty rate was not at its highest yet. After Konoha's camp suffered multiple defeats, that would be truly brutal, and it would also be the most dangerous time. Not to mention Shunin, even Jonin were dying in droves. Only then, the Third Great Ninja War would finally come to an end. No hidden village could sustain such endless attrition, leading to the phenomenon of being short of manpower later on. So, Ye Chen's idea is to develop the path of survival and try to enhance his strength as much as possible. With his two major bloodlines. Protecting the two should not be difficult. All right, let's not think too much. We just need to do our best to survive. The two nodded, having witnessed the cruelty of war and no longer had any grandiose ideas. Even Abe Lang at this moment adjusted his mindset. As he said before, all he wanted was to protect Miyuki. He didn't want to think about the possibility of his favorite girl being among the corpses. That would drive him mad. 5 minutes passed, and the second batch of rescue teams arrived. Accompanying them were medical ninjas. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha's training of medical ninjas is far superior to that of other villages. With the medical team, the survival rate of injured ninjas on the battlefield was guaranteed. Just like now, as soon as the medical ninjas arrived, the situation was quickly brought under control. The lightly injured ninjas almost fully recovered, and even those with severe injuries could stabilize their condition and be taken back for gradual recuperation. Even Abe Lang and Ito Miyuki were bandaged up. The bleeding had stopped, but they still had to prevent infection. This is the role of medical ninjas, and Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a bit envious, wondering if he should learn some medical ninjutsu in the future. But then he thought better of it. As his physique gradually strengthened, his body's self-healing ability would also improve. By that time, medical ninjutsu would have little effect, so there was no need to waste time on it. Ye Chen, you really impressed me. After a battle, you came out unscathed. The medical ninjas went to other areas, and Nakagawa Ichiro's figure appeared in front of the 3. Teacher Nakagawa, the 3 said in unison. As a Nin, Nakagawa Ichiro had heavy responsibilities and couldn't follow them for protection. However, his gaze remained fixed on the 3 students, ready to intervene if necessary. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I'm just a bit stronger in physical techniques than the average person. Nakagawa Ichiro didn't expose him. Ye Chen's performance was more than just a little strong in physical techniques. Especially the moment he put on sunglasses, Nakagawa Ichiro suspected that Ye Chen had activated the Sharingan. As for why he was hiding it, Nakagawa Ichiro understood. After all, the Uchiha clan was not a normal place for people to stay. He was very satisfied with his student and would keep Ye Chen's secret. You all performed quite well this time. Remember one thing, when on the battlefield, the first priority is to survive. The mission is secondary. Nakagawa Ichiro could say this to them, touching on the Hokage's will, but this was a battlefield. He still hoped that his students could survive. Understood, teacher. Ye Chen didn't expect Nakagawa Ichiro to say such things, affirming him a bit. At least he still had his students in mind. After a moment of silence, Nakagawa Ichiro spoke again. Take a break. After half an hour, we will continue. Once we reach the camp, we can rest properly. With that, Nakagawa Ichiro vanished, clearly having other matters to attend to. The 3 sat on the ground, backs against each other, gazing at the unique scenery. Their hearts were silent. Ye Chen did not practice or allocate attribute points. It wasn't suitable here, and with Orochimaru around. He didn't want to make too much noise. Ye Chen, did you activate the Sharingan? After a long while, Ito Miyuki asked quietly. Her voice was only clear to the 3 of them. Abe Lang was startled, turning to look at Ye Chen on his right. He didn't say much, but understood the importance of the matter. An awakened Uchiha with Sharingan is not comparable to one without it. He didn't want to lose this companion. Ye Chen didn't plan to hide it from the 2. Knowing about the Sharingan was not a big deal. They would find out sooner or later. On the battlefield in the future, he couldn't keep concealing his strength. As for the Byakugan, that was something no one could know. Unless his strength had reached the pinnacle of this world, he wouldn't dare to casually reveal that he had the Byakugan. Just as Ye Chen was about to explain, Ito Miyuki interrupted. Don't say anything. Just the 3 of us knowing is enough. Ablang, especially you, are not allowed to say anything, understand? Don't worry. I won't even tell Teacher Nakagawa. Looking at his two solemn companions, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. As for the Sharingan, it's likely that those with ulterior motives had already noticed. Whether to hide it or not was no longer that important. Chapter 33, Night Raid. New mission. Half an hour later, the team set off again. As night fell, they finally arrived at the Konoha base camp. Inside a tent, Ye Chen sat cross-legged, focusing on his training to restore his state to its peak. For the next period, tasks would not be too dangerous for new genin like them. The main goal was to help them adapt to the battlefield environment and adjust their mindset. Undoubtedly, this result was good news for Ye Chen. He could take this time to raise his combat power to the next level. Half a month later, Ye Chen reduced unnecessary outings, spending most of his time hiding in the tent to train. One reason was to practice his skills, and the other was to exhaust the evolution points he had earned. After all, he had gained quite a few evolution points this time. It wasn't possible to directly enhance his combat power all at once. That would not allow his body to adapt, leading to excessive damage. Over the course of half a month, he trained with shadow clones, while his main body honed his physical condition. Thus, in just half a month, Ye Chen's combat power had made significant breakthroughs. Character panel. Host. Uchiha Ye Chen Realm. Ch Nin Technique. Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat power. 216 Strength. 70 Physique. 71 Spirit. 75 Energy. 750 Bloodline. Sharingan. 1 Tomo. Byakugan. 1 Rotation. Talent. Energy Conversion. Amaterasu. Level 1. Space Compression. Level 1. Skills. High-level Body Replacement Technique. Level 5. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Level 12. Illusory Restraint Technique. Level 4. Evolution Points. 0. After half a month's training, his basic combat power doubled, but his real combat power was far greater than that. With the evolution points exhausted, Ye Chen's thoughts became much clearer. Relying solely on self-training was still too slow. Taking on tasks to earn evolution points was more reliable. Accepting tasks was not his goal. Killing to earn evolution points was his target. On the battlefield, Ye Chen didn't care who won or lost. All that mattered was his own interests. In the following days, under Ye Chen's suggestion, Nakagawa Ichiro chose patrol missions. This task was not too dangerous and allowed the three to quickly adapt to the atmosphere of the battlefield. In the first few days, there was nothing significant to pay attention to, just patrolling the surroundings and checking for hidden traps and markers. As time went on, the areas they patrolled became increasingly important, raising the difficulty of their tasks. However, it must be said that this kind of environment was quite a test for them. Whether it was Ye Chen or Ito Miyuki and Ablang, after this period of patrolling and investigating, they had shed some of their naivety and gained a bit of competence. Just like now, the four stopped. Without Nakagawa Ichiro's instructions, the three already knew what to do. Ye Chen was on guard, while Ito Miyuki and Ablang checked whether the nearby traps and markers had been tampered with. Everything was orderly. Moments later, Ito Miyuki reported, "Teacher Nakagawa, everything is normal." "Good." Nakagawa Ichiro nodded. "Let's go to the last patrol point. Today's mission will be complete." "Yes, Teacher Nakagawa." The four continued on their way. And aside from what was necessary, no one would easily make a sound. They remained vigilant in their surroundings. This was not within Konoha's territory. They could be ambushed by enemy ninjas at any time. Although it had been very quiet during this time, Ye Chen still hoped something would happen, but deep down, he wished not to encounter too strong an enemy team. This was not a game. It was a life-and-death struggle. It is indeed fortunate that after completing the last task point, nothing unexpected happened. Ye Chen felt a bit disappointed without battles. He could only rely on hard training to improve his strength, and progress will be quite slow. A few points of attribute improvement could be described as a drop in the bucket for Ye Chen's current combat power. He didn't want to wait until real danger arrived while his strength was still stagnant. 3 days passed in a flash, and that night, Ye Chen was still training his physique. Space compression allowed him to be under spatial pressure at all times. He wasn't worried about exhausting his energy. With 2 shadow clones practicing the Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven technique, and the energy being 10 times denser than chakra, Ye Chen had no concerns about running out of energy. If it weren't for the fear of his body not being able to take it and his mental state being poor, He would have liked to be in a training state for 24 hours a day. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the camp, and Ye Chen immediately recalled his shadow clones. A smile slowly rising at the corners of his mouth. The battle he had been waiting for had finally come. He knew it was an enemy attack because large-scale ninjutsu was prohibited within the camp. Such a big commotion indicated that enemy ninjas had infiltrated. Ding dong. A new mission has been generated. The Rock Ninja troops have surrounded the 16th Division, and their goal is to destroy the stronghold. Mission: protect the stronghold and eliminate 10 ninjas. Reward: 300 evolution points. Level ninjutsu, spiraling sphere. Ye Chen was astonished. This ninjutsu has run through the entire Naruto series. It was created by Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, but the one who truly utilized and developed it to its fullest was Naruto Uzumaki. By combining his wind attribute chakra with the spiraling sphere, he created his own ninjutsu. Wind release, spiraling shuriken, and sage art, tailed beast spiraling shuriken. These two cross-level ninjutsu shocked the world. The more he thought about it, the more excited Ye Chen became. The spiraling sphere is a non-attribute ninjutsu that can be infused with any attribute energy. The more attributes it contains, the stronger its power, though the difficulty would also increase. However, Ye Chen wasn't worried about that. With skill evolution, he believed the spiraling sphere could definitely create miracles again. Spiraling sphere, we look forward to it. Chapter 34. Team Leader Aoki Midori next. Ye Chen didn't hesitate much, grabbed his ninja tool bag, and walked straight out of the tent. Many fellow genin from his class walked out with him, including his team leader, Nakagawa Ichiro. After taking a few steps, he reached Nakagawa's side and looked in the direction of the fighting, vaguely seeing flames lighting up the horizon. It was clear that something serious had happened. Their stronghold was patrolled by 2 teams, one during the day and one at night. Ye Chen's team 7 belonged to the first team during the day, while the second team took over from them. Undoubtedly, it was the second team that was currently engaged in battle with the enemy. The second team had 5 squads, 2 of which were configured like Team 7, consisting of 1 Jounin and 3 Genin. The other 3 squads were led by a special Jounin with 3 Chunin. Thus, counting the team leader, the second team had a total of 21 people. 3 Jounin, 3 special Jounin, 9 Chunin, and 6 Genin. This was not much different from their first team. Now, Ye Chen hoped that the enemy had just accidentally triggered a trap, and that the patrolling second team discovered it in time, which would explain the battle. If not, it would be troublesome. That would mean the enemy's numbers were several times theirs, and their combat power was stronger, leading to a swift and decisive assault. Ye Chen wanted to complete the mission, and killing enemies to earn evolution points was also his goal. If the situation became unstoppable, the only thing he could do was conserve his strength to survive, which would mean he couldn't complete the mission. While he was lost in thought, the first team had already assembled, and at the same time, battles broke out in 2 other directions. Clearly, the enemy had already breached the stronghold, and they had done so with a difficult surprise attack. However, Ye Chen couldn't understand why the enemy would raid this stronghold. It was just a temporary base with no important facilities. Even if they launched a strong attack and took it down, it would not bring any substantial benefits to the enemy. Moreover, this place wasn't far from the Konoha main camp, and once the message was relayed back, reinforcements would arrive at any moment. This meant that the enemy couldn't possibly occupy this place for long, and might even get surrounded from both sides. Ye Chen couldn't fathom the purpose of such an unbalanced battle in terms of benefits and risks. The mission didn't specify clearly, only stating to protect the stronghold. In the absence of synchronized information, Ye Chen couldn't make a judgment. So he decided not to think about this issue for now. If they could hold, he would naturally fight for it. If they couldn't hold, he wouldn't gamble with his life. At that moment, the first team leader, Aoki Midori, stepped forward. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes, everyone straightened their backs, waiting for orders. The first squad, led by a tall Jounin with 3 Genin, stood up. From what Ye Chen had learned over the past few days, he remembered the first squad leader was called Ikeda, who looked as skinny as a bamboo pole. But his combat power was not weak at all. According to Nakagawa Ichiro's explanation, aside from the team leader, Ikeda was the strongest in the first team. So, you lead your squad to defend the stronghold. Yes, team leader. Ikeda had no objections and retreated with his squad. Aoki Midori then looked at the other 4 squads and shouted, "Second, third, fourth, and fifth squads, follow me to intercept the enemy." "Yes, team leader." Nakagawa Ichiro, leading the second squad, responded. Their team 7, stationed here, was assigned to the first team, second squad, so Nakagawa Ichiro naturally became the squad leader. Ye Chen didn't quite understand this arrangement. Since Ikeda, so was the second strongest in the first team, he should be the one to confront the enemy. Why would the team leader have him stay back to defend the stronghold? Just then, Aoki Midori proved with his actions that his distribution of tasks was correct. "So, summon your summoning beast." Ikeda so nodded in acknowledgement, quickly biting his thumb and drawing a line of blood in his palm. He quickly formed 6 hand seals, using blood as a medium, and slapped his palms on the ground to activate the summoning array, summoning an owl. Then, he performed various ninjutsu to connect the owl's vision with his own. This way, whatever the owl could see, Ikeda so could see as well. Although there were distance limitations, in the current environment, it was indeed a good reconnaissance method. At this point, Ye Chen understood Aoki Midori's intentions. Having Ikeda so stay at the stronghold allowed him to gather visual intelligence and relay it to the squad leader. After that, regardless of the battle situation, they could respond calmly. Sure enough, Aoki Midori's next words confirmed Ye Chen's guess. "So from now on, you control the intelligence and relay what happens here to the main camp." Hearing this, Ikeda so nodded and immediately formed seals. With a flap, the owl flapped its wings and soared into the air, disappearing into the night in an instant. Seeing this, Aoki Midori no longer delayed and shouted to everyone for squads. "Let's move out." With that, he was the first to rush into the woods. Nakagawa Ichiro led the second squad closely behind. "Ye Chen, Miyuki, Alburu. Be careful and try to hold off the enemy while waiting for support." "Understood, Nakagawa-sensei." Chapter 35. Encountering an ambush by rock ninja swish, swish, swish in the woods. As Ye Chen and the others approached the battle site, Aoki Midori suddenly stopped, raising his right arm to signal everyone a halt. Everyone followed suit, stopping their movements and scanning their surroundings with their eyes. At some point, the forest had suddenly fallen silent. Even the sounds of insects had vanished. In the quiet night, it seemed that only the gentle breeze rustled through the treetops. The surrounding silence was terrifying. It felt very unreasonable. Everyone knew that this place likely concealed dangers, and the enemy might be lurking within. As they were observing their surroundings, a whistling sound came from the forest ahead. Dozens of shuriken shot towards them like arrows. "Enemy attack!" Aoki roared, immediately forming hand seals and slamming his palms onto the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise up. Earth release, earth flow wall. This simple jutsu, executed by Captain Aoki, had an entirely different effect. Rows of earthen walls rose up like shields, protecting everyone within. As for the shuriken flying towards them, they fell silent upon hitting the wall. Ye Chen frowned. Captain Aoki's mastery of the earth flow wall had clearly reached an advanced level, allowing him to change its shape at will and absorb the attacking force of the shuriken. Just this technique alone was something ordinary Nin couldn't achieve. However, it must consume a lot of chakra. That said, a Nin's chakra capacity was several times that of Chunin. So an exceptionally strong earth flow wall was nothing for Captain Aoki. At that moment, a roar of flames erupted from the distance. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. 3 massive fire dragons rushed towards them at high speed. The terrifying explosive force collided with the earth flow wall. Bang! The wall began to show signs of collapsing, and the intense heat washed over everyone, making them feel like they were in a furnace, stifling and unbearable. "Retreat!" Captain Aoki shouted. A portal opened in the earth flow wall behind them, and the surrounding high-temperature flames were pushed back by a special Nin using wind release. Great breakthrough. Creating an opening, everyone rushed out, and, as Captain Aoki exited, the earth flow wall that had been struck by the great fire dragon technique instantly crumbled due to the lack of his chakra support. With a loud bang, it exploded, sending wild waves of fire spreading outwards, igniting the dry branches in the forest into a raging blaze. Ye Chen looked at all this in awe. One Nin wasn't terrifying. What was frightening was having a group of Nin working together to create such destructive power. Even a Kage would have to avoid their sharpness. The flames rolled, and smoke rose. At that moment, more than a dozen rock ninjas emerged from the other side of the fire. If it were just this number, they wouldn't have much to worry about. But did the enemy really think they could just send this many to intercept the first team? The answer was clearly no. Another 10 rock ninjas emerged from the back. And from their attire, it was evident that the enemy's overall strength was not weaker than theirs, and perhaps even stronger. Ye Chen glanced over and felt a bit more at ease. Although the enemy might be somewhat stronger, they weren't helpless either and could still fight. At this point, the rock ninjas were roughly divided into 6 small teams, each with a team leader wearing the Awagakure Nin uniform. It was uncertain how many true Nin they had, but at the very least, there were 6 special Nin, which already exceeded their side strength. Excluding the first team's defenders, they had 2 Nin, 3 special Nin, 9 Shunin, and 3 Genin. The enemy's strength, by any calculation, was stronger than theirs. Of course, this also depended on individual strength. Otherwise, there would be no need for a fight, and they could just sit together and compare numbers. Fortunately, everything here was being observed by Ikeda, and they just needed to hold on until the rescue team arrived. By then, all problems would be easily resolved. And if the situation was favorable, they might even launch a counter-encirclement. However, there was another issue, with more than 20 rock ninjas intercepting them. How many were currently engaged with the second team? If the second team couldn't hold on, they would be in danger. Ye Chen had a faint premonition that the enemy's scheme wouldn't be so simple. But at this moment, there was no time to worry about that. They wouldn't remain in a stalemate. Sure enough, the rock ninjas on both sides slowly closed in, forming the simplest encirclement. There was no unnecessary talk on the battlefield. Once the fighting began, it was a matter of life and death. However, the numerical disadvantage put them at a clear disadvantage. Fortunately, both sides had Nin, so there wouldn't be any overwhelming situations. It would depend on each side's true capabilities. Miyuki, Aburu, be careful, try to hold back their Genin. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Nakamura Ichiro looked at Ye Chen and said, I'm not worried about you. Just avoid trouble with those Nin and try to take down as many Chunin as you can. The fact that he could say such things showed Nakamura Ichiro had high expectations for Ye Chen. Of course, this was also related to Ye Chen's previous performance. Other people might not have noticed Ye Chen much, but as his teacher, Nakamura Ichiro was always paying attention to this student and was very clear about his combat strength. Got it, Ye Chen replied softly. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 36. Ye Chen's current strength of battle between the two sides seemed to have been predetermined. Nin against Nin, Chunin against Chunin, Genin against Genin. The 3 battlefields did not interfere with each other, as if it had become an unwritten rule on the battlefield. Nin would rarely seek out Genin for combat. The difference in strength was too great, and if they slaughtered indiscriminately, no hidden village could bear such losses. Of course, this was not absolute. The enemy would not spare you just because you were a Genin. Ye Chen and the others charged towards the opposing rock ninjas, who had 6 Genin, double their number. Nakamura Ichiro only instructed them to hold them back. If they could counterkill, they should ensure their own safety. Ye Chen's speed surpassed the 2, and he flipped a shuriken in his hand, suddenly colliding with a rock ninja. Clang! The powerful force of the collision sent the rock ninja flying. What? The other rock ninjas were stunned. How could this be a Genin? Taking advantage of their momentary daze, Ye Chen flashed behind a rock ninja, turning his shuriken so that the tip was aimed at the ninja's neck. Hayata! The other rock ninjas shouted in alarm, but it was too late. Puffed! Blood sprayed, and the wound was like a line of blood. The ninja desperately clutched his neck, but blood still flowed through his fingers. He struggled to make a sound, wanting to turn and see the figure behind him, but his life had already reached its end. Thud! He fell to the ground, dead. Puffed! Another Genin fell victim to his lethal hands, collapsing in a pool of blood. In just 3 seconds, Ye Chen had killed 2 ninjas. At this moment, not only the rock ninjas, but even Ito Miyuki and Iburu were dumbfounded, as if the person before them was no longer the Ye Chen they knew. To kill 2 Genin so easily, was he still a Genin? Of course not. Ye Chen's base combat power of 216 had already reached the intermediate Chunin level, and coupled with his extraordinary physical strength, ordinary genin were no match for him. This decisiveness was also to reduce pressure on his teammates. After killing 2 more, he would head to the Chunin battlefield. Without a doubt, the combat power of genin simply could not compete with Ye Chen's explosive power. A few swift movements ended 2 lives. Ye Chen smirked, looking at the terrified 2 rock ninjas, and said to Ito Miyuki and Aburu, "Let the remaining 2 practice. Don't kill them all at once." With that, Ye Chen's figure vanished from the spot, leaving the 4 ninjas in shock. Is it over? Aburu wanted to show off. But before he could move, Ye Chen had already finished the genin battle. Ito Miyuki looked at the spot where Ye Chen had disappeared, sighing, "He's getting stronger and stronger. Can I keep up with him?" The remaining 2 rock ninjas were now in a panic. They had already prepared to flee, not expecting that the killing god would spare them. "Damn Konoha, you dare to break the rules of the battlefield." In the eyes of the 2 Iwagakure genin, Ye Chen was definitely not a genin. What kind of genin could be so terrifying, killing his equals as if they were chickens? He was clearly a Chunin or Special J nin disguised as a genin, bullying them. The reason why Night Dust is not considered a J nin is that he looks too young, which J nin is not at least in their 20s. Even if he is a genius, it is impossible to reach J nin level at around 10 years old. Enough with the nonsense. Ito Mitsuki immediately formed hand seals and launched a great fireball technique. The battle officially began with both sides at 22. Night Dust left the genin battlefield, focusing on the Iwagakure CH nin. In the CH nin circle, Konoha had 3 more people than their opponent, putting pressure on them. Night Dust, who was slacking off, didn't care about all that and immediately summoned a shadow clone, targeting the next opportunity. The 5th level shadow clone had the combat power of Night Dust at 5. Although it couldn't be of much help, it could definitely create confusion. He seized the opportunity, and while Konoha had a 2-on-1 advantage, the shadow clone rushed forward first. Unsurprisingly, it was eliminated by the IWA ninja in 1 blow, while Night Dust's main body had already arrived behind the IWA ninja and swiftly ended their life. Evolution points, 75. Without pausing, Night Dust moved on to the next opponent. The 2 Konoha CH nin who were battling the IWA ninja were still in shock. What was going on? Our heads were just stolen like that. Who is this guy? He looks like a genin. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Night Dust leaped into the air, quickly formed hand seals, and released a massive fireball with a diameter of 5 meters. Although Night Dust's great fireball technique had been upgraded, he could still use its previous form. The reason for using the basic version of the Great Fireball was to avoid drawing too much attention. But could he really keep a low profile? The 5-meter-wide fireball rushed toward the battlefield, terrifying the 2 CH nin engaged in combat. They hurriedly retreated, thinking, "Is this idiot using a Great Fireball?" Not only is the energy immense, but it also looks like he's going to kill his own companions. Boom! The massive energy exploded, sending the 2 CH nin flying. In the meantime, Night Dust swiftly leaped, throwing a kunai with a cold gleam, finishing off the IWA ninja, landing lightly and calmly as if he had just killed a pig without any pressure. The Konoha CH nin who had been blasted away crashed heavily to the ground, forgetting the pain as they stared blankly at the figure ahead. "No need to thank me," Night Dust said casually. The Konoha CH nin's pupils constricted, and they shouted in their hearts, "Who are you? Why should I thank you?" Chapter 37. Special J nin Fujiwara Chikura. Nakagawa Ichiro, while fighting someone, kept an eye on Night Dust. Seeing him cleanly take out 2 CH nin, he was shocked. It had only been a month, and this guy had become stronger. He had previously struggled against CH nin, but now he could kill them instantly. If he was given some more time, as his teacher, might not even be his match. Thinking of how Night Dust still had trump cards he hadn't used, Nakagawa Ichiro smiled bitterly. Having an overly talented student didn't seem like a good thing, as it left him with no sense of achievement. After killing the 2 CH nin, Night Dust prepared to ambush a 3rd one. Just then, a slight sound of slicing air came from ahead. Instinctively, Night Dust raised his arm and slashed with a kunai. Then, with a clang, a flying kunai was easily deflected by Night Dust. He looked up and saw an Iwagakure Nin breaking away from the Nin battle group, quickly heading this way. Clearly, the IWA Nin had also noticed something unusual. Their number of Nin was already greater than Konoha's, and taking one out could maintain the situation. If they ignored the other two battle circles, the Nin and Jinin they brought would likely be wiped out. And even if they completed their mission, they wouldn't have a good report to give back. Night Dust's brows furrowed, cursing this group for not adhering to the rules of martial arts, attacking the weak and then the strong. Can't they wait a bit longer? There are still 4 more fish to kill. Night Dust wasn't afraid of the incoming IWA Nin. At most, he was a special Nin. The truly high-ranking Nin from Konoha would not let them come over. They had analyzed the situation on the Nin side, which led to such a decision. Night Dust was still concerned about the other 4 IWA Nin and had initially planned to deal with them all together, but now that plan was ruined. Seeing the situation, several Konoha Nin stood by Night Dust's side. Even if the opponent was a special Nin, their combat power shouldn't be underestimated. There was no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. You all need to quickly deal with the remaining 4 IWA Nin, Night Dust said in a deep voice. Can you handle it alone? A Konoha Nin asked, somewhat worried. Then let's switch. I'll leave him to you, and I'll deal with the other 4, Night Dust said, leaving them stunned. Just as they were about to agree, Night Dust directly urged, why aren't you going? Once you finish, come back to help. Just dragging this out is useless. Night Dust wasn't being arrogant, nor did he not want to earn evolution points. It was just that this special Nin was not simple. Just from the aura, he could tell that their base combat power had likely reached the limit of a Nin, and with some special techniques. Their combat power was definitely not weaker than a Nin. With that thought, Night Dust gave a thumbs up to that person and then slowly lowered it, grinning as he said, if you have the guts, follow me. Night Dust used the void flash technique, and in the blink of an eye, he was 5 meters away, rushing back toward the battlefield. Seeing this, Fujiwara Jakura grinned sinisterly. His target had always been Night Dust, and after being provoked like this, he pursued without hesitation. What should we do? A Konoha Nin asked, still worried about Night Dust. Let's do as he says, quickly finish off those 4 IWA Nin, and then go support him. The others nodded and quickly joined the fight. The 2 chased and fled, quickly moving away from the battle circle. While running, Night Dust suddenly felt several gusts of wind behind him. He activated the Void Flash Shield technique, moving 5 meters away, leaving several shurikens embedded in the tree trunk where he had just been. Night Dust focused his gaze and saw that the shurikens had explosive tags attached to them. He silently cursed and activated the Void Flash Shield technique again, jumping several times to barely avoid the shockwave from the explosion. Crimson flames engulfed a radius of several meters, and the shockwave from the exploding tags expanded at a visible speed, causing the branches in the forest to creak loudly. Moments later, a figure staggered out of the smoke, and the next moment, a kunai shot towards him, piercing his shoulder and pinning him to the tree trunk. The figure, seemingly heavily injured, let out a scream. In the shadows, Fujiwara Jakura slowly walked out, looking at the struggling Night Dust, a smile slowly appearing on his lips. He had thought this Konoha kid was something impressive, but it turned out he was just this weak. How disappointing. Just as he was about to end this boring battle, the Night Dust pinned to the tree trunk suddenly burst into a cloud of white mist. Shadow clone, Fujiwara Jakura exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of slicing air came from the left side. Fujiwara Jakura had no time to think. He drew a kunai and struck out left and right to deflect the incoming shurikens while retreating violently, crashing into a tree trunk. Crack! The tree trunk snapped in response. Fujiwara Jakura's right hand, which held the kunai, trembled slightly, his heart shocked. Who threw those shurikens? Why were they so terrifying? If he were just an ordinary Nin, he would have probably died already. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more sounds of slicing air came. 3 shurikens, spinning from different directions, glowed faintly with white light. They were Night Dust's spatial compression power. His strength had reached 3,500 pounds, and combined with spatial compression abilities, each shuriken contained 7 times the power. At 7 times the speed, even the space itself trembled. Fujiwara Jakura's brows furrowed, feeling his heart tremble. These 3 shurikens were like scythes of death, seemingly here to harvest his life. He immediately used the body flicker technique, narrowly escaping the spot. Crack! Crack! Boom! The entire tree was sliced into several segments by the shurikens, and when they hit the ground, a thunderous roar erupted. In the distance, atop the treetops, Fujiwara Jakura was horrified. Could it be that a shadow-level powerhouse had arrived, capable of launching such destructive shurikens? He has now developed a desire to retreat. Chapter 38. Injure the Konoha kid, come out. Who brought me here? I wonder which expert made the move. Fujiwara Jakura did not easily retreat. Those last 2 moves were indeed impressive, and an ordinary J-nin wouldn't possess such strength. But he was not weak either. If he retreated without seeing the real person, how would he face Konoha ninjas in the future? With a whoosh, Ye Chen's figure appeared on the treetop opposite. The 2 stood facing each other, just over 10 meters apart, without speaking or making any movements, as if they were going to stare at each other until dawn. After a long time, Fujiwara Jakura frowned. He carefully sensed the surroundings and found no third person's presence. If a shadow-level expert had arrived, there would be no need to hide. There was only one possibility. The shuriken that had just attacked him was thrown by this kid. I underestimated you, Konoha Uchiha kid. You've truly surprised me by training your physical skills to such a level. There was only one explanation. The opponent's physical skills had already reached J-nin level. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fujiwara Jakura wouldn't have dared to believe it was true. How could a 10-year-old genin surpass most J-nin in physical skills? If this were to be spread to the major ninja villages, who would believe it? Ye Chen did not speak, but silently observed the opponent. An ordinary ch-nin no longer piqued his interest in battle. He was only after evolution points. At this moment, there was no one around, just him and an enemy special J-nin, a perfect chance to test his true combat power. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the mountains and forests, causing the leaves to dance and blocking Ye Chen's line of sight. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind struck from the right side. Relying on his perception, Ye Chen raised his right hand, blocking the incoming short blade with a kunai. Clang! Fujiwara Jakura's pupils froze, not expecting Ye Chen to react so quickly. He pushed off the ground with his left foot and, using the force from his waist, kicked out with his right foot, targeting Ye Chen's left cheek. The roaring sound of the wind indicated the power behind this kick. As it approached, Ye Chen raised his left arm to block the kick. But at that moment, Fujiwara Jakura revealed a smile, as if he had achieved his goal. Seeing this, Ye Chen's brows tightened, and he immediately tried to distance himself. But it was too late. A swishing sound of air tearing echoed as Fujiwara Jakura raised his left hand, transforming his palm into a blade filled with a cold gleam. Wind release, gale palm. Wind attribute chakra gathered in his palm, forming a powerful wind blade that enhanced its destructive power. Keet, D. At the critical moment, Ye Chen's power erupted, forcibly shaking Fujiwara Jakura away. But he was still cut across the chest by the wind blade. The intense pain made Ye Chen involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Following that, the wound bled quickly, revealing how deep it was. The only consolation was that Ye Chen's physique was strong. He wouldn't lose combat effectiveness just because of a little blood loss. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, the wound sliced by the wind blade was healing at a visibly rapid rate, which was the key to Ye Chen's powerful physique. Kid, your combat power is not weak, but unfortunately, you lack experience. This may be your greatest shortcoming and also your fatal weakness. Today is your day of death. Fujiwara Jakura had already determined Ye Chen's strength in his heart. Such a young genius could not be allowed to grow unchecked. At this moment, Ye Chen no longer concealed his strength. His right eye slowly closed, and with a thought, the light in his left eye began to swirl. In an instant, the pupil of his left eye transformed from black and white to blood red, with a pitch-black tomo rapidly rotating within the pupil. Without forming hand seals, Ye Chen directly activated the unique hypnotic ability of the Sharingan. He knew this ability was unstable, and his mental strength was not stronger than that of his opponent. It was impossible to hypnotize him. What Ye Chen wanted was merely to buy time. In the moment their eyes met, Fujiwara Jakura's expression shifted from shock to confusion. The person stood still, but soon regained clarity, and Ye Chen had already retreated 10 meters. The pain at the wound was slowly easing, and it seemed as if the blood had dried up, no longer seeping out. Ye Chen touched the wound, finding dried blood crusted on his fingers. He smiled, wiping the blood on his lips, and continued to gaze at the figure in front of him. Fujiwara Jakura's mental strength was much higher than Ye Chen's. A simple hypnotism was only a temporary effect. Once Fujiwara Jakura became wary, the next attempt at hypnosis might not succeed, unless Ye Chen's mental strength surpassed his opponent's, or he used his secret technique of the Sharingan. It would be difficult to catch the opponent off guard. Fujiwara Jakura quickly regained his senses. Instead of immediately attacking, he stared intently at Ye Chen, his expression filled with disbelief. "Kid, you really surprised me too much." Looking at that blood-red eye, Fujiwara Jakura was both excited and crazed. The excitement stemmed from the fact that the Sharingan was not only valuable on the black market, but also highly sought after in the village, with an outrageous price. As long as he killed Ye Chen and brought the body back, it would fetch a high bounty. Ninjas were not selfless saints. They had their own desires, and money could accomplish many things. Few would remain unmoved by such a temptation. Moreover, killing a genius with the Sharingan gave Fujiwara Jakura an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, as the Uchiha Sharingan was too well known in the ninja world. As for the craziness, it came from the fear of the Sharingan's reputation. Even though Ye Chen only had one tomo, he had to exert his full strength in battle. Come at me, Uchiha Kid. Chapter 39. Killing the Special J. Nin. Seeing Ye Chen forming hand seals, Fujiwara Jakura immediately averted his gaze. He was well aware of the power of the Sharingan and did not dare to look into Ye Chen's eyes while he was forming seals, fearing that Ye Chen would cast some kind of illusion. If he fell for it, it would be over. Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as Fujiwara Jakura averted his gaze, a 5-meter diameter fireball, carrying overwhelming power, smashed towards him. He did not dare to take it head-on and quickly dodged to the side. The intense explosion created a deafening roar within a 10-meter radius. Fujiwara Jakura complained about how this kid's fireball was so powerful when a kunai shot towards him. He wanted to raise his hand to block it, but recalling Ye Chen's terrifying strength, he immediately abandoned the idea of a head-on confrontation. He retreated rapidly, not forgetting to throw out an explosive tag in an attempt to hinder Ye Chen's next attack. Boom! The explosive tag detonated, causing ancient trees to collapse, while Ye Chen's figure had already ascended to a high altitude, quickly completing his hand seals. Bang! A shadow clone appeared behind him, grabbing Ye Chen's feet and spinning in the air before releasing him. The shadow clone dissipated, and Ye Chen's figure rapidly flew towards Fujiwara Jakura. His left eye's Sharingan spun rapidly, and the kunai in his hand gleamed with a cold light. Seeing this, Fujiwara Jakura jumped aside. Bang! The spot where he had been standing was smashed through by Ye Chen's overwhelming power, as Ye Chen's figure fell rapidly towards the ground. Bang! Another shadow clone was summoned, with Ye Chen flipping in the air, landing on the feet of the shadow clone. The shadow clone pushed with its legs, sending Ye Chen soaring upwards. Fujiwara Jakura's pupils widened. The shadow clone could actually be used this way. It required immense control to achieve this. How could this kid, who looked so young, manage it? Fujiwara Jakura was caught off guard by a single move, and his expression changed drastically. He had no time to think and swung his knife to block. Clang! The powerful collision caused the space to tremble. Fujiwara Jakura was forced back, crashing through several branches before stabilizing himself, and he spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his short knife already having fallen from his hand during the earlier exchange. He knew Ye Chen's strength was terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be this extreme. This was no mere genin. Calling him a human cannonball would not be an exaggeration. Ye Chen grinned, throwing the kunai in his hand, which looked like it would hit Fujiwara Jakura. But at that moment, Fujiwara Jakura suddenly raised his head, a sinister smile on his face. Then, from the darkness, a figure burst forth, rapidly approaching Ye Chen. A short knife in hand pierced directly through Ye Chen's heart. Bang! In the distance, The weakened Fujiwara Jakura dissipated into smoke. Just now, it was merely a shadow clone of his. Hee. Looking at the blood-spitting Ye Chen, Fujiwara Jakura revealed a sinister smile. Little ghost, you're still lacking one move. Is that so? Ye Chen extended his hands to grasp Fujiwara Jakura's arm, forcefully stabbing inward. Fujiwara Jakura's pupils constricted suddenly. A surge of instinctive danger welled up in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. In the darkness ahead, a figure had completed their hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fire dragon, spiraling and ascending, swept towards him, burning everything in its path. Trees were pierced by flames, not exploding, but the scorching fire spread rapidly. What is this? Fujiwara Jakura thought of fleeing, but it was too late. The clone he had just stabbed was also Ye Chen's shadow clone, which had delayed him. Even after he used his body flicker technique to escape a few meters away, he was still locked onto by the fire dragon. Looking at the flames wrapping around him, he was shocked. He had never seen a tracking ninjutsu before. But today he did. Ninjutsu was generally not trackable, but this fire release was controlled by Ye Chen's will combined with the Sharingan, which allowed it to do so. No. Fujiwara Jakura wanted to use ninjutsu to escape, but it was too late. He watched as the fire dragon roared and then charged at him. Boom! A massive rumbling sound swept through the entire forest. The 12th level fire release had reached the level of a Jonin, and it was a direct hit. Even a shadow level expert might not be able to escape unscathed. Not to mention, he was a special Jonin. Under the scorching flames, Fujiwara Jakura's body was turned to ashes, and the area within 10 meters of where he stood was annihilated, leaving a pit several meters deep in the ground. The great fire seemed to lack explosive power, but its burning capability was truly terrifying. Evolution points, 350. Upon hearing this news, Ye Chen felt this battle was incredibly worthwhile. Not only would it greatly help him in future battles, but even the evolution points were much more than that of an ordinary Chunin. It was simply a win-win situation. Looking at the previously injured areas, Ye Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the wounds had completely healed, leaving only a thin white scar. How could anyone believe that just 3 minutes ago, it had been a long wound? Ye Chen had come to some judgment about his own physique. While it couldn't be called an immortal body, his physique had already surpassed that of most ninjas, and in the future, reaching Hashirama Senju, or even surpassing him, was not impossible. Chapter 40. Tragic. Looking at the flames gradually extinguishing ahead, Ye Chen stepped forward to check. Apart from ashes, nothing was left. What a pity, he thought. The special Jonin must have had a lot of good stuff, but unfortunately, it was all burned away. Ye Chen gazed into the distance. It was time to return. However, he did not set off immediately, but chose to find a place to recover his energy first. Though it seemed like he hadn't fought Fujiwara Jakura for long, Ye Chen had continuously used ninjutsu, especially the last 12th level fire release, which consumed most of his energy. If it were an ordinary Chunin, they wouldn't be able to sustain a 12th level fire release, but Ye Chen's method was extraordinary, with 10 times the effectiveness of ordinary chakra refining methods. This also contributed to Ye Chen's terrifying capabilities. After spending about an hour, the sky gradually brightened with a hint of dawn. Ye Chen hurriedly returned to the battle zone, and suddenly, he encountered a squad of 4 ninjas patrolling. The leading Jonin casually threw a kunai, which landed in front of Ye Chen. Who are you? Seeing their clothing, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. They were a Konoha team, albeit somewhat unfamiliar. Could they be reinforcements sent from the main camp? It made sense. It had been a while since the battle, and the main camp support troops should have arrived by now, with a team in support. It seemed the battle had already ended. Ye Chen displayed his forehead protector. He was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered, but his forehead protector was intact. Konoha ninja. Seeing this, the leading Jonin did not relax his vigilance and shouted at Ye Chen. Which squad are you from? And who is your teacher? The reason for this question was that Ye Chen was young and should have been among the new Chunin. Newly promoted Chunin should have a teacher leading them, as long as they clarified that they could verify his identity. Nakagawa Ichiro is my teacher, Ye Chen replied straightforwardly, and he also truthfully explained how he ended up here. Lying would only complicate matters. Upon hearing that Ye Chen had faced a special jonin alone and survived, the leading jonin was indeed quite surprised. Ye Chen had still concealed some information, only saying that he had escaped from the special jonin, without mentioning that he had killed him. Looking at the bloodstains on Ye Chen, the leading jonin believed him to some extent, but he was still not completely convinced. About an hour later, Ye Chen was taken to a nearby stronghold. After Nakagawa Ichiro verified his identity, he finally lifted the suspicion against Ye Chen. On the way back, Ye Chen learned about the situation from Nakagawa. At first, he felt that the IWA ninja's attack on the stronghold was illogical, and after hearing Nakagawa's explanation, he understood. It turned out that last night, not only this stronghold was attacked, several neighboring defense zones had also faced assaults. Moreover, the attackers were not just IWA ninja, but also Suna ninja. It seemed these two villages had reached some collaboration to jointly attack Konoha's main camp in the Land of Rain. The attack on their stronghold was merely a feint. The real objective was the main camp. When a stronghold was attacked, the main camp would send out a team of ninjas for assistance, which was their true goal. The current situation was still due to Orochimaru returning to the main camp immediately, turning the tide and saving the main camp. Teacher, looking at Nakagawa Ichiro's empty left arm, clearly a result of last night's battle, it was evident how tragic the situation had been. Even Nakagawa Ichiro, a jonin, had lost an arm. But that wasn't the worst part. Last night, from Konoha's first squad, 2 jonins and 3 special jonin survived, with only Nakagawa Ichiro and 1 special jonin making it out alive. Squad leader Aoki Midori and the other 2 special jonins had all been killed in action. Additionally, only 2 chunin had survived. However, Ito Miyuki and Abe had sustained minor injuries, and it was only after the first squad arrived for rescue that they managed to survive. That's right, although the main camp couldn't provide timely assistance. The first squad was already in the stronghold's camp and rushed to the battlefield in time to save the remaining few. It's good that you survived, the special jonin. Initially, Nakagawa Ichiro had thought Ye Chen had encountered a deadly situation. Ye Chen's strength was formidable, capable of easily killing chunin, but a special jonin was different. Their strength reached another level. The fact that Ye Chen could survive indicated that his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Nakagawa Ichiro even thought to himself, could this kid have killed the opponent? Once this thought crossed his mind, Nakagawa Ichiro felt he was overthinking it. Upon returning to the stronghold, Ye Chen saw Ito Miyuki and Abe. Seeing that both were only lightly injured, he felt a huge weight lift off his chest. When the two saw him, they were so overjoyed that tears welled up. Ito Miyuki even directly threw herself into Ye Chen's arms and started crying. This made Abe extremely jealous. He was also injured. So why didn't Miyuki come to comfort him? A hug would have been nice too. He didn't think about anything else. Ye Chen's survival made him very happy. Now, it was Ye Chen's turn to feel awkward. Being held tightly by a girl who was crying her eyes out was a first for him. He gestured to the other 2, and Nakagawa Ichiro chuckled as he walked back to his tent. He was tired too. Abe sulked. And it was only after Ito Miyuki cried enough, perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, that she finally released Ye Chen. The 3 of them chatted briefly, and Ye Chen found an excuse to slip away. Abe's gaze was making him a bit uneasy. As soon as he walked into the tent, Ye Chen paused, and the system prompt sounded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the protection base task. The target kill was not completed. Reward, 100 evolution points. Incomplete version of the ninjutsu Rinnegan. What the hell? After reading the information, Ye Chen was completely stunned. In that situation, he had no time to think about the task requirements, so he had already thrown them to the back of his mind. He had killed 4 Jinin, 2 Chunin, and 1 special Jounin, totaling 7 people, while the task required the killing of 10. He indeed had not completed it. He accepted the loss of 2/3 of the evolution points, but what did it mean to receive an incomplete version of a ninjutsu Rinnegan? What if he became obsessed with it after practicing? After looking at the Rinnegan manual, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The incomplete version only lowered the level. It was originally a high-level ninjutsu, but now it was only the basic version, similar to how Naruto started practicing the Rinnegan. This put his mind at ease. Ye Chen was not worried about the level of the Rinnegan. As long as he could practice, the ninjutsu could continue to evolve, which was the benefit of having a system. The next few days were very quiet. Ye Chen rarely went out and focused on training. He needed some time to digest the 690 evolution points he had previously obtained. Naturally, he did not neglect other skills, but the main focus was still on the Rinnegan. After 7 days, while training, Ye Chen finally received a system prompt. Ding dong, Rinnegan, incomplete, has reached the evolution conditions. Do you want to evolve? He chose to evolve. A burst of inexplicable insights flooded his mind, and the subsequent training methods for the Rinnegan unfolded one by one in Ye Chen's consciousness. The Rinnegan on the system panel skill bar was no longer in an incomplete state. 3 days later, using Shadow Clone technique, Ye Chen upgraded the Rinnegan to level 2, exhausting all his evolution points. Character panel, host, Uchiha Ye Chen realm, Chunin technique, Hongmeng swallowing the heavens combat power, 288 strength, 93 constitution, 95 mental power, 100 energy, 1000 bloodline, Sharingan, 1 tomo, Byakugan, 1 rotation, talent, energy conversion, Amaterasu, level 1, space compression, level 1, skills, advanced 3-body technique, level 6, fire release, great fireball technique, level 12, illusionary shackles technique, level 5, Rinnegan, level 2, evolution points, 0 when his mental power reached 100 points. Ye Chen received a message indicating that when all 3 aptitude attributes reached 100 points, his bloodline would undergo a second evolution. What that would be, he did not need to say. After 10 days of hard training, Ye Chen's strength improved again. There was no need to elaborate on his combat power. The 3-body technique leveled up by 1, which meant that the Shadow Clone and Body Flicker technique had also improved a notch. The Rinnegan evolved to the normal version, which was the initial stage of Naruto performing the ninjutsu. As for the fire release and shackles technique, it became increasingly difficult to improve. An important point was that Ye Chen did not have the training environment for it. He had the ability to improve skill proficiency, but he also needed space to perform it. If he made too much noise, it would be hard to explain, so progress on these 2 ninjutsu was slow. Given the circumstances, Ye Chen did not push it. If he couldn't practice fire release, he could still work on the Rinnegan. As long as he didn't cause too much commotion and was careful, it would be fine. The next morning, after finishing his training, Ye Chen stepped out of the tent and moved through the crowd. Observing their hurried expressions, he inexplicably sensed a storm brewing. Ye Chen roughly guessed the source of this feeling. With Orochimaru's temperament and having suffered 2 setbacks, he would not swallow his anger easily. Ye Chen had a strong suspicion that Orochimaru might be plotting a big move. However, he also understood that even if he wanted to retaliate, it wouldn't be feasible in the short term. 10 days ago, the joint ambush by the Rock and Sand Ninjas had caused significant losses. Although Konoha ultimately defended its main base, the losses were considerable. Not only were half of the materials destroyed, but they also lost 7 Jounin, not to mention the Chunin and Genin. Therefore, without new supplies and reinforcements arriving, Orochimaru could not make any significant moves. According to the timeline from their previous supply escort to the main base, it would take at least half a month. Moreover, this did not factor in preparation time. If any accidents occurred during the escort, it would take even longer. Ye Chen estimated that it would be difficult to resolve anything in less than a month. In other words, for the next half month, there would not be any major military actions. Although this meant he couldn't gain more evolution points. Having more time to rest was also a good thing. He was somewhat tired. Continuous training was a tormenting endeavor, and he could take this time to relax a bit. Leaving the base and traversing through various defense lines, Ye Chen arrived at a dense forest on the west side. As he approached, he heard the sounds of striking wooden stumps and clashing weapons. Ye Chen was not surprised. This was the place designated by the main base for ninjas to practice ninjutsu and spar with each other. He had trained here for a while, but he usually practiced ninjutsu in his tent because his training methods were a bit too intimidating. With 6 shadow clones continuously training, regular ninjas simply couldn't keep up. Even those Jounin would struggle. It wasn't that they couldn't use shadow clone technique, but their chakra didn't allow it. Not everyone is like Naruto Uzumaki. Ye Chen's energy was 10 times that of ordinary chakra, which is why he dared to use it so freely. Another reason was that Ye Chen had balanced aptitude across all 3 attributes and a solid foundation, something other ninjas couldn't compare to. Chapter 42, Frontline duty shift, Ye Chen's arrival attracted a lot of attention. It was impossible not to notice someone dressed in Uchiha attire. Ito Misuki and Abe Lang were also training here. Upon seeing Ye Chen, they did not make a sound but just waved their hands. Today, he came here to take a stroll, chat briefly with the two, and then leave. Time passed quickly. 10 days had gone by. In a land of rain, southern region, on a small forest path, more than 30 Konoha ninjas were slowly escorting a dozen supplies. Team 7 was also among this group, having received a mission from the main base to go to a certain frontline outpost for a duty shift. Ye Chen had no particular thoughts about this mission. He was happy to accept it. However, one thing made him a bit worried. Ito Misuki and Abe Lang were also in the group. This was the front line, the most dangerous place where battles could break out at any moment. It was one thing for him to come, but to send all the genin from Team 7 to execute this mission was a decision made by someone he did not know. Complaints aside, the mission still had to be carried out. On the other hand, Ito Misuki and Abe Lang were a little excited. After all, it was the front line. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The things Ye Chen was worried about did not happen. They did not encounter an ambush on the way and successfully completed their duty shift. This outpost was a small town with a relatively poor environment, filled with ruins and a ground that seemed to have been ravaged by war multiple times, pitted and uneven. As for personnel, besides the 30 ninjas who came for the duty shift, there were no other personnel. No matter how small the town was, with 30 people spread out, it still felt desolate. Their task here was to relay information and monitor enemy movements on the front line. Although the task seemed easy, they were surrounded by potential ambushes and could encounter enemy attacks at any time. The only comfort was that the town was relatively clean, not filled with garbage and remains. This was a small blessing. If it were a complete mess, there would be no way to stay there. 3 kilometers to the north of the town, there was a small forest where they usually practiced. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, in the field, Ye Chen was engaged in combat with Nakagawa Ichiro, wielding a long knife. Though he lacked swordsmanship skills, he still thought it necessary to master the art of using a sword for future plans. The Ice Wheel Maru, being a divine weapon of this attribute, could not be left idle forever. To effectively utilize the Ice Wheel Maru, practicing sword techniques was essential. Therefore, during this period, whenever Nakagawa Ikaru had time, Ye Chen would seek his guidance. Nakagawa Ikaru did not hold back. Although he wasn't a master in this field, after years of combat experience, he had insights to share. Teaching Ye Chen the basics of sword training was not a problem. As for advanced sword techniques, Ye Chen would need to exchange for them at the base using his achievements. The sound of kunai and long swords clashing rang out crisply as the two engaged in intense back-and-forth combat. It was already the 10th day since they arrived at the outpost, and there had been a few minor skirmishes, which were merely probing attacks from enemy ninjas. Their mission was to relay and gather intelligence. So, without special orders from superiors, they were to remain at the outpost. After several days of practice, Ye Chen made significant progress in his swordsmanship. Half an hour passed, and Nakagawa Ikaru stopped his attacks, creating some distance. That's enough for today. Your sword skills are improving quickly. When we rotate back, you can exchange for a high-level sword technique, which will be beneficial for you in the future. Ninja combat was not about constantly using ninjutsu. They also needed other means to engage in battle. If every encounter started with high-level ninjutsu, they would quickly lose their combat effectiveness. This was because high-level ninjutsu often consumed an astonishing amount of chakra, and even jounin wouldn't dare to use them recklessly. Every ninja needed 1 or 2 special skills as a necessity. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Ye Chen said, slightly bowing in gratitude. Without Nakagawa Ikaru, his swordsmanship would not have improved so quickly. Clap, clap, clap. Ito Misuki and Abe Ro applauded from the side, both feeling envious. Not every ordinary genin had the privilege of battling with teacher Nakagawa. Take the 2 of them, for example. Even if teacher Nakagawa was willing to teach, he wouldn't personally engage with them. Although treated differently, they could understand that Ye Chen's growth rate warranted special attention from the teacher. A month later, which was the last day of their stay, another group of Konoha ninjas would arrive to take over. Everything had gone smoothly so far. There hadn't been any major battles, and the enemy had also remained quiet. Today, as if aware that Ye Chen and the others were leaving, the enemy unexpectedly launched an attack. 10 kilometers outside the town, a battle erupted. 10 minutes later, Konoha gained the advantage and repelled the rock ninjas. Ye Chen expressionlessly pulled his long sword from the chest of a rock ninja, completing the final finishing move. Standing up and surveying the area, he could see many Konoha ninjas doing the same work as him. The ground around was littered with bodies, both rock ninjas and Konoha ninjas. Smelling the metallic scent of blood in the air, Ye Chen's heart grew colder. This was war. It was either you die or I live, and in the end, what could one gain? Merely a cold corpse. Ye Chen, are you all right? Ito Misuki approached and looked at him. I'm Yufine. Let's bury them all. After cleaning the battlefield, Ye Chen and the others returned to the outpost. Just as they returned, Nakagawa Ikaru was called to a meeting. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen had a bad premonition, feeling that something significant was about to happen. Chapter 43. Mission Objective. Stealth Attack on Rock Ninja Outpost. Half an hour later, Nakagawa Ikaru returned with bad news. In 4 hours, another batch of replacement ninjas would arrive at the outpost, and they would be divided into 4 teams to launch a surprise attack on the Rock Ninja outpost 20 kilometers away. This order came from the headquarters, so they had no choice but to comply and execute it. Of course, the headquarters wouldn't send them to their deaths. They weren't the only outpost receiving this order. Almost all frontline outposts facing the Rock Ninjas received this command. This meant that Konoha was going to launch a full-scale attack to destroy that outpost. Ye Chen thought this could be Orochimaru's revenge plan, but it seemed a bit hasty. What was the point of such a strategy, besides resulting in mutual destruction? Konoha was already at a disadvantage on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. This kind of life-for-life approach was something Orochimaru would think of. Though extremely reluctant, as ninjas, they had to complete their mission. Ding ding. A new mission has been generated. Mission Objective. Destroy the Rock Ninja frontline outpost. Reward. 500 evolution points, 10 spirit fruits. Lightning Release. Raijin's 9 transformations. After reading the mission description, Ye Chen was delighted to find that he had triggered a mission. It seemed he had to embark on this journey and complete the mission. He certainly didn't want to end up with a damaged copy again. Although he could train, evolving once required a considerable amount of effort. During the following time, Nakagawa Ikaru spoke extensively to the 3 of them, emphasizing that this mission was very dangerous and that they must ensure their own safety. The 3 nodded, fully aware of the mission's dangers. As night fell, the other batches of replacement ninjas arrived, and after a brief rest, the entire team was divided into 4 sub-teams. Naturally, Ye Chen and the other 2 followed Nakagawa Ikaru into one sub-team. They proceeded forward, taking a detour to a spot about 100 meters to the right of the village. Ahead was a Rock Ninja outpost, which was their mission target. Through observation, they could vaguely see flickering lights within the village. Upon reaching a low hill, Nakagawa Ikaru raised his right fist, signaling everyone to stop. Checking the time, he noted they had 10 minutes before launching the attack and gestured for everyone to take the opportunity to rest as a fierce battle awaited them. Time ticked by, and the surroundings were very quiet. Besides the subtle sounds of everyone's breathing, only the rustling of the wind through the trees could be heard. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Ye Chen looked up to see a crimson fireball rising from the opposite side of the village. It was the scene of an exploding tag going off. Following that came the clanging sound of weapons clashing, which was particularly jarring in the night. There was no need to think. A battle had already broken out there. Someone must have accidentally triggered the explosive tag, causing their movements to be detected by the Rock Ninjas ahead of schedule. There was no time to think further. Since they had been exposed, they could only charge in. Nakagawa Ikaru immediately ordered, "Plans have changed. Everyone charge with me." With that, Nakagawa Ikaru was the first to sprint toward the Rock Ninja outpost. Konoha had split into 4 teams, each attacking from a different direction. The explosion had occurred to the north, while they were positioned to the east. Just as they were nearing the village outpost, explosions were heard from the south as well. Ye Chen felt a surge of relief. This would make things much easier for them. With 2 positions exposed, the Rock Ninjas would surely send reinforcements to those 2 directions, weakening their defenses here. Just as he thought this, An unexpected calamity suddenly descended upon him. Crack! A faint cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Ye Chen looked down and could vaguely sense a slight tremor in the ground. Although it wasn't very strong, he had an ominous feeling. Without further thought, Ye Chen quickly grabbed Ito Misuki and Abro and retreated. At the same time, he shouted a warning. Everyone be careful. Something's wrong with the ground. Hearing Ye Chen's warning, some were still in confusion, unsure of what to do, while others reacted quickly, mimicking Ye Chen's movements to escape to the sides. The next moment, the ground split open and dozens of cracks erupted with an earthquake, instantly swallowing several genin. The outcome was unimaginable. This scene happened too suddenly. Nakagawa Ikaru and several jounin had only just reacted when the incident occurred, clearly falling into an ambush. Ye Chen was able to detect the problem not because his perception was superior to those jounin, but because the rock ninjas had deliberately targeted the lower ninjas, aiming specifically for them. Otherwise, with Nakagawa Ikaru and the other strength, they wouldn't have failed to notice the movements beneath the ground, without waiting for them to retaliate. The tremors on the ground grew stronger, followed by a dense array of earth spikes that emerged from underground. It was as if they had eyes, surrounding the genin and unleashing a massacre. A few were caught off guard and were scratched by the spikes, but fortunately, they were all prepared, and no one lost their life as a result. The few J-nin led by Nakagawa Ichiro did not sit idly by. They threw shurikens towards the dark areas of the village. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by several muffled grunts, the earth spike ninjutsu came to a halt, indicating that some of the ambushing ninjas must have been injured. Top, top, top. A J-nin from a Wagakure stepped out from the shadows, with no other IWA ninjas around, likely having lost combat ability due to the earlier shuriken strikes. Nakagawa Ichiro glanced at a J-nin beside him, who immediately stepped forward to confront the IWA J-nin. Meanwhile, they continued advancing toward the village. As they passed the earlier ambush point, they saw two bodies pierced by shurikens and another person struggling to escape. Before Nakagawa Ichiro could speak, Ye Chen used the body flicker technique, swiftly slicing the person's neck. Evolution Point 21. Ye Chen smirked, realizing it was just a genin. No wonder he couldn't evade the J-nin's thrown shurikens. Chapter 44. Infiltration of the IWA ninja stronghold before departing. Ye Chen and his team were informed of their mission objectives, to eliminate the enemy's living forces and to destroy their supply stockpiles. Nakagawa Ichiro intended to minimize combat, accomplish the second objective, and then withdraw quickly, thus providing an explanation. He thought this way, but would IWA ninjas easily allow them to complete their mission? The answer was obviously no. As they approached the village, dozens of kunai shot towards them. During the day, they had used the advantage of the main battlefield to repel the IWA ninjas, but at night, the tables had turned. Such ruthless throwing of kunai, as if they were worthless, could only be seen in their home turf. For ninjas deployed in battle, aside from space scrolls and space-time ninjutsu, the tools they could carry were quite limited. In such circumstances, they naturally could not afford to engage in attrition warfare. Nakagawa Ichiro's J-nin quickly formed hand seals, slamming both palms onto the ground, causing walls of earth to rise up, blocking the incoming kunai. It was the earth-style, earth flow wall, which blocked the flying kunai. The J-nin did not stop forming seals. Chakra surged wildly, and he slammed a palm onto the earthen wall. Roar! Earth-style, earth dragon bullet. The chakra, mixed with earth ninjutsu, formed a giant earth dragon over 10 meters long. The earth dragon roared skyward, and countless arrows made of earth elements were shot from its mouth, raining down on the village. Then, the earth dragon lunged towards the village, and the already fragile earthen walls surrounding the village collapsed in an instant. In an instant, the IWA ninjas hiding in the village were in for a tough time. With the dual impact of the earth arrows and the earth dragon's charge, even if they did not die, injuries were inevitable. Many genin were left dumbfounded. This was the power of a J-nin, and such a powerful earth ninjutsu was astonishing. The power was immense, but the chakra consumption was also significant. With the IWA ninjas suffering heavy losses, it was their moment to strike. Nakagawa Ichiro immediately ordered Team 1 and Team 2 to intercept the enemy, while Teams 3 and 4 were to locate the supply warehouse and blow it up as soon as they found it. Nakagawa Ichiro arranged it this way because Teams 1 and 2 consisted of experts, with the weakest member being a CH Nin. Teams 3 and 4 had team leaders with CH Nin strength, plus a few Genin, making them more suitable for searching for supply warehouses. While the J-Nin would handle the combat and interception tasks. Ye Chen was in Team 3, while Aburame and Ito Misuki were in Team 4. After reminding them to be careful, they set off. Inside the IWA Ninja Stronghold, Team 3 had relatively higher strength. Besides Ye Chen, who was superficially a Genin, the other 3 members were all CH Nin level, so they were assigned to search the more difficult areas. Team 4, being slightly weaker, was tasked with searching the perimeter. At this moment, Team 3 had been infiltrating the stronghold for 5 minutes and finally located the IWA Ninja's supply warehouse. This was thanks to a ninja from the Yamanaka clan in their team. Although he was not a direct descendant of the Yamanaka clan and had not learned the clan's top-tier mental techniques, he had learned a mind-reading technique. Just recently, they encountered a small team of IWA ninjas led by CH Nin. After a quick battle, they captured one of the enemy Genin alive. The Yamanaka clan's secret technique came in handy to locate the supply warehouse. If the intelligence was correct, the material warehouse of the IWA Ninja Stronghold was located in an underground secret room in the center of the village. As long as they destroyed it, their mission would be complete. At that time, everyone could safely withdraw. However, eliminating the guarding forces was not an easy task. The captain of Team 3, Fukuda Ikaharu, was a seasoned CH Nin. As they approached the central area of the village, he raised his right fist, signaling everyone to stop. He then performed a secret technique to observe the surrounding environment. Although Ye Chen did not know what ninjutsu he was using, he could feel the spiritual energy emanating from him, clearly a form of perception technique. Suddenly, Fukuda Ikaharu opened his eyes wide, looking at Ye Chen in astonishment, scrutinizing him uncontrollably. What's wrong? Seeing him look at him like that, Ye Chen remained expressionless and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Fukuda Ikaharu withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "It's nothing." Seeing this, Ye Chen frowned. The other party wouldn't act like this for no reason. He must have discovered something. Was it the Sharingan? Or did I see through his perception technique? Regardless of which one, Ye Chen became somewhat wary of this person. Although they were all Konoha ninjas, sometimes those closest to you were the ones most likely to strike. In any case, one should always be cautious. In fact, Ye Chen was overthinking. The technique Fukuda Ikaharu had just used was thermal sensing, which could sense the number of living beings around and provide a rough estimate of their strength. The strength estimation was essentially probing the chakra levels of the opponents. Normally, this technique was not very accurate, but it had its unique advantages in sensing the number of living beings. Unfortunately, the massive energy within Ye Chen was astonishing, truly startling Fukuda Ikaharu. He thought Ye Chen was some J-Nin in disguise. No, even a J-Nin might not have as much energy as Ye Chen. Once he confirmed that the person beside him was indeed Ye Chen, Fukuda Ikaharu snapped out of his shock. But now that the mission was at hand, he couldn't elaborate further. This couldn't be blamed on Ye Chen. The technique he practiced, the Hongmeng devouring heaven art, was not a technique from this world. Although his energy was only 1,000, which was inferior to those J-Nin, the quality was 10 times that of others, making him surpass the vast majority of J-Nin overall, leading to this misunderstanding. Chapter 45. A detonating tag. After a moment, Fukuda Ikaharu opened his eyes again and said, "The enemy has 2 small teams, one guarding the front house, and the other hiding underground. Both are standard Genin teams. A Genin team, as the name suggests, consists of 1 CH Nin leading 3 Genin. Additionally, there are CH Nin teams and J Nin teams. A CH Nin team typically consists of 1 special J Nin plus 3 CH Nin, or 4 CH Nin, generally executing tasks of level A or higher, like the task they were currently undertaking. As for a J Nin team, that can be more complex, depending on the task's difficulty. It usually consists of 1 to 2 J Nin leading several senior CH Nin. For extremely high difficulty tasks, It is not uncommon for the entire team to be composed of J-nin. However, such tasks are usually assigned to elite J-nin from the village. Back to the point, since there are only 2 lower ninja teams, there's nothing to worry about. Let's finish this quickly. The 4 of them shared this thought. Without hesitation, they headed straight for the central building. As they approached the central building, Shuriken flew towards them. Ye Chen took a step ahead, drawing his long knife from his waist and slashing horizontally to deflect the incoming Shuriken. The reason he wanted to take the lead was that he was the only lower ninja in the team, although it was just a rank. He didn't want to be treated differently. That horizontal slash was his determination and proof of his own strength. The other 3, except for Fukuda Ikaharu, were surprised to see that Ye Chen was actually using a long knife and doing it so skillfully, something not just any lower ninja could accomplish. They understood why Captain Nakagawa had put Ye Chen in the 3rd team. His strength was sufficient. The first attack failed, and the rock ninja, hiding inside the house, wanted to launch another strike. But the 3rd team was not to be underestimated. They quickly bypassed the obstacles and rushed in. In an instant, a battle erupted inside the house. The 4 rock ninjas faced off against the 3 Konoha Ch-nin, fighting back vigorously. Ye Chen scanned the area, confirming there were no hidden enemies, and used the Void Flash shield technique to instantly disappear from his original spot. The rock Ch-nin, engaged in combat, suddenly felt a chill down his spine as a dark figure appeared behind him. His pupils constricted in shock as he thought, so fast. The next moment, blood spurted from his neck, and he fell to the ground dead. Fukuda Ikaharu was stunned by this scene. Could this guy really be a J-nin? The body flicker technique was so smooth, pretending to be a lower ninja. Was that really okay? However, seeing the expression on the enemy's face, Fukuda Ikaharu sighed. People really couldn't be compared. 3 blades of light flashed through the room, and 3 rock lower ninjas fell dead. Ye Chen's sudden display left his 3 teammates sighing in exasperation. They had heard that there was a headhunting dog in previous battles, and now they knew who it was. Ye Chen didn't care about these things. He collected the rock ninja's tool bag and said, "Let's look for the underground passage." Fukuda Ikaharu didn't waste words. Based on heat sensing, he found the location of the next team, which also indicated a general direction. The 4 of them arrived at the 1st floor hall, traversed the corridor, and, following the heat perception, reached a certain room. "They are right below us," Fukuda Ikaharu pointed to the floor. One team member stepped forward and said, "Let me do it." They didn't plan to look for any entrance mechanism. Instead, they directly broke open a hole based on the location of the underground secret room and then charged in. Their task was to cause destruction, so they didn't have to worry about other issues. Earth release, earthquake wave. Bang! An invisible wave spread from the palm of the Ch-nin to the surrounding ground, followed by a tremor from the ground. The 4 jumped back as the ground collapsed with a roar. When the dust settled, Ye Chen discovered that one unfortunate lower ninja had been crushed under the rocks. "Let's go down," Fukuda Ikaharu shouted. "Wait a minute," Ye Chen intervened. The 3 looked at him, wondering what he meant. Ye Chen smiled and took out a shuriken, with an explosive tag attached to it. The 3 immediately understood, marveling at how this kid knew how to play. They weren't worried that a single explosive tag would collapse the passage below. Such underground secret rooms were quite sturdy. If it was a shoddy construction, then a few ninjutsu attacks from above would have already caused a collapse. Therefore, the other 3 didn't oppose Ye Chen's actions, as long as the passage didn't collapse. The reason Ye Chen did this was also to prevent the ninjas below from launching a surprise attack. The earlier commotion must have alerted the rock ninjas inside, who would be waiting for them at the entrance. Once they jumped down, they would immediately be ambushed. The shuriken with the explosive tag was casually thrown out by Ye Chen. Shouts came from the underground passage, but they couldn't stop the explosive tag from detonating. Boom! A violent explosion echoed from the underground passage. Then, crimson flames erupted from the entrance. Fortunately, the 4 of them had already prepared. They retreated to a corner and were not harmed by the flames, only feeling the heat singeing their faces. Not only that, but the walls of the room shook continuously. If they hadn't reinforced it, it would have likely collapsed by now. However, cracks in the walls were unavoidable. None of this was of concern to Ye Chen. Chapter 46. Mission completed. Heavy losses. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen smiled slyly and approached the entrance, leaping down. The three followed closely behind. As they fell, several sounds of slicing through the air came from the smoke. Ye Chen was delighted. There were still survivors, so he wouldn't be blamed. Holding the knife in his right hand and the shuriken in his left, he swung continuously to knock away the shuriken being shot at him. At the same time, he sensed the position of the rock ninja, using the body flicker technique to appear right in front of the rock ninja. There were no others nearby, and he could smell the blood in the air, indicating that the other three rock lower ninjas had already died in the previous two attacks. What a pity, Ye Chen lamented. That was a lot of evolution points. However, there was still one survivor, and he couldn't let him go. Looking at the rock ninja so close, Ye Chen's lips curled into a smirk, while the opponent instinctively swallowed hard, shocked. How did this guy get here? Goodbye. Ye Chen's knife struck down, and the rock ninja used the body replacement technique to escape a disaster. But could he really get away? Clearly not. A shuriken shot out, and the Nin, who hadn't escaped far, instinctively stopped, looking down at the piercing wound in his chest, struggling to say impossible. When he saw Ye Chen's eyes, his pupils constricted, finally understanding the reason, and he fell down, unwillingly. Ye Chen retracted his Sharingan and walked over expressionlessly to pick up the opponent's tool bag. The three who came up behind were at a loss for words. They hadn't even made a move, and this guy had already finished the battle, making them seem quite redundant. Stop dawdling. Find a supply warehouse, and then blow it up. Fukuda Ikaharu reacted first and immediately issued the order. Confirming that the enemies were all eliminated, the four of them did not hesitate and found the rock ninja supply warehouse behind a door. It was a large underground space of about 300 square meters, filled with shelves and supplies on the ground, including food, medicine, ninja tools, and all the materials needed by ninjas. To their delight, there were over 100 explosive tags inside, which saved them a lot of trouble. Captain Fukuda, you guys leave first. I'll handle this, Ye Chen said, picking up all the explosive tags and placing them in various corners of the warehouse. Seeing this, the other three understood that Ye Chen was faster than them, so they didn't delay and quickly left. It wasn't that they didn't trust Ye Chen alone, but they needed to guard the entrance above to prevent reinforcements from coming. Ye Chen took on this task for his own selfish reasons. The supplies here were complete, and it would be a shame not to take anything. Once the three left, he began to choose various supplies to store in the system space. Food, medicine, ninja tools, these were all essential. Although there were some items he wouldn't use, he could still sell them for a profit. In the entire underground space, Ye Chen only used half of the explosive tags, and the rest naturally belonged to him. After exiting the underground space and reuniting with the three, they began to take protective measures, and, after confirming everything was fine, the four of them quietly left. The explosive tags would trigger in a minute. By then, they would have already evacuated. With so many explosive tags detonating simultaneously, even a Nin wouldn't necessarily survive if they got too close. As they were leaving, Fukuda Ikaharu fired a signal flare, both as a retreat signal and to let the rock ninjas know their target. Once the rock ninjas approached this location, the explosive tags would explode, and the consequences could be imagined. A minute passed quickly, and before they had even run out of the small town, a tremendous explosion sounded behind them. The crimson flames pierced through the ground, illuminating the entire sky. Not only that, the whole village was affected, with the ground collapsing and cracks rapidly spreading in all directions, causing strong tremors within a radius of several kilometers. The surrounding leaf ninjas, seeing this scene, understood that their mission was complete and no longer wished to fight, quickly organizing their retreat. However, the rock ninjas seemed to have gone mad, disregarding the state of the village as they chased after the enemy, perhaps knowing that even if they returned, it would be useless under such destructive power. The base could no longer be preserved. It was better to fight to the death with the enemy. The two sides engaged in a deadly chase. In the end, the casualties were even greater than in the previous chaotic battle. Team 3 naturally could not avoid being caught up in it. Fortunately, with the sensory ninja Fukuda Iko, they managed to bypass the enemy as strong teams, but combat was unavoidable. By the time they escaped, the 4-member team had become 3. With one Nin falling into an ambush, and unfortunately sacrificing himself. Though helpless, this was war. Who doesn't he die? By the later half of the night, Ye Chen and the others finally returned to the base. Upon returning, Ye Chen discovered that the losses from this operation were beyond his imagination. More than half of the ninjas in the camp were gone, and everyone looked grave. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen's heart sank. They would have had an accident too, would they? Ye Chen quickly ran back towards Team 7's tent and immediately saw Ito Miyuki outside, her eyes red, as if she had been crying. He stopped in his tracks, feeling a bad premonition. Miyuki, are you okay? Chapter 47. Bad news. Ye Chen. Ito Miyuki lifted her head, saw Ye Chen, and her face filled with surprise. She rushed over and threw herself into Ye Chen's arms, crying, Abe, Nakagawa-sensei, they all died. I thought you were hearing this. Ye Chen was stunned. Memories of Abe and Nakagawa Ichiro flooded his mind. They had gone on missions together, shopped together, and joked around. Abe was like the chatterbox of the team, always chattering away, sometimes even annoying Ye Chen. Now, even if he wanted to listen, he could never hear it again. Nakagawa Ichiro was one of the few good teachers, always saying safety first, mission second, that surviving was more important than anything else. But this time, he hadn't returned. Ye Chen didn't know when, but his eyes had already become moist, tears slowly sliding down. He thought he wouldn't feel sad about death anymore. But at the moment he heard about the deaths of his best partner and best teacher, his heart still hurt so much. He told himself to be a heartless person. On the battlefield, one couldn't have too many attachments, but he still couldn't do it. Perhaps he was just an emotional person. After a long time, Ye Chen took a deep breath, pushed away the already tear-streaked Ito Miyuki, and stepped towards Nakagawa Ichiro's tent. The moment he walked into the tent, it felt as if that figure was still standing there. Sitting by the bed, Ye Chen stared blankly for a long time, while Ito Miyuki stood silently beside him, covering her mouth and crying silently. Team 7 had not been formed for long, only a few months, but the bond between the four of them was already unbreakable. Losing both their teacher and a teammate all at once was something he couldn't accept. After a long time, Ye Chen finally recovered from his sorrow and looked at Ito Miyuki, saying, How did Nakagawa-sensei and Abe die? Hearing the question, Ito Miyuki became even more saddened, choking up as she recounted what had happened. It turned out that Nakagawa Ichiro had stayed behind to cover everyone, ultimately dying at the hands of two rock-hidden jonin. Ye Chen felt sorrowful, but it was not unexpected. Nakagawa Ichiro was the captain of their squad, and it was his duty to cover the team's retreat. It was just a pity that he hadn't survived. As for Abe, he had sacrificed himself purely to protect Ito Miyuki. The two of them had encountered a rock-hidden Nin squad during their retreat. To protect Ito Miyuki, Abe fought desperately. But the disparity in strength could not be bridged just by fighting hard. To ensure the one he loved could return alive, Abe ultimately chose to detonate an explosive tag, perishing with the enemy. Afterwards, Ito Miyuki was saved by a special jonin passing by. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it back. Ye Chen glanced at Ito Miyuki and noticed she had quite a few injuries as well, just from her wounds. One could tell how dangerous the situation had been at that time. Ye Chen sighed, recalling what Abe had once said, Miyuki, if it really comes to the moment of death, I will die in front of you. Abe had done it. He had fulfilled his promise to Ito Miyuki. Miyuki, this isn't your fault. Abe was our comrade. Protecting our comrades is what we should do. And we who are still alive must be strong. What we can do is to not disappoint Abe and Nakagawa-sensei's expectations. I'll take you to get treated first. After saying this, Ye Chen took Ito Miyuki to the medical room for treatment, while he returned to his own tent. Ultimately, on the battlefield, it all came down to insufficient strength. If he could crush everyone, what would he have to fear about war? What he could do now was not to cry, but to train desperately and become stronger. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward evolution points 500, Spirit Transformation Fruit 10, Thunder Release. Thunder God, 9 transformations. The Thunder Release skill immediately transformed into a streak of flowing light and surged into Ye Chen's mind. At the same time, the first transformation of Thunder God, 9 transformations appeared in his mind. Initial Thunder Roar. Initial Thunder Roar. Training key points, can sense the wandering thunder attribute energy between heaven and earth, draw it into the body, and refine it simultaneously. Like the first thunder of early spring, weak but full of potential. What Ye Chen didn't expect was that the first form of Thunder God contained two ninjutsu. Thunder Release, Thunder Strike, which can release a weak current to paralyze the enemy. Thunder Release, Thunderball, which condenses a small thunderball for attack. Characteristics: limited power, low chakra consumption, based on fundamentals and perception, understanding the form of lightning. After reading the introduction, Ye Chen thought that the limited power was non-existent. After all, his skills could level up and their power would gradually increase. But he didn't expect the system to provide a combined skill for Thunder Release, where every evolution would produce new ninjutsu. However, this was good. In the future, he would have to search for Thunder Release ninjutsu anymore. The Spirit Transformation Fruit needed no further introduction. He focused on the evolution points. This time, by killing 10 lower ninjas and 3 ch. He converted a total of 420 evolution points, plus the 500 from the task, giving him a total of 920 evolution points. When Ye Chen saw this number, he was overjoyed. His bloodline could break through tonight. Chapter 48. Dual Bloodline Evolution, Breaking the Illusionary Divine Eye System. Increase Physique to 100 points. Ding Dong. Consuming 50 evolution points, current physique 100. Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for meeting the evolution condition for the Sharingan. Do you wish to proceed? Don't be verbose. Evolve. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for evolving the Sharingan into the double Tomo Sharingan. As the prompt sound ended, Ye Chen felt a painful numbness in his left eye, clearly sensing the energy within his body gathering towards his left eye. A roar escaped him as the Sharingan and Byakugan manifested on their own. At the same time, one Tomo in the Sharingan spun rapidly, slowly transforming into two Tomo. The moment the double Tomo Sharingan formed, the pain dissipated, and Ye Chen raised his gaze ahead, noticing that both his vision and insight were several times clearer than before. Although it was an auxiliary ability, it often played a significant role in combat. The only regret was that no new innate ability was activated. System: power increased to 100. Ding! Consumed 70 evolution points. Current power 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Byakugan has evolved into the second transformation. Similarly, the basic abilities of the Byakugan have been enhanced threefold. Originally, the visual range was 1 kilometer, focusing at 3 kilometers. Now it can see objects 3 kilometers away and focus up to approximately 6 kilometers. Just this ability alone makes the second transformation of the Byakugan incredibly powerful. At this moment, the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique within him began to operate autonomously, and it seemed that a divine eye was slowly opening at his brow. The first layer of the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique, the Eye of Breaking Illusions, connect to the profound and ultimate realm, allowing the cultivation of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Once his 3 attributes break through to 100, the perception of the divine eye reaches a subtle level, further enhancing the efficiency of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while his physical body is initially nourished by the original energy, making him immune to diseases and doubling his lifespan. At this moment, Ye Chen felt refreshed, as if he were soaking in an ocean of spiritual energy. For the next 3 days, all the ninjas at the base were resting, waiting for the next batch of replacement ninjas to arrive. Meanwhile, Ye Chen remained in a state of cultivation, gradually consuming the evolution points he had earned, while his own strength rapidly increased. Time reached the 3rd day. The sky was dimly bright. Ye Chen ended his cultivation state, and the evolution points he had earned were completely consumed. Character Panel. Host: Uchiha Ye Chen Realm. Ch Nin Technique. Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique. Combat Power: 382 Strength, 126 Constitution, 130 Spirit, 128 Energy, 1280 Bloodline. Sharingan Double Tomo. Byakugan Second Transformation. Talent: Energy Conversion, Amaterasu, Level 1. Space Compression, Level 1. Eye of Breaking Illusion Skills, Advanced Body Flicker Technique, Level 9. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level 13. Illusionary Restraint Technique, Level 5. Spiral Sphere, Level 3. Lightning Release, Thunder God S9 changes. Level 2, evolution points. 0 Ye Chen was a bit surprised. This was actually a kind of talent. After understanding it carefully, he realized the effects of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. The Eye of Breaking Illusions not only helps him perceive the essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also can see through the illusory appearances of the world. In other words, the Eye of Breaking Illusions can accelerate Ye Chen's understanding of the world and can see through illusions. Any illusion will be ineffective before the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Of course, this also depends on Ye Chen's realm. If the enemy's cultivation exceeds by too much, the Eye of Breaking Illusions can at most weaken the illusion's effectiveness. Everything still depends on one's own strength. Even so, it is still quite powerful. At least he won't have to fear the enemy's illusions in the future. As noon approached, accompanied by the sound of rolling wheels, the replacement ninjas arrived at the small town base. After completing the handover, Ye Chen and the others could return to the main camp. There were over 30 people coming, but on the way back, hardly any familiar faces remained. They were all reinforcements who had arrived later. Even so, among the surviving ninjas, most were upper CH9, and there were hardly any lower ninjas left. Otherwise, how could they say that lower ninjas are the cannon fodder on the battlefield? On the way back, the entire team appeared very gloomy. Many teammates and brothers would forever remain on the battlefield. How could they be happy? Ye Chen glanced at Ito Mitsuki beside him. After 3 days, her emotions had stabilized quite a bit, but she looked silent and taciturn. Clearly, she had not yet come out from the shadow of her teacher and companion's deaths. For this, Ye Chen had no good solutions. He could only rely on time to erase these scars. Time passed little by little, and the team moved forward at a steady pace. Since they didn't need to escort supplies, they could have gone faster, but there were still many injured in the team, so their speed could only slow down. Despite this, they still returned to the main camp early the next morning. The task report did not require the lower ninjas to worry about. So Ye Chen was relieved and threw himself wholeheartedly into cultivation after saying goodbye to Ito Mitsuki. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. At the main camp, South Training Ground, Ye Chen was sparring with Ito Mitsuki. The two had been fighting for half an hour, and Ye Chen could be said to be accompanying her the entire time. This was a suggestion he had made. Since then, Ito Mitsuki had become silent and depressed. Perhaps the death of Aburame was a significant blow to her. Ye Chen did not want Mitsuki to remain in such a depressed state. He wanted to reignite her fighting spirit, and the only way to do that was through training. Surprisingly, this method turned out to be quite effective. On the field, Ito Mitsuki was panting heavily, her clothes soaked with sweat, her hair sticking to her face in disarray, and her overall condition seemed to have improved a lot. Despite being filled with fatigue, her eyes no longer showed despair, but rather a hint of determination. Mitsuki, that's enough for today. Go back and rest well. Everything will be okay. Thank you, Ye Chen. Chapter 49, A Storm is Coming. A few minutes later, the two returned to the main camp and were about to enter the camp when they encountered team. Ye Chen stopped in his tracks, feeling that these people were quite familiar. What's wrong? Ito Mitsuki asked in confusion. Looking at the departing team, Ye Chen spoke. Those few people, I feel like I've seen them at the small town base. They should be from the team that replaced us. What? Ito Mitsuki was taken aback, hurriedly looking towards the backs of those people. But unfortunately, they had already disappeared. It can't be right. It's only been a few days. How could they come back? Isn't it supposed to be a month rotation? Could something major have happened in the small town? As she said this, Ito Mitsuki seemed to remember something, and a hint of fear and undeniable sadness flashed in her eyes. Ye Chen shook his head. From their state, it doesn't seem like they've encountered any trouble. Then why did they come back early? I don't know, Ye Chen replied. I'm just a lower ninja, and I don't have any inside information, so I can't know. But the occurrence of this phenomenon indicates one point. There will be major movements in the camp soon. In any case, we need to be careful. My intuition tells me that something big is going to happen. Okay, Ito Mitsuki nodded in response. They then returned to their respective tents to rest. In the following days, Ye Chen intentionally and unintentionally inquired about information within the camp. But unfortunately, as a lower ninja, many things others were unwilling to discuss with him in detail. Even so, he discovered some issues. First, the number of ninjas in the main camp was continuously increasing, and many were unfamiliar faces when they arrived at the main camp. They looked worn out, clearly having traveled a lot, combined with the group they encountered a few days ago. Ye Chen speculated that these people should be from various bases returning to the main camp. Second, the communication channels of the main camp were tightened. Anyone and anything entering or exiting needed to undergo multiple checks. Even he was strictly prohibited from going to the training ground to train, which was quite unusual. Third, the entire main camp was surrounded by powerful perception barriers, which were open all day. Any little movement could attract the attention of the patrol teams. Given all of this, he would not believe that the main camp was not planning something significant. Being able to gather so much information was also thanks to his Byakugan ability. Any movements of the ninjas in the main camp were within his field of vision. Of course, he did not dare to look at the central area. He could only scan the periphery. Although the Byakugan was powerful, his strength was still somewhat lacking, and his mental power could not escape the notice of those elite Nin, not to mention that there was one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru, in the main camp. Even knowing that something big was going to happen, Ye Chen had no way to act. He could only silently cultivate to improve his combat power. Only by becoming stronger could he escape the identity of a pawn. That evening, inside a tent, a dozen Konoha Nin gathered here, sitting silently on both sides. After a moment, a pale, emaciated man lifted the curtain and walked in. He walked straight to the main seat and surveyed the crowd. At the same time, everyone stood up, their expressions respectful as they shouted, "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru nodded slightly, waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. "Is everyone here?" Upon hearing this, the first row of the left side, a Nin, stood up and reported, "As of now, according to the plan, more than 85 returning ninjas have arrived, and the remaining ones will arrive successively tonight." "Good." Orochimaru nodded in response, then looked at a person on the right side. "How is the information blockade?" Seeing Orochimaru looking over, the ninja's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, "So far, there have been no signs of any leaks, but what?" Orochimaru's brow furrowed. Sunagakure and Iwagakure seem to have sensed something during this period. External patrol teams have discovered several attempts to infiltrate, but we have dealt with them secretly. Orochimaru pondered slightly. This is quite normal. After all, we have recalled so many people from the front lines. It is reasonable for them to be suspicious. As long as we ensure that the operational plan is not leaked, it will be fine. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, there is absolutely no possibility of information leaking. The Konoha Nin assured. "That's good." Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. He was clear about the abilities of his subordinates. Being able to make such a guarantee showed that he had confidence. After some thought, Orochimaru's gaze turned to a man in a black cloak in the corner. "How are things on your side?" Everyone looked over, and they all knew which organization the man in the black cloak belonged to, Konoha's Anbu. More specifically, they were subordinates of Danzo, ninjas from the Root organization. Compared to Anbu ninjas, Root ninjas were more ruthless and cold-blooded. To complete a mission, they could abandon everything. Even their own lives. They were purely tools created to accomplish tasks. They were orphans selected by Danzo during the turmoil of war, trained in secret from a young age. So they were only loyal to Danzo. To say they were loyal would be incorrect. They were merely brainwashed and manipulated by Danzo. Orochimaru had summoned this batch of people from Danzo to cooperate with this mission and complete Konoha's revenge plan. That's right, revenge, to retaliate against Iwagakure and Sunagakure for the previous raid. The earlier full-scale attack was merely a prelude to this plan. The upcoming actions were Orochimaru's true objectives. However, dealing with both major hidden villages at the same time was not feasible with Konoha's current troop strength on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Therefore, Orochimaru focused his attention on Iwagakure, which had a higher hatred value. However, they could not let their guard down against Sunagakure either. The fact that they were able to cooperate last time indicated that some form of collaboration had been established. Even if they were not cooperating, once they took action, their base would definitely be vulnerable. If Sunagakure came to raid, Konoha would suffer a crushing defeat in the battle in the Land of Rain. Orochimaru was a proud man. He would never allow such a thing to happen. To prevent Sunagakure from participating in this operation, something had to be stirred up to divert their attention. This was also the reason why Orochimaru brought in the ninjas from the root organization. Chapter 50. Interception Mission. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, the Black Cloak Nin stood up. Everything is ready. After the plan is executed, several key figures from Sunagakure in the Land of Rain will be assassinated. Indeed, this was Orochimaru's plan, simple yet brutal. As long as the root organization assassinated one or two key members of Sunagakure, the command system of Sunagakure on the battlefield in the Land of Rain would fall into temporary chaos. By the time they reacted, Konoha would have completed its revenge against IWA ninjas, thus eliminating the concern of their base being taken advantage of. The key to the operation was the assassination of Sunagakure. However, Orochimaru had high hopes for the root organization. If the Umbu ninjas were to execute it, there might be problems, but the root organization was different. They viewed the mission as more important than their lives. Such madmen could accomplish anything. After confirming that everything was ready, Orochimaru immediately ordered everyone prepare. We will start the operation tomorrow night at 8. Yes, a dozen Nin inside the tent responded in unison. The next evening arrived. In the drizzling rain, a large group of ninjas was swiftly on the move. Ye Chen was also in the team, scanning around. There were about 1,000 people. It seemed that aside from the necessary personnel at the base, Orochimaru had dispatched all available ninjas, indicating the massive scale of this operation. It was only on this evening that he received the mission notification, with the target being an attack on a base of IWA ninjas. Such a large operation could not possibly be just a simple attack on an ordinary base. Based on the intelligence Ye Chen had gathered, this base was no ordinary place. It was the largest logistics center of Awagakure on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Once this place was taken down, IWA ninjas would not dare to make any significant moves for at least the next half year. It was at this moment that Ye Chen finally understood Orochimaru's purpose. The previous full-scale attack, which resulted in heavy losses on both sides, was actually a prelude to this operation, forcing Awagakure to deploy personnel to the front lines and consequently leaving their rear vulnerable. This provided them with an opportunity for the upcoming raid. This was a blatant scheme. Even if Awagakure sent something, they could not just stand by. Otherwise, if Orochimaru launched a second raid, it could turn from a feigned attack to a real one, pushing the entire front line to the rear of IWA ninjas. That would be even more detrimental for them. Therefore, Awagakure could only send reinforcements to the front lines to compensate for the lack of combat power there. After Orochimaru's probing and confirming that the opponent had taken a bait, he quietly recalled the frontline troops, briefly forming a numerical advantage. This was also the confidence that allowed Orochimaru to launch this attack. Wow, it's truly a chain reaction. Ye Chen seek it. The plan was good, but how many people had paid with their lives for it? Aoki, Midori, Nakagawa, and Abe, among others, were all Konoha ninjas. Yet in the end, they were merely pawns on the battlefield. It was both sad and lamentable. At this moment, Ye Chen felt powerless. His strength was still insufficient to change the situation. According to the plan, once they reached the vicinity of the base, they were to split into 4 teams. 2 teams would be responsible for intercepting enemy reinforcements, while the other 2 would flank and assault the base. This arrangement was unavoidable. Although they had kept the operational plan very secret, at such a scale, the enemy would inevitably notice. By the time they arrived, Iwa's troops would also be on their way to reinforce. To ensure the successful completion of this mission, only a small fraction of their force could be allocated to intercept the reinforcement troops. Over 10 hours later, the time reached the next morning. Ye Chen's team was stationed in a forest near the base. Suddenly, the system notification sound rang out. Ding dong, a new mission has been generated. Konoha intends to raid the Awagakure logistics base. The IWA command has dispatched elite troops for reinforcement. This is a war of blood and fire, and the host is about to face a life-and-death struggle. Mission objective: intercept the reinforcement troops until the mission is completed and safely withdraw. Reward: 1,000 evolution points, 20 spirit fruits. An hour later, after resting, Ye Chen and Ito Misuki followed a team of about 300 people to the first interception point. This was a river-valley corridor flanked by rolling mountains, with a long river in the middle and relatively spacious sandy areas on both sides. This road connected to the IWA ninja base and was the closest route to the target base. If the IWA ninja base wanted to send reinforcements, they were very likely to take this route. Their task was to intercept the enemy here, buying time for the other teams. As the largest base of a Wagakure in the Land of Rain, the station troops there would definitely not be few, and their combat strength would be quite formidable, especially with the home ground advantage. Even if their side had more troops than the IWA ninjas, it would be impossible to breach the enemy camp in a short time. Therefore, this interception mission would once again be a difficult battle. Miyuki, during the battle later, don't stray too far from me. Thinking of this, Ye Chen felt a bit worried about Miyuki. The 7th squad only had the 2 of them left. Last time he wasn't present, and this time, he couldn't let anything happen to Miyuki, or he would truly be left alone. Chapter 51. The rock-hidden reinforcements arrive. As noon approached, Ye Chen turned to look back, thinking that the battle over there should have started by now. Unfortunately, they were too far away to hear anything even if a fight broke out. At that moment, the squad leader sent a message urging everyone to stay alert and be ready to face the enemy. Hiding in the forest on both sides, Ye Chen and Miyuki, like everyone else, held kunai, trying to keep their breathing steady while watching the riverbank, quietly waiting for the enemy rock ninja troops to arrive. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the rock ninja troops still hadn't appeared. Ye Chen sensed some impatience among the team, but it was quickly suppressed. Another hour went by, and everyone began to think that the rock ninja might not come. Just as they were feeling relieved, a figure suddenly appeared ahead and quickly disappeared into the forest. Before long, the squad leader relayed the message that the enemy would arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes and urged everyone to prepare. Sure enough, around 10 minutes later, a large group appeared ahead. It was the reinforcements sent by the rock ninja. As they got closer, Ye Chen estimated that there were about 200 of them, which relieved him as he thought that Orochimaru's plan should have succeeded. After such a long time, the rock ninja reinforcements had only sent this few people. With 300 against 200, their side had a better chance of winning. As the rock ninja troops drew nearer, Ye Chen and the others prepared themselves, waiting for the squad leader's command to launch the first wave of attacks. At that moment, the rock hidden team leader suddenly stopped and scanned the surrounding forest. Seeing this, the Konoha squad leader wasted no time and immediately ordered an attack. In the next moment, countless kunai flew out from the forest, raining down on the rock ninja troops. Enemy attacks. Seeing this scene, the rock hidden jonin reacted and shouted. However, the attack came too suddenly, and the rock ninja troops were caught off guard, not even having time to use ninjutsu, and could only respond in a panic. The lower ninjas suffered greatly, instantly turning into a mass of corpses. Just from the first wave of attacks, they killed 1/5 of the enemy ninjas. Ye Chen was particularly crafty, directly taking down an enemy chunin. Following up with a second wave of shuriken attacks, the rock ninja were better prepared this time. Some used ninjutsu, while others blocked with weapons. But even so, a few unfortunate ones still fell to the shuriken. The third wave was various ninjutsu, such as fireball and water dragon bullet, which severely injured the rock ninja. Kill! With the squad leader's long shout, he was the first to charge out of the forest, followed by several jonin. Kill! 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 The shouts of battle erupted completely at that moment. Ye Chen intentionally slowed his pace while charging forward with Miyuki. The battlefield was chaotic, and with the clashes between jonin, charging too quickly could result in unintended consequences. If the enemy jonin felt that he was in the way, they might easily kill him, and at that moment, no one would care about the unspoken rules of the battlefield. Thus, Ye Chen held back Miyuki, clearly wanting to let the jonin fight for a while before it was their turn as chunin to engage. Be careful. Miyuki nodded, following Ye Chen's advice to engage with the lower ninjas. Even if she was at a disadvantage, she could still protect herself. As Nakagawa Ichiro said, the most important thing on the battlefield is to survive. Seeing this, Ye Chen felt temporarily reassured and dashed toward a rock-hidden chunin. As for why he didn't target the lower ninjas, one reason was to leave the lower ninjas for the Konoha lower ninjas to fight, which would reduce casualties. Secondly, killing chunin would yield significantly more evolution points. At this moment, an ordinary chunin was no different from a lower ninja to Ye Chen, whom he could easily slay. With a base combat power of 382, he had already reached the advanced Chunin stage, and coupled with his other abilities, Ye Chen's strength had reached the special Jonin level. If he used his bloodline power, he could even battle against Jonin. So rather than looking for lower ninjas, it was better to take down more of the enemy's middle-tier forces. As time passed, the battle continued for over 10 minutes, and Ye Chen had already killed 3 Chunin. One of them, a sword-wielding Chunin, truly surprised Ye Chen. Due to the unique geography, most rock-hidden ninjas trained in taijutsu and ninjutsu, with very few practicing swordsmanship. Having finally encountered a rock ninja who used a sword, Ye Chen naturally wanted to engage him in battle. Similarly, the opponent was excited to see Ye Chen, a ninja wielding a blade. However, regardless of whether they were lower ninjas, the moment they saw Ye Chen's decisive demeanor, they realized he was not a simple opponent. The two respected each other and began their battle. Clang! Clang! After a dozen exchanges, each time was a life-and-death moment. Initially, the rock-hidden Chunin thought Ye Chen was just a kid. Even if he could kill Chunin, it must be through sneak attacks. But as the battle progressed, he regretted encountering a freak. Although Ye Chen's swordsmanship couldn't be considered exquisite, partly due to his limited practice time, his overwhelming strength meant that each strike carried immense power, making it impossible for an ordinary ninja to compete. Clang! The rock-hidden Chunin stared in shock at his sword, which could no longer bear the strain and was cleaved in half at the middle, causing his hands to bleed from the grip. Just as he was stunned, a figure flashed by, and a dark blade slipped past his shoulder, pressing against his neck. Your sword skills are quite good. As the words fell, Ye Chen twisted his wrist, and the blade sliced through the neck, instantly causing blood to spurt out. Chapter 52. The second blockade point shaking off the blood from the blade, Ye Chen shifted his gaze toward Itu Miyuki. Unbeknownst to him, Miyuki had been targeted by an enemy Chunin. The wounds on her body indicated that she was already at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Ye Chen immediately threw a kunai. Since Miyuki hadn't yet broken through to Chunin, fighting against the opponent would definitely put her at a disadvantage. With only him and Miyuki left in the 7th squad, Ye Chen had to do everything he could to ensure her safety. The kunai emitted a sharp whistle as it flew through the air, and the Chunin noticed it, raising his blade to block. As the two blades clashed, sparks flew. Suddenly, the Chunin's pupils constricted. He never expected that the kunai would possess such tremendous power, far beyond what he could withstand. He only managed to slightly alter the kunai's trajectory before it pierced through his neck. In his final moments, he saw the figure approaching and couldn't comprehend why he would die like this. Are you okay? Fortunately, Miyuki shook her head. Seeing the wounds on her body, Ye Chen didn't know what to say. This was the battlefield, and injuries were inevitable. Moreover, Miyuki was a strong-willed girl. Even if she was hurt, she wouldn't cry out in pain. In the subsequent battles, Ye Chen didn't stray too far from Ita Miyuki. He knew that such protection wasn't beneficial for her, and he couldn't always be there to shield her. However, Ye Chen remained deeply concerned. He never wanted any attachments. But the 7th squad had already taken root in his heart. With Nakagawa Ichiro and Abe Lang already sacrificed, Ye Chen didn't know what he would become if anything happened to Ita Miyuki. Just as the battle was nearing its end, the rock-hidden side had lost more than half of their ninjas, with only a dozen Jonin and Chunin struggling to hold on. A special Jonin from Konoha approached and directly ordered everyone immediately proceed to the 2nd blockade point and follow the command of the 3rd squad leader. With that, without any pause, he rushed in another direction. The 2nd ambush point is another route from the rock-hidden command to the stronghold, though it takes a bit of a detour. It seems that the Rock Ninja Command also anticipated that Konoha would ambush them and dispatch 2 support teams. I thought this ambush mission was over, but it seems it has just begun. Ye Chen and Ito Masuki are not foolish. They know this ambush won't be easy. Let's go, Ye Chen said, feeling heavy-hearted, knowing that a fierce battle was likely to come. After quickly tidying up their equipment, they were joined by a dozen or so Konoha Chunin. The 2nd ambush point is not too far from here, just a 2-kilometer distance. Ye Chen and the others passed through the forest and arrived in a few minutes. By the time they reached the 2nd ambush point, over 60 Konoha ninjas had already gathered there. Among them were 6 Jounin. Most were Chunin, and there were very few Genin. Those of the same age as Ye Chen and Ito Misuki were even rarer. Therefore, their arrival attracted a lot of attention. However, Ye Chen was already used to it. After several battles, he had become accustomed to it. The Konoha ninjas gathered here had no time for conversation and chose to rest in place, as most had gone through tough battles. It was most important to recover their stamina before the enemy reinforcements arrived. As time passed, the number of gathered ninjas exceeded 100. Ye Chen scanned the area and saw many of them were injured, indicating that the situation was more serious than he had anticipated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent these injured personnel here. It seemed they had reached a point where there were no available fighters left. Now, he could only hope that the battle at the rear would end quickly. Otherwise, he didn't know how many of them would survive. At that moment, a soft hand grasped his. Ye Chen was startled and turned to look at Ito Misuki beside him. "What's wrong?" Ito Misuki revealed a sad smile. "Ye Chen, thank you for always protecting me. I once imagined what it would be like to be on the battlefield, thinking I could become a heroine and protect the village with my life. But now that I'm really here, I realize how small I am. Ye Chen promised me, no matter what happens, you have to live well." "What nonsense are you saying?" Ye Chen tightly held her hand and smiled. "We'll both survive, return to Konoha together, and go home together." Perhaps feeling the warmth in Ye Chen's hand, Ito Misuki nodded seriously. "Okay, let's go home together." Suddenly, a voice interrupted everyone's moment of rest. "All right, we've rested enough. Everyone get ready. I believe many of you have guessed that we have received intelligence that the enemy's second batch of reinforcements will pass through here soon. To ensure we successfully take the stronghold, we must give it our all to buy time for the main force. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." Everyone stood up and shouted. Ye Chen and Ito Misuki did the same, but there was always a sense of powerlessness. "Next, we will split into 5 teams, each responsible for a specific area, ensuring that the rock ninja reinforcements cannot break through our defenses." After saying this, the team leader began to divide the groups without considering everyone's opinions. Ye Chen and Ito Misuki were assigned to the 3rd team, responsible for the middle section, which likely wouldn't lead to an immediate confrontation with the enemy. However, they couldn't expect the enemy to let them off easily, as the 5 teams were adjacent to each other. Once the battle broke out, everyone would be affected. Chapter 53. Targeted by the Jounin of the Kamikaze clan after the grouping was completed, everyone hid in the dense forest. Ye Chen sensed a sense of oppression. Various signs indicated that this batch of reinforcements was unusual. Otherwise, the team leader wouldn't have adopted a delaying strategy. The more it was like this, the more it highlighted the unusual nature of this ambush mission. Just as Ye Chen was lost in thought, there was a commotion ahead. Before everyone could figure out the situation, a river of yellow sand surged rapidly towards them. Wherever the sand river passed, the ground was transformed by the sand. Even trees in its path were knocked aside. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly pulled Misuki aside and jumped onto a large tree to look ahead. He saw that the sand river was determined to pierce through the forest where they were hiding, clearing the area and forcing the Konoha ninjas to reveal themselves. At the source of the sand river, a sturdy young rock ninja slowly stood up. He wore a red ninja hat, had a mushroom-shaped nose, and a long beard on his face. He was none other than the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, named K-Do. As a well-known ninja in the ninja world, Ye Chen had seen his portrait before. That mushroom nose was too distinctive, and Ye Chen recognized him at a glance. At this moment, K-Do might not be as strong as during the 4th Great Ninja War, but at over 20 years old, his strength had reached the level of an elite Jounin. This could be seen from a ninjutsu he displayed. Looking at the team behind him, though it was less than 100 people, the weakest among them was at the Chunin level. It was clear that this was an elite team. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen's expression turned very grim. He could imagine how fierce the upcoming battle would be. "Kill!" At this moment, there was no need to hide anymore. Someone shouted, and the battle was about to break out. The nearest Konoha ninjas threw shurikens at the rock ninjas, but due to the lack of surprise, the effect was minimal. They were easily blocked by the rock ninjas, followed by counterattack. One by one, the rock ninjas quickly formed hand seals, gathering earth elements around them, and stones began to rise from the ground, shooting towards the Konoha side. At first, the stones were small, but as they traveled further, their size increased, soon becoming basketball-sized stones that rained down on the Konoha ninjas. This technique didn't seem very powerful. Many ninjas could dodge the stones, but if many people used this ninjutsu, the stones would fall like meteorites, greatly increasing the danger. Fortunately, the ninjas assigned to the front lines were quite strong and managed to avoid the stone attacks without suffering any significant injuries. After the first round of confrontation, everyone understood that neither side was weak, so they abandoned the meaningless consumption and chose to engage in direct combat. Before long, the two sides collided, and the battlefield echoed with explosions, screams, wails, and the clashing of weapons. While Ye Chen was still focused on the battlefield, a buzzing sound came from the right side, like the sound of some flying insect flapping its wings. Bees? Ye Chen turned his head in surprise. How could there be bees here, and a whole swarm at that? Looking quite strange, he saw it be the size of a basketball, flying quickly from a distance, followed by slightly smaller bees. Almost without thinking, Ye Chen realized that these were artificially cultivated species. Not to mention whether wild bees could grow this big. Even if they could, they would have the instinct to flee from danger. In a battlefield like this, any wild animal would run away upon encountering it. Moreover, the rock-hidden village just happened to have a clan that used bees in battle. Connecting the dots, Ye Chen thought of the Kamikaze clan from the rock-hidden village, also known as the God Crane clan. They are a clan of insect-user ninjas skilled in controlling insects in battle, comparable to the Yamanaka clan of Konoha. But with weaker combat power, they had been defeated by the Yamanaka clan, leading to a decrease in their population and gradual decline. He never expected to encounter ninjas from the God Crane clan in this ambush battle. Ye Chen scanned the battlefield and quickly fixed his gaze on a rock jounin. The person's stature was short, and their appearance was ugly, resembling a bee in some ways. This was secondary. What was important was that beside him was a giant bee about 2 meters tall, looking extremely fierce. This person had keen perception. As soon as Ye Chen glanced at him, he sensed Ye Chen's gaze. When Night Dust clearly saw the appearance of a night dust and the Uchiha clothing he was wearing, Akahong suddenly grinned savagely and then controlled the swarm of bees to fly towards Night Dust. Seeing this, Night Dust instructed Ito Misuki to protect herself well, while he jumped down from the treetop and quickly flew backward. These bees flew at an extremely fast speed, but Night Dust's physique was also not to be underestimated, running faster than these bees. Looking back at the relentless swarm of bees and the short Iwagakure Jainin, Night Dust couldn't understand why this guy was chasing him so persistently. Soon, Night Dust ran out of the battle circle and stopped not far from the team. Running like this was not a solution, and he was also worried about leaving Ito Misuki alone there. Whoosh! Just as he stopped, the swarm of bees raised their butts, and with a fierce flick, they launched their stingers. Ordinary bees would never do this, as shooting out their stingers meant death, but these bees were different. The stinger was just one of their attack methods. Chapter 54. The mutated swarm of bees. A dense swarm of bee stingers shot towards Night Dust, who had no intention of dodging and immediately formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A ball of flame spewed from Night Dust's mouth, expanding as it met the air and transforming into a giant fireball with a diameter of 10 meters, charging towards the swarm of bees. Although these bees were much stronger than those born in nature, they ultimately did not escape the category of carbon-based life forms. The fire bee stingers turned to nothing upon encountering the flames. Boom! The flames exploded among the swarm, and the terrifying wave of fire spread outwards, instantly incinerating the bees that were hit head-on, while the swarm engulfed by the fire rolled in flames, their bodies rapidly swelling, ultimately transforming into sparks that fell from the sky, turning into corpses emitting a burnt smell. Kid, you're looking for death. Feeling the swarm being reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, Akahong's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared fiercely. His gaze towards Night Dust was filled with hatred, along with a hint of fear. He had seen Night Dust's great fireball technique just now, but he had no ability to counter it. A fireball so huge. In his memory, not many Jainin could perform it. He never expected it to be displayed by a Uchiha genin. He was both shocked and jealous. In the next moment, he spread his arms, his sleeves fluttering, and more bees flew out from his robes, swirling around the giant bee beside him. Following Akahong's command, The giant bee coordinated with the swarm and flew towards night dust, then opened its mouth parts, spitting out blobs of thick liquid. What the hell is this? Night dust thought. Well, he could accept the bee's stingers since he had seen them before, but what about the liquid the bees could spit? Was it honey? Not understanding the reason behind it, Night Dust dared not let this stuff touch him, and with a body flicker technique, he instantly disappeared from his spot. The ground that was splashed by the liquid hissed and quickly formed pits. Night Dust gasped, realizing how toxic this bee saliva was. Immediately after, another wave of bee stingers came, and Night Dust dodged once more. He was not the type to just take hits. While leaping in the air, he once again unleashed a great fireball, blasting the incoming swarm of bees. Seeing this scene, Akahong's eyes turned even redder. If it weren't for the lack of Tomo in his pupils, he would have doubted that he had awakened the Sharingan. Of course, this was just a joke. Without the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, no matter how stimulated he was, he could never awaken it. Although Night Dust had taken down 2 waves of bees, the Kamikaze clan was known for their insect manipulation, and they had plenty of insects. Thus, Night Dust continued to engage with these bees, dodging their attacks while using great fireballs to blow them up. Uchiha brat, you've killed so many of my bee babies. Tell me, how do you want to die? Seeing Night Dust continuously using great fireballs, especially the supersized ones, Akahong thought Night Dust chakra must be running low, so he stepped out and mocked. How's it going? Chakra running low, huh? Ha ha ha. Hearing the other party repeatedly mention his surname, Night Dust recalled the reason for the decline of the Kamikaze clan and instantly understood. This guy hated all the major clans in Konoha. What a petty clan. Unable to compete with the Oil Girl clan, they still shifted their hatred onto all the major clans in Konoha. How small-minded could they be? Oh, so this is your Kamikaze clan's insect manipulation technique. It doesn't seem that impressive. No wonder you can't hold your head high in front of the Oil Girl clan. Night Dust intentionally provoked the other party to find an opportunity. The other party was a genuine Jonin. Even if his combat power was weaker than other Jonin, he always had that big guy protecting him. Without finding an unexpected opportunity, it would be hard to shake off this guy's entanglement. Already enraged, upon hearing the Oil Girl clan and Night Dust's contemptuous tone, Akahong could no longer control his temper. Uchiha brat, what nonsense are you talking? If it weren't for the Oil Girl clan playing tricks, how could our Kamikaze clan lose? Playing tricks? What a good excuse. Night Dust chuckled lightly, sneering. You lost because your skills were inferior, and yet you find such a grandiose excuse. Your Kamikaze clan is at least a major clan in Awagakure. With such a narrow mind, I despise you. Good. Akahong was so furious he repeated good 3 times, and finally gritted his teeth and roared, Uchiha brat, you've successfully angered me. When I catch you later, let's see how tough you can still be. At that time, I will peel your skin and feed you to my bee babies. As soon as he finished speaking, Akahong waved his hand, and a large number of bees surged towards Night Dust. But at that moment, a pair of scarlet eyes with double Tomo entered his sight. In an instant, it occupied his mind, causing his consciousness to lose a brief sinking. This was Night Dust's plan. First provoke the other party to make him lose his rationality. Then use the Sharingan's illusion technique to pull the other party into a fantasy world in an instant. Why didn't he use the magical restraint technique? 1. This skill must be performed under the Sharingan. 2. It requires hand seals and takes time. Just a brief second in front of some experienced ninjas would reveal the problem. The illusion technique that comes with the Sharingan, however, is different. It can be activated instantly through the Sharingan. Of course, if the illusion technique encounters a ninja with stronger mental power, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Even so, as long as he could make the other party sink for 0.1 seconds, it would give Night Dust the opportunity to strike. Chapter 55, The Insect Reincarnation Technique, the Sharingan. Not good. Akahong, who had long controlled the swarm of bees with mental power, had a mind unlike ordinary people. And since he was also a Jonin, when he saw the Sharingan, he quickly closed his eyes. Even so, although he did not fall under the Sharingan's illusion technique immediately, his consciousness was still affected. He quickly bit his own tongue, using the pain to wake himself up. In contrast, Night Dust had already made his move. The long knife at his waist was drawn in an instant, and the hand gripping the knife faintly shimmered with weak electric currents. The first layer of the Thunder God, 9 transformations, the initial thunder's first sound, had 2 types of lightning techniques, one of which was electric shock. Although he could only unleash a weak electric current, its function was merely to paralyze the enemy. Once integrated with sword techniques and other moves, it would yield unexpected results. The long knife cut through the void, and the weak electric current emitted a buzzing sound. Sizzle. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh rang out. Blood splattered, and Akahong let out a scream as his body involuntarily flew backward. Bang! He heavily crashed to the ground, and a deep knife wound appeared on his chest, visible to the bone, with electric currents flickering around the wound, immediately giving off the smell of roasted meat. Although Akahong eventually regained consciousness, Night Dust's speed was extremely fast, and he still couldn't dodge this slash. Fortunately, he retreated half a step in time. Otherwise, he would have already become a corpse by now. But at this moment, he was also in a bad state, his whole body in a paralyzed condition, and his consciousness was a half-beat slower than usual, with his injuries particularly severe. However, Ye Chen was not satisfied with all of this. He had prepared for a lethal strike, even using his Sharingan, but unexpectedly, his opponent managed to evade the attack. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen could not let the opponent go. He held a shuriken in his hand, its space compression ability bursting forth, causing it to tremble slightly. Whoosh! The shuriken shot out, leaving a thin white line in the space it passed. He aimed to deliver the final blow. However, Chiefing was still a Jainin. Although his combat power might be weaker than that of other Jainin, his combat experience was hard-earned. Despite experiencing a brief paralysis, he could control the swarm of bees to fend off the attack. Then, a more astonishing scene unfolded. The swarm attempted to intercept the shuriken, but to their surprise, it posed no threat at all and was directly sliced apart by the sharp force. Seeing such a terrifying shuriken about to end his life, Chiefing no longer hesitated. With a roar, he unleashed the last secret technique of the crane family, the human insect rebirth technique. In the next moment, a sharp screech came from the bee king's mouth. Ye Chen looked over and saw the bee king spit out a mass of liquid, quickly enveloping Chiefing before swallowing him whole. What was happening? Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out as the shuriken collided with the bee king's abdomen, producing a loud explosion. A powerful shockwave radiated out from the impact center, causing the ground to shake violently. However, the shuriken's force did not stop. Instead, it collided with the bee king's hard shell. Clang! The shuriken could not withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces, reflecting outward. The bee king's defense was not invincible. A dent appeared in its abdomen, and it slid back several meters, creating a depression before stabilizing its body. Seeing this, a glint of surprise flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. He truly did not expect the bee king to have a shell, and such a hard one at that. A force of 120,000 pounds had failed to break through the bee king's carapace. Accompanied by a sharp screech, the bee king flapped its wings and flew out of the depression. It was clear that it had been injured, as evidenced by its unsteady stance. Ye Chen smiled, thinking it was not as strong as he had imagined. It was merely a strong crossbow at the end of its power. Since that was the case, it was time to die. Ye Chen raised his left hand, palm up, slowly condensing a thunderball. After locking onto his target, the moment he threw it, the thunderball gradually expanded to a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! 3 thunderballs struck the bee king, their momentum no less impressive than that of a great fireball technique. The lightning-released thunderball could be thrown from a distance or used for close-range combat, and with Ye Chen's Sharingan assisting his vision, the accuracy was naturally very high. The thunder erupted, and within moments, the area where the bee king had been standing was blasted into a deep pit several meters wide. Ye Chen walked over and saw that the bee king had stopped convulsing, its body charred and emitting a faint smell of cooked meat, clearly lifeless. Ding dong. Evolution points, 400. The previous bees had each provided about 10 evolution points, and since the bee king was powerful, even an ordinary special Jainin would have to avoid its sharpness. Receiving 400 evolution points was not too much. Just as Ye Chen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt something was off. The evolution points for the Bee King had been credited. But what about Chiefing's? Ye Chen's points should not be less than those of the Bee King. Now that the evolution points had not shown up, there was only one possibility. Chiefing was not dead. Ye Chen suddenly looked up at the sky. The scattered bees around were still flying around this area, showing no signs of disarray, which was clearly unreasonable. If both Chiefing and the Bee King were dead, the swarm would lose its leader and control. So how could they maintain such formation? This could only mean one thing. Chiefing was still alive. Chapter 56. Slaying Chiefing. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's gaze turned to the Bee King's abdomen, where several cracks were slowly appearing, as if something was about to break out. Crack! Hearing the sound of the cracks widening, Ye Chen swiftly retreated, condensing a thunderball in his hand and throwing it out. Boom! The thunderball exploded, electricity coursing through the air. But under the Sharingan's gaze, Ye Chen could see that it caused no damage at all. What emerged from the Bee King's belly was none other than Chiefing. Though he looked quite strange now, he no longer resembled a human. He looked like an oversized bee. His eyes bulged, his body hunched, his limbs twisted in odd shapes, and a pair of transparent wings trembled slightly on his back. If it weren't for the remnants of a human face, Ye Chen might have thought he was the Bee King's offspring. Clearly, Chiefing had used some secret technique, and the side effects were significant, as parts of his body had already transformed into a bee's form. However, he still retained human thought, as evidenced by the wariness in his eyes when he looked at Ye Chen. Whoosh! 3 shurikens flew out, directly targeting Chiefing. This time Ye Chen did not use his space compression ability. He wanted to see how much Chiefing's combat power had changed after transforming into this form. Chiefing sensed the danger and immediately flapped his wings, moving several meters sideways to dodge the shurikens. Seeing this, Ye Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The opponent's speed had increased significantly compared to before, but the movement still looked somewhat comical, like a fat bee struggling to fly. Whoosh! A flurry of bee stingers shot towards him, interrupting Ye Chen's impulse to laugh. He quickly condensed a thunderball in his left palm, expanding it rapidly to electrify the incoming stingers while simultaneously throwing the thunderball at Chiefing. Chiefing's speed surged, and even with Ye Chen's Sharingan assistance, he could easily dodge and counterattack. The two sides exchanged blows, creating quite a stir and attracting the attention of many ninjas on the other side of the battlefield. Time ticked by, and relying on his immense energy, Ye Chen continuously unleashed ninjutsu, as if it cost him nothing. The swarm controlled by Chiefing had been reduced by more than half and could no longer pose a threat. This provided Ye Chen with the opportunity to strike. Magical restreint technique. In his rage, Chiefing forgot about the Sharingan's abilities. The moment their eyes met, Ye Chen was already prepared. As soon as the technique was activated, the unprepared Chiefing was caught off guard, and his spirit was drawn into an illusion. He stood there, motionless, as Ye Chen leaped into the air, his long knife slicing through the void. Blood spurted, and Chiefing's head flew off, ending his life. Ding dong, evolution points, 850. Ye Chen simulkit. Ye Chen only gave this much. However, thinking about it, he understood. Although Chiefing was Ye Chen, his strength was not much stronger than that of ordinary special Chen, and in fact, he might have been weaker. His ninjutsu and energy were all focused on raising bees, which led him to encounter a freak like Ye Chen, whose energy was astonishingly high, making him unafraid of Chiefing's swarm. An ordinary Chen would likely have to retreat. This was the benefit of having immense energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Chiefing's death, the remaining few bees lost control and began to scatter, wanting to flee. Ye Chen would not let them escape. If they were ordinary bees, it would be one thing. But these were specially cultivated spirit bees, his experienced babies. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! Not a single one was spared, all burned to a crisp by the flames. Ding dong, evolution points, 210. Ye Chen felt ecstatic and then glanced at the system information. At the first strike point, he had earned 500 evolution points. During the battle with Chiefing, the bees alone had yielded 2,000 evolution points, the Bee King 400, and Chiefing 850, totaling 3,750 evolution points from the two battles. He even began to wonder if he should seek out those bug-raising ninjas for combat in the future. This was much more profitable than killing rock ninjas, as one fire ninjutsu could take out a dozen or 20 of them, while defeating ninjas was much more difficult. This idea is doomed to fail. There are not many insect ninjas in the ninja world, and there are even fewer high-level insect ninjas. If they're just ordinary bugs, no matter how many you kill, it is useless. Only killing high-level spirit bugs can earn evolution points. In any case, he still gains something. Once the ambush battle is over, he will convert the evolution points into combat power, and he believes his strength will increase significantly. Pulling his thoughts back, Ye Chen focused his gaze on the battlefield. The fight was not over yet, and he had only killed one of the enemy's upper ninjas, which could not change the outcome of the battle. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield showed that the rock ninjas had the upper hand. Although the number of rock ninjas was not greater than that of Konoha, and they had just gone through a force march, the situation on Konoha's side was even worse. Not to mention the injured, who had not just experienced a fierce battle. How much stamina and chakra could they conserve? Therefore, once the two sides clashed, Konoha began to show signs of decline. The rock ninjas, eager to support the front lines, naturally did not want to waste time here and attacked fiercely. In a short period, Konoha suffered more than 30 casualties. If it weren't for the Konoha ninjas who had finished fighting at the first ambush point coming to support, this defense line would likely have been lost. Chapter 57. Ito Misaki is dead. Understanding the current situation, Ye Chen's gaze turned to find Ito Misaki. Over there. Finding Ito Misaki, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but his brows furrowed again. At this moment, her condition was very poor. There were multiple wounds on her body, especially on one side of her lower back, where blood was faintly oozing out, clearly indicating she had suffered serious injuries. Ye Chen wasted no time and rushed over, using the body flicker technique repeatedly while throwing out 3 shurikens. The rock ninja, who was fighting Ito Misaki, was about to end the life of the Konoha genin in front of him. Suddenly, his hair stood on end as an unprecedented danger approached him. The rock ninja decisively abandoned his attack and used the body replacement technique to escape from the spot. Boom! 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 The 3 shurikens made explosive sounds. The rock ninja, who had escaped not far away, thought to himself how close he had come to danger. Luckily, he had dodged quickly, or he would have been finished. But what he didn't know was that Ye Chen did not let him off. How could Ye Chen not be furious after Misaki was injured like this? He gathered 3 lightning balls and hurled them forward. Boom! 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 The range of the lightning ball attack was extremely wide. With Ye Chen's current strength, the core energy explosion area of the lightning ball was 3 meters, and it would gradually weaken beyond that. This was only in the state of the second level of Raijin S9 changes. The 3 lightning balls sealed off an area of 10 meters. The rock ninja was already in shock, and when he sensed the threat, he didn't have time to use ninjutsu to escape quickly. However, his movements were still a step too slow, and he was struck by the lightning. Although it was not fatal, the lightning strike caused his body to become paralyzed, making it difficult to evade the next attack. A kunai pierced through the rock ninja's body and was pinned to the ground, with bright red blood dripping down the grooves. Misaki, are you okay? Ye Chen rushed to Ito Misaki's side and saw her covered in wounds, worriedly asking, I'm fine. Seeing Ye Chen appear, Ito Misaki forced a smile, and a long-lost sense of security surged in her heart. Her originally pale face gained a hint of color. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen was momentarily stunned. He had never felt anything for the little girl before, but at this moment, he was astonished by Misaki's smile. Because of this, Ye Chen did not notice someone approaching him. A figure suddenly appeared behind him, and without using any techniques, the kunai and hand stabbed directly at the heart position behind Ye Chen. No! Ito Misaki screamed in terror, directly hugging Ye Chen and turning around, bracing herself to take the hit. Ye Chen froze, feeling a slight pain in his chest, as if a warm liquid was surging from Ito Misaki's body into his chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a kunai piercing through Misaki's body, the tip likely also piercing his own skin at the chest. But at that moment, Ye Chen's mind went blank. Everything happened too suddenly. He never expected that one day Misaki would save him in this way, and she was about to die. The assailant pulled out the kunai, and bright red blood gushed from Misaki's body. Ito Misaki let out a wow and spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered on Ye Chen's face. At that moment, Ye Chen finally came to his senses and shouted in a daze, "Misaki! Misaki!" Ye Chen was completely disoriented, trembling as he held her, one hand pressed against her chest, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. "Misaki, you'll be fine. Don't sleep, don't sleep. We promised to go home together. Have you forgotten?" Ito Misaki struggled to raise her left hand, and Ye Chen knew what she wanted to do. He grasped her hand and placed it on his face. "Misaki, you'll be fine." Ye Chen spoke with a choked voice, feeling a heartache he had never experienced before. Ito Misaki was already very weak, her face as pale as paper, but at this moment, she wore a faint smile. "Remember when we first met? Back then, you were so cold. I spoke to you, but you ignored me. Later, our relationship gradually improved, but you always exuded a sense of coldness, as if not wanting me to get close. I know it's hard for you in the Uchiha clan, and I often brought you food. I just wanted to get close to you and give you some warmth, but you always acted like a stranger. You were really annoying, you know? Stop talking. I have to say it. If I don't, I won't have another chance." Ito Misaki coughed up another mouthful of blood and spoke with great difficulty. "In the future, if we are no longer here, you have to promise me to live well. Every year at this time, come to my grave and place a flower on my favorite autumn cherry." "Okay." Ye Chen's eyes were moist, and tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes. He had heard Misaki say that autumn cherry symbolizes the joy of the time spent with you. It represents happiness and pure love. At that moment, Ye Chen finally understood Misaki's feelings. "Misaki, Ito Misaki used a finger to stop Ye Chen from speaking. "Promise me. Live on." After saying this, her fingers slipped down, and her life came to an end. "Misaki!" Ye Chen cried out in anguish, memories flooding his mind. The proud yet slightly arrogant girl, the beautiful and loyal girl, the resilient yet somewhat courageous girl. Just like that, she was gone. At that moment, his heart ached. So painful, he could hardly breathe. When Nakagawa Ichiro and Abrio died, Ye Chen was not by their side. So when he received the news, although he was angry, it was mostly just regret. But Ito Misaki died right in front of him, and she had saved him. How could Ye Chen remain calm? From the timing of the attack, it was clearly aimed at him. If Misaki hadn't T-switched places with him, he might have been the one to die. Although the assailant's ability to sneak attack was also due to Misaki's distraction, the fact remained that Misaki truly saved his life. Sensing Ito Misaki's life rapidly slipping away, Ye Chen's anger reached its peak. He howled to the sky, and in his crimson eyes, two tomo were spinning rapidly. Ye Chen suddenly turned his head to glare at the assailant, the emotion of hatred making his Sharingan even more captivating. "I want you dead." These 4 words were gritted out by Ye Chen through clenched teeth. The Sharingan, the rock ninja across from him, was first startled, then revealed an undisguised hatred. He did not hate Ye Chen, but the Sharingan. Once a genin, Matsuda Kyuji had experienced what Ye Chen was going through at this moment. His companions and teacher had all been slaughtered by ninjas with Sharingan. So, every time he encountered a Konoha ninja wearing Uchiha clothing, he would strike hard, which was also the reason he targeted Ye Chen. Ye Chen laid Misaki down, then stood up, his palm open as 3 shurikens spun rapidly in his hand, radiating a white light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 shurikens shot out, aimed directly at Matsuda Kyuji's vital points. Matsuda Kyuji's figure flickered slightly, and the kunai in his hand flew. Clang, clang, clang. Kunai and shuriken clashed, sparking dazzling flames. Matsuda Kyuji's body was forced back, his feet sliding along the ground for over 10 meters before he stabilized himself. Shock filled his heart, and the hand gripping the kunai trembled slightly. Why did the shuriken thrown by this guy have such power? Fire release. Great fireball technique. Matsuda Kyuji's pupils constricted. He had never seen such a massive fireball before. With no time to think, he quickly performed the body flicker technique to escape the spot. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and terrifying waves of fire spread outward. Matsuda Kyuji, having retreated from the center of the explosion, quickly formed hand seals, slamming his palms against the ground to use Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall to intercept the oncoming waves of fire. At this moment, Ye Chen's heart was filled with hatred. He only wanted to kill this rock ninja to avenge Misaki. He didn't even need to form hand seals, continuously condensing lightning orbs and hurling them at Matsuda Kyuji. With the help of the Sharingan and his kunai throwing skills, the lightning orbs Ye Chen launched had extremely high accuracy, and he could even achieve curved throws. Boom, boom, boom. Matsuda Kyuji kept dodging. Fortunately, as a Jonin, he was very fast and experienced. For the lightning orbs he couldn't dodge, he would use defensive ninjutsu to block. Even so, he was in a sorry state, cursing inwardly at the terrifying chakra of his opponent. Chapter 58. Ye Chen in madness after blocking the last lightning orb. Matsuda Kyuji was pleased to see that Ye Chen had stopped using ninjutsu. Could it be that this guy's chakra was finally exhausted? What a foolish person. In his view, exhausting chakra on the battlefield was tantamount to seeking death, as one never knew how many enemies were waiting. Matsuda Kyuji flashed forward, first throwing a kunai at Ye Chen, then closing in. Clang! The blade flashed, knocking the kunai away. For a moment, the two engaged in fierce combat. Ye Chen's swordsmanship was fast, accurate, and powerful, pressing Matsuda Kyuji back with just a few moves. As for using ninjutsu, it was simply impossible. Not everyone could perform ninjutsu without hand seals. Ye Chen could only manage a couple of low-level ninjutsu without seals. As time passed, Ye Chen's sword was like thunder on a rainy day, fast, fierce, and precise. With incredible explosive power, Matsuda Kyuji revealed a flaw in less than 2 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chen's sword, charged with lightning, severed Matsuda Kyuji's left arm. The intense pain made Matsuda Kyuji scream. Ye Chen was determined to fight to the death and continued his assault. Finally, after a minute, Ye Chen pierced Matsuda Kyuji's heart with a single blow, wanting him to experience the sensation of having his heart punctured. Matsuda Kyuji, even in death, could not understand how he could die at the hands of Chunin. Looking at those Sharingan eyes, he smiled as if possessed, slowly collapsing. Ding dong, evolution points 1200. Ye Chen did not spare him, even in death, wanting to mutilate him. Sitting on Matsuda Kyuji's body, he drew a kunai with his left hand, stabbing it fiercely into his chest, then pulling it out, blood gushing forth again before stabbing again. Repeating this, 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Ye Chen had completely lost his mind. With each stab, memories of being with Ito Misaki flooded his mind. That strong girl with a sense of justice was etched into his memory. With each strike, the corpse was left riddled with holes. This horrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding ninjas. What kind of hatred could lead to such an act? Simultaneously, many ninjas looked at that figure, filled with fear. A Jonin had been brutally killed in such a short time. What kind of combat power did this person possess? Ye Chen slowly stood up, casting his gaze towards the surrounding rock ninjas. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to kill everyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the sound of fireworks exploding echoed in the sky. It was the signal for retreat, indicating that their surprise mission had come to an end. As for whether the mission had been completed, the surviving Leaf Ninjas no longer cared. Retreat was their top priority. Several sharp whistles rang out, and the Leaf Ninjas disengaged from combat and began to regroup. Ye Chen glanced at the distant corpse of Ito Misaki, but ultimately gave up on that thought. He wanted to take Misaki home. Thus, he flickered to Misaki's side, lifting her onto his back to join the Leaf Ninjas. During this time, the Rock Ninjas tried to intervene, but the Leaf side was already prepared, with several Jonin intercepting them while the others quickly regrouped, forming a temporary advantage of numbers. Therefore, the Rock Ninjas could not stop them. Once their leader, Oto, reorganized the team, the Leaf side had already evacuated the battlefield. However, Oto did not want to give up. Seeing the earlier signal, he understood that the Leaf had succeeded, and it was pointless to support their base now. He ordered the pursuit of the Leaf Ninjas to continue. However, they had not pursued long before they discovered that the Leaf team ahead had gained reinforcements. These were the returning troops from the first ambush point. With both forces combined, the Leaf side now had the advantage in numbers. Thus, the rock ninjas could only give up the chase. Odo saw the situation clearly. The Leaf team was quickly regrouping, and pursuing them would only lead to the rock ninjas' demise. They had lost this battle, and they had to accept it. Seeing that the rock ninjas were no longer pursuing, the Leaf team did not dare to linger. If they caught their breath and surrounded them, it would be a great loss. Therefore, they needed to exit the area controlled by a Wagakure as quickly as possible. After rushing for over 10 hours, Ye Chen and the others finally returned to the Leaf's main camp. Out of the thousands who had set out, only a little over 500 returned, with over 400 staying behind forever. The battle had been incredibly brutal. The remaining 500 or so were all injured to varying degrees. Medical ninjas who had arrived earlier began to weave through the crowd, treating their wounds. Ye Chen did not stop. Carrying Ito Misaki's corpse, he slowly walked back to his tent. Many people saw this and said nothing. Such occurrences were common, although the bodies of the fallen would be buried by the enemy. This was an unwritten rule in the ninja world. Despite being enemies, no one could guarantee their own survival on the battlefield. Therefore, burying the bodies of the fallen was also a contribution for the future. However, some people would take the bodies of their friends and family, unwilling to let them be buried on enemy soil. Thus, seeing Ye Chen's situation, they were no longer surprised. Chapter 59. Moving past the sadness. Diligently training as soon as he stepped into the tent, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the ambush mission. Reward: 1,000 evolution points, 20 spirit fruits. Ye Chen paid no attention to it. He walked to the bedside, placing Misaki's corpse down. Looking at the lifeless body of Misaki, he began to weep. Having seen so much life and death, he thought he could remain calm, but at this moment, he could not attain peace. After coming to this world, he felt no sense of security or belonging. He only wanted to grow stronger to survive. But he had met Team 7, Teacher Nakagawa, Abro, and Ito Misaki. These three had quietly occupied a place in his heart. But now they were all dead, and they had died on a meaningless battlefield. Ye Chen was furious, filled with hate, not only for the rock ninjas, but also for the so-called upper echelons of the Leaf and the interest groups that deserved to die. They claimed to fight for the Leaf and the will of fire, but when had they ever truly considered the lower-class people? All they cared about were their own interests. Ye Chen stayed in the tent for 3 days without going out, without training, remaining by Misaki's side. It was not until the 4th day that Ye Chen's emotions calmed down a bit. He stored Misaki's corpse in the system space, ensuring her body would be preserved intact. Time within the system space is frozen. Even if 10,000 years pass, Meishue's corpse will not decay. The reason for not burying her peacefully is that one day, he wants to truly resurrect Meishue. This is not a joke. Ye Chen has this ability. With his Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, he possesses the power of resurrection. As long as he preserves Meishue's physical body, it should not be a problem to resurrect her someday in the future. As for the side effects, Ye Chen is also considering them. There will always be a solution. After a while, Ye Chen underestimated the status of the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. Just a few days after returning, news of his awakening the Sharingan had already spread back to the clan, and they even sent a jonin to verify it. The visitor was Uchiha Shuriya, who had dealt with Ye Chen before. He was truly shocked upon receiving the news. The death of his parents did not awaken Ye Chen's Sharingan, but the death of his comrades surprisingly affected him so deeply that he directly awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. What surprised him even more was that in just a few months, Ye Chen had grown to the point where he could kill a jonin. Of course, this might be astonishing to outsiders, but for the Uchiha clan, it was not too surprising. The Sharingan is the foundation of the Uchiha, and it is the reason they value it so highly. Ye Chen, are you sure you don't want to join a combat team within the clan? After confirming, Uchiha Shuriya extended an invitation, but was not expecting a firm refusal from Ye Chen. Joining a clan team not only guarantees safety, but also provides access to more training resources. The rewards given by Konoha are minimal, but those from the Uchiha clan are on an entirely different level, which is why the children of big clans can grow rapidly. Many have died on this battlefield, yet one rarely sees ninjas from major clans. Even if there are, they're at most from the collateral branches. Common ninjas fight and die, while those from major clans enjoy privileges. That's the reality. But Ye Chen is different. He needs to be on the battlefield. Only on the battlefield can he gain more evolution points. Staying in the rear or undertaking lower-risk missions would hinder his growth. Yes, I like this environment. All right then. The clan respects your decision. Uchiha Shirya nodded, then took out 2 scrolls from his pocket. This is for you from the clan. It contains techniques for utilizing the Sharingan. Familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible. There's also a sword technique. I heard you use a sword, so it's perfect for your training. Ye Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He took the scrolls and was surprised by the clan's sudden generosity. It seemed that activating the Sharingan really made a difference. This is a secret technique passed down in our Uchiha clan. When combined with the Sharingan, it can unleash its strongest power, Uchiha Shirya said proudly. Thank you, Uncle. Uchiha Shirya nodded and encouraged him. Train well. Don't bring shame to our Uchiha name. It was at this moment that the Uchiha clan officially recognized Ye Chen's identity. Previously, when his parents died in battle, the clan only provided a small amount of compensation. Now that they learned he had awakened the Sharingan, their attitude changed. Of course, Ye Chen did not care about this. He just wanted to live his life well. Afterward, Uchiha Shirya was about to return to report back when he suddenly remembered something and turned around. By the way, in a little over a month, the clan will arrange for you to participate in the Chunin exams, so prepare for that. I understand. Ye Chen nodded, watching the other leave. And then he remembered that he had been on the battlefield in the Land of Rain for nearly half a year. At that time, all members of Team 7 had come to this battlefield, and now only he remained. Thinking of this made Ye Chen feel a bit sad. In the following period, Ye Chen returned to his previous routine. Aside from some necessary patrol missions, he spent the rest of his time training, filling each day to the brim. Perhaps only in this way could he forget those painful memories. Chapter 60. Returning to the village in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Just as Ye Chen had anticipated, the Wagakure would not make any significant moves in the following months due to the destruction of their logistics base. Thanks to this, Ye Chen was only assigned to patrol missions, allowing his training progress to go smoothly. He had amassed a large number of evolution points, which he had now completely consumed, resulting in a significant breakthrough in his combat power. Character panel, host, Ye Chen rank, Jonin technique. Hongmeng swallowing heaven decision combat power, 995 strength, 330 constitution, 330 spirit, 335 energy, 3350 bloodline, Sharingan, double tomo. Byakugan, second evolution, talent. Energy conversion, Amaterasu, level 1, space compression, level 1 skills, high level 3 body technique, level 10, fire release, great fireball technique, level 15. Magical restraint technique, level 6, Rinnegan, level 6, lightning release. Raiji 9 transformations, level 5, evolution points. 0 after a month of training, his evolution points were exhausted. His combat power tripled, and his rank reached that of Jonin. Although he was wearing a Chunin outfit, who would dare see him as a mere Chunin? A combat power of 995 had already surpassed that of ordinary Jonin. If he revealed all his hidden abilities, Ye Chen's strength could even rival that of elite Jonin. Having traveled through time for half a year, he was now only 10 years old, already ahead of most ninjas. During this time, he had read through the scrolls provided by the clan and gained new insights into the techniques of the Sharingan, realizing the importance of the experiences of previous generations. The Jinjutsu, recorded on, it could be said to be an advanced version of the Sharingan's hypnosis. According to the scroll, mastering the Jinjutsu to perfection would allow him to pull others into the illusion with just a glance. Moreover, the scenes of the Jinjutsu could be constructed according to the caster's thoughts, making it very practical for both combat and interrogation. Therefore, during this time, Ye Chen specifically had 2 shadow clones train this ability. The reason it didn't appear on the system panel was likely because it was an inherent ability of a Sharingan, which would grow stronger according to Ye Chen's strength. He also practiced the Uchiha sword technique for a while, which only added some basic techniques to his swordplay. Even so, it was very helpful to him, especially when using the Ice Will Maru, which felt even more natural. Ye Chen had been keeping this trump card hidden, only summoning the Ice Will Maru when he was alone. With his current strength, he could already demonstrate the second form of the Ice Wheel Maru, Frost Sky Blooming. However, Ye Chen always felt that the Ice Wheel Maru was not that simple. This sword seemed to possess boundless power, and activating its second form might just be the beginning. Frost Sky Blooming could be said to be the initial evolution, awakening the ability to sense cold air, which could predict the enemy's trajectory. The blade condenses ice crystals, reflecting the temperature flow of the surrounding environment, and the slashes carry a slowing and freezing effect. If he hits the enemy multiple times, it would trigger the Frost Thorn skill, binding the enemy. With such effects at the initial ability level, one could imagine how incredible the subsequent evolutions of the Ice Wheel Maru would be. No matter how powerful the divine weapon, Ye Chen would not delay his training progress, constantly reminding himself that only by becoming stronger could he survive in this world. Jonin power is strong, but in the later stages of the ninja world, it is hardly enough, especially with the outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War, where even Jonin might not have the ability to protect themselves. Therefore, he could not afford to relax during training. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That afternoon, Ye Chen returned to the camp after completing his patrol mission. According to the instructions above, he would return to Konoha with a group of Chunin tomorrow to participate in the Chunin exams in half a month. Night fell. Ye Chen packed his belongings and lay alone on the wooden bed, unable to sleep. He recalled the time when he first arrived at the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Though it was perilous, at least he had trustworthy comrades by his side. Over the past month, Ye Chen had felt very lonely, as if he had returned to the time right after his transmigration, unwilling to interact with others. Even with the ninjas he patrolled with, he rarely spoke to anyone, completely immersed in his own world. Tomorrow I'm going back to Konoha. Miyuki, Teacher Nakagawa, Abaru, how have you been in another world? Unconsciously, the corners of Ye Chen's eyes have already become moist. Perhaps only in the quiet dark night does he have such a weak side. Time reached the next morning. Ye Chen and a dozen lower ninjas, escorted by a Jounin team and a Chunin team, set off on the road back to the village. Along the way, people occasionally stole glances at him. Even those Chunin showed some fear towards Ye Chen. It's no wonder, as many ninjas witnessed Ye Chen's actions on the battlefield, and even if they weren't present, his deeds had long spread throughout the Rain Country's headquarters. Even Orochimaru, the overall commander, remembered Ye Chen's name. With the qualifications of a lower ninja, awakening the double Tomo Sharingan, and brutally killing several enemy Jounins, such achievements are something even an average Jounin would struggle to accomplish. Yet it happened to a lower ninja, and considering his identity, everyone kept their distance, as the Uchiha clan doesn't have a good reputation in Konoha. In the past, it might have been okay, but now everyone knows Ye Chen awakened the Sharingan, which made it different. In their eyes, Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan are all madmen. Chapter 61. Cultivating Immortality. Ye Chen didn't care about the gazes of others. He wasn't concerned about what people said. Instead of wasting time on that, he preferred to enhance his own strength. Even while on the road, he didn't slack off, continuously using space compression to train his physical fitness and enhance his constitution. Thus, Ye Chen maintained a calm demeanor throughout, which led others to perceive him as having an arrogant personality. For 4 consecutive days, no one spoke a word to Ye Chen. When they returned to Konoha, the others had no intention of greeting him either. He was glad for that, bidding farewell to the team leader and directly returning to the Uchiha clan's land. Upon returning home, the house had been uninhabited for several months and was covered in dust. After spending some time cleaning it up, he finally lay down comfortably on his own bed. Ye Chen felt a bit tired. Indeed, months of life on the battlefield had left him physically and mentally exhausted. In that situation, it was impossible to get a good night's sleep, always worried about enemy ninjas launching sneak attacks. Now back in Konoha, back in the little nest he had crossed over to, he finally felt a bit of security. Planning to have a good sleep to relieve the tension he had been under for months, he slept for a full 2 days. After waking up, he felt completely relaxed. The long-standing mental fatigue disappeared entirely, and he was much more spirited. Ah, so comfortable. Ye Chen stretched lazily, unable to help himself. Gurgle, he chuckled, rubbing his stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. Just as he was about to take out a spirit fruit, he suddenly remembered he was at home, where there was no need to eat fruit to stave off hunger. So, he opened the door and planned to go into the village to find food. Today he was going to have a good feast. Walking down the street, Ye Chen could clearly sense that the village had become much more desolate, with a hint of worry on the faces of passersby. Recalling half a year ago, during the last Chunin exam, there were many new shops opening. That day, he had gone to eat dango with Miyuki and Abaru. Now, many shops on the street had posted notices of transfer. Even the shops that were still open were lifeless, with hardly anyone patronizing them. It made sense. Although the common people made up the majority in Konoha, it was the ninjas who were the high-income group. In the past, they were the ones driving consumption, but now these people had gone to the battlefield, many of whom would never return. So the emptiness of the shops was to be expected. Ye Chen walked casually when he suddenly saw a noodle shop with a sign for Ichiraka ramen. He was quite familiar with this shop. Wasn't it Naruto's favorite ramen? Since he was in the ninja world, he had to try Ichiraka ramen to see if it was as delicious as Naruto said. With that thought in mind, Ye Chen stepped inside. The chef, wearing a chef's uniform, greeted him enthusiastically, asking what the customer wanted. Without hesitation, Ye Chen ordered a large bowl of chashu ramen. Okay, please wait a moment. The chef responded cheerfully and went to prepare it. Soon, a bowl of ramen that was rich in color, aroma, and flavor was served. Gurgle. Ye Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. After months of eating fruits or soldier pills, he had long forgotten what a proper meal was. Just having something to eat was already a blessing. With delicious food in front of him, how could he resist? After all, he was still a mere mortal. Seeing Ye Chen's reaction, the chef immediately understood that he had just returned from the battlefield. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a response. Please enjoy your meal, the chef said as he turned away. Ye Chen could no longer hold back, picking up his chopsticks and began to wolf down the ramen. In less than a minute, he had devoured the entire bowl, not even leaving the broth behind. Delicious. No one in Naruto likes it. Boss, another bowl. Soon, another bowl of chashu ramen was served. Ye Chen didn't hold back and finished it in no time. Just like that, the empty bowls piled up in front of Ye Chen. When he finished his 15th bowl, he let out a satisfied burp and rubbed his stomach. Boss, let's settle the bill. Thank you for your patronage. That LL be 30 silver coins. The chef replied with a smile. Ye Chen calculated. A bowl of chashu ramen was only 2 silver coins, not very expensive. But for common folks, it was not affordable. After finishing the ramen, Ye Chen felt much more relaxed. Instead of going home, he strolled leisurely towards the Hokage building. With the team leader deceased, he needed to fill out the application for participating in the Chunin exam himself. The process was simple. Just report in and fill in his name and information. After that, he would wait for the exam in 7 days. During these 7 days, Ye Chen naturally wouldn't be idle, practicing his skills, training his physical fitness, applying the Sharingan, and honing his swordsmanship. He filled his schedule to the brim, with the most leisurely activity being going to Ichiraka ramen for a bowl of ramen. Each time, it was 15 bowls, and sometimes he would even take some to go. Of course, he would switch up the flavors. He couldn't just eat chashu ramen. This made the chef extremely happy, as Ye Chen's visits were always filled with enthusiasm. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 7th day. In a mountain forest, 10 shadow clones were each practicing their skills vigorously. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's real body stood quietly in the forest, a phantom and silvery-eyed broken illusion divine eyed his brow, as if peering into the chaos of heaven and earth. At this moment, Ye Chen's aura completely changed. If one did not look closely, they would not even notice a figure standing there, as if he had already merged with the heavens and earth. Suddenly, Ye Chen opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of impure air, creating a gust of wind that swept up the leaves on the ground, which then slowly floated down. What an impressive technique. I had been going in the wrong direction all along, thinking it was just a method for refining energy. I didn't expect it to be more complex. Ye Chen discovered that the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique was not merely about refining energy. Refining energy was just the initial stage. It was more like a divine cultivation technique. Refining chi into the sea, gathering the sea into pills. Isn't this letting me cultivate immortality? Chapter 62. Uchiha Shursui today is the first day of the Chunin exam, held at the ninja school. Therefore, all students of the ninja school have a day off, aside from the lower ninjas participating in the Chunin exam. Only the Jounin and Chunin responsible for monitoring are present. Glancing at the familiar campus, Ye Chen chuckled and lazily walked into the school. He took out his examination name tag, and headed towards the designated classroom. Arriving in a spacious classroom, it was very lively, with many ninjas huddled together, whispering. When Ye Chen walked in, the entire classroom fell silent. Some even stepped aside in fear upon seeing Ye Chen approach. Ye Chen's deeds had already spread throughout the village. Many said he was a devil who killed without blinking, and with the awakening of his Sharingan, there were even more people gossiping about him. But more importantly, there was a sense of awe. No matter what, Ye Chen had once single-handedly killed a Jonin, so in their eyes, he was no longer in the same world as them. His participation in the Chunin exam was just a formality. Ye Chen didn't care how others viewed him. He still lazily walked to the last row of seats, sat down, propped his chin on his hands, and closed his eyes. Seeing this, everyone dared to make a sound, but only whispered among themselves, afraid of disturbing the killing god. Hello, Uchiha Ye Chen. Just as Ye Chen was about to rest, he heard someone calling him. So he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. A slightly younger kid, grinning widely, was looking at him. He was wearing Uchiha clothing, so he should also be a member of the Uchiha clan, but Ye Chen had never seen him before. In fact, he had not seen most of the Uchiha clan members. Who are you? My name is Uchiha Shursui. You must be Ye Chen and I, right? He smiled innocently. Ye Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. The kid who looked a year or two younger than him was Uchiha Shursui. This name would soon become well known in the ninja world. He would be dubbed Shunshin Shursui, with speed comparable to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His body flicker technique could create indistinguishable offensive illusions on a battlefield, and those illusions had attacking capabilities. Most impressively, his Sharingan talent allowed him to activate the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi, which could permanently alter another's will and even change a person's thoughts without physical contact, making one shiver at the thought. Although there were limits to its usage, it was still incredibly powerful. If it weren't for being betrayed and losing an eye in a conspiracy leading to his death, perhaps the Uchiha clan wouldn't have faced annihilation later on. It was surprising to see such a legendary ninja now just a kid. Yes, that's me. Do you need something from me? Seeing Ye Chen's cold demeanor, Uchiha Shursui's smile faded slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and said, No. I just wanted to get to know you, Ye Chen and I heard you awaken your Sharingan, and I wanted to know if it's true. As he spoke, Uchiha Shursui's eyes flashed with a strange red light, and Ye Chen felt a surge of mental power hit him, causing a jolt as his Sharingan instantly activated. Kid, put away your Jinjutsu. It won't work on me. Looking at Shursui's double Tomo Sharingan, Ye Chen was indeed surprised. He had only achieved his double Tomo Sharingan after numerous battles and with the aid of the system. Now, looking at Uchiha Shursui, who was younger than him and had also achieved double Tomo, it was clear he was a genius. Ye Chen and I, why do you only have one Sharingan? Uchiha Shursui asked curiously, looking at Ye Chen's left eye. In his memory, awakening the Sharingan usually meant both eyes, so he couldn't understand why Ye Chen only had one. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen focused, and his right eye also displayed the double Tomo state. He had dual bloodlines and could switch between Sharingan and Byakugan at will, also displaying both bloodlines simultaneously. When one eye was red and the other white, that was Ye Chen's strongest state. Wow! Uchiha Shursui exclaimed, covering his mouth in surprise. Ye Chen and I, you can activate just one eye. Does that save chakra? Ye Chen nodded, but he usually didn't pay attention to such things. Activating both Sharingan and Byakugan didn't consume much chakra for him, so he answered Shursui's question simply. That's amazing. Ye Chen and I, can you teach me? Not possible. Upon realizing Shursui's identity, Ye Chen lost interest and pretended to sleep on the desk. Why? We're both clan members. Ye Chen and I, please teach me. Okay. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to learn it. This is my special ability. Ye Chen was getting annoyed and could only make up an excuse. After saying that, he ignored Shursui, never expecting that at this moment, Uchiha Shursui would be a clingy little kid. Seeing Ye Chen ignoring him, Uchiha Shursui sat beside him, not bothering him but occasionally glancing at Ye Chen, feeling very curious. Previously, he had heard about Ye Chen's story. His parents died in battle, and he hadn't awakened the Sharingan before joining the Konoha team to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Yet, just 6 months later, he heard that Ye Chen had awakened the Sharingan, and it was double Tomo. It was rare in the clan to awaken double Tomo Sharingan all at once, and it was a symbol of genius. In no time, Ye Chen's name spread throughout the clan as a fellow clan genius. Uchiha Shursui wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Ye Chen. The earlier test allowed Shursui to be certain that Ye Chen was not just someone who awakened double Tomo. His mental strength was at least much stronger than his. What a strange guy. Could he be the future of the clan? Chapter 63, Second Exam, Forest of Death. Ding ding ding. A series of urgent bell rings sounded. Ye Chen lifted his head and saw a dozen Konoha ninjas walking into the classroom. The leading person held a document bag with a top-secret seal. Seeing this, it was easy to guess what was inside. The written portion of the Chunin exam was about to begin. Without a formal speech, the main examiner directly reassigned their seats and then distributed the test papers. During this time, he only mentioned one thing: no cheating, and then there was nothing more. Ye Chen received the test paper and glanced at it. The difficulty of the questions didn't seem too high. Why did he say that? Because other ninjas had already started answering the questions. However, he found that he couldn't answer a single question, having only attended a month of basic courses since his arrival, and spending most of his time idling. He couldn't even answer basic questions. Fortunately, he had the Sharingan, making it easy to cheat without getting caught. As he lifted his eyes, his Sharingan activated, and he began to write hurriedly, following the patterns and trajectories of others' answers. The exam rules prohibited cheating. As long as he wasn't caught, it wouldn't be considered cheating, which was also a kind of assessment. Time passed slowly. Half a page of Ye Chen's test paper was already filled, and whether he was right or not didn't concern him. Passing or failing didn't matter much either. At that moment, a voice broke the silence in the classroom. "Candidate 32, you may leave." Hearing this, everyone looked toward the corner on the left, where a candidate with a pale face slowly stood up, walking out of the classroom with a look of unwillingness. Seeing the scene, everyone immediately understood that this guy had been caught cheating. Ye Chen ignored this and continued to observe the good students with his Sharingan. How could he confirm who the good students were? It's because good students had a common characteristic. They answered questions quickly, hardly needing to think. As long as he found these people and followed their writing patterns, he could write down the answers he wanted. Later, 3 more people were caught cheating, and the first written exam finally ended. According to the assessment process, the exam results would be announced at noon today, and the candidates who passed would participate in the second assessment the next day. After wandering around the village for over an hour, when Ye Chen returned to the school, the exam results had already been posted. As expected, he passed the written exam. There were 59 others on the list. Ye Chen estimated that about half of the candidates were eliminated in the first written exam. Compared to previous years, the number wasn't too many, but it was still significant. Early the next morning, Ye Chen arrived at Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Indeed, the location for the second assessment was in the Forest of Death. As a large training ground in Konoha, the Forest of Death covered an area of about 35 kilometers, with a tall tower in the center and a perimeter of barbed wire. The area had forests, rivers, swamps, and several dangerous spots, making it quite hazardous to use it as the second assessment point. After several minutes, Ye Chen lazily arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Death, waiting for the assessment to begin. A large number of examinees have gathered here, some in small groups, others standing alone, but everyone keeps their distance from Ye Chen. Half an hour ago, the chief examiner of the assessment arrived on the scene, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Let me introduce myself. My name is Man Yigu, and I am the chief examiner for the second round of the assessment. Standing before everyone was a jonin from Konoha, who introduced himself, then pointed behind him. I believe many of you have already guessed that your second assessment will take place in the Forest of Death. Next, I will introduce this place to you. Man Yigu spoke at length about the peculiar geography of the Forest of Death, which is filled with poisonous insects, ferocious beasts, and miasma. One careless move could lead to life-threatening danger. After hearing his description, many examinees changed their expressions, while some did not take it seriously. For ninjas who have returned from the battlefield, a bit of harsh environment was nothing to worry about. Man Yigu noted the reactions of the crowd, but did not say much more. He took a set of documents from a chunin and said, "Due to the danger of this assessment, all examinees must sign a death waiver. Of course, you can refuse to sign, which means you are giving up on the Chunin assessment. Upon hearing this, the crowd scoffed. They had come to participate in the assessment. And if they backed down at the first sign of danger, what was the point of showing up? Ye Chen took a death waiver, glanced at it briefly, and noted that it was just formal language stating they were voluntarily participating in the assessment and that any accidents were not the village's responsibility. He did not hesitate and immediately signed his name. 5 minutes passed, and the examinees began to hand in their death waivers, with not a single person backing down. The chief examiner nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. All right, next, I will explain the rules of the second assessment. Saying this, Man Ye took out 2 scrolls, one labeled Heaven and the other Earth. This is the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. There are a total of 60 of you, and each person will hold 1 scroll. 30 will hold the Heaven Scroll, and the other 30 will hold the Earth Scroll. The condition to pass the assessment is to simultaneously hold both the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll and reach the central tower. Additionally, you may form teams as you wish, but each person must have 1 Heaven Scroll and 1 Earth Scroll. This is a necessary condition. Is that clear? Chapter 64. Seizing the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, sir. If one team has more people while another has fewer or just 1 person, isn't that unfair? An examinee raised his hand and asked. Unfair? Man Ye scoffed. Will your enemies on the battlefield speak to you about fairness? Hearing this, everyone recalled their experiences on the battlefield and fell silent. At this point, Man Ye continued. If you think it's unfair, you can form alliances with others. Any means are acceptable, and the assessment only looks at results, not the process. Upon hearing this, everyone scanned the area, looking for potential allies. Only Ye Chen remained unaffected. With his current strength, he could be said to walk through this place unchallenged. If anyone foolish enough approached him, he wouldn't mind eliminating them. Ye Chen was no longer the person he was 6 months ago. Whatever comrades and Konoha meant nothing to him. Any obstacle in his way would be crushed. During this time, there were also bold teams that approached Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen had a bad reputation, his strength was undeniable, and being on his team was like holding the key to success. Regardless of who came to invite him, they were all turned down. He had no need for a team. After everything was prepared, the second assessment officially began. The 60 people in the arena seemed to have formed more than 30 teams, but Ye Chen could tell that many teams had already formed alliances. They aimed to use their numerical advantage to seize other scrolls. After the scrolls were distributed, Ye Chen held a Heaven Scroll in his hand, tucked it into his clothes, and stepped into the Forest of Death. As soon as he entered the Forest of Death, his vision became extremely dim, surrounded by tall trees with dense foliage, making it hard for sunlight to penetrate. Coupled with the damp and cold environment, and the occasional roars of wild beasts nearby, the place gave off a suffocating sense of oppression. In contrast, Ye Chen was unfazed. He had to stay in this forest for 3 days and felt no rush to find the Earth Scroll. He could save a lot of effort by waiting for others to come to him. Of course, he wouldn't be idle. While walking, he practiced his physical training using spatial compression, and during the rest of the time, he could cultivate the Hongmeng swallowing heavens technique. Since realizing that this technique was extraordinary, he had been dedicating a bit of time each day to practice and comprehend the natural energies. He found that his affinity for the natural energy was increasing, and sometimes he didn't even need to operate the technique. The natural energy would flow into his body with such a heaven-defying technique. Ye Chen also wanted to know what changes would occur if he broke through to a higher realm. 10 minutes passed, and Ye Chen arrived at a nearby intersection. He glanced around and noticed traces of others having entered before him. The Forest of Death was generally circular, with a diameter of 35 kilometers and a wider perimeter, containing 50 entrances, while they had a total of over 30 teams. Thus, Ye Chen was uncertain if anyone had entered before him. It seemed that luck was on his side, and he would likely encounter the first team soon. He had no intention of chasing. He maintained his usual pace, strolling through the Forest of Death. It was probably only he who treated the assessment as a joke. After all, he had the confidence. For him, the Chunin assessment was merely a formality. Even if he didn't advance to Chunin, being a Genin for life wouldn't affect him in the slightest. As long as one was strong enough, who would dare to look down on them? In the forest, Ye Chen strolled forward, and anyone unaware would think he was on vacation. Suddenly, A shuriken flew in from the left side of the woods. Without even looking, Ye Chen instinctively drew his sword to block it, then sheathed the long sword in one fluid motion, demonstrating the growth he had experienced during this time. Stopping in his tracks, he scanned the left side of the woods, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. His prey had finally arrived. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shurikens came flying at him from all directions, sealing off all possible escape routes. However, it all depended on who was facing them. Ye Chen twisted his body, shifted his steps, and drew his long sword. Clang, clang, clang. The incoming shurikens were deflected one after another, ultimately embedding themselves in the tree trunks. This scene left the three hidden observers dumbfounded. They had spotted Ye Chen early on and intended to ignore him, as his reputation preceded him. However, one of them thought Ye Chen was not that impressive. With three of them, could they not handle just one? But when they witnessed Ye Chen's swordsmanship, they were left speechless. Are you coming out on your own, or do I need to drag you out? Ye Chen's tone was calm, seemingly unfazed by what had just happened. In the shadows, the three ninjas found themselves in a predicament. They realized Ye Chen was not easy to deal with, and were taken aback by how terrifying he was. If it were just evading an ambush, they wouldn't be too surprised, but Ye Chen had managed to deflect all the shurikens with just a few slashes. Those shurikens had come from all directions, and the surrounding environment was dim, yet he could perceive everything, determining the trajectory of the shurikens and countering them. This composure and audacity were not something ordinary ninjas could achieve. The rumors were indeed true. This person should not be provoked lightly. Chapter 65. Easily obtaining the Earth Scroll, what should we do? One ninja in the shadows began to have second thoughts. The assessment had just begun. There was no need to clash head-on with such a tough opponent. We can't retreat. Once we retreat and make a noise, he will definitely notice. It will be even more troublesome if he chases us down, a tall ninja said, then looked to the right. Narahase, what do you think? Narahase was a member of the Nara clan, skilled in shadow techniques. It was well known that the ninjas of the Nara clan were famous for their high intelligence and adeptness at setting traps. And the idea to ambush Ye Chen had been his. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, these are all trivial matters. Now is not a good time to retreat. I'll hold him off first and see if there's an opportunity. If not, we'll leave. The other two nodded, and Narahase immediately formed seals to cast a secret technique. Is he still not coming out? Ye Chen said, somewhat impatient. However, before he could take any action, several shurikens flew towards him. Ye Chen didn't take them seriously at all. His right hand was already on the hilt of his sword, preparing to strike. Suddenly, he felt a faint sense of danger silently approaching. Ye Chen glanced around and caught a glimpse of shadow quickly extending towards him from a dark area. Shadow mimicry technique. Seeing the shadow extending, Ye Chen thought of the Nara clan shadow techniques. Without hesitation, he jumped up, flipping several times to easily dodge the shuriken attack. The shurikens were merely a distraction. The real attack was the shadow, which, if entangled, would allow the caster to control his body. Of course, if there was a significant power gap, one could forcibly break free from the technique. But Ye Chen didn't want to leave his fate in the unknown. After dodging several times, he avoided Narahase's attack. In the end, the shadow suddenly stopped its advance, halting just a few centimeters in front of Ye Chen, unable to get any closer. Clearly, Narahase's ability had its limits here. A smile appeared on Ye Chen's lips as he quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball with a diameter of 10 meters, under Ye Chen's precise control, smashed towards the hiding spots of the three. Bang, bang, bang. The immense power shattered trees as the fireball continued its momentum, appearing to the three like a falling meteor. They had no time to think and quickly fled the area. Just as they managed to escape, a shocking explosion resonated, and a terrifying wave of heat swept outwards. The entire area was engulfed in flames, and the three were thrown into the inferno by the shockwave. They tried to struggle to their feet and escape, but suddenly heard footsteps that interrupted their thoughts of fleeing, because they knew who was coming. Top, top, top. The figure, resembling death itself, slowly approached the three. Looking at Narahase, Ye Chen said lightly, "Are we still fighting?" "No more fighting. This is our scroll." "You can take it," said the three, tossing 3 scrolls onto the ground from their bags. The person before them was clearly not someone they could contend with. Rather than resist, it was better to keep some strength to compete with others. Perhaps with good luck, they could still have a chance to advance. Seeing the other party being so sensible, Ye Chen also couldn't be bothered to put in more effort. He glanced at the scrolls and was surprised to find they were all Earth scrolls. It made sense. If a team were assigned different scrolls, what would be the point of the test? Some could just pass the assessment directly. Ye Chen picked up one of the scrolls with his sword, confirmed there were no issues, and then reached out to take it. He glanced at the 3, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose to leave directly. Seeing Ye Chen leave, the 3 finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. So terrifying. I thought he was going to kill all 3 of us. Yeah, the Sharingan is truly that terrifying. But he hasn't even activated it yet, and we've already lost. Nara Heisei weakly added. Maybe he also has his concerns. After all, this is Konoha. Upon hearing this, the other 2 swallowed hard, realizing that cold sweat had soaked their backs without them noticing. They thought to themselves that they could never provoke this calamity again. Ye Chen only took the scrolls he needed. Having more would be useless. After all, they were all from the same village, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't kill. Ye Chen had already met the conditions to pass. He slowly walked towards the central tower. 1 was for training, and 2, he wanted to see if anyone else had the courage to provoke him. 2 hours later, Ye Chen arrived at the central tower. During the journey, nothing happened, but he could vaguely sense that those people were deliberately avoiding him. Even when he entered their encirclement, they showed no intent to attack. Moreover, when they saw Ye Chen arriving, they actively removed their traps, fearing to provoke him. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately lost interest and quickened his pace to reach the central tower and end the assessment. Pushing open the tower door, he found it empty, as expected. He found a spot to sit down and began to practice the Hongming swallowing heaven technique or strengthen his physique. In a makeshift monitoring room in Konoha, Yamaguchi Masahiro and several ch-nin closely monitored the situation in the Forest of Death using ninjutsu. When they saw Uchiha Ye Chen reach the central tower in just a few hours, they were no longer calm. Such a situation rarely occurred. Even if it did, no one could pass through the Forest of Death so calmly. Given Ye Chen's situation, it seemed he had hardly fought at all and had already met the conditions to pass. A young man like this would inevitably attract attention. Yamaguchi Masahiro looked at the information in his hand, slowly furrowing his brows. So it's him. Ye Chen's performance on the battlefield had already been reported back to the village. A 10-year-old boy awakening the double Tomo Sharingan was something the higher-ups in the village couldn't ignore. To skip the single Tomo and directly awaken the double Tomo Sharingan was a genius in Uchiha history. Such a young talent was also a target for Konoha's higher-ups to recruit. It's him, so it's not surprising. Chapter 66, the third ch-nin exam. Thus, Ye Chen remained in cultivation. Days passed, and more people began to arrive at the central tower. The second to reach the central tower was Uchiha Shursui, who arrived just half an hour later than Ye Chen. Upon seeing Ye Chen sitting there, he was momentarily stunned, then relaxed and sat down beside him to refine chakra. Soon, for days had passed. During this time, Uchiha Shursui attempted several times to chat with Ye Chen, but seeing him diligently training, he gave up the thought. At this moment, there were 28 lower ninjas gathered in the tower. Normally, 30 would pass the assessment, so the absence of 2 indicated that something had happened in the Forest of Death. Regardless, it was worth noting that the Nara team, who had previously tried to snatch from Ye Chen, also passed the assessment and arrived here the next day. Clearly, in this relatively relaxed format, those with some brains could easily pass the assessment. Bang, bang, bang. Clouds of chakra, smoke rose up. The scrolls in everyone's hands suddenly opened, and the summoning techniques erupted simultaneously, revealing Yamaguchi Masahiro's figure before them. Instantly, the venue quieted down, waiting for the chief examiner to speak. Yamaguchi Masahiro had no unnecessary words. He scanned the room and then said, "First, congratulations on passing the second assessment. You will rest tonight, and tomorrow we will conduct the third assessment here." As soon as he finished, the venue erupted in cheers, especially from those who had just returned. Silence. Yamaguchi Masahiro pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to quiet down. You will rest peacefully tonight. Later, medical ninjas will come to treat you. Strive to be in your best condition for tomorrow's assessment. Is that understood? Understood. After he left, the crowd resumed their chatter, unable to hide their excitement. Ahem. Ye Chen cleared his throat a couple of times, feeling that these people were a bit noisy. They hadn't even been promoted to CH9, so what was there to be happy about? The entire venue fell silent, as if their throats had been squeezed. Ye Chen found a corner, sat down on the ground, and began to cultivate. The others quietly conversed, occasionally stealing glances at the figure in the corner. Don't look at him. Be careful he kills you, whispered a member of the Nara team. He now had a psychological shadow regarding Ye Chen, as that indifferent gaze had given him nightmares during the past few days of rest. The crowd whispered among themselves, mostly discussing Ye Chen. A few individuals who had returned from the same battlefield, as Ye Chen exaggeratedly recounted how terrifying he was, claiming he even consumed the corpses, drinking their blood. The listeners, regardless of whether what they heard was true or false, felt that Ye Chen was not like a normal person, even more insane than other ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Although their conversation was quiet, Ye Chen heard every word clearly. He didn't bother to argue or care at all. Only training was his persistent belief. In a flash, it was the next morning. After treatment and a night of rest, the lower ninjas were in much better condition. At that moment, the tower gate was slowly pushed open from the outside. Leading the way was the third Hokage, Yuan Fei Riri, followed by more than 20 ninjas. Among them were the main examiners from the first and second rounds, as well as the team leaders of the candidates present. Seeing the scene, a trace of sadness appeared on Ye Chen's face. If Teacher Nakagawa were still around, he would probably be among them. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. However, Ye Chen did see a familiar face in the crowd. It wasn't someone he knew very well, just Uchiha Ye, with whom he had interacted a few times. This time, 2 Uchiha members were participating in the assessment, and he should be there representing the clan to watch. At the moment their eyes met, Ye Chen nodded slightly. Similarly, the other party responded with a smile. Everyone stood in their positions, and Yuan Fei Riri began a long-winded speech, which made Ye Chen a bit drowsy. He could barely tolerate such things. No matter how much was said, it was all nonsense. While others might be inspired by his words, to Ye Chen, it was all toxic motivation, brainwashing for some foolish people. After the lengthy speech, Yuan Fei Riri announced that the third assessment would begin. Immediately, a Konoha Nin stepped forward and said, "I will preside over this assessment." The rules are as follows. The venue fell silent, and everyone perked up their ears to listen. First, this assessment is a combat mode. 2 people will be randomly selected for one-on-one battles. The winner will move on to the next round until the final champion appears. Second, there are no restrictions on any means in this assessment. The conditions for winning are the death of the other person or the other party surrendering. Additionally, this assessment does not enforce compulsory participation. Candidates who feel they are in danger can withdraw at their own will. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. Death? Was it really that terrifying? Seeing the atmosphere build up, the chief examiner continued. However, to avoid unnecessary casualties, when I believe the outcome is clear, I will enter the field to stop the match. At that time, the battle must cease immediately. So, does anyone want to withdraw now? The venue was silent, and no one chose to withdraw. They had come this far. There was no reason to back out. Ye Chen understood in his heart that the chief examiner's words were just meant to scare people. If a death truly occurred, he wouldn't be able to explain it. After all, every lower ninja was a vital force for the village, and the middle ninjas were even the backbone of the village. Losing one person was a loss of wealth for the village. Indeed, in the eyes of some, the life of every ninja was a form of wealth. Chapter 67. Easily defeating the opponent, the chief examiner scanned the crowd, and, seeing that no one was withdrawing, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since there are none, I declare that the third assessment officially begins." As he spoke, a middle ninja came over, holding a wooden box. The examiner reached into the box and pulled out 2 cards, glanced at them, and announced, "Aokizeo Tian, Yang Tai." Upon hearing this, the 2 candidates stepped out of the line. The others then moved to the second-floor corridor of the tower, to watch the battle below. With the examiners, shouted begin. Aoki Zao Tian and Yang Tai drew their kunai and began a fight. The sound of clashing metal was incessant. The two were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a winner for a time, relying on their application of ninjutsu and combat talent. In the end, Yang Tai gained the upper hand, winning with a lethal blow at the cost of injury, prompting the examiner to step in to declare Yang Tai the victor. This battle had little to watch, and nothing remarkable about it, except for the finale where Yang Tai employed a life-for-a-life tactic to win his promotion. Next up, Takakura Lan. Uchiha Ye Chen entered the arena. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to be his turn so soon. However, it was good. Ending the battle early meant he could rest sooner. He leaped lightly, his foot landing on the railing, and his whole figure soared high, landing gracefully in the center of the arena. The crowd gasped. Those with keen eyes could see some skill. When Ye Chen landed, he did so without making a sound. Not a single tremor from such a height. This level of control was not something everyone could achieve. Today, he was rather high profile, as he was no longer the weak Ye Chen from before. With the combat power of a J-Nin and the explosive power of an elite J-Nin, he had enough confidence to be high profile. This kid, Uchiha Jia, was secretly shocked. In just a few months of not seeing him, Ye Chen had already reached such strength, probably not weaker than his own. Others had their own thoughts. Yuan Fei Riri furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to recruit Ye Chen under his command, but hesitated when he thought of Ye Chen's background. As for the lower ninjas present, they simply thought Ye Chen was showing off, something they could do too. Only a few saw through it and wore complex expressions. After a moment, Ye Chen faced a boy about 13 or 14 years old, instantly understanding the other's talent. At such an age, still a lower ninja, it spoke volumes. The examiner, seeing the two standing still, asked, "Are you ready?" When both nodded, the examiner waved his hand to start. With that, he retreated, leaving the arena to them. The two formed their hand seals, and Ye Chen did not immediately attack. He stood calmly in the arena, watching the other party. Takakura Lan was clearly much more nervous. Upon hearing he was about to face Uchiha Ye Chen, he already knew he was bound to lose. However, standing there, if he surrendered without fighting a few moves, he would lose face and be looked down upon. Therefore, he thought about adopting a defensive strategy, blocking a few of Ye Chen's moves before surrendering to avoid looking too bad. Having made up his mind, Takakura Lan focused intently on Ye Chen, displaying a highly nervous demeanor. Seeing that the other party wasn't taking action, Ye Chen spoke. "If you don't attack and wait for me to strike, you won't have any chance." "You can attack," Takakura Lan said, bending slightly, ready for battle. In response, Ye Chen's right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, but then he thought of something and slowly let go. He used his waist to generate power through his thighs and calves, launching himself forward. He was coming. Takakura Lan saw Ye Chen charging and instinctively took a step back, only to see Ye Chen leap into the air, delivering a flying kick aimed directly at his face. He instinctively chose to sidestep. But Ye Chen's attack was not something that could be easily dodged. With a heavy stomp of his left foot, Ye Chen twisted his body and delivered a series of kicks towards the left side of Takakura Lan. Bang! Takakura Lan never expected that despite being mentally prepared and having defended against Ye Chen's flurry of attacks, he overlooked one crucial detail: Ye Chen's strength. With a strength of 330, it meant that each of Ye Chen's attacks contained a force of 16 tons. He had only used 1/10 of his strength in that kick, which was still 1,600 pounds. 1,600 pounds was something a lower ninja's physique couldn't withstand. Takakura Lan was immediately sent flying, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. Fortunately, he managed to block with his left hand. If the kick had connected with his head, he would probably have met Yama. Even so, his left arm was fractured, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain. The arena fell silent, and at that moment, the lower ninjas realized just how terrifying Ye Chen was. Many wondered, was he really here to participate in the CH-Nin exam? He would qualify for the J-Nin exam. Remembering those rumors, everyone silently prayed that in the next battle, they would not encounter this harbinger of death. He was unbeatable. The Jonin present mostly knew what kind of status Ye Chen held, but there was nothing they could do. The rules were set, and it was impossible to let him pass the assessment directly. Talp, talp, talp. A faint sound of footsteps echoed in the silent arena. Ye Chen walked over slowly, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, everyone tensed up. What was he going to do? Was he going to kill? The proctor frowned slightly. If Ye Chen showed any intention, he would intervene immediately. Seeing this scene, Takakura-lan was so scared that he forgot to concede. At the moment he made eye contact with Ye Chen, all he felt was fear. It was an invisible killing intent. For those with weak hearts, they might die just from this oppressive aura without Ye Chen needing to lift a finger. Chapter 68. Uchiha Shursui versus Nara Heisei. Uchiha Ye Chen, victory. Realizing something was off, the proctor knew he couldn't wait any longer and decisively entered the arena. Positioning himself between Ye Chen and Takakura-lan, Ye Chen stopped, his grip on the sword not loosening, shifting his gaze from Takakura-lan to the proctor. A cool breeze swept through, and the arena fell silent. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the proctor's forehead, flowing down his cheek and dripping from his neck. The tense atmosphere reaching its peak. Seconds passed, and Ye Chen turned around and walked towards the staircase. Everyone inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Even Yuan Firijan was the same, fearing that this guy would become enraged and murderous. What a terrifying little brat, the proctor murmured, then waved his hand, signaling the medical ninjas to carry Takakura-lan away. You scare me to death. I thought he was going to draw his sword and kill. Me too. I heard that he doesn't even spare the dead on the battlefield. Keep it down, he's coming. Regarding the comments of others, Ye Chen paid no mind. In fact, it was better this way. No one dared to disturb him. Meanwhile, the third match proceeded normally. This time, two girls took the stage. One of whom Ye Chen had some impression of. She seemed to be from the same team as Nara Heisei. He had only glanced at her back then and did not know her name. The strengths of both sides were insignificant in Ye Chen's eyes, but in front of everyone, they were quite admirable. At least in terms of fighting, they were much more aesthetically pleasing than the boys. After watching for a while, Ye Chen lost interest, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. It wasn't that he was tired, but at this moment, there was nothing much to do. Time passed little by little, until the final match, when Uchiha Shursui's name was finally called, and his opponent was Nara Heisei, someone Ye Chen had dealt with before. Hearing that the two were going to fight sparked a bit of interest in Ye Chen. One was a Uchiha genius, and the other was a direct descendant of the Nara clan. Their battle was indeed interesting. As they entered the arena, Nara Heisei felt a headache looking at the Uchiha Shursui with his double Sharingan. I almost got eliminated in the second round against Uchiha Ye Chen, and now I encounter another Uchiha genius. Am I destined to fight the Uchiha clan? Although he knew he would eventually have to face them if he wanted to compete for a good ranking, why did it have to be in the first round? He didn't even have any time to prepare. The Nara clan was clever and often used various means to turn the tide of battle, but they also needed some intelligence to support them. Otherwise, being blind in the dark was useless no matter how clever one was. Just like now, he knew nothing about Uchiha Shursui except that he had a pair of Sharingan. Oh, the opponent has a sword on his back. He must be good at swordsmanship. But knowing this was of little use. He didn't know about combat experience, sword techniques, or attack habits, which made it hard for him to plan. Sigh, I can only take it one step at a time. Nara Heisei thought helplessly. Unfortunately, the battle had already begun, so he had no choice but to think less. On the second floor corridor, Ye Chen leaned against the railing, observing the battle below. Among the ninjas in the audience, no one else interested him besides these two. The others were not worth his time. The battle had started, and Nara Heisei was no longer speaking. He was calculating gains and losses throughout. Although he didn't know much about Uchiha Shursui, he was very adaptable, relying on his family's shadow secret technique and decent close combat abilities. He was able to match his opponent for a while. Unfortunately, his abilities were only limited to that. Once Uchiha Shursui adapted to the current fighting style and got serious, Nara Heisei would likely lose, because Ye Chen had already noticed that from the beginning until now, Uchiha Shursui had not used his full strength at the very least. He hadn't used a Sharingan or ninjutsu, and had only been sparring with sword techniques against Nara Heisei. This didn't mean he was holding back. but rather that he was adapting to the Nara clan's combat style. Once he grasped Nara Heisei's attack patterns, defeating him would be a matter of moments. As expected, after observing Nara Heisei's abilities, Uchiha Shursui activated his Sharingan, Jinjutsu, and Ninjutsu, forcing his opponent into a desperate situation within a few moves and securing the final victory. Uchiha-style swordsmanship was indeed executed well, and the Jinjutsu was also effective, with unique aspects in the body flicker technique, but that was about it. If that was all his strength, he probably wouldn't be able to match me. This wasn't arrogance on Ye Chen's part, but rather a deduction based on his own combat power. Uchiha Shursui's abilities seemed strong to others, but to him, it was nothing. Whether it was swordsmanship, Jinjutsu, or the body flicker technique, he was confident that he surpassed his opponent, unless Uchiha Shursui had not used his full strength in the earlier battle. The final match of the first round ended, with 14 advancing. After a 10-minute break, the second round began. Whether it was misfortune or Yuan Fury Zhan's intention, Ye Chen still did not face Uchiha Shursui in the second round, and he also easily dealt with his opponent without any surprises. By this point, everyone could see that Ye Chen's strength had surpassed the rest by a large margin. Facing him, they should not even think about winning. As long as they didn't lose too embarrassingly, it would suffice. As for the final first place, it seemed predetermined for Ye Chen, with only one person possibly having the strength to compete with him. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to the battle between the two Uchihas. Chapter 69. Warning is also deterrence. After the second round ended, 7 people remained, meaning that in the next grouping, 1 person would be left out. Ye Chen didn't care, but the other 6 hoped to be the one to skip. Skipping a round meant conserving some stamina, giving them a chance for a higher ranking. To their surprise, the opportunity to skip ended up falling on Ye Chen. They were disappointed, but it was better for it to fall on Ye Chen than anyone else. At least this round, they didn't have to worry about encountering him, improving their chances of advancing. After the third round ended, there was no break given. The remaining 4 drew lots for their next matches. This time, he still did not draw Uchiha Shursui, indicating that they were likely to be saved for the final showdown. His opponent was a 13-year-old boy named Tian Yihai, who had decent close combat abilities and could use lightning release ninjutsu. Having made it this far, his overall combat strength wouldn't be too weak, but it was merely decent. In front of Ye Chen, it was somewhat lacking. As the proctor finished speaking, he quickly left the arena. Looking at the person before him, Tian Yihai felt frustrated. If he had faced Uchiha Shursui, he might have had a fighting chance. But why did it have to be this guy? Let's get started. Ye Chen said lightly, his right palm open, quickly gathering a ball of lightning in his palm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lightning balls swirled above Ye Chen. The 5th level lightning god, 9 transformations. He could already release 5 lightning balls without hand seals in an instant. Ye Chen chose to use lightning release because he had seen his opponent relying on it in previous battles. It seemed that lightning release was his main ninjutsu. Using lightning release was intended to defeat him in his strongest domain. The 5 lightning balls quickly rotated, slowly expanding to a meter in size. Standing under the lightning balls, Ye Chen looked like a god of thunder. With just a command, the heavenly lightning balls would surely destroy this battlefield. Seeing this scene, Tian Yihai was stunned. The 5 lightning balls were pressing down on him so hard that he could barely breathe. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Why did Ye Chen use lightning release without forming hand seals? Before he even started, the enemy's ninjutsu was already bearing down on him like a mountain. How could he fight? Are you ready? I'm going to strike. Ye Chen raised his hand, and the lightning ball in the air stopped spinning, just waiting for him to wave it down. In the last moment, Tian Yihai came to his senses and shouted, "I concede, I concede." His voice was filled with reluctance, but what could he do? Faced with 5 massive lightning balls, he didn't have the courage to continue. Life was more important than face. Uchiha Ye Chen victory. Upon hearing Tian Yihai concede, the proctor immediately announced the result. Watching the lightning balls still floating in the air, his eyes twitching. Uchiha Ye Chen, dispel your ninjutsu? No way. As he spoke, Ye Chen's right hand clenched into a fist, electricity coursing through it. The 5 lightning balls in the air quickly fused together. With a loud bang, the lightning balls erupted with a thunderous roar, and the terrifying current spread outwards. Bang! 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 The explosions were incessant. Apart from the spot where Ye Chen stood, countless craters erupted within a 10-meter radius, thick smoke rising and shocking everyone present. If the proctor hadn't sensed the danger and hurriedly evacuated Tianyihai, he might have died under the onslaught of lightning. Everyone was stunned. How dare this guy act so recklessly? After the proctor announced the result, he still dared to strike, not fearing that his qualification would be revoked. At that moment, the reputation of Uchiha Ye Chen as a madman was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. Just when everyone thought Ye Chen would be punished, Yuan Fei Rizhan calmly said, "The match continues," disrupting everyone's understanding of the situation. Ye Chen sneered and turned to walk towards the second floor. He had made the right bet. During this time, he had revealed too much, causing some people to develop ulterior motives towards him, especially regarding the Sharingan. What he did just now was to inform some people that he was not to be trifled with. They should consider the consequences before making a move. In Konoha, being too talented is often not a good thing. Without a background or a powerful backing, everything you have could be taken away at any moment. Moreover, he had rejected the family's protection, giving certain people an opportunity to strike. Just think about it. A genius like Uchiha Shui, even with family support, ended up with such a fate. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Only by being strong can any conspiracy dare not provoke you. What clever kid, actually warning those rats in such a way, haha. Seeing Ye Chen's performance, Uchiha Ji nodded appreciatively. Rather than saying Uchiha Shui was a genius, he had more faith in Ye Chen. This mentality and method were not something someone his age should possess. Next came the battle between Uchiha Shui and another Chunin, which ended without suspense. 1 minute later, the battle concluded with Uchiha Shui's victory. Now only two remained, the two candidates vying for the top spot, both from the Uchiha clan. What kind of sparks would their battle ignite? Chop to the Itmish. Uchiha Ye Chen vs Uchiha Shisui. The final match, Uchiha Ye Chen versus Uchiha Shui. Please enter the arena. Upon hearing this, excitement filled the venue. The battle they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Everyone knew that Ye Chen was the strongest in this Chunin exam, but Uchiha Shui's performance was also impressive, and being from the same clan, their fight would surely be thrilling. Are you ready? The proctor asked as the two took their positions. Ye Chen didn't respond, but looked at Uchiha Shui. Do you want to take a break? I can wait. After all, the other party had fought through several matches, while he hadn't truly made a move yet. The opponent was Uchiha Shui. It was impossible not to feel excited about fighting someone of his caliber. Although Uchiha Shui was not at his strongest age yet, he was not much younger than Ye Chen. To have a good fight, it was necessary for the other party to be in top condition. Uchiha Shui was somewhat surprised by Ye Chen's words. The usually aloof Ye Chen actually said this. However, he hadn't consumed much energy, so he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Ye Chen, but it's unnecessary." Hearing their conversation, the proctor no longer hesitated and announced the battle to begin. The two formed the hand seals, and in the next moment, a clashing sound rang out. Unbeknownst to them, they had already made their moves, almost simultaneously drawing their weapons, and their blades collided violently. Uchiha Shui's reaction and speed were already impressive, but he was still significantly weaker than Ye Chen in terms of strength. The moment they clashed, a powerful force directly knocked Shui back. However, he did not give up and continued to press forward to battle Ye Chen. In an instant, the sound of clashing weapons filled the arena, sparks flying, enough to show the intensity of the fight. Uchiha Shui understood from the first exchange that he was weaker than Ye Chen in terms of strength, so he changed his fighting style. Instead of a head-on approach, he adopted a strategy of evasion, looking for opportunities to strike decisively. But Ye Chen was not someone who could easily be controlled. His swordsmanship was always aggressive. There was a saying that perfectly represented his spirit. One force breaks 10,000 techniques. No matter how many tricks you employ, they would be broken by sheer strength. This was the essence of his swordsmanship. Although Ye Chen had not practiced swordsmanship for long, he understood his own advantages. His strength was his greatest characteristic. Fancy techniques were not suitable for the path he intended to take in the future. Only the path of strength was what he would follow. Slash! With a loud shout, Ye Chen raised his sword high and swung it down fiercely. The crowd saw the air explode with a bang as Uchiha Shursui raised his sword to block, but his short sword was directly cleaved in two. Shursui himself was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd gasped. Was this the end? Even Uchiha Shursui couldn't force out Ye Chen's true strength. Uchiha Ji on the platform made no move. He knew the battle was not over yet. At least the two hadn't even activated their Sharingan. Spit. Uchiha Shursui spat out a mouthful of blood, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. Looking at the approaching Ye Chen, he steeled his gaze. With his left hand, he slapped the ground, twisting his body to stand up, pushing off the ground with his feet to rapidly retreat and create distance from Ye Chen. Ye Chen stopped, not wanting to end the fight so quickly. After all, opportunities to spar with a ninja who had the Sharingan were rare. He was waiting for the other party to make a move. Uchiha Shursui rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and scattered a handful of black objects on the ground before him. Then he formed hand seals, and his double tomo, Sharingan, appeared. It's getting serious. Ye Chen's lips curled slightly, and his eyes also revealed the double tomo Sharingan. Looking at the black spikes on the ground, he immediately recognized what they were: iron spikes. A special ninja tool that resembled a sea urchin and was covered with sharp spikes. Stepping on them would greatly reduce one's mobility. Ye Chen curled his lips. Was bringing out this kind of thing just to annoy him? It might work against ordinary people, but it was utterly insufficient against him. He lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. To everyone's astonishment, the iron spikes were flattened under his foot. At that moment, they all had one thought. Is he even human? Yuan Fei Rizhan's eyes widened. In his impression, with such physical strength, there were very few people in the current ninja world who could achieve this. It wasn't that Ye Chen was a freak, rather, he had already used his spatial compression ability to achieve such an effect. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui had no time to think. Even if Ye Chen was defying the heavens, he had to take a gamble. He performed a backflip, creating distance once more, and while retreating, suddenly raised both hands, forming hand seals at incredibly fast speed. The next moment, he took a deep breath and exhaled a ball of flame. It was a high-level ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames gradually grew larger the moment they erupted. Seeing this, Ye Chen showed no intention of dodging, forming seals in a manner similar to Shursui, but seemingly even faster. The fireball he exhaled was several times larger. Everyone run. The Nara team, having witnessed Ye Chen's super fireball, shouted immediately at the sight. The others were confused. The other two team members ran even faster than Nara Heisei. Just when everyone thought the three were being overly cautious, they saw the enormous fireball Ye Chen unleashed and immediately understood. This wasn't just a competition, it was terrifying. Since what could a jutsu of this level be so frightening? Chapter 71. The Chunin exam ends looking at the fireball that was several times larger than his own. Uchiha Shursui was completely stunned. Boom! A large and a small fireball collided between the two, and after just a moment of stalemate, the smaller fireball was engulfed by the larger one. Not good. Uchiha Shizen was just about to take action. The proctor, approaching the venue, stepped in first and used water release, water wall, attempting to block the fireball Ye Chen unleashed. The fireball hit the water wall with a bang, resulting in an explosion. Immediately afterward, steam rose and spread throughout the entire venue, the scalding mist turning the place into a sauna. The male participants fared better, even if their clothes got wet. It wouldn't be too embarrassing. The girls, however, were unlucky. Although nothing inappropriate was visible, their clothes clung to their bodies, and their curves were exposed, making the boys' eyes heat up. A series of screams erupted, followed by the sound of clapping, and the venue was thrown into chaos. Yuan Fei Rizens removed the pipe from his mouth, shook it, and dumped out the tobacco soaked by the mist, sighing. This little guy is incredible. To be able to unleash such a powerful fireball, his chakra must be astonishing. In the eyes of these shadow-level powerhouses, the rank of jutsu was no longer that important. What mattered was the practical application and control of chakra. Being able to perform such a gigantic fireball wasn't just about having a lot of chakra. It required an extraordinary level of control over it. Just this point alone was something a genin couldn't achieve. Yuan Fei Rizens couldn't help but wonder if he was getting old. After 5 full minutes, several ninjas managed to disperse the steam, and the scene finally stabilized. However, everyone present felt uncomfortable, drenched, and sticky. Looking at Uchiha Shursui, he had already been taken away from the arena by the proctor. The collision just now was difficult for him to handle, even as a jonin. In contrast, Ye Chen stood calmly in the center of the arena, surrounded by an invisible pressure that seemed to block all energy from approaching. Seeing this, he touched his nose, thinking he could play a little longer. But now it was too late. He had gone too far and ended the match directly. In the final match, Uchiha Ye Chen wins. That's right, Ye Chen won. The moment the proctor intervened to block the jutsu, it signified Uchiha Shursui's defeat. There was no cheer from the crowd. Everyone looked at the figure in the arena with complex expressions. That person was far too strong. He was on an entirely different level, regardless of what they thought. Ye Chen didn't care. Suddenly, he sensed an unmasked hostility among the many gazes. He frowned slightly and followed the feeling, spotting a familiar yet unfamiliar figure in a corner on the second floor. Why did he feel this way? It was because this person only existed in Ye Chen's memories. But he had never seen him in reality. The man was thin but had very solid muscles exposed, wearing a gray-brown kimono with a head of brown hair. There were 2 cross scars on his chin, and his right eye was wrapped in a bandage, leaving only his left eye, which gave off a cunning and extremely sinister vibe. In Ye Chen's impression, only one person fit this description, Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo was a self-serving individual. For his own interests, he could manipulate everyone. He was the mastermind behind the Uchiha clan's extermination, and he orchestrated it all for his selfish desires and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Being targeted by such a person was not a good thing. When did this troublemaker arrive? Ye Chen was not surprised to be targeted by Shimura Danzo. Once the news of his awakened Sharingan reached the village, he knew this day would come. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. However, he wasn't afraid. Although Danzo had shadow-level strength, he was damaged and had not yet obtained the Sharingan he desired. He was not a threat. He just had to be a little cautious around the rude organization. These people were like the filthy rats in the sewers, ready to bite at any moment. Of course, before he reached shadow-level strength, he wouldn't easily act against the village's higher-ups. Stabilizing and improving his strength was what he needed to focus on right now. Before tonight, I want the information on these 2 individuals. The one named Uchiha Ye Chen is to be placed on the watch list. Shimura Danzo said to the root ninja behind him as he saw Ye Chen's gaze shift away. Understood, Lord Danzo, the root ninja replied before disappearing. Meanwhile, Yuanfei Rizens stepped up to the podium, said a few encouraging words, and announced the end of the exam, with results to be announced 2 days later. Afterward, the candidates in the arena gradually left with their leading teachers. Ye Chen did not move. 2 figures approached him, Uchiha Shizen and Uchiha Shursui. Let's go back together, Shursui said. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded without hesitation. Danzo's appearance made Ye Chen more vigilant, and leaving with Uchiha Shizen would save him a lot of trouble. It was still not the time to tear faces. Half an hour later, the 3 returned to the Uchiha clan's compound. Ye Chen had no extra words and directly turned to walk toward his house. Wait, Uchiha Shursui called out. What is it? Ye Chen turned to look. Brother Ye Chen, how much of your strength did you use in today's battle? Ye Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect him to ask this. If I said I only used 10%, would you believe me? I believe you, but I will work hard to catch up to you, Brother Ye Chen, Shursui said, then quickly ran off, probably to train. Ye Chen shook his head. He was indeed still a child, believing everything he said. However, the current Uchiha Shursui, although a genius, was still a naive little kid. Being a bit innocent was normal. Chapter 72, 1 month of hard training, returning to the battlefield 2 days later. Ye Chen received the notification for his promotion to Chunin. He went to the Hokage Hall to register and received 2 sets of Konoha Chunin vests. From then on, he would appear as a Konoha Chunin on the surface, and sometimes he could even play tricks on others. At the same time, he received an order to return to the battlefield in a month, meaning he had a month to focus on training. He set a training schedule for himself. Aside from eating and resting, he would dedicate all his time to training. Skills like body flicker technique, fire release, lightning release Rinnegan, and illusions could not be neglected, especially the body flicker technique, which would play a crucial role in his future training progress. As for his main body, he was not idle either. During breaks, he practiced the Hongmeng swallowing heaven technique to comprehend the essence of the world, while the other half of the time was spent strengthening his physique. His spatial compression ability could not only enhance the power of matter, but also serve as a means of self-training. It was similar to a gravity chamber. Ye Chen could apply his spatial compression ability to himself, doubling his own gravity. Similarly, if someone approached within a meter of him, he could also use this ability, catching them off guard and achieving unexpected results. Of course, he wouldn't easily reveal this ability. Once exposed, he had to ensure a one-hit kill on the enemy. In summary, this ability would become another trump card for him. System Panel, Host, Uchiha Ye Chen Realm, Jonin Technique, Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique Combat Power, 1025 Strength, 335 Constitution, 340 Spirit Power, 350 Energy, 3500 Bloodline, Sharingan Double Tomo. Byakugan, Second Evolution, Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu, Level 1, Space Compression, Level 1, Eye of Destruction Skills, Advanced 3 Body Technique, Level 15, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level 17. Illusionary Shackles Technique, Level 7, Rinnegan, Level 9, Lightning Release, Thunder God 9 Transformations, Level 7, Evolution Points, 0 after a month of hard training. Combat Power broke through the 100 barrier, and Strength also saw a qualitative leap. The Advanced 3 Body Technique broke through to Level 5, Fire Release to Level 2, Rinnegan to Level 4, Lightning Release to Level 2, and Illusionary Shackles Technique to Level 1, all results from a month of intense training. The higher the level of the 3 Body Technique, the faster the skill improvement in the future, so he focused all his efforts on it. Also, Rinnegan reached Level 9. He wondered if it would evolve after reaching Level 10, but there was no time now. Today was the day to gather at the village, and he could only wait until he got to the battlefield to see the opportunity. As for the journey, there would be no time for him to train, and it would easily expose his trump cards. Only when he reached the camp could he focus on skill training. The only thing troubling Ye Chen was the Illusionary Shackles technique, which was somewhat difficult to train. Why? This technique requires a target, and training one skill consumes 2 shadow clones, and the progress is slow. He was contemplating whether to give up on this ninjutsu. With his current eye power, even ninjas with generally low spirit power could be drawn into the illusion. The Illusionary Shackles technique also has its strengths, capable of creating an illusion space, but Ye Chen hadn't made up his mind yet. When morning came, after a simple wash, he packed his bag and decided to have a last bowl of ramen before leaving, not knowing how long it would be until he could return. He still had some nostalgia for Uchiha ramen. Little brother, you came to eat noodles so early today? Yeah, I'm going to set off with the team soon to the front lines. Just can't have a few bowls of noodles, the usual Uncle Handmade. You know how it is. Hearing this, the handmade chef paused for a moment. Over the past month, he hadn't spoken much with Ye Chen, but he had indeed taken care of his business quite a bit. Hearing that Ye Chen was heading to the front lines made him feel a bit reluctant. Not because Ye Chen wouldn't come to patronize his business in the future, but because he felt sad that someone so young had to go to the battlefield to protect the peace of Konoha. Little brother, today it's my treat. Eat as much as you want. Ye Chen smiled. Okay, but hurry up, I'm in a rush. The chef also smiled and returned to the kitchen to get busy. Soon, bowls of noodles were served one after another. By the time Ye Chen finished his 14th bowl, he stopped, placed 15 silver coins on the table, and turned to leave. Little brother, the chef finished his work and came out, wanting to chat with Ye Chen, reminding him to be safe on the front lines. When he stepped outside and saw the empty front hall with 15 silver coins and a steaming bowl of noodles on the table, his eyes turned moist. He then walked to the spot where Ye Chen had just been, quietly gazing at the ramen, and did so for a long time, as if trying to experience Ye Chen's feelings every time he came to eat. After finishing his noodles, Ye Chen returned to his usual indifference. Perhaps his smiles were only reserved for those warm individuals. The gathering point was in a square in front of the Hokage building. From a distance, he spotted Uchiha Shursui among the crowd. Over the past month, he often saw this kid working hard at the training ground. Occasionally, when they met, Shursui would cling to Ye Chen, asking for swordsmanship guidance, so the two were not strangers. Ye Chen liked Shusui's character, although he could be very naive at times. His cheerful demeanor was indeed infectious. At the very least, Ye Chen preferred to interact with him rather than with the old-fashioned members of his clan. Thoughts flashed through Ye Chen's mind, and before he knew it, he was among the crowd. Many ninjas saw Ye Chen and hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing to provoke him. Only Uchiha Shursui approached to greet him, showing no signs of being distant. Ye Chen, brother, you're here. We'll be teammates from now on. Chapter 73. Return to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. About half an hour later, the personnel heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain gathered. At this time, a Konoha Jonin stepped forward, someone Ye Chen recognized. He was the second examination proctor, Taniguchi Munya. Now, he was the captain of their mission, leading them to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Taniguchi Munya stood firm at the front, cleared his throat to signal everyone to be quiet. Most of you have come from the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and some are going to the battlefield for the first time. However, Taniguchi's tone became more serious. Regardless of whether you are the former or the latter, I hope that for the time to come, you will obey arrangements and follow orders. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. In addition to Taniguchi Munya, there were 3 special Jonin with high combat power, while the rest were either Chunin or Genin. Since they were required to follow his commands, no one dared to oppose. However, Ye Chen felt something was off. It seemed that something had happened that he wasn't aware of. In fact, many events had occurred in Konoha during this time. Over the past half-month, teams departing from Konoha to various front lines had encountered ambushes, suffering heavy losses. This matter was kept secret by the higher-ups. So many people were unaware, with only a few Jonin knowing the truth. Normally, such events would prompt the village to take it seriously, either reinforcing protection or delaying support until the hidden dangers were eliminated. But the war had reached this point, and Konoha was somewhat short-handed. They couldn't afford to lose personnel at the front lines, so they could only force themselves to go. This is why Ye Chen sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. The Jonin leading the team seemed overly tense. Since it's meaningless, let us set off. With that, Taniguchi Munya took the lead and ran toward the village exit. Others followed closely behind, and soon the group left the village. Meanwhile, at the root headquarters in Danzo's office. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocking sounds rang out. Come in, said Shimura Danzo without lifting his eyes from the documents he was reviewing. Creak. A root ninja walked in respectfully and said, Sir, the Uchiha Ye Chen and Uchiha Shursui you wanted to pay attention to have already left the village. Oh, hearing this, Danzo put down the documents and looked up to ask, Is there a Jonin from the Uchiha clan accompanying them? Sir, no, the root ninja replied firmly. Is that so? Shimura Danzo fell into brief contemplation, and after a moment, decisively ordered, informed the Rain Cry team to act. Everything must proceed according to plan, and failure is not an option. Yes, Lord Danzo, the root ninja responded before quickly leaving. Looking ahead, Danzo's gaze turned extremely sinister. Uchiha, just wait. Sensing that the journey might not be smooth, Ye Chen reduced his training time, ensuring that his physical condition remained at its peak, so he could handle the upcoming crises. Sure enough, after receiving the mission and seeing its content, it confirmed Ye Chen's suspicions. Ding dong, a new mission has been generated. The flames of war do not cease. Chaos abounds. Outside, there are wolves lurking. Inside, there are traitors blocking the way. The journey ahead will be fraught with difficulties. Mission objective, successfully break through. Reward, 500 evolution points. After reading the mission details, Ye Chen had some doubts, but could confirm one thing. Their journey might not be peaceful, and they would likely encounter ambushes. Continuing to follow the team, Ye Chen exchanged a few words with Uchiha Shursui along the way, reminding him to be careful. Ye Chen always felt something was off about this situation, likely related to that Shimura Danzo. A month passed without any news, and now leaving the village for the battlefield. That old schemer couldn't possibly hold back. He knew that Shimura Danzo had been keeping an eye on the Sharingan, with the original target being Uchiha Shursui, and now he added another target, himself. Even so, Ye Chen was not afraid. Even if Danzo took action personally, he was confident he could escape. That's why he reminded Shursui to be careful of certain individuals. After leaving the village, They had been within the borders of the Fire Country for several days, and everything was peaceful. However, as soon as they entered the Rain Country, they were ambushed. The attackers were none other than a group of rock shinobi. Ye Chen sensed something was off. It was no surprise that the rock shinobi would lay an ambush, and even without system prompts, anyone who had survived the battlefield could guess this. But they had just set foot in the Rain Country, and their route was different from the last time. How could the rock shinobi predict they would take this path? Unlike last time, where the canyon was the closest route to the headquarters with rock shinobi lying in wait, it was too coincidental this time to accurately guess their path. Besides, if they had not received information in advance, the rock shinobi would not be foolish enough to set an ambush here. After all, this was close to the Konoha headquarters. A slight misstep could lead to discovery by Konoha's forces. There was only one possibility. They had obtained information in advance, which is why they set up an ambush here. The only ones who could have learned about their route were a few jonin from their team or Konoha's higher-ups. Without thinking, Ye Chen knew who had betrayed them. Only one person could be so unscrupulous as to sell village intelligence to the enemy, and that was Shimura Danzo. Chapter 74. Ambushed, the Konoha team was caught off guard, and within just a few minutes, they were at a disadvantage, with some injured and several lower-ranked shinobi losing their lives. In the chaos, Taniguchi Munya couldn't think too much and shouted to the two Uchiha. Uchiha Ye Chen, defend the left side. Shursui, keep an eye on the right side. Before the two could agree, Taniguchi Munya shouted again, everyone follow my lead and break through. Ye Chen had wanted to kill indiscriminately to earn evolution points, but being called out publicly made it difficult for him not to comply. Scanning the enemy, he noted that their numbers and combat strength were not superior to theirs. The only reason they had the upper hand was due to surprise, catching them off guard. With such combat power, Ye Chen didn't take them seriously. What concerned him were the traitors, more specifically, which of Danzo's people had come to deal with him. With that thought, Ye Chen stopped holding back, his blade flashing as he swiftly took down a Chunin, then used a body flicker technique to appear at the left flank of the team. He then started throwing lightning balls from his hands, which rapidly expanded, controlling the left side of the battlefield. The sound of thunder exploded around the rock shinobi, and amidst their screams, bodies fell into smoke. In the front, a rock shinobi saw this scene and was terrified. By the time he reacted, he had already been slashed by a Konoha ninja. At this point, the rock shinobi were thrown into disarray. They never expected that they, who had just held the upper hand, could have their situation reversed in the blink of an eye. There was actually an elite jonin hidden among the Konoha team. To them, only an elite jonin could unleash such overwhelming powerful techniques. On Ye Chen's side, Shursui was also not to be outdone. He brandished a short sword, rapidly using body flicker techniques, moving like a ghost, crashing into the rock shinobi ranks, disrupting their formation while taking down a few lower-ranked shinobi. Taking advantage of this, Taniguchi Munya held off an enemy jonin while leading the main force to break through. About 15 minutes later, the Konoha team finally managed to break through. Although they had not shaken off their pursuers, they were no longer in such a passive position. After a short rest, Taniguchi Munya counted the numbers. While they had the fighting power to contend with the enemy, his mission was to lead everyone to the Konoha headquarters in the Rain Country. If he exhausted his forces on the way, he would have no face to return. The priority was to reorganize the team. He instructed a special jonin to lead the others forward while he and two other special jonin, along with 5 chunin, stayed behind to hold off the enemy. Unsurprisingly, Ye Chen and Shursui were among those 5. He had personally witnessed their performance during the chunin exams. Their strength far exceeded that of a chunin, and even among special jonin, they could hold their own, especially Ye Chen, who gave Taniguchi Munya an ungraspable feeling. He always felt that this kid was hiding too much. When he made eye contact, there was a moment of panic in his heart. This was not a feeling one would get from a mere chunin. Keeping these two, who were far stronger than chunin, would definitely be beneficial for their future actions against the enemy, increasing their chances of success. This was also Taniguchi Munya's carefully considered decision. Ye Chen and Shursui had no objections to this order. It was just right, as he also wanted to stay behind. One reason was to kill more rock shinobi to earn evolution points, and the other was to find out who Danzo had sent. Since they could sell information to the rock shinobi, they would definitely send someone to assassinate them, as long as they weren't shadow-level powerhouses. Their arrival would mean free evolution points. Moreover, shadow-level powerhouses were not so easily subdued. Even if controlled by means, they would be elite among Danzo's elites. Danzo shouldn't use such strong figures against two Chunin. Being able to send a Jonin team was already a sign of respect towards them. This was also due to Danzo's lack of understanding of Ye Chen's strength. The final outcome was evident. And it was also the reason Ye Chen had always hidden his strength. Someone had fallen for it. Light rain fell on the earth, landing on the leaves in the forest, gathering into droplets that dripped to the ground, forming small ponds in the woods, producing a pattering sound in the quiet mountains. The pursuing rock shinobi quickly moved towards this direction. Suddenly, a leading Jonin, as if sensing danger, stopped and looked down, terrified out of his wits, shouting, "Everyone retreat." As he spoke, he retreated backward, although the others did not understand why. At that moment, any danger could occur, and the only thing they could trust was their teammates. Just then, a series of explosions erupted ahead. Several red flames soared, and the intense heat dried the raindrops, igniting many trees. "It's an explosive tag," one rock shinobi shouted. Seeing this, the others secretly thought they were lucky. If they had been a moment later, most of them would have been finished. The ambush was not over. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shurikens shot out from the shadows, directly targeting the rock shinobi team. "Be careful," the leading rock shinobi shouted, drawing out his kunai and waving it to intercept the incoming shurikens. The others followed suit, and for a moment, the scene became chaotic. Even so, it did not cause much substantial damage to the rock shinobi's side, with only 1 or 2 casualties, still the result of Ye Chen's sneak attack. The rock shinobi who managed to pursue were not weak overall. The weakest among them were Chunin, as lower-ranked shinobi would not have the capability to catch up. Ye Chen had also taken advantage of this point, secretly ambushing 2 rock Chunin. Chapter 75, title of Flame Demon. The first wave of ambush did not achieve its purpose. Taniguchi Munya assessed the situation and decided to change tactics, implementing guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare involves luring the enemy into the mountains and forests to allow the main force to retreat quickly while using the terrain to maneuver against the enemy. Once a distance was established, the enemy would not dare to pursue. After all, this was the rear of Konoha's headquarters, and reinforcements could arrive at any time. Recklessly pursuing would be too risky. The rock shinobi were not fools and would not make a losing deal. With the command given, the ambush team split into several groups and dispersed into the forest. Before long, battles erupted in the woods. Meanwhile, 3 rock Chunin were also tracking Ye Chen's side. This situation was exactly what he wanted to see, not because of the 3 rock ninjas, but because after being alone, the enemies hiding in the dark might reveal themselves. And that was his goal. After running a distance, Ye Chen stopped, and at the moment he turned around, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes stared intently at the 3, as if they were looking at prey that had come to him willingly. Opening the Sharingan right away was naturally not to deal with the 3 rock ninjas, but to secretly observe the enemy's hiding places. Compared to the ability to probe, the Byakugan's ability was naturally stronger. But Ye Chen would not easily reveal his Byakugan lineage. If others found out that he possessed both Sharingan and Byakugan, the entire ninja world would go crazy for him, and continuous assassination attempts would come one after another, making it impossible for him to cultivate in peace. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Ye Chen would not reveal his Byakugan ability. The 3 rock ninjas felt a shiver when they saw Ye Chen's eyes. "Ishida, this guy has Sharingan." One of the rock ninjas trembled. Another rock ninja was even more terrified, thinking of a person. Could he be the flame demon Ye Chen? Flame represents fire. Once, Ye Chen had displayed incredibly strong fire release on the battlefield, astonishing many ninjas. Demon represents madness. The moment Ye Chen fell into madness was even more shocking. Coupled with the various achievements he had made, the rock ninjas had given him a title, Flame Demon. Any ninja with a title would have a prominent reputation in the history of the ninja world. It was a recognition of their strength and also a source of fear. Ye Chen raised his lips slightly. Hearing this title surprised him, but this title seemed to fit him well. Since he was called a demon, he might as well embrace the madness a bit. Run. Facing the flame demon, The three rock ninjas had no courage to fight and turned to flee. But how could Ye Chen let them go? A flash of cold light appeared, and the long sword was drawn in an instant, cutting out a blade of light. Uchiha wanted to turn back and throw a kunai to buy time to escape, but the moment he faced the Sharingan, his mind fell into an illusion. He never woke up again until death. The other two rock ninjas screamed in terror. This scene happened too quickly. They didn't even have time to react before one of their companions died under the blade. The rumors were indeed true. Every titled ninja was not to be underestimated. Clang! A horizontal slash. Two rock ninjas used kunai to block, but the worst part was that even if they blocked the edge, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming power. Bang! Bang! Two figures smashed through several tree trunks, heavily falling into a pit. Whoosh! Before they could react, two shurikens followed and pierced into the pit, accompanied by the sound of blades piercing flesh, followed by two muffled groans, and then silence. Ding-dong, evolution points. 110-9085. Hearing the prompt sound, Ye Chen confirmed the death of the three, but he did not let his guard down. He had sensed that someone was spying from the shadows. Come out. Three little fish can't kill me. Whoosh. Just then, several kunai shot from the left side of the forest. Ye Chen immediately sensed this situation, glanced with his peripheral vision, and the Sharingan spun rapidly, making him leap like a cannonball. As soon as his feet landed on the tree trunk, several shurikens shot toward him. These shurikens came at tricky angles, and a few were blocked from view by the trees, making it impossible for Ye Chen to intercept all of them, even as he swung his sword to defend. Reluctantly, Ye Chen could only jump and dodge again. After dodging 4 times in a row, he finally found an opportunity to counterattack. Bang! Bang! Using the trees to block some kunai, he swung his long sword and sent the remaining kunai flying. Then, standing safely on the tree trunk, he sheathed his sword, quickly formed hand seals, and unleashed a fire release. Great fireball technique in the direction of the repeated attacks. The fireball tore through the void, gradually expanding, bringing with it a rolling wave of heat, crashing through several large trees and falling into the dark forest. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the scorching wave of fire rippled outward. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the sea of flames. Ye Chen was delighted. He finally found you. With a flick of his waist, several shurikens danced between his fingers and were thrown out. Whoosh! The shurikens emitted a strong sound of slicing through the air, cutting down any trees in their path. However, that person was also very alert and did not plan to confront him head-on. They threw out several shurikens and turned to flee into another part of the forest. Boom! Boom! The shurikens buried into the forest, creating a loud explosion. And for a moment, grass flew and trees fell, giving that person a chance to hide. Chapter 76. Blood-binding demon devouring barrier. Seeing this, Ye Chen drew his sword and prepared to pursue, but just as he moved, his Sharingan revealed a shocking scene. The kunai and shurikens he had previously dodged were connected by an almost invisible steel wire. A single steel wire was not something to fear, but when so many steel wires were connected, the place he was in looked like it was covered by a massive net made of steel wires. If it weren't for Ye Chen's Sharingan, it would have been very difficult to notice this in battle. If he rashly charged out, he would likely be cut into pieces by the steel wires, not knowing how he died. With his long sword drawn, Ye Chen leaped into the air, spinning rapidly, and swung his sword down. He sliced through all the obstructing steel wires like a whirlwind of shurikens. After stabilizing his stance, Ye Chen scanned the surroundings. Come out. Hiding in the shadows won't allow you to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and 2 figures appeared in Ye Chen's line of sight. Upon seeing them, Ye Chen frowned. Although these 2 wore rock ninja forehead protectors and dressed in rock hidden Chunin attire, their aura was completely different from that of rock ninjas. They gave off a cold feeling like lifeless machines. Ye Chen had only seen this kind of person in one place, the root ninjas. Sure enough, these bugs. Shimura Danzo really took action. There was no time to think further, as the 2 root ninjas had already attacked. Ye Chen met them with his sword, and in an instant, a series of clashing sounds echoed through the forest. In just a few exchanges, several wounds appeared on the 2 of them. To Ye Chen's disappointment, While these two were stronger than the previous three rock ninjas, at most they only had the combat power of special Jonin. Danzo really underestimates people. He thinks he can kill me with just two special Jonin and seize my Sharingan. Then the plan is destined to fail. Ye Chen lost interest in playing around. That's right, it was playing around. Special Jonin were no longer worthy of fighting him. After fighting for so long, he just wanted to see what was special about the root ninjas. He saw it. Aside from lacking pain and fearing death, there was nothing else particularly special about them. These people were nothing more than obedient machines, lacking human thought, and no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't go far. Just as Ye Chen was about to end the battle, he suddenly felt a wet liquid under his feet. Looking down, he saw that the ground was already soaked with blood. These bloodstains intertwined, faintly forming a pattern of a formation. Seeing this, Ye Chen inwardly cursed. He had been tricked. These two had no intention of engaging him head-on. Their purpose was to buy time and use their own blood to cast a sealing formation. At that moment, one of the root ninjas desperately rushed forward to keep Ye Chen from escaping the center of the formation, while the other quickly formed hand seals. He could see the blood within him surging violently, rapidly flowing out from the wounds and forming several bloodlines, quickly outlining the blood patterns around the formation. Then these blood patterns quickly took shape, connecting with the bloodstains scattered on the ground, and with a writhing of the blood, transformed into a regular sealing technique. Blood-binding demon-devouring barrier, activate. With a loud shout, the casting ninja suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. In the next moment, a circular blood-red light curtain suddenly rose, eventually merging at the top to form a circular barrier with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of about 5 meters. Ye Chen chopped off the root ninja that was blocking his way, and upon seeing the barrier rise, his expression turned extremely grim. He had initially thought it would be an effortless battle, but due to his carelessness, he fell into the enemy's trap, now sealed within the barrier. He had no idea what would happen next. He did not act immediately, but instead used his Sharingan to observe the sealing formation. He had vaguely heard the name of the seal, blood-binding, ghost-devouring barrier, so it should be related to spiritual entities, namely ghosts. Just as he was pondering this, a bizarre scene occurred. The root ninja, whose head he had just severed, began to slowly dissolve, eventually turning into a pool of blood. But that was not the most bizarre part. The surrounding barrier seemed to respond, subtly glowing, and the pool of blood quickly wriggled, finally transforming back into the form of the root ninja. There was not a trace on his neck where he had been decapitated, as if he had been reborn. This was the Ghost Devourer, and Ye Chen was filled with uncertainty, striking the opponent's neck with another slash. To his surprise, the man directly picked up his severed head from the ground, reattached it to his neck, turned it a couple of times, and returned to his original state. This ghostly being seemed impossible to kill. Ye Chen steadied his mind, intending to use ninjutsu to see if he could burn it down. But at that moment, a roar that did not sound human erupted. The ghostly figure leaped like lightning, thrusting a kunai directly at Ye Chen's chest. At the same time, the root ninja outside the barrier also threw several kunai, blocking all of Ye Chen's escape routes. Under normal circumstances, Ye Chen could easily dodge, but with the limited space, he had nowhere to retreat and could only take the hit. The Sharingan spun rapidly, and the world around him seemed to slow down several times. Ye Chen instantly swung his weapon multiple times to block all attacks. Fortunately, the root ninja, transformed into a ghost, did not seem to have enhanced any abilities other than the ability to instantly recover from injuries, meaning he could not inflict too much damage on Ye Chen. However, this was only temporary. He could not remain sealed here forever, and the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Just as he was considering a strategy to break the barrier, the root ninja outside launched another attack, using the Ghost Devourer as cover to continuously assault Ye Chen. Ye Chen relied on his strong combat power to dodge several attacks and killed the Ghost Devourer countless times. Yet the opponent still remained lively. During this time, Ye Chen also used ninjutsu, attempting to use fire release to burn it down, but unfortunately, it failed. He tried using jinjutsu, but the opponent was a bloodthirsty maniac with no rationality, rendering the illusion ineffective. The only way was to break the barrier seal. Otherwise, the Ghost Devourer would relentlessly pursue him. Chapter 77. The might of Amaterasu swish, swish, swish. Several shurikens came flying again. The blade's light flashed, and Ye Chen not only knocked the shurikens away, but also severed the Ghost Devourer's head. When he went to retrieve the head, Ye Chen was quicker, kicking the Ghost Devourer's head further away. Without a head, the Ghost Devourer's body would be incomplete, and its consciousness would be in chaos. It could only be complete by retrieving its head. Taking advantage of this gap, Ye Chen looked at the entire barrier. Breaking it wasn't actually that difficult. He had yet to use the talent of his Sharingan. As if sensing Ye Chen's intentions, the outer root ninja launched another attack. Ye Chen leaped into the air, sheathed his long knife, and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball. A stream of fire erupted, instantly engulfing the entire interior of the barrier in flames. The powerful fire crashing against the barrier like a tidal wave. Crack! A slight crack appeared in the barrier. No matter how strong it was, it had its limits. And once the energy exceeded its capacity, the barrier would be instantly broken. Seeing this scene, the root ninja dared not take any further actions, forming hand seals to stabilize the formation with his own blood. However, he couldn't maintain this for long. Once his blood ran dry, he would die as well. Fortunately, the root ninja was a madman. He took a kunai and stabbed it into his chest, allowing his blood to flow into the formation. The wavering barrier received an energy boost and stabilized again. The self-sacrificing root ninja also transformed into the Ghost Devourer inside the barrier. What clever tactic! Ye Chen had to admire Danzo's methods. He had turned his subordinates into fearless death warriors. Now that the barrier was stable and there was an immortal Ghost Devourer, Ye Chen decided he couldn't drag this out any longer. He would have to use his trump card to break the barrier. Amaterasu. The double tomo, Sharingan spun rapidly, and a scorching black flame ignited where Ye Chen's gaze focused. Amaterasu, known as the flame that never extinguishes, can consume matter and persist eternally. Though Ye Chen's Amaterasu was only at level 1, the power of a single black flame was enough to burn down the entire blood-red barrier. The moment the black flame met the barrier, it burned through a gap, gradually expanding like a parasite until it completely consumed the entire barrier. As the barrier dissipated, the blood-binding ghost-devouring seal was shattered without a fight, and the two Ghost Devourers turned into blood. Everything settled. Seeing the scene, Ye Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The Amaterasu black flame was indeed terrifying, and without a special countermeasure, it would be hard for the enemy to evade its scorching heat. However, the consumption was indeed substantial. A single Amaterasu consumed more energy than a level 17 fire release. If it weren't for practicing the primordial devouring technique, Ye Chen would have been left helpless against such a powerful ninjutsu. It was not time to rest yet. Surveying the area, Ye Chen found it in ruins. He glanced at the direction and darted out. According to the plan, after completing the ambush, there were 2 predetermined gathering points. However, when he reached the first gathering point, there were only 3 corpses of rock ninjas, and there were signs of fighting around, indicating that this gathering point had been exposed. With no choice, he had to continue on to the next gathering point. On his way, he encountered a rock hidden ninja team. There were 4 of them, led by a special jonin, and they were all injured, likely from their battle with the leaf ninjas. Upon seeing them, Ye Chen smiled. Flame Demon Ye Chen, let's run. The flash of blades and blood shadows passed. In less than 3 minutes, all 4 rock ninjas fell to Ye Chen's blade. This was also because they had scattered to escape. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. With the evolution points credited, Ye Chen's mood improved significantly as he continued on his way. Another hour passed, and he arrived at the second gathering point. Fortunately, this time he didn't come away empty-handed. The Leaf ambush team was resting there. However, before he could get close, a kunai shot out and lodged itself in front of him. Password. A voice called out from the woods. Ye Chen was slightly taken aback and directly asked what the password was. Upon hearing this, the person hiding in the dark sighed in relief and replied, "It's us. Come over." Now it was Ye Chen's turn to be speechless. After all that, there was no password. He didn't know who came up with such an idea. To be honest, it was quite innovative. Their ambush operation was hastily assembled, and there was really no password. But others did not know this, so when questioned, If a person hesitated or answered unrelated questions, it indicated that the newcomer was suspicious. And those like Ye Chen, who asked directly, could distinguish between friend and foe. After that, verifying identities was relatively simple. Exchanging a few words confirmed their identities, and they could enter. Uchiha Ye Chen, welcome back, said the leading jonin Kudo Masaya, smiling at the front. When do we set off? Ye Chen asked without any extra chatter. An hour later. If there are still people who haven't returned, we must leave, replied Kudo. Hearing this, Ye Chen nodded, said no more, and walked toward the temporarily built camp. When he saw Uchiha Shursui safe and sound, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Danzo had not succeeded. It seemed that this time Danzo had only sent a small team over, and his appearance had become a key target for Danzo's attention, allowing Uchiha Shursui to escape a disaster. However, Ye Chen knew that Shimura Danzo would not give up easily. If he failed this time, there would certainly be a next time, and it would be even more dangerous then. Chapter 78. The root organization. Ye Chen found a corner to rest, and just as he sat down, Uchiha Shursui came over. Brother Ye Chen, you didn't encounter any danger, did you? Hearing this, Ye Chen glanced at him suspiciously. It made sense. Since Danzo had targeted him, it was unreasonable to let Uchiha Shursui go free. The failure must have been due to underestimating their strength, and the way he asked indicated that he had guessed something. You were also attacked? Uchiha Shursui noticed Ye Chen's choice of words, thought for a moment, and asked, so, do you suspect who attacked us? I think you should have a suspect in mind. Ye Chen recounted the events. Uchiha Shursui showed a surprised expression. The blood-binding, ghost-devouring barrier. I don't have that here. But there were indeed 2 ninjas who attacked me, and they were equally fearless of death. Do you know who sent them? Ye Chen asked. Uchiha Shursui shook his head. I don't know, but they shouldn't be from the rock village. Well, Ye Chen decided not to hide anything, saying it would keep him alert in the future. Have you heard of the root organization? The root organization? What is that? Uchiha Shursui shook his head in confusion. The secret division of the Konoha Umbu that trains assassins. What? Upon hearing this answer, Uchiha Shursui exclaimed, quickly realizing that his reaction might attract attention from others, and hurriedly lowered his voice. Are you saying that the ones who attacked us are from our own village? You had your suspicions already, didn't you? In the face of Ye Chen's counter-question, Uchiha Shursui hesitated for a moment before saying, I never believed the village would act against us. Before leaving, the elder called me for a talk and told me to be careful of the hidden threats outside. Foreign enemies aren't scary. What's frightening is when those close to you turn against you. At that time, I couldn't understand why the elder thought that way. We are all from the same village, and we should unite against external threats to win victories for our village. While we turn against our own, Uchiha Shursui still held some illusions about the village, always thinking that the piece he saw was the truth, but at this moment, he felt as if those dreams might be shattered. How did you suspect they were from our own? Ye Chen asked again. It's a feeling. They're very familiar with my fighting style, which outsiders shouldn't know. Only those who saw the Chunin exam match would know. Fortunately, I didn't show my strongest abilities in that match, and that was thanks to you, Brother Ye Chen. Uchiha Shursui shifted the topic. Does Danzo think the 3rd Hokage is unaware of this? What do you think? Ye Chen scoffed. Danzo is cultivating the root organization in Konoha. Do you think he, as Hokage, would not know? He is just turning a blind eye. Even if Danzo attacked us, that person probably knows it clearly. Why isn't he afraid of internal strife in Konoha? In Uchiha Shursui's view, the Uchiha clan was not something to be trifled with. What else could it be but for the sake of? Ye Chen warned, you need to be careful in the future. There are quite a few people watching us with those eyes. As a fellow clansman, I'll give you a piece of advice. After saying this, Ye Chen stopped speaking, leaned against the tree trunk, and closed his eyes to rest. Thank you, Brother Ye Chen. I understand. About an hour later, with no team members arriving, Taniguchi Misane announced the mission's termination and led everyone back to the base. Thus, the ambush officially ended. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 500 evolution points. On the way, hearing the notification sound, Ye Chen smiled. This time, he earned quite a bit from the ambush escape mission. A glance at the evolution points credited showed that he had killed 14 rock ninjas, earning 1320 evolution points. plus 2 special Jonin from the root organization for 1250 evolution points, and a mission reward of 500 evolution points, totaling 3070. Seeing this number, Ye Chen was quite satisfied. If he could have a few more missions like this, he believed reaching the level of a Kage wouldn't be impossible soon. By then, he could at least say he had some self-preservation abilities in the ninja world. Konoha, Root Organization Headquarters. In Danzo's office, a Root ninja came to report. Lord, the news has been confirmed. 2 days ago, the mission of the Crying Rain team to attack Uchiha Ye Chen and Uchiha Shursui failed. Saying this, he handed over a report. Danzo took the report, glanced at it, and was so angry that he tore it to shreds. A bunch of useless trash. Can't even deal with 2 little kids. What use are you? For this operation, he had even mobilized long-hidden spies. He had even started laying the groundwork a month in advance, leaking information about the support teams heading to the front lines to the Rock Village to gain their trust. Unexpectedly, it ended in failure. And those rock ninjas are just as useless. Such a good opportunity, and they couldn't seize it. Useless. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The plan that was originally meant to kill 2 birds with 1 stone was now gone. The reason he leaked information to the Rock Village was to create chaos, allowing his people to take advantage of the confusion to deal with the 2 Uchiha geniuses. Additionally, it was to put pressure on the village and also on Yuanfei Rishin, as he had been eyeing the Hokage position for some time. Danzo was furious. While the Root ninja kneeling there seemed used to it, showing no reaction at all. Only after Danzo calmed down did he speak. Lord, should we continue to send people to assassinate? Hearing this, Danzo thought for a long time, sighed, and said, let's hold off for now. Recently, the Cloud Village has been gathering troops and seems to be planning something big. Your primary task now is to keep a close eye on that side. Yes, Lord. The Root ninja exited. Ye Chen was unaware that he had once again narrowly escaped a crisis. And by the time Danzo turned his attention back to Ye Chen, he had already reached a formidable height. Chapter 79, Talent Upgrade time flew by, and it was now September. It had been more than half a month since they left the village, and they had been at the Rain Country headquarters for about 10 days. During this time, Ye Chen also carried out a patrol mission without any unexpected incidents. It seemed that after experiencing several setbacks, the rock ninjas were somewhat at a loss and would not take major actions in the near future. Thus, during this period, he either patrolled or trained. In 10 days, his evolution points were completely spent. This time, he didn't allocate all his evolution points to basic attributes. Instead, he first upgraded his 2 major talents to level 2. Level 2 Amaterasu could release 2 black flames, which was not as simple as level 1. Its power increased several times, and the energy consumption was also significant. Level 2 Space Compression expanded its range to 2 meters and increased its power 3-fold. Seeing the notification, Ye Chen felt he had made the right gamble. Upgrading his talent abilities significantly improved his combat power. The previous blood-binding, ghost-devouring barrier had given Ye Chen a sense of pressure, leading him to think of enhancing his talent abilities, and he didn't expect the improvement to be so great. Amaterasu goes without saying, its power doubled, and the space compression capability surprisingly increased to 3 times. This meant that he could unleash 3 times the power of his basic combat strength. Even if he couldn't reach Kage level, he was not far from it. If it weren't for the lack of evolution points, he would have wanted to further enhance the space compression. Character Panel, Host, Uchiha Yachin Boundary, Jonin Technique, Hongmeng Tunshin Ju Combat Power, 1127 Strength, 372 Constitution, 375 Spirit, 380 Energy, 3800 Bloodline, Sharingan, Double Tomo. Byakugan, Second Transition, Talent, Energy Conversion, Amaterasu, Level 2, Space Compression, Level 2, Breaking Illusion Divine Eye Skills, High Level 3 Body Technique, Level 16. Fire Release, Wave of Flames, Level 17, Magical Restraint Technique, Level 7, Spiral Pill, Level 9, Lightning Release, Thunder God, 9 changes, Level 7, Evolution Points, 0 for a while. Yachin will focus on Spiral Pill, aiming to reach Level 10, which should meet the promotion conditions, adding another trump card. Just today, he thought everything would go as usual, but suddenly there was a change. He received a distress signal from a subordinate. That's right, a subordinate. since being promoted to Chunin. He was no longer cannon fodder on the battlefield. Coupled with his strength and the Uchiha clan's bonuses, he successfully became the captain of a Chunin team with 3 Chunin under his command, thus having a position. Upon receiving the message, Ye Chen immediately rushed to the rescue location, only to find that one of the team members had already died by the time he and the other 2 teammates arrived. Instantly, the 3 of them became alert, with Ye Chen opening his Sharingan to closely monitor the surroundings. It was no wonder they were so tense. The enemy's strength could not be underestimated. From the time the distress signal was sent until their arrival, less than a minute had passed. To kill a Chunin in such a short time, without any sound, indicated the enemy's formidable strength. After a quick investigation, Ye Chen raised his right hand to signal safety. Okamoto Ikaru examined the body. Yes, Captain, one of the team members stepped forward to obey the command, beginning to examine the corpse on the ground. After a moment, he stood up and reported seriously, "Report, Captain, the one who killed Yuani is likely a puppet master from Sunagakure." Hearing this term, Ye Chen immediately became interested and signaled him to continue. "Captain, look, the wounds on Yuani's body are very neat, as if inflicted at the same time. While a person can do this, there is no need for it." Hearing this, Ye Chen understood. Of course there was no need. If one could kill the enemy with a single blow, why waste effort to make the wounds like this? There was only one possibility. It was caused by a puppet mechanism. Such wounds could only be inflicted by a puppet master from Sunagakure. Moreover, look here. Okamoto Ikaru pointed to the flesh on either side of the deceased's wounds, where there were faint signs of darkening. In my opinion, the killer poisoned the blade, which caused this effect. Puppet masters from Sunagakure like to poison the blades of their puppets. Additionally, there are no other traces of people nearby. Therefore, I believe the probability of the killer being a puppet master is very high. He lay in ambush in the dark and used a puppet to kill the passing Yuani. After listening to Okamoto Ikaru's analysis, Ye Chen found it very reasonable, and the other party was also an experienced Chunin with more battlefield knowledge than him. After a moment of thought, Ye Chen ordered Okamoto Ikaru, "Continue searching the periphery. The enemy is likely a puppet master. Respond cautiously. If you find anything, do not engage. Prioritize delaying." "Yes, Captain." Okamoto Ikaru complied and left. Then, Ye Chen looked at the other person. "When Uchiha, you immediately notify the nearby patrol teams to encircle from the outside. We must not let that person escape." Upon hearing this, when Uchiha immediately bit her finger, performed the summoning technique, and summoned a parrot-like spirit beast. "Hey, Chico, why did you summon me out? There is no benefit in it. I tell you, I won't listen to your orders." As soon as this summoning parrot appeared, it began to chatter incessantly, speaking in a condescending tone. When it saw Ye Chen's Sharingan, it immediately stopped talking out of fear. Seeing this, Ueno Chico's face flushed. But she did not dare to delay. This captain was a person of his word. She quickly formed hand seals and transmitted information to the summoning beast. Perhaps fearing Ye Chen, the summoning beast did not dare to delay and flew away flapping its wings. This summoning beast seems to be quite disobedient. How about roasting it and getting another obedient one? Upon hearing this, Ueno Chico trembled and stammered. "Captain, the little parrot is very obedient, just talkative. I will train it well." "Let's hope so," Ye Chen thought as he watched the parrot fly away, contemplating whether he should also get a summoning beast. Whether for transmitting information or assisting in battle, it would be quite useful. However, he had high standards and did not look favorably upon ordinary summoning beasts. Chapter 80. Sunagakure Puppet Master Captain. I have a discovery. Okamoto Ikaru's signal came shortly after they hadn't walked far. With a body flicker technique, Ye Chen appeared beside him. Seeing the suddenly appearing Ye Chen, Okamoto Ikaru was taken aback, thinking to himself how fast the captain's body flicker technique was. "What did you find?" Ye Chen directly asked without considering what the other party was thinking. "Captain, look, there are traces of someone lingering here for a long time." Ye Chen followed his and indeed saw traces of footsteps. Although shallow, they were still distinguishable upon closer inspection. This was thanks to the continuous light rain in the land of rain, which kept the soil and grass moist, allowing the complete traces to be preserved. Turning back, Ye Chen found that this location was about 20 meters away from where Yuani died. To be able to skillfully use puppet techniques to kill a Chunin from such a distance indicated that the enemy's strength was certainly not weak. "Captain, there's also Uchiha." A voice came from nearby. Ye Chen walked over and took a look. It was a new trace, indicating that the sand ninja had left in this direction. Thus, Ye Chen no longer hesitated and led Okamoto Ikaru and Uchiha to search. During the pursuit, Ye Chen suddenly stopped and made a gesture to halt. At that moment, a faint whooshing sound came from ahead. Ye Chen not only had good eyesight but also excellent hearing, thanks to his strong physique. Upon hearing the sound and turning to look, he saw countless small steel needles shooting out from the left side forest. The speed was so fast and so dense that it could not have been produced by human strength. "Be careful," Ye Chen shouted, drawing his long knife in an instant. His focus heightened as he kept track of the incoming needles. With a swift motion, he struck down, leaving only shadows and a series of clashing sounds in the air. Ye Chen wielded his long knife, blocking all the incoming steel needles. In the scene, the two behind only felt that the captain had flashed a few times before standing in the same place. If it weren't for the needles scattered all over the ground, they would have thought Ye Chen was merely showcasing his swordsmanship. Achieving such speed in knife techniques was naturally due to Ye Chen's continuous practice. His knife techniques had no fancy tricks. What he focused on was speed and power, pushing both to the extreme, allowing him to break through any obstacle. With such an advantage, why bother practicing flashy techniques? Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the forest, followed by a mocking voice, as expected of the recent sensation, the flame demon Sharingan Ye Chen, able to easily block such dense attacks. "Your eyes are truly enviable." Ye Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a sand ninja, around 15 or 16 years old, riding on a puppet, slowly walking out. The boy gave Ye Chen a strange feeling. After careful observation with the Sharingan, he understood. "Since you know I have Sharingan, you still use such tricks to appear, thinking you could deceive my eyes?" The boy's sarcastic smile froze on his face. "What do you mean?" It seemed that puppet masters were very afraid of death, sending out two puppets, thinking I wouldn't notice? Indeed, both the puppet and the boy were creations. The opponent's appearance seems to be intended to confuse them, allowing the real body to hide. However, with the Sharingan, Ye Chen could see at a glance that the boy had no chakra within him. The chakra threads inside him were just like the puppet he was riding, both controlled by chakra strings. Others might not see the chakra strings, but the Sharingan could see them clearly. The chakra strings behind the two puppets extended deep into the forest. All of this was enough for Ye Chen to make such a conjecture. "What is this?" The two people behind him were dumbfounded, especially Uchiha, who rubbed her eyes and carefully examined the boy sitting on the puppet. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed just like a real person. If she observed closely, she would notice some clues, such as that although the boy looked almost like a real person, his expression was quite stiff and there was no breath of life on him, being scrutinized like a piece of merchandise. The puppet master hiding behind the scenes felt angry and was about to control the puppet to launch an attack. But someone was quicker. Ye Chen had prepared in advance, quickly forming hand seals, and a great fireball shot out. The whole place was stunned. What was going on? Why did they start fighting without any provocation? The puppet master behind the scenes intended to counterattack, but the moment he saw the great fireball, he understood why Ye Chen had the title of Flame Demon. This was not just a great fireball. If he called it the sun, he would believe it. What kind of great fireball could be this large? It was terrifying. Boom! One person and two puppets were like tiny beans in front of the great fireball, instantly melted by the high temperature. The flames did not diminish and crashed into the forest, producing a thunderous explosion. The entire mountain forest trembled slightly, and then the flames rolled and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the fire soared into the sky, turning the nearby woods into a sea of flames. Behind them, Uchiha and Okamoto Ikaru swallowed hard. They knew this captain was strong and had the title of Flame Demon. They previously did not understand, but now they realized that this was not a jutsu that a chunin could release. Even a jonin might not be able to do it. Looking at the side profile illuminated by the firelight, although somewhat stiff, Uchiha was already mesmerized without knowing when. Chapter 81. Chizu's puppet technique. Under the sweeping flames and in the smoke, three figures rushed out of the fire in a panic. Ye Chen's figure flashed, blocking their path. Looking at the boy holding the knife handle in front of them, the three sand ninja were shocked. They thought the rumors were exaggerated. But only upon encountering the real person did they realize how ignorant they were. Oh, three friends from Sunagakure. Why show your true selves? Don't you usually prefer to hide in the dark to strike at others? What's going on? Ye Chen's mocking tone infuriated the three sand ninja. Ye Chen, you are powerful, but we sand ninja also have our geniuses. Before the sand ninja could finish speaking, Ye Chen used the Shunshin no Jutsu, instantly appearing behind that sand ninja, the tip of his knife circling around the neck, the blade pressing against the throat. The other two from Huangmu gasped. The knife blade sliced through the neck, blood gushing out, and Huangmu covered his throat, looking at his two companions. Then with a bang, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, a Sand Chunin cried out in pain, seemingly having a close relationship with Huangmu. But this was not something Ye Chen cared about. With his scarlet Sharingan, he looked at the remaining two sand ninja and said lightly, "Are you ready for death? You are a devil." The female sand ninja charged at Ye Chen like she had gone mad. Nanmei, no. The knife light flashed, and Nanmei, who was charging forward, froze in her tracks. A blood mark appearing on her neck. A mouthful of blood was spat out. She showed no fear or hatred, but instead looked towards Huangmu's corpse, revealing a faint smile. It seemed the two were in a romantic relationship, which explained the deeply emotional scene. It's your turn. Ye Chen's cold voice came out, his indifferent gaze fixed on the last sand ninja. That sand ninja did not sit and wait for death, although he was saddened by the death of his companion. He was now thinking about how to survive. He quickly formed hand seals, and the backpack wrapped in white cloth behind him quickly unraveled. Then, a series of clicking sounds were heard. Within seconds, a 2-meter-long spider-shaped puppet appeared before everyone. When Ochiko and Okamoto Ikaru saw this and rushed to Ye Chen's side, ready to help. No need. Ye Chen waved his hand. You guys seal off the area. Just don't let him escape. This was just what Ye Chen said. Under the Sharingan, the opponent couldn't escape unless he had the strength of an elite Jonin. Unfortunately, he wasn't T. At most, he was a special Jonin. If it weren't for Ye Chen's slight interest in puppet techniques, this sand ninja would have been a dead man before he even summoned the puppet. It's the captain. The two obeyed and retreated to form a perimeter. Ye Chen, you are so arrogant. I, Chizu Akiyuki, am not easy to deal with. What is your name? I'm not interested. Staring at that cold and contemptuous gaze, Chizu Akiyuki could no longer endure it. Go to hell. He quickly formed hand seals, chakra threads extending from his 10 fingers, linking to the spider puppet, controlling it to launch its first wave of attack towards Ye Chen. Gah! The spider puppet opened its mouth, and immediately hundreds of flying needles shot out from inside. These flying needles, shot out by mechanisms, lacked variation, but their speed and quantity were beyond human capability. However, Ye Chen had the Sharingan, so seeing through the trajectory of the flying needles was not a problem, and thus he treated this attack as practice. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of incoming flying needles were all blocked by Ye Chen. This might seem impossible to others, but in front of the Sharingan it was not. Plus, with Ye Chen's perfected swordsmanship, this was the result. Seeing this, Chizu Akiyuki became increasingly desperate and fired off several more waves of flying needles, all of which were blocked by Ye Chen. Is that all you've got? If so, then you can die. Facing Ye Chen's provocation, Chizu Akiyuki's face twisted with rage. He was about to use his final trump card. Then, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, the components of the spider scattered. Ye Chen focused his gaze. What fell were not components, but tiny spider puppets the size of a thumb. Chizu Akiyuki revealed a chilling smile, his 10 fingers moving quickly, shooting out chakra threads, doubling them, quadrupling them, and octupling them. In the blink of an eye, they were all connected to the spider puppets. Seeing this, Ye Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The other party was just a special Jonin, yet he could precisely control so many chakra threads. It was known that even the Elder Chiyo could only control one puppet with a finger. Was the other party defying the heavens? Ye Chen skan bidiefli. Although the puppets on the ground were small, there were still over 100 of them. Controlling such a scale of puppets in battle likely could only be done by someone like Scorpion, who had transformed himself into a human puppet. Ye Chen did not believe this obscure person could be stronger than Elder Chiyo. His thoughts were not unfounded. Controlling more chakra threads required not only meticulous control over chakra, but also a strong mental power. The other party was just a special jonin. It was impossible for him to achieve this level. Even Ye Chen, with energy above chakra, could not do it without systematic training. Chapter 82. Post-action report. Just as he was lost in thought, the spider puppets on the ground jumped up one after another, quickly crawling towards him. With a flash of cold light, Ye Chen swung the knife in his hand, instantly cleaving the first puppet that lunged at him. The puppet that was sliced in half flew into the air, and under the Sharingan, Ye Chen could see its internal structure. Inside was a talisman, a familiar explosive tag, and that explosive tag had already been ignited. Damn! Ye Chen cursed inwardly and quickly activated the Shunshin no Jutsu, flashing away several times to retreat over 100 meters. A small explosive talisman is nothing to be afraid of, and he wouldn't be this nervous. What he fears is that there are explosive talismans inside these spider puppets. If hundreds of explosive talismans explode at the same time, even if Ye Chen's physique is strong, he won't be able to withstand it. After all, his physical body has not yet reached the level where he can endure the explosion of an explosive talisman. As he suspected, the puppet he split with a knife exploded in succession, although the power was smaller than that of a real explosive talisman. The sheer number made it a force to be reckoned with. This guy is quite insidious, actually installing explosive talismans. As he spoke, dozens of spider puppets quickly crawled towards him, while some remained by Qianzui Kyuko's side, likely to prevent Ye Chen from launching a surprise attack. Having witnessed Ye Chen's speed, Qianzui Kyuko knew that it was unlikely for his spider puppets to catch up with him. Using such tactics now was merely to delay Ye Chen and find an opportunity to escape. The nearby spider puppets activated their self-destruct mechanisms without waiting for Ye Chen to make any move. Boom! 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 Several explosions rang out. Ye Chen's figure appeared more than 10 meters away. Yet even so, those puppets still pursued relentlessly. Is this your strategy? A disdainful voice came, and balls of lightning shot out, accompanied by a series of explosions. In no time, hundreds of puppets turned to dust. Qianzui Kyuko stood there with a grim expression, looking at that figure, seemingly about to say something. But Ye Chen had no intention of giving him the opportunity, although the opponent's abilities were clever. His combat power was still too weak. With a flash, he appeared in front of Qianzui Kyuko, his long knife slashing diagonally, aimed directly at the opponent's neck. Qianzui Kyuko did not expect the opponent to attack directly, and hurriedly raised the kunai in his hand to block. Clang! The kunai collided with the blade, producing a sound of impact, and then a surprising scene unfolded. Ye Chen released the knife handle, and the long knife spun around, directly slicing the opponent's neck. He then grasped the knife handle again, and with a swift motion, sheathed the knife. That elegant action made it seem as if he were performing an art. Qianzui Kyuko covered his throat, struggling to turn his head, while that figure in his vision became increasingly blurry until he finally fell to the ground, dead. Ye Chen glanced at the other two sand ninja corpses and then said, "Bury them together." After speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. "Captain is so cool, but a bit cold," Yusuji Chico remarked while looking at the corpses of the couple. "Keep your voice down. Don't let the captain hear you," Okamoto, Ichiro reminded. "You haven't heard how our captain awakened the Sharingan, have you? It seems a teammate died in front of him. That teammate was probably the captain's lover. Now you understand, right?" Yusuji Chico exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. Ye Chen inspected the area and found nothing unusual. The issues that arose during this inspection needed to be organized for reporting. This was one drawback of being a captain. There were more things to worry about. At the same time, he reviewed some files on Qianzui Kyuko and was surprised to find there were indeed records. The opponent was not born a common ninja, but came from a declining clan in Sunagakure. According to intelligence, the clan leader was once a disciple of the second Kazekage. Shaman, inheriting the techniques of puppet making and manipulating mechanical puppets. Unfortunately, 2 ninja world wars had caused heavy losses to the clan, leading to its gradual decline. It was not until recent years that the genius Qianzui Kyuko appeared, bringing a slight resurgence. However, because of this, Qianzhua Kyuko inherited the hopes of his family, and his life became devoid of freedom. No matter what he did, someone would follow him, and for the most part, he was restricted to studying puppet techniques within the clan. Qianzhua Kyuko was quite capable. At a young age, he had the ability to create puppets, with giant spiders and humanoid puppets being his creations. His capabilities proved his worth, and he had recently gained more freedom, perhaps due to prolonged suppression. He often acted out during missions, eager to take on difficult tasks as if to prove himself. Just like this time, he could have let Yuan Yi go without exposing his whereabouts, but seeing that he was alone, he acted without a second thought, ultimately attracting Ye Chen's team. After that, he clearly understood Ye Chen's abilities, but still arrogantly attempted a sneak attack, wanting to take down the famous flame demon. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself and ended up losing his life here. After reading the files, Ye Chen simply commented, "Just a brat." Chapter 83. Gale Thousand Blades Spiraling Sphere. In the following 3 days, Ye Chen focused on the spiraling sphere and finally received news of his promotion. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The spiraling sphere has reached the basic perfection stage and has evolved into the Gale Thousand Blade Spiraling Sphere. Gale Thousand Blade Spiraling Sphere. Wind Attribute Energy Manifestation. Possessing indomitable cutting and explosive power. Ye Chen quickly formed seals, then opened his right hand, first gathering a rapidly rotating energy cyclone in his palm, with white light flashing, creating a formidable presence. This was the first form of the spiraling sphere, the cyclone state. As Ye Chen's thoughts aligned, the cyclone changed, its internal energy transforming into a bluish-green color, the outer edge sharp as a blade, and under high-speed rotation, it emitted a sharp whistling sound. He carefully sensed it. The rotating wind blades at the edge of the Gale Thousand Blade spiraling sphere could easily cut through steel, tearing apart airflow and forming a wide-area wind blade storm. The internal energy, with the output of energy, showed no signs of instability, indicating how immense its power could be. Just this level of evolution could almost rival Naruto's wind release, Raisen Shuriken. At this moment, still in the camp, it was not suitable to demonstrate. So Ye Chen dispersed the spiraling sphere's energy and continued to immerse himself in training. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Ye Chen's team received a temporarily assigned mission. Ironically, it was yet another patrol mission, just in a different area. He didn't understand why the higher-ups were going through all this trouble. Later, he learned that there was a reorganization above, with the original teams reassigned to a sub-team. The reason was simple. Familiar teammates and familiar people allow ninjas to exert stronger combat power. Therefore, under generally stable circumstances, there would not be too much difference in the missions assigned to a small team. Everyone set off. Just as Ye Chen was pondering, the voice of the team leader giving orders came from ahead. Following that, the group proceeded along the designated route to the mission location. One afternoon, Ye Chen's team was conducting their last patrol task of the day. Suddenly, a husky came running from afar, and upon getting closer, it slammed to a stop right in front of Ye Chen's team. He recognized this as the summoning beast of the sub-team leader, Uchiha, named Chia. Hearing a husky being given such a name made Ye Chen almost laugh the first time he heard it. It was the same now. He found this husky both rustic and amusing. "Ye Chen, why do you always have that expression when you see me? Is it that funny?" Chia's dissatisfied voice came. "Hee. Not at all. What does the sub-team leader want?" Ye Chen quickly changed the subject. After all, it was a husky with a status. It's better not to offend it. Oof. If it were anyone else, Chia would have exploded with rage long ago. As the sub-team leader's a summoning beast, it also has its pride. But after seeing Ye Chen's Sharingan, it had to tone it down a bit. Ye Chen's team, Yuta-sama, commands you to immediately head to Area 16. It has been attacked by sand ninjas, and you are needed for support. Area 16 was adjacent to the area they were patrolling, so it was reasonable for him to go for support. "Okay, I understand. Chia, you can go now." Wong. Chia barked in dissatisfaction. Others called it Lord Chia. But this kid was treating it specially. As soon as it saw the unusual light flash in Ye Chen's dual pupils, it immediately cowered. Then, hurry up and set off. I'll return to report. With that, it took off in a flash. Seeing this, Ye Chen shook his head and then signaled to gather his teammates. In less than 30 seconds, three subordinates rushed over. One had died, so another Chunin was added to the team. "Captain, what happened?" Knight Dust didn't waste words and briefly recounted the situation as explained by the squad leader, Uchiha Yuta, and then directly ordered, "Immediately organize your gear and set off." In fact, there wasn't much to organize. They were already fully armed for patrol and ready to respond to sudden combat at any time. Knight Dust's team quickly ran, and before they reached Area 16, they encountered an ambush from sand ninjas. Wind release, dust storm technique. In the forest, as Knight Dust team was running, a sudden violent wind howled through, causing the trees along the path to break and lose their leaves as if cut by sharp blades, which was very terrifying. Seeing this, Knight Dust's team quickly retreated, only revealing themselves after the wind calmed down, at which point they also saw their attackers. The person was about 20 years old, thin, with triangular eyes and a cold demeanor, holding a giant fan. If Knight Dust wasn't mistaken, the person was wielding the special ninja tool from Sunigakure, the 3-star fan. This fan could effectively enhance the power of wind release techniques. However, he didn't know how many levels of the dust storm technique the person had just used. While pondering, Knight Dust also surveyed the other 3 sand ninjas, observing that they seemed to form a Jonin team. The other 3 were all Chunin, with a Jonin leading them. But he wasn't sure how strong that Jonin was. One of them had green paint on his face and carried a huge cylindrical object on his back, resembling the later Kanjuro. However, the emblem on his clothing was the same as that of Chiyo's clan, indicating he was a member of that clan. Knight Dust grimaced, another puppet master. He had already lost interest in these puppet masters, preferring the beast masters who could earn him more evolution points. Puppet materials had no life force, so even if he killed them, there was nothing to gain. Thinking this, Knight Dust shifted his gaze to the remaining 2. They were much more ordinary. One was about 16 or 17, robust in build, clearly having trained hard in physical techniques. The other was a 12 or 13-year-old female ninja who seemed to lack any special abilities. While Knight Dust was observing them, the opposing team was also watching him. The leading Sand Ninja team leader's gaze sharpened. "I was wondering who that handsome kid was. It turns out to be the famous flame demon Sharingan user, Knight Dust." There was no helping it. The Sharingan was so famous in the ninja world that the title of flame demon spread quickly. "I'm not interested in men, but this lady beside you is quite nice." Upon hearing Knight Dust's words, everyone was momentarily stunned, especially the female Sand Ninja, who showed a hint of shyness. After all, Knight Dust was naturally good-looking, combined with his cold demeanor. What girl wouldn't have a crush? If only he were a bit older, he would have charmed countless girls. "Oomph. You arrogant brat," the leading man scoffed. "Don't think that just because you have a title, you are invincible. Remember, the one who will kill you is the Sand Village Jonin, Tsunaju." With that, Tsunaju opened the 3-star fan, quickly forming hand seals, and unleashed the dust storm technique once more. In the next moment, a violent wind blade surged toward Knight Dust. Knight Dust narrowed his eyes, suddenly opening them wide as Dual Tomo Sharingan appeared. The opponent was a Jonin, and he couldn't let his guard down. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. "Leave the Jonin to me. You all hold off the others and focus on defense." Without waiting for his 3 subordinates to respond, Knight Dust leapt into the air, gathering a white spiral energy ball in his hand, the first form of the Rinnegan, the Cyclone. Boom! The Rinnegan's rotational explosive power shattered the wind blades. Seeing this, Tsunaju's pupils contracted. He had never seen such a simple and brutal ninjutsu. Coming back to his senses, he quickly retreated 3 meters, reopening the 3-star fan. And a second light point shone brightly on the fan surface. Simultaneously, he rapidly completed hand seals, and a massive amount of chakra surged into the 3-star fan. Then he swung it fiercely, shouting, "Wind release, great dust storm technique." In the next moment, an even stronger gale howled out, with even more densely packed vacuum wind blades mixed in. "Wind release? Let's see mine." Knight Dust raised his right hand high, condensing the Cyclone Rinnegan again. But this time, it underwent a transformation, with blue-green energy quickly materializing. Flame wind, 1,000 blades, Rinnegan, buzzing. The wind blades forming around the Rinnegan emitted a humming sound in the air. As the storm approached, Knight Dust threw the 1,000 blades Rinnegan forward. Yes, he threw it, just like a shuriken. Upon collision, the thousand blades Rinnegan directly tore through the storm, continuing its momentum towards Sunaju. What? Sunaju was dumbfounded. His prideful great dust storm technique had been so easily shattered. By the time he regained his senses, the thousand blades Rinnegan was already upon him, its powerful spatial slicing force preventing him from casting any ninjutsu. No, a scream was heard. With a loud bang, the force of the thousand blades Rinnegan erupted, creating a thunderous noise, and a terrifying energy storm spread outwards, creating a vacuum zone within a 10-meter radius. Everything was crushed into powder by the energy. Such a powerful energy storm stunned both sides in combat. Knight Dust himself hadn't expected the flame wind, thousand blades Rinnegan to have such power. This explosive force was no less than Naruto's wind release, spiraling shuriken. Captain, the three Sand Chunin stood there in shock. Their captain had Jonin-level strength, and even in the village, he was considered one of the stronger ninjas, yet he was killed in just one encounter. Were titled ninjas really this strong? Time to run. The three Sand Ninjas weren't foolish. With their captain dead, there was no point in staying. They might have a slim chance of survival if they scattered and fled. Knight Dust's team quickly reacted and engaged in a struggle with them, while Knight Dust stood by watching, not immediately intervening. Instead, he waited until their battle escalated to a fever pitch before decisively striking to end the lives of the three Sand Ninjas, showing no mercy even to the female ninja. After all, on the battlefield, there was no distinction between genders, nor was there any talk of mercy. I'll give you 10 minutes to rest. Yes, Captain. The three subordinates quickly acknowledged the order, sitting down to rest while still keeping an eye on their captain. They would likely never forget the scene they had just witnessed. Their captain was too strong, making it seem like they were underutilizing him as a Chunin team leader. Knight Dust also didn't remain idle. He divided part of his focus to check the system information. One Jonin had 1,300 evolution points, and 3 Chunin had 670 evolution points. Having so many evolution points credited indicated their strength was quite good. Unfortunately, they had encountered the flame demon, Knight Dust. 10 minutes later, Knight Dust's team continued toward Area 16. When they arrived, several nearby patrol teams had also reached the scene. However, the Sand Ninjas still showed no intention of retreating. In fact, they seemed to be gearing up for a fight to the death. Knight Dust couldn't understand. Were these Sand Ninjas crazy? What benefit could they gain from such a meaningless battle? Or were they seeking revenge because some big-shot son was killed by a Konoha ninja? Before Knight Dust could think too much, several Sand Ninjas approached. You're seeking death. Knight Dust commanded his team members to split into groups for battle while he drew his long knife and charged forward. With his current combat power and the support of the Sharingan, in just half an hour, he had killed 10 Sand Ninjas. This was still due to the chaos in the battlefield, which made it difficult for Knight Dust to fully display his strength. Otherwise, if he unleashed a few powerful ninjutsu, he could guarantee a large number of kills. Chapter 85, Thunder God S9 Transformations, Second Evolution, Thunderous Sprint. Knight Dust's slaughter relieved the pressure on the nearby Konoha ninjas, which led to him being targeted by Sand Jonin. Moreover, the opponent's strength seems to be even above that of Sanjio. The two engaged in an intense battle. After more than 10 minutes, with a loud collision, Ye Chen and the Rock Ninja pulled away from each other. The Flame Demon Sharingan, Ye Chen truly lived up to his reputation. Immediately after, a sharp whistle sounded, and the Sand Ninjas present immediately abandoned their opponents and quickly formed a formation. Following that, under the leadership of a group of Jonin, they broke through the encirclement and left quickly. Ye Chen, our battle is not over yet. Next time I will definitely take your head. The Sand Ninja did not forget to make a threatening remark as he left. Ye Chen ignored it. Battles are not won by words, and he had no intention of pursuing them. Clearly, the other side had made sufficient preparations, and if he chased after them now, he would likely fall into their ambush. The leaders from Konoha also noticed this. After pursuing for a distance and leaving a few Sand Ninja corpses behind, they gave up the chase. Soon, an hour passed, and the Konoha reinforcement troops arrived at the scene. They did not linger, but continued towards the western front, where Konoha and the Sand Hidden Village were engaged in battle. After they left, Ye Chen's team received new orders. The holiday was canceled for the next month, and all teams were strengthened patrols to prevent surprise attacks from sand ninjas and ensure the safety of the base. Additionally, Ye Chen learned about the latest frontline intelligence from his squad leader, Uchiha. The frontline situation was very tense, with 2 strongholds already breached by sand ninjas, and other strongholds were currently trying to retake those 2 positions. The team they had just seen was a support unit heading to the front line. However, Ye Chen believed that the number of people was definitely not enough. It was unlikely that the sand-hidden village would easily relinquish the strongholds they had fought so hard to capture. At that time, it was possible that additional support units would be sent, and they might soon be called to support the front line. What was the point of thinking so much? For now, he just needed to maintain rapid growth and strength, so he could easily handle any dangers he encountered. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen stopped wasting time, greeted the team that was changing shifts, and returned to his tent to focus on his training. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. His evolution points were once again exhausted. Character panel, host, Uchiha Ye Chen realm, Jonin technique. Hongmeng swallowing sky, formula combat power, 1477 strength, for 190 physique, for 92 mental power, for 195 energy, 4950 bloodline, Sharingan, double tomo. Byakugan, second transition, talent, energy conversion, Amaterasu, level 2, space compression, level 2, breaking illusions, divine eye skills, advanced body flicker technique, level 19. Fire release, great fireball technique, level 17. Magical restraint technique, level 7. Gale thousand blades, spiral sphere, level 11. Lightning release, thunder god, S9 transformations, level 8. Evolution points, 0 during these 10 days. The area under Ye Chen's team's responsibility, Zone 17, was quite peaceful, or rather, the entire western defense area was very quiet. The reason was that everyone's attention was not focused here. Now, whether it was the sand-hidden village, the rock ninja, or other infiltrated forces, they were all focusing on those 2 strongholds on the front line. The situation there was quite intense, with Konoha and the sand-hidden village continuously dispatching reinforcements after several battles. From what Ye Chen understood, Konoha had already sent 3 waves of reinforcements. He knew this because his team had just dispatched the 4th wave of reinforcements out of the defense area. Watching them leave, Ye Chen sighed. With so many reinforcements heading to the front line, how many of them would return alive? Another 7 days passed. Reports from the front line indicated that Konoha had barely managed to retake those 2 strongholds, but it was evident that Konoha was also showing signs of fatigue. Otherwise, this tug-of-war could not have lasted so long. Therefore, the sand-hidden village intensified their infiltration efforts. Over the past few days, Ye Chen's team had encountered 2 waves of sand ninja during patrols and had eliminated several of them. After that, a few more peaceful days passed. Perhaps the sand ninja were also aware that there was a tough opponent in Zone 17, and to avoid unnecessary casualties, they intentionally avoided this area. Therefore, for a while, Zone 17 became very quiet again, while other areas frequently sent out support signals. Every time there was a call for support, Ye Chen was happy to respond. After all, he had nothing to lose and could earn some fame and benefits in the process. When there were no missions, he didn't neglect his training either. His advanced body flicker technique broke through to level 20, but to his disappointment, it did not trigger the evolution function. Even so, he did not feel discouraged. The benefits of the advanced body flicker technique for training were evident. The higher the level, the further the void flash technique could travel, and the faster the speed. Not to mention the training speed brought by shadow clones. Another 7 days passed, and the Thunder God S9 transformations broke through to level 11, evolving into its second form, Thunderbolt Dash. At this level, the lightning release energy would combine with one's own mobility, exponentially increasing speed. Akin to a lightning serpent rushing across the ground, swift and unpredictable. Thunderbolt Dash not only showcased speed and maneuverability, but also allowed one to comprehend the speed of thunder at a higher level. Moreover, Ye Chen also gained insight into a new skill, Lightning Release, Lightning Thrust. Lightning Thrust allows one to imbue lightning release energy into punches, kicks, and weapons, enhancing piercing ability and speed. With this skill, his explosive speed in combat would become even more terrifying. Chapter 86. Secret Mission to the Battlefield of the Land of Earth. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Ye Chen received a secret mission issued by the headquarters. He was to head to the Land of Earth to gather intelligence related to the battle between the Rock-Hidden Village and the Cloud-Hidden Village, record relevant battle damages, especially the losses of the Rock-Hidden Village, in preparation for the headquarters counterattack plan. Upon receiving this mission, Ye Chen smiled. If you remember correctly, this battle seemed to catch the Rock-Hidden Village off guard, advancing rapidly and almost reaching their doorstep. However, the Rock-Hidden Village had long received intelligence. They were likely luring the enemy deep into their territory, and it was probable that Noki was already mobilizing his forces, preparing to encircle the elite troops of the Cloud-Hidden Village led by the Third Raikage. If his arrival did not affect the situation there, the Third Raikage might unleash his might, risking his life and battling thousands of rock ninjas to cover the retreat of the Cloud Elite. However, while the Cloud Elite managed to escape, the Third Raikage permanently remained there. As a result, the morale of the Cloud-Hidden Village plummeted. In contrast, after killing the Third Raikage, the morale of the Rock-Hidden Village soared, quickly launching a large-scale offensive on the front line. Thinking of this, Ye Chen shook his head and sighed. Given Konoha's current situation, they were still pondering how to counterattack, and it would be good enough if they could withstand the Rock-Hidden Village's attack. However, none of this was his concern. Since it was a secret mission issued by the headquarters, he could only go on this trip. It seemed that Orochimaru had been paying attention to Ye Chen for quite some time to assign him such a task. After packing his gear and instructing his 3 subordinates, Ye Chen secretly left the Konoha base. With the secret order from headquarters in hand, any hidden ninja would let him pass without question. 2 days later, Land of Earth. About 300 kilometers southeast of the Rock-Hidden Village, Ye Chen stood on a giant rock, gazing down at the battle in the valley below, his expression unchanged. Below, although the rock ninjas were numerous, they remained in a defensive formation while the cloud ninjas, though fewer in number, were on the offensive. This was because the cloud side was composed of elite ninjas, with the Third Raikage leading the charge. However, on the rock side, 3 elite jonin were sent to hold him back, and they were at a disadvantage. Even so, the Third Raikage was still able to find opportunities to kill or seriously injure one of them. Watching the Third Raikage, who was enveloped in lightning and moving as fast as a flash, Ye Chen pondered how much chance he would have if he faced him. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle at himself. If it really came to a confrontation, he could escape, but defeating the opponent seemed unlikely. That Thunder Escape Armor's defense was such that only Amaterasu combined with space compression might have a chance against it. Even so, the opponent's speed was as fast as lightning, and even the Sharingan might not be able to catch it unless it evolved to the 3 Tomo level, which might offer a possibility. Ordinary means couldn't break through the defense, and powerful ninjutsu couldn't hit the opponent, so after calculating, he found he had no chance of winning. It seemed he still had quite a distance to go to reach the top tier of the ninja world. In fact, there was no need for comparison. Ye Chen had only been cultivating for less than a year. Given a few more years, what could the Third Raikage do? Even Uchiha Madara wouldn't be unbeatable then. Forming hand seals, Ye Chen left behind a shadow clone and withdrew from the battlefield. About 3 kilometers away, he found a cave and burrowed inside. His shadow clone's limit was 10 kilometers. Beyond that range, its energy would be cut off, causing it to dissipate, as his mental strength was still at the J-Nin level. However, even so, it was enough for him to act. Leaving one shadow clone to monitor the battlefield meant that even if it was discovered, his real position wouldn't be exposed, unless it was by a sensory ninja. Even if discovered, he still had time to escape. Fortunately, he began to cultivate in the cave, but was careful not to exhaust too much energy, summoning only 1 or 2 shadow clones for training, as he was not far from the battlefield. Meanwhile, his real body was communicating with the shadow clones from time to analyze further. An hour passed, and suddenly, Ye Chen's shadow clone spotted a suspicious rock ninja. Below, in the valley, cloud ninjas and rock ninjas were locked in a fierce battle. But one ninja dressed in rock ninja attire was doing the same thing as Ye Chen. Thus, Ye Chen had a hypothesis. This person might be a fake. sent by another village to gather intelligence. Immediately, he had an idea. Why not capture this person to gain more information? With this thought, Ye Chen prepared to move forward. Suddenly, he considered another possibility. If the other party was also a spy, would they use shadow clones for reconnaissance? If he rushed in, wouldn't he be alerting the snake? So, he needed to come up with a foolproof plan. After a while, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. He had a plan. His omnipresent clone had already reached level 20, with each clone possessing 20 times his combat power, more than enough to deal with the Chen. Thinking this, he raised his hands and performed the Thousand Faces technique, a high-level transformation technique. He transformed the clone into the appearance of Chen from the Hidden Rock Village, perfectly replicating not just the appearance, but also the aura, voice, and chakra fluctuations. This was the terrifying aspect of the Thousand Faces technique. Chapter 87. The fish bites the hook, transformed into a rock ninja. Ye Chen revealed himself and rushed towards the suspicious rock ninja. Before getting close, he shouted, "Hey, kid over there, the action plan is about to start. What are you doing here instead of staying with your team?" Ye Chen's nonsensical words left the rock ninja in a daze. He was thinking, what does this person mean? What plan? What action? How come I don't know? Is it a confidential operation that I didn't team manage to investigate? The rock ninja looked confused, but this gave Ye Chen an opportunity. He approached, pretending to scrutinize the ninja, and suddenly exclaimed, "Who are you? You don't seem to be one of us." As he spoke, Ye Chen feigned an expression of wanting to expose him, and then turned to run. Seeing this, the rock ninja reacted. That person was likely also here to gather intelligence, and had mistaken him for one of their own. Realizing this, he couldn't care about exposing himself, and immediately chased after Ye Chen. From their earlier conversation, he could tell that this person must have important information that he wanted to obtain. Seeing the opponent take the bait, Ye Chen slowed his pace slightly, deliberately waiting for the ninja to catch up. The rock ninja wasted no time and decisively chose to act, attempting to capture Ye Chen in order to extract information. Ye Chen naturally resisted with all his might, but it was all intentional, making the opponent think he wasn't very strong. After a few minutes, Ye Chen seemed to exert all his effort, managing to stab a kunai into the ninja's chest. Boom! A burst of chakra smoke erupted, and the figure vanished. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen's crazed expression slowly retracted, and he whispered, as expected, "It's a shadow clone." Now, it was up to whether the opponent would take the bait. He stood up, found a concealed spot to hide, and waited for the fish to bite. Sure enough, not long after, a figure dressed in a black cloak and wearing a mask stealthily approached. The person was carefully surveying the scene, trying to find the direction Ye Chen had escaped. Everyone was here to collect intelligence. If he could obtain more useful information from the other party, no one would easily give up. Observing this situation, Ye Chen felt delighted. It seemed the opponent had truly taken a bait. The shadow clone immediately dissipated, and his real body opened its eyes in the cave. Then took out a mask similar to that of the Konoha Umbu, and quickly left the cave to head to the scene. The black-cloaked person was not weak, and the shadow clone didn't have a high chance of subduing him. Just to be safe, he needed to go himself. He had to take down the opponent as quickly as possible, and then retreat. The black-cloaked figure followed the traces, heading in Ye Chen's direction. This was all part of the plan. Suddenly, the black-cloaked person stopped, looking up to see a figure standing on a treetop watching him, and his heart sank. Konoha Umbu. Upon seeing the pale mask of the black-cloaked person, which had 4 flowing curves, Ye Chen immediately realized it was a ninja from the Mist Village's Umbu. Perfect. This person must have information about the rock ninjas. He should be captured first. Whoosh! The long knife was drawn, crackling with electricity as Ye Chen grasped the hilt and hurled it at the black-cloaked figure. The blade, carrying electrical currents, sliced through the air with a faint explosion. Seeing this, the Mist Ninja performed a backflip, landing on another tree trunk. Clang! The blade pierced the trunk with a loud bang. Ye Chen leaped out, lightly stepping on the trunk, drawing the long knife, and leaping into the air with both hands raised, bringing the knife down towards the Mist Ninja. Clang! The blade clashed with a kunai, and immediately after, the Mist Ninja's figure smashed through the tree trunk, falling towards the ground. The opponent was not weak. He had just suffered a surprise attack in terms of strength, and in the moment of falling, performed a ninjutsu to stabilize his body in midair. Whoosh! He darted into the nearby woods. Good technique, pretending to be a rock ninja to lure me here. What do you want to do? Until the last moment, the mist ninja wouldn't easily give up. From the earlier confrontation, he sensed that the opponent was strong but not invincible. What else could I want? Naturally, I wanted to cooperate. As he spoke, a crimson flash appeared in Ye Chen's eyes. The mist ninja thought it was bad and quickly averted his gaze. But it was too late. The moment he made eye contact with the Sharingan, he was already trapped in a genjutsu. Taking this opportunity, Ye Chen closed in, and with a swift upward strike of his long knife, he directly severed one of the opponent's arms. Why not kill him directly? If I did that, wouldn't all my previous efforts be in vain? The mist ninja let out a scream, the pain bringing him back to his senses, and he instinctively retreated, turning to flee without a second thought. You think you can escape? Ye Chen held 3 shurikens in his hand and threw them, blocking the mist ninja's escape route. Bang! 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 The 3 shurikens exploded, forcing the mist ninja to change direction. He knew that, in his current state, he was definitely no match for that person, especially with the Sharingan involved. He had no chance of winning and could only find a way to escape. Thus, he pulled out 3 smoke bombs from his ninja tool pouch and threw them ahead of Ye Chen, trying to obscure his vision and create an opportunity for his escape. Only then did Ye Chen raise his hand to form a seal, launching a fireball into the smoke. This time, he didn't use too much power. His goal was merely to disperse the smoke. Boom! The force of the explosion blew the smoke away, revealing an unexpected scene to Ye Chen. Chapter 88. Change of mind. The flames extinguished in the blink of an eye, and a layer of white mist quickly gathered in the surrounding mountains and forests. This was the signature ninjutsu of the Hidden Mist Village, the water release. Hidden Mist technique. The dense white mist greatly restricted the line of sight of the Sharingan, indicating that the opponent was not lacking in experience fighting against the Sharingan. Although he couldn't see, Ye Chen could clearly sense that the mist ninja was hiding nearby. He was smart enough to realize that if he fled immediately, he would make noise and possibly expose his position. Did you think I wouldn't be able to find you like this? In the white mist, Ye Chen's right eye changed, revealing his Byakugan, which allowed him to see everything within a 3-kilometer radius. He quickly located his target, who was hiding behind a large tree 100 meters away. Seeing this, Ye Chen's mouth slowly curved into a smile, and the long knife in his hand emitted a humming sound, with electric currents flashing along the blade. Lightning release, piercing strike. With a single step, he moved as fast as lightning, darting through the forest like a thunder spirit. Although Ye Chen had not comprehended the realm of lightning speed, his speed increased exponentially under the enhancement of lightning release. Swish! The piercing power granted by the lightning release directly penetrated the tree trunk, with the blade's tip embedding itself into the mist ninja's right shoulder. Ziz! Under the electric shock, the mist ninja let out a muffled groan, his body instantly paralyzed and unable to move, unable to even make a sound. If it weren't for the long knife still hanging on him, he would have already collapsed to the ground. A large hole exploded out of the tree trunk behind him, while Ye Chen stood there holding the knife handle, slowly withdrawing the blade into its sheath. He retracted his Byakugan, circled around the tree roots, and walked in front of the mist ninja. From the eyes visible beneath the mask, disbelief was evident. He couldn't understand how his position had been exposed. Could it be that the opponent's Sharingan had become so extraordinary that it could see through his essence? I told you, you can't escape. Why endure this suffering? With that, he delivered a palm strike with the knife, knocking the opponent unconscious, then summoned a shadow clone to carry the mist ninja away. After all, they were very close to the battlefield, and the noise from earlier could attract the attention of the rock and cloud ninjas, which would be troublesome. Not long after he left, several waves of people arrived at that spot, including rock and cloud ninjas, as well as spies from other factions. Unfortunately, Ye Chen had already anticipated this and destroyed the traces before leaving, making it impossible for them to track him. Thus, after their investigation, they left without discovering anything. Ye Chen then found a secluded cave, far from the battlefield, making it difficult for anyone to notice. He ordered his shadow clone to lay down the unconscious mist ninja and then sent out to keep watch. During this time, he planned to properly entertain his esteemed guest. After a dozen minutes, Ye Chen opened his eyes and looked at the figure on the ground. "You're awake. Let us have a good chat." The opponent was heavily injured, so Ye Chen only performed simple treatment, ensuring that he wouldn't die in a short time. "What do you want to do?" The mist ninja stared at Ye Chen, asking coldly. "It's simple. Just cooperate a little." What Ye Chen didn't expect was that as a member of the Mist's Umbu, the opponent's loyalty and willpower were very high. Even after using hypnosis, he didn't obtain any useful information. So he swiftly slashed the opponent's neck to lessen his suffering, effectively rendering his previous plan useless. Fortunately, there was a consolation prize. Although he didn't get the intel, he did gain a significant amount of evolution points. Suddenly, Ye Chen thought of a question. Why was he working so hard to gather intelligence when there was a large group of Minyang waiting to be harvested for evolution points to enhance his strength? As for how to report back, that was easy. He could just make something up. After all, the general storyline shouldn't change, and he figured Orochimaru wouldn't notice any issues. Thinking this through, he considered how to carry out his next actions. It wouldn't do to mindlessly kill people if he were surrounded by a large army. It would create a lot of trouble. He contemplated whether to target the spies of various factions first. Previously, he had focused on the spies to gather intelligence mainly because they were hidden and easy to act against. These individuals had special identities, and even if he secretly assassinated them, it wouldn't attract attention in a short time. As for the strength of the opponents, Ye Chen didn't worry at all. The stronger, the better. As long as they weren't elite Jonin level, he was confident he could deal with them in a short time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he slapped his forehead, cursing himself for being an idiot for not thinking of such a simple assassination method. He had the 1,000-face transformation technique. He could transform into anyone he wanted, as long as he had seen them and remembered their aura. He could perfectly execute the technique. At that point, he could become anyone to carry out assassinations, and the evolution points would roll in like a flood. As for moral issues, please, who talks about that on the battlefield? Night fell. About 10 kilometers away from the main battlefield, in a mountain forest, two teams were engaged in battle. If the daytime was when the main forces clashed, then the nighttime was the battlefield for the patrol teams of the Cloud and Rock villages. To ensure the safety of their flanks, both the Cloud and Rock villages dispatched numerous patrol teams to inspect the surrounding situation or gather local intelligence. In short, by nightfall, this battlefield was bustling, and encounters meant a fight to the death. Just like now, when the two sides met, they immediately began to clash. Ye Chen, hiding in the shadows, revealed a wicked smile. Next was his time to shine, forming seals. He activated the 1,000-face transformation technique and transformed into the likeness of a rock ninja who had just died. Chapter 609. Fishing interrublet waters Ye Chen. Disguised as a rock village chunin, silently approached the rear of the rock ninja squad. The chakra fluctuations on him were identical to those of the recently deceased, and the battlefield was chaotic. Who would notice that he was an imposter? A gust of wind rushed in, and the rock ninja sensed something was off and tried to dodge. But upon seeing who it was, he sighed in relief. "You scared me. I thought the Cloud Ninja had come around from behind." "Don't worry, there is no one behind." At a distance of 2 meters from him, Ye Chen launched an attack, plunging a kunai into the opponent's throat, silently killing a rock ninja chunin. Ding! Evolution points 80. During battle, teams would maintain a certain distance, with each member spreading 3 to 4 meters apart. This was to avoid multiple people being hit by an enemy ninjutsu, and also to facilitate the execution of techniques. This also provided Ye Chen with the space to act. At close range, he could achieve instant kills. Of course, it wasn't always possible to act without being noticed. While attempting to assassinate a second rock ninja, he was spotted by 2 nearby rock ninjas. "What are you doing?" The two shouted in terror. Realizing that Ye Chen had not activated the transformation technique, which was the most terrifying part, there was actually a traitor among them. That was the only explanation. Otherwise, why would he kill his own people? Hehe, Ye Chen chocolate. This guy is a traitor trying to ambush me. I'm just defending myself. No need to make a fuss. Look over there. The 2 rock ninjas instinctively turned their heads, and a flash of the blade appeared, separating their heads from their bodies. Sigh. How can you be distracted on the battlefield? Isn't that asking for death? Ye Chen sighed, then heard shouting from the left side of the woods. This person is a traitor. Everyone kill him. Immediately, 4 rock ninjas charged forward. So quickly they discovered me. Ye Chen quickly retreated. He had no intention of fighting. He gathered a lightning ball in his hand and threw it out. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, his figure vanished into the darkness. Following the same method, he transformed into a cloud ninja and stealthily approached the cloud's rear. Once again, he assassinated 5 cloud chunin, and upon being discovered, he immediately withdrew. The two sides have now ceased hostilities, but enemy spies have appeared on both sides. Until this matter is clarified, everyone will feel uneasy, fearing that someone close to them might stab them in the back. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ye Chen acted 3 times, assassinating a total of 25 people, 18 from the Chunin level and 7 from the Genin level. His targets included both IWA, Shinobi, and Kumo Shinobi. Because of his actions, Iwagakure and Kumogakure temporarily reached a truce. They knew they could not be at ease until the traitors were rooted out. Ye Chen was also happy to take a 2-day break to enhance his combat power with the evolution points he had earned. In 2 days, he spent all 3,850 evolution points, fully upgrading his 3 basic attributes: Strength, 620, Constitution, 624, Spiritual Power, 630, Combat Power, 1874. With a combat power of 1874, Ye Chen's rank had reached the intermediate Jonin stage, not far from the elite Jonin level. After finishing his training, Ye Chen immediately released the shadow clone he had hidden in the dark. During his training, he had instructed the shadow clone to closely monitor the situation on the battlefield. After receiving the information, he had a general understanding of the situation. In the past 2 days, both Iwagakure and Kumogakure have been investigating internal spies, but after thorough investigations, they found nothing. The higher-ups were also afraid to act rashly, as doing so might shake the morale of the troops. However, they cannot continue to drag this out, especially for Kumogakure, as they were currently within the land of Earth, and their daily consumption of supplies was astronomical. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for them, and they also had to guard against a large IWA army coming to their aid. Therefore, they could not wait. After the 3rd Reikage reorganized, they launched an offensive against Iwagakure's defenses. Just as Ye Chen had guessed, under the leadership of the 3rd Reikage, Kumogakure advanced with great momentum, pressing on to Iwagakure's final line of defense. Ye Chen could not help but marvel at how bold Yamaki was, as the last line of defense was less than 50 kilometers from Iwagakure village. To lure the 3rd Reikage and Kumogakure's elite forces, they did not hesitate to use the village as bait. Once the last line of defense was breached and Kumogakure's elite forces entered the village, even if the surrounding IWA Shinobi army surrounded them, Iwagakure would have no choice but to surrender. After all, everyone has family. If Iwagakure did not surrender, Kumogakure could take the villagers hostage to delay the IWA army's attack. Then, they could dispatch more troops to attack the land of Earth from the outside, forming an internal and external encirclement, and Iwagakure would be doomed. This shows the magnitude of the chess game Yamaki was playing. However, it was precisely because he had enough bait that he could attract the 3rd Reikage. Of course, the 3rd Reikage was not foolish either. He had guessed that the IWA army was surrounding them and was gambling to see whose speed was faster. Theoretically, the 3rd Reikage choice was not wrong. But all of this depended on the premise that Iwagakure was unaware of this surprise attack and had not made preparations in advance. Otherwise, as it was now, the IWA army had already formed a perimeter, and the 3rd Reikage was still unaware. It could be said that since the moment the intelligence leaked, the 3rd Reikage's fate was already sealed. Next, the initiative in the battle would return to Iwagakure's hands. It would depend on whether they chose to keep the 3rd Reikage or the elite forces of Kumogakure. According to Ye Chen's understanding, in the end, Iwagakure chose the former. It was probably about the same here. However, none of this concerned him. He was thinking about how to gain some benefits from it. With this thought in mind, he immediately ended his closed-door training and rushed to the battlefield to look for opportunities to slay isolated ninjas. He did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Chapter 90. The choice at the last line of defense of a Wagakure, the third Reikage, enveloped in lightning, once again charged to the forefront empty-handed. 5 Idai Jonin were restraining him, all of whom were genuine Jonin. Even so, the 5 of them dared not confront the third Reikage head-on. Instead, they used various ninjutsu to hold him back. The entire combat process was extremely perilous. The third Reikage's explosive power was well known in the ninja world. Once he found an opportunity, it would either be death or serious injury for his opponents. Thus, the 5 IWA Jonin were highly tense, fearing that a single mistake would lead to them being taken down by the third Reikage in one blow. Time passed second by second, and the third Reikage still did not notice anything unusual, nor did he see the 5 of them intentionally trying to restrain him. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Third Master, there is urgent intelligence. Please return to the command center quickly." The third Reikage, who was preparing to continue his assault, paused. He recognized this voice as one of his subordinates using a mind technique to communicate with him. This ninjutsu allowed sounds to be transmitted to any target within a certain range. Hearing that it was urgent intelligence, he had no time to think further and decided to withdraw from battle first. He trusted this subordinate immensely, if it were not for significant intelligence. They would not have contacted him at this time. With this thought, the third Reikage unleashed his power, driving back the 5, and then retreated from the battle circle, quickly returning to the command center. However, what he did not expect was that as soon as he attempted to retreat, the 5 seemed to become completely different people, desperately trying to block his path. At that moment, the third Reikage sensed that something was amiss. Previously, these 5 had fought him cautiously, not daring to take risks. But as soon as he showed signs of retreat, they immediately adopted a reckless strategy, even risking their lives to hold him back. This made the third Reikage even more certain that something was seriously wrong. With this thought, the third Reikage shouted, "Get out of the way!" accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. It was as if tangible lightning erupted, forming a thick armor around his body. This was the third Reikage's strongest lightning release chakra mode in full power, also known as the lightning armor. In this mode, not to mention ordinary weapons and ninjutsu, even the renowned lightning release and wind release techniques could not inflict the slightest harm on him. Achieving the lightning armor state was not simply due to a powerful physique. It also required incredible proficiency and control over lightning release. Bang! The third Reikage's figure flickered, instantly disappearing from his original position, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of 2 IWA shinobi. They did not even have time to react before being violently knocked away by the third Reikage. Before they hit the ground, they had already lost their lives, because at the moment of impact, the destructive power of the lightning had claimed their lives. The remaining 3 IWA shinobi, witnessing this scene, instinctively halted their steps. The third Reikage in full power was terrifying. Although their mission was to hold the third Reikage back, it had to be under the premise of a reasonable chance of success. What could they use to stop him in the face of absolute power? Their lives? But dying like this had no meaning. At most, they could only delay him for a few seconds. They were not death warriors and were afraid as well. Oof. The third Reikage let out a heavy snort and no longer entangled himself, turning to rush back. In the distance, Ye Chen watched everything, marveling at the third Reikage's strength. That lightning armor was something he would have to avoid if he encountered it. Watching the other side leave, he correctly guessed that Kimogakure must have discovered a Wagakure scheme, which was why they were in such a hurry to notify the third Reikage to return. After the other side received news of being surrounded, they only had 2 choices. One was to fight to the death and continue the attack, aiming to break through the last line of defense and capture a Wagakure before the IWA army could fully surround them, thereby regaining the initiative. The other was to retreat immediately, taking advantage of the gap before the IWA army formed a complete encirclement to break through. The former required careful consideration of time. If they could not enter Iwagakure before the IWA army surrounded them, they would face a pincer attack. At that point, even if the third Reikage was extraordinarily powerful, Iwagakure was not without strong fighters. The third Tsuchikage, Yamaki, was not an ordinary person. His understanding of dust release was not any less than the third Reikage's lightning release. Thus, It is almost impossible for Ye to break through the last line of defense in a short time. Therefore, what he needs to do is to choose the second path. By now, it won't be easy for them to escape, not to mention whether they can find a suitable opportunity to break through the encirclement. The current rock ninja forces won't let them leave easily. This time, Ye village is likely to pay a heavy price. With this in mind, Ye Chen began to think about what benefits he could gain from it. After pondering for a while, he quickly came up with an idea. In the subsequent battle, both sides would definitely focus on each other, which would give him room to maneuver. Moreover, the situation would definitely become very chaotic, and Ye wouldn't initially agree to let the third Reikage stay behind to cover their retreat. Initially, they would have to escape together, and they might even sacrifice some cloud ninjas to cover the third Reikage and the main force's retreat. Only at the last moment, when they had no chance to escape and were faced with life and death decisions, would the third Reikage act as bait to buy time for Ye to retreat. Even so, Ye would still face pursuit. After all, no matter how strong the third Reikage was, he was just one person and couldn't possibly stop an army of 10,000. Such a chaotic situation would provide Ye Chen with an opportunity to take action, thus gaining a large number of evolution points and accelerating his own growth. Chapter 91. Sneak attack on the Rock Ninja's wounded camp. Having made a decision, Ye Chen took action, utilizing the ability of the Thousand Faces illusion technique. He carried out an assassination mission, specifically targeting those slightly weaker Chunin. 3 hours passed, and he had assassinated a total of 20 Chunin and 10 Genin. If it weren't for the fear of causing a commotion and being surrounded and beaten by the army, his achievements would have been even more impressive. Even so, the battlefield became chaotic. There was a clear sense of suspicion between each team. They were all wondering what was going on, as it had been reported that the traitors had already been eliminated, so how could there still be so many people dying at the hands of their own? When this news reached the higher-ups of the Rock Ninjas, they felt a headache coming on and even wondered if Ye had already sent people to infiltrate, fearing that their plans might have been exposed. Meanwhile, the Ye forces began to retreat, just as Ye Chen had anticipated. The Cloud Ninjas did not initially allow the third Reikage to stay behind. Instead, they organized a portion of their forces to hold back the last line of defense of the Rock Ninjas, while the rest quickly retreated under the leadership of the third Reikage. To their surprise, this retreat went quite smoothly. At least the Rock Ninjas did not offer strong resistance, which inadvertently helped Ye Chen. Seeing the main forces of Ye retreat, Ye Chen had no intention of chasing after them immediately. It wouldn't be easy for them to escape, and he stayed behind because he saw an opportunity to take advantage of. That was the group of wounded Rock Ninjas at the rear. After a battle, the injured would be sent to the rear for recuperation, and such an opportunity was too tempting for Ye Chen to ignore. After thinking for a long time, he felt there was nothing to worry about. He didn't care about the name of a hero or a brave man. If he could gain benefits and enhance his strength, what did it matter if he used unscrupulous means? With this thought in mind, Ye Chen transformed into the appearance of a Rock Ninja, disguising himself as a wounded soldier, and followed the group of injured soldiers being sent to the rear. Perhaps due to the victory at the front, the defenses at the rear were relatively lax, and Ye Chen swaggered right in. A Rock Ninja Chunin saw Ye Chen limping over and asked him. Previously, treating the wounded did not require registering information, but now it was different. The chaos from earlier had attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Rock Village, and they had to conduct strict checks at all times to prevent spies from causing damage. Ye Chen casually made up a name. With so many people in Rock Village, even if there were records, it was impossible to verify identities on the spot unless someone recognized him in his current form. Moreover, Ye Chen had intentionally transformed into a genin, with long hair that could cover most of his face. If he could be recognized even like this, it could only be said that he was very unlucky. Go in. Sure enough, the medical ninja registering did not notice Ye Chen's disguise. As soon as he entered the tent, he was hit by a strong smell of blood. Looking up, he saw a dozen Rock Ninja Chunin lying on makeshift beds, occasionally groaning in pain. The places where they were bandaged were still oozing blood, clearly indicating that they were all severely injured. Unlike Konoha, Rock Village did not have many medical ninjas, and their medical capabilities were not comparable to Konoha's. Treating so many injured at the same time left them somewhat flustered. The tent he entered had not yet been attended to by a medical ninja. They had only done some simple bandaging, leaving the injured in great pain. Let me help you. Ye Chen sighed and threw out a dozen shurikens in quick succession. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The shurikens accurately struck each rock ninja's throat, and they lost their lives without even making a sound. Ding dong, evolution points 859090100. Hearing the notification of evolution points coming in, Ye Chen smiled in return. To help you end your suffering, is it too much to take a little interest? Not that I want to say much to you, but there's another round waiting for me. With that, Ye Chen pretended to look unwell and limped out of the tent towards another one. This tent housed some genin wounded, and adhering to the principle that even the smallest energy is still meat, Ye Chen did not let them off. I'm still too kind-hearted. I can't stand hearing your painful moans. Have a good journey. I won't send you off goodbye. That limping figure moved through the entire wounded camp as if it were no man's land. However, when he reached the fourth wounded tent, those rock ninjas he had killed were finally discovered. With this thought, it was better to make a big move. Ye Chen immediately stopped disguising himself and unleashed a level 17 fire release. In an instant, the entire wounded camp was engulfed in flames. He then transformed into another rock ninja's appearance and blended into the crowd to escape. The severely injured rock ninjas suffered as many lost their lives the moment the fire release erupted. The fire release spread like wildfire. Its ability to continuously burn meant that even if the rock ninjas used water release, they couldn't extinguish the flames here in a short time. A level 17 fire release was not something a Chunin could handle, and even Jonin would have a hard time dealing with it in a short time. By the time Ye Chen mixed into the crowd and ran out, he saw several rock Jonin trying to put out the fire, while the notifications of evolution points continued to come in without stopping since he exited. Goodbye. Ye Chen blew a kiss and swiftly escaped. According to his previous memories, he quickly headed towards the battlefield where Yunin and Rock were engaged in combat. Chapter 92. The Rock Ninja Encirclement. Ye Chen hadn't run far when a roar sounded behind him. Yunin village, I will not rest until you are dead. To them. At this moment, only Yunin village could do such a thing. With the chaos in the rear of Rock village, the main forces of Yunin finally had the opportunity to escape. However, they could never have imagined that all of this was orchestrated by Ye Chen. Throughout the entire process, he had not revealed his true identity, and even if they conducted an investigation later, they would not find any trace of him. The bright moon and sparse stars loomed. Ye Chen ran wildly, and by the time midnight arrived, he finally reached the place where his shadow clone had stayed. Indeed, his main body hadn't followed, but the shadow clone could stealthily track. There were no Yunin or rock ninjas here, only the traces left from their battle. Ye Chen lingered for a while, recalled his shadow clone, and a surge of information immediately flooded his mind. According to what he understood, the rock village had already formed an encirclement on the outskirts. But due to the encirclement being too large, their forces could not concentrate, making it possible for Yunin to break through. If they wanted to annihilate this elite group from Yunin, they needed to shrink the encirclement and concentrate their forces. To this end, Iwagakure dispatched an elite force to block the retreat of the major Yun ninja troops. Just when it seemed that the final battle was about to begin, the third Reikage suddenly unleashed in overwhelming power, forcefully tearing apart the defensive line composed of Iwagakure's elite. After that, there was nothing more to say. Due to distance limitations, the Shadow Clone could not continue the pursuit. Fortunately, the Shadow Clone still retained some memory of the general direction in which Yunin had escaped. As long as Ye Chen tracked in that direction, he would eventually find traces of the Yunin army. With so many people, it was impossible for them to escape silently, and Iwagakure would not let them succeed. It was only at this moment that he had the time to check the evolution points that had been credited. He was shocked upon seeing the numbers. A total of 106 IWA ninjas were killed, including 35 CH Nin and 71 Genin, indicating that the 17th level fire release he had used at the end had burned many IWA ninjas to death. After all, those who could enter the infirmary and were still lying on the hospital beds mostly had severe injuries. When the fire spread, they had no ability to escape. Fortunately, they felt no pain, as their lives were taken in an instant under the raging flames. Additionally, including the 30 IWA ninjas he had taken advantage of in the chaos earlier, it meant that Ye Chen had killed a total of 136 IWA ninjas today. Glancing at the system panel, he saw 9,150 evolution points. Upon seeing this value, Ye Chen's eyes widened, followed by overwhelming joy. With so many evolution points, if he could refine them all, his combat power would definitely see a significant breakthrough. As for whether he could evolve his bloodline again, he wasn't sure, as the system hadn't provided him with any hints about how many points were needed for the next bloodline evolution. At this moment, it wasn't the time for training. Ye Chen tracked the direction left by the shadow clone. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that he finally found the main body of the Yunin army. If he hadn't sent out the shadow clones to search in various directions, he wouldn't have found them so quickly, as the locations from which Yunin retreated were often quite secretive. When dawn broke, the Yunin army paused to catch their breath. Ye Chen also had a moment to rest. A day of wits and bravery had been mentally exhausting, and after a full day of travel, he felt somewhat fatigued, not to mention the Yunin ninjas. However, after only an hour of rest, the main force set off again. This time, Ye Chen didn't follow behind. Instead, he transformed into the appearance of a Yunin ninja and blended into the ranks. As for the Yunin ninja who had been patrolling earlier, he had been ambushed and taken down by Ye Chen. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was nearing noon. Throughout the journey, Ye Chen did not take any other actions. He merely followed silently within the group, avoiding conversation with others to prevent revealing any flaws. Even if someone spoke to him, he pretended to be very tired and refused to respond. His behavior did not raise any suspicions among the others, as the main force was currently fleeing and focused on how to escape the encirclement of a Wagakure, leaving no room for them to notice any abnormalities among their companions. Suddenly, the entire army came to a halt. Ye Chen felt a sense of oppression and looked up at the sky, which had shifted from clear to overcast. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the clouds, illuminating the entire area, followed by a rumbling thunder that echoed through the heavens. The group couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear, marveling at the might of nature, something beyond human reach. Another flash of lightning swept across the horizon, illuminating the entire mountain range and revealing the densely packed IWA ninjas ahead. It turned out that the reason the main force had stopped wasn't due to the weather change, but because they had been surrounded by IWA ninjas. Ye Chen had good vision. Peering into the distance, he saw a vast number of IWA ninjas rapidly descending from the mountain and approaching. Looking to the sides, even more IWA ninjas were converging towards them, thick and unending. Seeing this situation, Ye Chen couldn't help but be startled. Previous battles had involved at least a dozen to over 100 opponents at most, but here it seemed boundless. Could it really be as depicted in the story that they had been surrounded by tens of thousands of IWA ninjas? Chapter 93. The Third Raikage Choice Crack. Another bolt of lightning split the sky. Then, raindrops began to fall, landing on Ye Chen's face. It was raining. He whispered softly, wiping his face with his hand, and gazed into the distance, where the mountains and rivers blended into one line. Ha! This rain couldn't have come at a better time. Suddenly, a rough laugh came from the front, drawing Ye Chen's attention. Turning his gaze, he saw a figure bursting with lightning rising from the Yunin ranks, charging straight towards the IWA ninjas. With such rich lightning chakra, it could only be the third Raikage. Charge! Let us break through together. Another voice rang out from the ranks, followed by 2, 3 for others. One by one, figures surged forward as the third Raikage charged out, shouting without hesitation, heading towards the IWA ninja army. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with cries of battle, and both sides engaged in fierce combat. Ye Chen watched their retreating figures, thought for a moment, and decided to follow, taking advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. However, just as he killed an IWA ninja, he spotted a shadowy figure in the crowd. The person wore a black cloak and a mask, clearly a member of the Umbu. However, a glance at the mask revealed no patterns, making it impossible to discern which faction they belonged to. While Ye Chen was observing him, the figure seemed to sense him, turning his gaze in his direction before pausing, clearly having noticed Ye Chen watching him. Just as Ye Chen was about to grab him and inquire about the situation, the figure executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the spot. Watching the fleeing figure in black, Ye Chen lost the desire to pursue. Umbu ninjas might not be particularly strong, but they each had their own specialized skills. It wasn't worth abandoning an entire flock for a single scout. Right now, he was disguised as a Yunin, and he hadn't attacked his own people. This was because Yunin was already at a disadvantage. If he caused destruction, Yunin would inevitably lose even faster, which wasn't the outcome he wanted. Killing IWA ninjas was different. His identity allowed for it, and it wouldn't raise suspicions about his disguise. Now that the battle had continued for an hour, the entire forest was littered with corpses, and blood had dyed the ground red, yet there were still no signs of the fighting stopping. Ye Chen moved through the crowd, employing guerrilla tactics, never engaging in direct confrontation with IWA ninjas. Wherever there was fighting, he would appear to launch sneak attacks. His primary goal was to steal kills. He wasn't foolish enough to confront IWA ninjas directly. Even with his strong physique, he would eventually tire. Stealing kills was different. When both sides were locked in a life-and-death struggle, he could appear to turn the tide, effortlessly reaping benefits and earning gratitude from others. Just recently, a Yunin ninja had fought an IWA ninja to a standstill, and just as the Yunin ninja thought he was about to die, Ye Chen, the kill stealer, appeared, ending the IWA ninja's life with a single strike and saving the Yunin ninja in the process. Naturally, the saved ninja was immensely grateful. No need to thank me, brother. Just doing a good deed without leaving my name. The Yunin ninja was so excited he almost cried. If he knew Ye Chen's true intentions, he wouldn't know what to think. Another half hour passed. Even though the third Raikage was incredibly formidable and no one could match him in a one-on-one fight, he still couldn't break through the encirclement of IWA ninjas. With so much time gone by, Yunin had suffered heavy losses. As time passed, the number of IWA ninjas gathering increased, putting even more pressure on Yunin. The third Raikage repelled several IWA jonin and then looked around. Seeing the densely packed IWA and ninjas like locusts, no matter how many he killed, there seemed to be no end. He suddenly realized his mistake. This time, Yin had lost. However, this group of subordinates must not die here, as they were the elite of Yunin village. If they all perished, Yunin village would suffer a severe blow. With this thought in mind, the third Raikage immediately made a decision. His eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming amount of lightning release chakra erupted from his body. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, it transformed into a suit of armor that enveloped him. The third Raikage did not hesitate and charged again into the encirclement, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. In just over 10 minutes, dozens of IWA shinobi fell under his might. Seeing the situation, IWA had no choice but to dispatch more IWA shinobi to surround the third Raikage. Correspondingly, the pressure on the Yunin main force would be reduced. Only then could the troops move forward bit by bit, attempting to break through the outer defense line. Seeing the tactic effective, the third Raikage became reckless. He abandoned the idea of breaking through and focused on killing IWA shinobi. Only by doing this could he attract more IWA shinobi to come his way. Thus, in no time, the battlefield was divided into two areas. One area was where the Yunin main force clashed with IWA shinobi, while the other was where the third Raikage fought against IWA shinobi. As time passed, the two areas slowly pulled apart, as the third Raikage attracted most of the IWA shinobi forces, allowing the Yunin main force to almost break through the encirclement. At that moment, the voice of a subordinate echoed in the third Raikage's mind. "Lord Third, we are about to break through the encirclement. You can escape now." However, upon hearing this, the third Raikage showed no signs of wanting to break through. "Lord Third, what are you waiting for? Hurry and break through. This is our last chance." Hearing this, the third Raikage looked at the group of Yunin elites from afar and then scanned the surrounding IWA shinobi before applying his heart. "CC, you all go. Take them out." "What? Lord Third, what are you talking about? I don't understand your meaning." CC shouted, his voice trembling slightly. He did not understand the third Raikage's meaning. He simply didn't want to believe it. CC, we lost. Lord Third, I know, but we still have a chance to start over. The third Rakage interrupted him. We lost, and we must pay the price, either you or me. Hearing this, CC fell silent. Did he not understand? I think you can see it too, the third Rakage continued. If I break through as well, they indeed can't stop me. At that time, IWA would adjust their forces to deal with you, which I cannot accept. You are the future of Yunin. But, no buts. The third Rakage roared, CC, take them out, do not let my sacrifice be in vain. With that, the third Rakage expelled the other's thoughts, and then unleashed a fierce eruption. Ye Chen observed the entire battlefield and noticed a clue. Just now, the Yunin main forces' advance had obviously paused for a moment. Not long after, they broke through with all their might, and the speed of the breakthrough was astonishing. Seeing this, Ye Chen roughly guessed what was about to happen next. This situation was still unfolding according to the original plot, although he didn't know how they communicated. One thing was certain. The third Rakage had made up his mind to sacrifice himself to give the Yunin main force a chance to escape. Of course, even if the third Rakage was willing to sacrifice himself, IWA would not easily let Yunin go and would undoubtedly send some forces to pursue them. Now, Ye Chen had two choices: stay here and wait for an opportunity, or follow the main force and take advantage of the chaos. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind, summoned a shadow clone, and instructed it to stay here, ready to relay information to him at any time. He ultimately chose to go to the other battlefield, but he would not give up on this one either. If necessary, he would look for an opportunity to save the third Rakage, not because of the other's benevolence or sense of sacrifice, but because he was an ultra-shadow level powerhouse. If he could recruit him, it would be a great asset in the future. At the very least, if he killed him, the evolution points gained would be astonishing. Just these 2 points were worth the risk. 10 minutes later, Ye Chen arrived at another battlefield. Before he got close, he spotted a lone IWA genin. His eyes lit up, and he immediately formulated a plan, pouncing on the enemy and killing him, then transforming into the appearance of this IWA shinobi. Following the traces, he continued forward. Along the way, he saw many corpses, some Yun shinobi, some IWA shinobi, but he did not see any injured. This made Ye Chen feel quite regretful. Why didn't they leave a few experience points for him to play with? Feeling displeased, Ye Chen continued forward, suddenly sensing something unusual around him. He quickly stopped and looked toward a nearby grove. Faintly, he heard sounds of pain and groaning. Ye Chen felt a surge of joy. He was very familiar with that sound. Without any hesitation, he moved toward the source of the sound. However, before he could get close, a whistling sound shot out from the grove, and a kunai embedded itself in the tree trunk in front of him. Ye Chen was startled for a moment, and then noticed that following the direction the kunai had come from, IWA Jonin stood high above, looking down at him. Which squad are you from? What is your name? Why are you here? Ye Chen, transformed into the appearance of IWA shinobi, would not reveal any flaws, even if the person was his own parents. The other party was also being cautious. Too many unexpected things had happened recently. I am Ishida Ikaru from Team 78. During the battle, I was accidentally knocked out by an explosive tag thrown by the enemy. Fortunately, I didn't die and was just trying to catch up with my team. Captain, I didn't mean to intrude here. Upon hearing Ye Chen's narrative, the IWA Jonin did not speak, but was busy discerning the truth. After a while, he coldly replied, since that is the case, Ishida Ikaru, I now order you to head in this direction and immediately join the main force to go into battle. Do you understand? From his words, it was clear he still had some doubts about Ye Chen. After all, with so many IWA genin, he could not have seen them all. And if Yin Xin had disguised themselves, it would be troublesome. Since he could not discern the truth, he simply wanted to send him away. Yes, I'm on my way. As he turned, Ye Chen activated his Sharingan and then turned back to shout, Sir, which way should I go? The IWA Jonin was about to lose his temper, but the moment he saw the Sharingan, his mind went blank. It was precisely due to this unexpected situation that he had no capacity to resist. Whoosh! Seeing this situation, Ye Chen would not let such a good opportunity slip away. 3 shurikens shot out like arrows. Sensing danger, the IWA shinobi broke free from the illusion, but it was too late. The 3 shurikens were already upon him. Pucci! True to being a Jonin, he managed to respond in such a situation, blocking the fatal shuriken. The other two pierced through his right shoulder and left shoulder, while the third aimed at his heart. At the last moment, he flicked it away with a kunai. Even so, it did not change the outcome. With a flash of body flicker technique, Ye Chen appeared in front of the IWA shinobi, his hand raised, and ended the opponent's life. Chapter 95. 3 days later. Thousand Faces illusion technique, Ye Chen transformed into the appearance of that Jonin and walked into the woods. Just a few steps in, 3 figures emerged. Captain, what happened just now? The 3 who appeared included 2 Chunin and 1 special Jonin. Oh, a spy. I took care of him over there. While speaking, Ye Chen silently approached from behind the 3. The figure in front was their captain, so they were completely unguarded. When the 3 looked at the corpse, they were all stunned. Captain? Suddenly, another question arose. Who was the person just now? Just as the 3 were reacting, 2 kunai pierced from behind. The kunai instantly sunk into the necks of the 2 nin, killing them on the spot. The special nin you mentioned just moved. Ye Chen had already completed the hand seals, and a swirling energy gathered in his palm before he struck the chest of that IWA shinobi. The powerful swirling energy sent him flying, and only then did the true power of the Rinnegan explode in the air, tearing apart the IWA shinobi's clothes and creating a dent in his chest. He died instantly upon hitting the ground. To resolve the 3 IWA shinobi so quickly and unexpectedly, Ye Chen first moved behind them, summoned 2 shadow clones, and the clones took care of the 2 nin with kunai, while his main body used the Rinnegan on the remaining special nin. The 3 IWA shinobi didn't even understand who had killed them until they died. This was not a concern for Ye Chen. He collected their ninja tools into his space and continued deeper into the forest. There was a cave here, inside lying 35 injured personnel. Among them were 1 nin, 20 nin, and 14 genin. Seeing them, Ye Chen smiled. Captain Mu, what happened outside? Asked the injured IWA nin. They had naturally heard the commotion outside. Don't worry, a lone Yunin team accidentally stumbled in here, but we have already dealt with them. Soon, reinforcements will arrive to transfer you to the rear, Ye Chen explained lightly. So that's how it is. Then, thank you, Captain Mu. They all expressed their gratitude for Ye Chen's protection. Witnessing this scene, Ye Chen felt a bit reluctant. However, to end their suffering, he had to play the villain. Everyone, you should sleep for a while. Maybe when you wake up, we'll be home, he said. Captain Mu, then I'll trouble you, they replied, and Ye Chen nodded, turning to leave the cave. 10 meters away, he quickly performed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! An explosion occurred inside the cave, and raging flames swept out. Soon, the entire cave collapsed, burying all the IWA shinobi inside. A series of prompt sound arrived. Ye Chen sighed, I am still too kind. Rest in peace. With that, his figure vanished, and at the collapsed entrance, a wooden sign stood, Grave of the IWA Shinobi. Not long after he left, a medical team of IWA Shinobi arrived, obviously responsible for receiving this batch of injured personnel. When they saw the dead Mu team and the collapsed cave, their expressions changed. Grave of the IWA Shinobi, damn it. One IWA Shinobi angrily smashed the wooden sign. This was simply an insult to them. While they were searching for the thief's traces, Ye Chen had already found his second target. This was a 4-man team, all nin, who were anxiously rushing somewhere, unaware of their destination. After following them for a while, Ye Chen abandoned the idea of tailing them and decisively attacked, eliminating the 4. Afterward, he finally understood why they were so anxious and knew their objective. They were delivering a piece of information. As Ye Chen took a scroll from one person's arms, sealed with sealing runes, he abandoned the idea of checking its contents. Such scrolls needed to be opened with knowledge of the solution. Forcing it open would trigger destructive energy. Yielding nothing, he tossed the scroll into his space to turn it in later, considering it a gain. Then, he hurriedly headed towards a location near the battlefield, looking for the next target. He knew the third Reikage could hold out for about 3 days. After 3 days, he would be exhausted and dead. That's right, exhausted and dead. Those IWA Shinobi couldn't kill him. They could only drain his energy. By then, Ye Chen would think of a way to take advantage of the chaos. As of now, he had no way to deal with the third Reikage. Time flew to the third day. During this time, Ye Chen had taken down 3 more teams, then abandoned the idea of taking advantage of the situation and returned to the previous battlefield to see if there was an opportunity to rescue the third Reikage. If things were not feasible, he would retreat immediately. With the ability of the Thousand Faces technique, he was not worried about not being able to escape. Thus, on the second day, Ye Chen sneaked into this battlefield. In front of him, that area constantly emitted explosive sounds, and a barrier enveloped it, seemingly to prevent the third Reikage from escaping. In fact, Noki was overthinking. If the third Reikage truly wanted to leave, not even an army of 10,000 could stop him. He had already made his choice to stay. Ye Chen hid on the outskirts, currently disguised as an IWA Sharingan. Even if discovered, it wouldn't be a big problem. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Chapter 96. Ye Chen enters the scene in the distance. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and everywhere was cracked ground. The once growing grass and trees had turned to ashes under the frequent bursts of energy. In the center of the battlefield stood a tall figure clad in thunder armor, charging towards the IWA shinobi army in a sudden thrust. Any ninjutsu that struck him was ineffective, and the IWA shinobi's earth release hardened like a piece of white paper, easily pierced through. The battle raged from morning until night. The IWA shinobi launched attack after attack, but could not break through the thunder armor technique used by the third Reikage. Instead, he turned and plunged into their ranks, slaughtering indiscriminately. Watching the increasingly fierce third Reikage, Noki, the third Uchiha, was somewhat stunned. If he remembered correctly, the other party was about the same age as him, both half buried in the earth. Yet one was so powerful while he had to lean on his waist all day, afraid of straining himself. Was this the gap? The full moon hung high, and the ground was littered with corpses, blood forming small lakes in the muddy pits. At this moment, the IWA shinobi had suffered over 1,000 casualties. Even Noki could no longer sit still. These were the reserve forces of a Wagakure, and the enemy was just one person. Yet they had lost 1/10 of their manpower. Even as the Uchiha, it was difficult to account for this. Thus, he changed his strategy, no longer allowing the IWA shinobi to clash head-on with the opponent, but instead using a kite tactic to attack the third Reikage with ninjutsu. At this moment, Noki also took action, using dust release to hinder the third Reikage's movements, while the army of ninjas launched attacks on him. In an instant, an overwhelming amount of ninjutsu rained down on the unprepared third Reikage, and the IWA shinobi displayed smiles. However, it was shocking that when the smoke cleared, the third Reikage stood unharmed in the pit, looking at everyone in the field with a mocking gaze. Seeing this, Noki's heart sank. The defensive power of the third Reikage was simply astonishing. Even dust release could not harm him. He originally intended to use dust release to stop the third Reikage's offense, but his actions had already been noticed by the third Reikage. Picking up a large rock, he threw it at Noki, interrupting his hand seals. With that success, the third Reikage did not seek trouble with Noki. He knew the opponent was not easy to deal with. Instead of wasting time, he preferred to kill more IWA shinobi. Amidst a cacophony of wails, the third Reikage moved through the ranks of IWA shinobi as if in a realm of no one. The battle continued under the moonlight all night. Watching their comrades fall one by one, the IWA shinobi's eyes turned bloodshot, glaring with hatred at that tall figure in the center. After 3 days of fighting, nearly 3,000 IWA shinobi had died, not to mention the many injured. And even Noki, this shadow-level powerhouse, had been wounded. What about the third Reikage, who had such results? After 3 days of intense fighting, even his strongest chakra has been exhausted. At this moment, the third Reikage's lightning armor has long since disintegrated, and he can only persist to this point through sheer willpower and his strong physique. Ye Chen, who has been hiding in the shadows and observing the battle for a day, can't help but admire him, and his desire to recruit the third Reikage becomes stronger. Such a formidable expert would surely provide great assistance in future endeavors. So it's time to act. If he doesn't make a move soon, given the current condition of the third Reikage, he could collapse and die at any moment, and a corpse would be of no use to him. Leaping into the air, Ye Chen activated his Sharingan, and the Amaterasu black flames were unleashed. The barrier before him was burned through by the black flames. Using a body flicker technique, Ye Chen rushed into the battlefield. Enemy attack. The voice of the barrier squad leader rang out, immediately grabbing everyone's attention. Fire style, blazing fire wave. A fire dragon surged forward, sweeping toward the rock ninjas on the periphery, most of whom were either lower ninjas or exhausted rock ninjas. Faced with such a massive fire dragon attack, they had no means to respond. Either their strength was insufficient, or their chakra was depleted. They could only watch as the flames descended. The waves of fire directly burned a gap through the defenses, and Ye Chen seized the opportunity, using the body flicker technique to appear before the third Reikage. Seeing the suddenly appearing rock ninja, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? You are the traitor. Noki roared angrily. Recently, there had been continuous reports of rock ninjas fighting among themselves, even destroying the infirmary. The Iwagakure Umbu had been investigating this matter and concluded that the enemy possessed a special ability to change into anyone at will, and even special means could not identify them. Because of this, so many had fallen victim to their schemes. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Noki immediately thought of the event from a few days ago, his voice filled with hatred towards Ye Chen. Just this one person had nearly disrupted the entire situation. If not for prior preparations, the entire operation would have been ruined. Thus, his hatred for Ye Chen even surpassed that for the third Reikage. What a venomous little brat. Who exactly are you? Huh? Sharingan? Chapter 97. Breaking through the encirclement. Elite Pursuit Brothers of Iwagakure. Ye Chen raised his right fist high and shouted, "You've worked hard. Leave the rest of me. You guys go back and wash up and sleep." The rock ninjas present looked around, all with dumbfounded expressions. "Damn Uchiha, what do you want?" Noki shouted in rage. Ye Chen turned to look at the extremely weak third Reikage and revealed a big white grin. "My target is of course him. You brat. You think you can deal with me? You're not qualified." Godi. Although the third Reikage was extremely weak, he would never surrender easily. With a roar, he used his last strength to throw a punch at Ye Chen. Bang! Ye Chen extended his palm to block the third Reikage's punch, and the powerful force reverberated between them, creating a gust of wind that spread outwards. If it were the third Reikage in his prime, Ye Chen would not have been able to block his punch so easily. But now, he was already at the end of his rope. How much power could he exert? Plus, Ye Chen's strength was not weak, so blocking the third Reikage punch was not surprising at all. To others, however, this scene was different. They all knew how strong the third Reikage was. No one could take a hit from him. Even the third Suchikage would not dare to take the Reikage's punch head-on. Yet this unremarkable kid managed to do so easily. Not only were they surprised, but even the third Reikage was astonished. He knew that his strength had indeed diminished. But it wasn't something anyone could withstand. At least, not many in the current ninja world could do so. Who the hell is this kid? Why is his power so terrifying? Reikage uncle. Ye Chen called softly, and then the double tomo began to spin rapidly as he activated the demonic illusion, shackling technique. A voice filled with demonic allure echoed in the third Reikage's mind. Reikage uncle, come with me obediently. In his prime, the third Reikage could instantly break free from illusions. But in his current weakened state, he no longer had the strength to resist. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind became immersed in the illusion. With swift hands and keen eyes, Ye Chen struck with a palm blade, knocking him unconscious, then threw him over his shoulder and activated the body flicker technique, disappearing several hundred meters away. "Damn it, what are you doing? Stop him." Noki snapped back to reality and immediately roared at his subordinates. It wasn't that he didn't want to pursue, but he had also sustained injuries in the previous battle, and most critically, his waist had gone out. This roar snapped everyone back to attention, overturning their imaginations in just a few seconds. The suddenly appearing boy not only broke through the outer barrier, but also took the third Reikage's attack, knocked him unconscious, and escaped from a circle of thousands. If it were any other time, they would never have believed it. Boom! 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 Just as the main force began to act, several lightning balls fell from the sky. The sounds of explosions rang out, and the lightning caused chaos among the crowd. After 3 days of battle with the third Reikage, not only was Noki injured, but most of the other Jainin were also exhausted, and how many high-level combatants could still fight. Because of this, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to abduct the third Reikage. Carrying the Reikage, he did not head towards the direction of Kumogakure's retreat, but instead sprinted toward the battlefield in the Land of Rain. His Sharingan had already been exposed, and the rock ninjas knew he was from Konohagakure. It didn't matter as long as they didn't know his true identity. As for future reckoning, it was of no concern. They could fight to the death, and he could continue to take advantage of the chaos. For now, the plan was to shake off his pursuers and find a place to hide. Iwagakure had already sent several elite J-Nin teams to pursue Ye Chen. How could Noki swallow this humiliation? To deal with Kumogakure, they had implemented this plan months ago, even risking the safety of Iwagakure to capture this batch of elite Kumogakure forces. And at the last moment, he chose to leave the third Reikage behind. As long as the third Reikage died, Kumogakure would surely be left in disarray. Iwagakure would then have time to fully deal with Konohagakure. To keep the third Reikage alive, Iwagakure had sacrificed thousands of rock ninjas. As long as they succeeded, the sacrifices would be worth it. With victory in sight, who would have thought a wild card would emerge halfway through? Not only did he save the third Reikage, causing the entire plan to go up in smoke, but that guy was also the Konohagakure traitor who had caused chaos a few days ago. Thinking of this, Noki was so furious he nearly spat blood, dispatching elites with a vow to capture the thief and the third Reikage, ordering that no matter the cost, they must bring back the bodies if they couldn't bring back the living. In the direction Ye Chen left, several elite teams followed closely, along with more than a dozen Chunin squads assisting from the side. Such a large formation was also to prevent the enemy from using shadow clones to confuse them. Report to Captain Morita. There's a middle ninja squad on the right side. It's a shadow clone. Report to Captain Morita. There's another middle ninja squad over here. It's also a shadow clone. As each team reported back, Morita's team grew increasingly grim. They had received Naka's death order to capture the person and bring them back. Now, they were actually being toyed with by the enemy, and the traces they found were all shadow clones. All teams continue searching. Once discovered, inform all squads to provide support. Yes, Ingzi, Morita shouted to the female rock ninja beside him. Understood, Captain. Ingzi immediately understood and quickly formed hand seals. Her mouth slightly opened as invisible sound waves spread forward. Then, Ingzi closed her eyes, her ears moving slightly, carefully listening to the changes in each sound wave. Moments later, she opened her eyes and shook her head at Moriya Shoichi. That person was so fast that they had already escaped my perception range. Summon your spirit beast to expand the search area. The summoning array rose. An Eiko's spirit beast turned out to be a creature resembling a bat. Chapter 98. Intercepting the perception ninja. Yuki's arrival at the same time as Urizen was running ahead. He suddenly sensed something unusual. His Byakugan scanned the surroundings, and there was no movement within 3 kilometers. It was precisely because of this ability that he could repeatedly evade the pursuit of the IWA ninjas, using shadow clones to lead them off course. But what was going on now? He felt as if he was being tracked. When he carefully investigated, that feeling disappeared in the blink of an eye. Strange. Could it be my illusion? Urizen trusted the Byakugan's ability. Unless the enemy could locate his whereabouts beyond 3 kilometers. Was that even possible? Shaking his head, he continued to carry the third Reikage and ran quickly. However, after half an hour, that feeling returned again. If the last time could have been an illusion, this time it could not be, as both instances felt quite similar. Urizen did not hesitate and immediately changed direction, while simultaneously sending out shadow clones to erase any traces left behind. After a short while, that feeling disappeared again, but after an hour, it returned once more. At this point, Urizen was certain that the enemy was using some means to track him, and if he didn't resolve it, it would be difficult for him to escape. With this thought in mind, he ordered the shadow clones to take the third Reikage away, first while he stayed behind to intercept the perception ninja. 10 minutes later, 3 figures appeared in Urizen's line of sight. Without guessing, the perception ninja was among them. Urizen retracted his Byakugan and quietly waited for the 3 to arrive. Captain, that person has stopped. Oh, let's go over there. Before long, the 3 figures appeared in front of Urizen. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had a bat spirit beast on her shoulder. Urizen immediately understood what was going on and focused on the female ninja, looking for an opportunity to take out her spirit beast. Moriya Shoichi scrutinized Urizen, unable to discern any clues, and noticing the absence of the third rakeage. He furrowed his brow. Leaf Trader, I advise you to give up resisting and hand over the third rakeage. Perhaps we can spare your life. Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. With a thought, his Sharingan activated instantly, and the already cautious Ida and ninjas hurriedly averted their gazes. Seizing this opportunity, Urizen crossed his hands, 6 shurikens clenched in his grip, and then instantly threw them, aiming at the female IWA ninja and her spirit beast from both sides. Urizen's goal was not to engage them in a prolonged fight, but to take out this perception ninja. Only by eliminating her would he have a chance to escape. Sensing danger, Eiko used the body flicker technique to leave her original position, attempting to evade the attack in that manner. However, her reaction had already been calculated by the Sharingan. Swish! Swish! 2 more shurikens flew in. This time, Urizen used all his strength, although he did not use spatial compression. The power of 36 revolutions was considerable, creating a loud boom in the air. At this moment, Eiko had just landed, and there was no time to dodge. Unfortunately, she could only draw out a kunai to resist. An unexpected event occurred. The shurikens directly severed the kunai, piercing through Eiko's neck, and the large tree behind her emitted a series of explosive sounds. The spirit beast fared even worse, its head blown apart by the shuriken, leaving no intact body. Eiko! The 2 companions shouted in disbelief. It all happened too quickly, and it was hard to accept that Eiko had died in just one encounter. Bastard! One of the Jonin furiously yelled, drawing his kunai and charging towards Urizen. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted, carrying overwhelming flames, crashing towards the 2 IWA ninjas. Dodge! Moriya Shoichi shouted loudly. His figure retreated rapidly, continuously forming seals to unleash water release techniques to counter the wave of fire. Boom! 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 The intense explosions instantly turned the area within dozens of meters into a sea of fire. Urizen did not care whether the 2 were alive or dead and quickly fled. Just as the saying goes, his target was the perception ninja. Having achieved his goal, it was crucial to leave first. If he was surrounded by IWA ninjas, that would be fatal. Hana! Moriya Shoichi shouted to the surroundings. Looking at the forest turned into a sea of fire before him. He worried that his companion might also have encountered an accident. Captain Hana! He ran out from the grass pile, angrily striking the ground. Only at this moment did they realize that Urizen had stopped to deal with Eiko. Now that Eiko was dead and Urizen had lost his trace, pursuing him would be even more difficult. After intercepting the IWA ninja team, Urizen sprinted in the direction the shadow clones had left. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of pressure approaching and stopped, looking back at the sky. He saw a small figure rapidly flying towards him, clad in yellow armor. The only person in a Wagakure who had mastered earth release techniques to such a degree was the 3rd Tsuchikage, Yuki. Kid, let's see where you can run. Urizen did not expect the enemy to chase him so quickly. It seemed a battle was unavoidable. Old man Yuki, you're at Tsuchikage after all. Isn't it too much to come personally for a small fry like me? I'm just a little nobody. It would be embarrassing if this got out. Use your tongue to your advantage. Hand over the 3rd rakeage to me, and return with me honestly. Given your decent talent, as long as you're willing to join our Wagakure, I can overlook the previous matters. The Sharingan was an eye that every village feared. Likewise, they desired to possess it. As long as Urizen agreed to his demands, he wouldn't mind sparing his life. In fact, when Urizen grew up, he could even intermarry with women from the village. His goal was simply to obtain the Uchiha bloodline. However, if Urizen agreed, the only life awaiting him would be one of propagating offspring. Yuki had made a good calculation. Not only could he kill the 3rd rakeage and affect the fortunes of Kimobikure, but he also wanted to control the Uchiha bloodline for all of Wagakure. When it came to Urizen's choice, would he agree? Chapter 99, Battle against the 3rd Tsuchikage Old Man. Let's talk after you can beat me. Previously, when surrounding the 3rd rakeage, Yuki had not only expended a lot of energy, but had also sustained injuries. Urizen had been observing all this. From the fact that he did not intervene immediately, Urizen deduced that Yuki was significantly injured. With Itsuchikage, who was heavily exhausted and injured, Urizen was confident he could escape from him, and he stayed behind to confirm his thoughts. "Old man, take this." Urizen unleashed his full power against Itsuchikage. Under level 1 spatial compression, each of his strikes contained the power of 62 revolutions, equating to 62,000 pounds. Coupled with the thunderbolt dash, his speed and piercing power surged, and the powerful lightning blade slashed towards Yuki. Indeed, a remarkable kid, but too bad you are an enemy of a Wagakure. Since that's the case, let me, Yuki, end your life. Seeing Urizen's lightning blade coming, Yuki quickly formed seals. Earth release, rock golem. Yuki channeled chakra to create a humanoid earth release creature, a massive golem that shielded him from the lightning blade. Boom! The lightning blade tore through space, carrying terrifying blade energy as it collided with the golem. Crack! The golem immediately developed a crack that extended from its head to its feet. Slash! Urizen shouted, swinging his blade again. The golem was directly cleaved in half, and the lightning blade energy dissipated as a result. However, this was not important because while the golem crumbled, Urizen used the body flicker technique to appear beside Yuki. In his hand, he had already condensed a spiral sphere, and as soon as he approached without any hesitation, he struck the spiral sphere towards Yuki's chest. A powerful rotating airflow emerged around the outer circle of the Rinnegan. Just as the Rinnegan hit Inoki, Ye Chen sensed something was off. Under the Sharingan, Inoki quickly transformed into a block of rock, while an unusual fluctuation came from behind him. Earth release, rock fist technique. Earth release, heavy rock technique. Just as Ye Chen launched his attack, Inoki's earth clone was destroyed by the Rinnegan, its momentum exhausted. At that moment, before Inoki could gather new strength, he appeared behind Ye Chen, unleashing the rock fist and heavy rock techniques to attack directly from behind. Haha, kid. You're still too young. Inoki laughed maniacally as he saw the rock fist, enhanced by the heavy rock, about to hit Ye Chen. For him, easily dispatching an Uchiha genius was a matter worth celebrating. Moreover, he was already injured, so quickly ending the battle would be advantageous for him. Is that so? You think your actions can escape my Sharingan? Just when he sensed something was wrong, his Sharingan activated on its own, revealing it was an Earth clone, and he had already pulled back his strength. Thus, wanting to counterattack with his physical attributes, he could completely do it. Level 2 space compression. That's right. Ye Chen activated level 2 space compression, and the power that was originally 36 rotations instantly exploded to 3 times, which is 108 rotations. As Ye Chen's body twisted rapidly, it was as if his entire body was filled with blood. His right arm's muscles instantly tensed like blocks of steel, and with a tight fist he roared. Lightning release, piercing strike. A punch carrying 108,000 pounds of force, infused with lightning-piercing energy, struck forth. Bang! A heavy collision sound erupted in the sky above the forest. What? Inoki roared in terror as he felt a power that was completely comparable to the third Rinnegan. The heavy rock fist he unleashed was instantly shattered under this force, and the terrifying shockwave sent his body flying. Boom! Under the terrifying impact, Inoki crashed through several large trees, creating a deep pit upon landing. Seeing this, Ye Chen was also shocked by his own strength. Being able to send Inoki flying with a single punch likely meant he had reached shadow-level strength. However, his body was also under tremendous strain. Level 2 space compression increased his strength threefold, but he also had to bear the pressure from that increased strength. Previously, using only level 1 space compression, he had not noticed this, but level 2 space compression revealed such a reaction. This meant the load brought by level 2 space compression had already exceeded his physical strength. In the future, as long as his physical strength increased, he wouldn't face this issue when using that power. Crack, crack, crack. Regaining his focus, Ye Chen saw Inoki slowly rise from the pit. At this moment, he no longer appeared as carefree as before. One could even see a hint of embarrassment. His previous injuries had not healed, and after suffering this blow without understanding his opponent's strength, Inoki was understandably fatigued. Old man, at your age, still out here fighting? Be careful not to hurt your back. You might not even be able to hold your wife. Just as Inoki was about to explode in anger, he suddenly heard a cracking sound, and instantly his face turned a deep shade of purple, one hand clutching his waist, clearly hit by Ye Chen's words. Kid, I underestimated you. Next, I'll have it get serious. As he spoke, Inoki's expression hardened, for Ye Chen's figure had already disappeared from his original position. Earth release, super light-heavy rock technique. Sensing the strong wind approaching, Inoki used the light-heavy rock technique to reduce his own weight, increasing his speed to dodge Ye Chen's attack. Old man, still quite agile, huh? Ye Chen's figure appeared behind Inoki, as his previous heavy punch was evaded by the latter's nimble movements. Lightning release, piercing strike. Accompanied by a loud roar, a layer of lightning energy formed around Ye Chen's body, and at this moment, his speed erupted once again. Boom, boom, boom. He looked like a giant of lightning, swiftly darting around Inoki, each punch containing immense power. Even with just level 1 space compression activated, his strength was already at 62 rotations. Under such terrifying power, Inoki could only defend passively. Time passed slowly, and the more he fought, the more shocked Inoki became. Although the opponent's power was not equal to the third Raikage's, it had already reached the level of a shadow-level powerhouse. And he was a shadow-level powerhouse focused on physical techniques. From the sounds, Inoki could tell that Ye Chen was likely not very old, yet possessed such combat strength. What terrifying heights could he reach in the future? Thinking of this, Inoki felt a surge of killing intent. That's right. He would not hesitate to use his strongest techniques to kill Ye Chen. Chapter 100, Darkness Under the Lamp. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Inoki clasped his palms together, concentrating dust release energy in his hands, rapidly forming a transparent square block. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen's heart sank. He was all too familiar with this jutsu, which was the bloodline elimination technique created by the second Uchiha, Mu, through the fusion of 3 types of chakra nature transformations. This technique creates clones from the body to launch coordinated attacks. Although the clones inherit 50 of the original's chakra, they can unleash a cylindrical dust release light beam that attacks from all angles. Once locked by this technique, one would be separated into atomic states and turn to ashes. With Ye Chen's current strength, encountering Inoki's dust release, he could only run as far as possible. And the only hope was that Amaterasu had the ability to break the dust release, original world separation technique. However, he was not confident, as there was still a gap in their strengths, and his Sharingan was only a 2-tomo, so Ye Chen was uncertain whether he could withstand Inoki's ultimate move. Just as he was about to exert all his strength to activate level 2 Amaterasu, an unexpected event occurred. Inoki's mouth twitched, and his eyelids twitched wildly, looking quite strange. Immediately afterward, the original world separation technique dissipated, and Inoki descended, holding his waist and gasping for breath. Seeing this, Ye Chen almost burst out laughing. Old man, I told you, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. Look, you hurt your back, right? When you go back, your wife will surely be angry. Ha ha! Ye Chen laughed madly, then vanished from the spot, rapidly fleeing into the distance. Despite Inoki appearing injured and looking quite serious, he was still the third Uchiha. How could he lack life-saving measures? He didn't want to take risks, especially with other rock ninjas pursuing him. If they surrounded him, it would be a significant problem. His goal had been achieved, and fighting to the death was not worth it. Kid, come back here and leave the third Raikage behind. Just as Inoki was about to pursue, he took a step and heard a cracking sound from his waist. Ouch, my old back. Damn, third Raikage. If it weren't for you, my back wouldn't be like this, and now I'm being bullied by a junior. Moments later, several figures appeared in front of Inoki. Lord Third, what happened? Seeing a group of subordinates, Inoki endured the pain and straightened his waist. Everyone, listen up. Seal off the borders of the land of Earth, the land of rain, and the land of fire at all major routes, and dispatch elite teams to execute the pursuit. We must bring back the corpse of the third Raikage. Yes, the rock ninjas complied and retreated, while Inoki let out a wail, leaning against a rock to rest. He cursed Ye Chen in his heart 100 times. Damn Uchiha brat. Don't let me find out who you are, I will make you pay for this humiliation today. Due to the shadow clone's inability to stray too far from the original body, Ye Chen quickly caught up, using the Byakugan's ability to avoid the pursuing rock ninjas all the way. Half an hour later, suddenly, Ye Chen stopped as the encircling team became increasingly numerous. It was likely that the frontline team had returned. This was normal. Having paid such a heavy price, they wanted to ensure the third Reikage was captured. So how could they easily let Ye Chen escape from the land of Earth? If this continues, it won't work. The road ahead is definitely blocked, and the routes from the Rain Country and Fire Country are probably impassable. As for the Lightning Country, there are likely many rock ninjas chasing us. Right now, the only safe place is probably over there. It's not that Ye Chen is afraid of these pursuers, but rather that the third Reikage can't hold on for much longer and might die on the road. He is not simply exhausted. After battling for 3 days and nights to hold off the rock ninjas for longer, his body has already exhausted its potential. With most of his cells depleted by lightning chakra and many of his veins ruptured due to the sustained high-intensity bursts. This is also why, in the plot, the third Reikage dies from exhaustion. Now, his condition is somewhat better, but not by much. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, he could die at any moment. After putting in so much effort, Ye Chen doesn't want him to die just like that. So he feeds the third Reikage a spirit transformation fruit to temporarily keep him alive. While the spirit transformation fruit doesn't have healing capabilities, it can gradually enhance his physique. The third Reikage is physically injured. Although the spirit transformation fruit can't heal him, it can stabilize his condition, at least ensuring he won't die in the short term. At this moment, Ye Chen changes direction and heads towards the rock-hidden village. There's a saying that the most dangerous place is often the safest. The rock-hidden village would never expect that Ye Chen wouldn't escape to the borders, but would instead go against the current. His actions are a classic case of darkness under the lamp. Ye Chen doesn't let his guard down, keeping a close watch on his surroundings with his Byakugan as he approaches the rock-hidden village. 3 hours later, he arrives in a mountain range less than 100 miles from the rock-hidden village, where he has his shadow clone dig a simple cave, then hides inside and conceals the entrance. After doing all this, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, I can catch my breath. Hey, I risked my life to save you, and if you don't repay me, we won't be done. Chapter 101, Bloodline Evolution. Comprehensive enhancement. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them have been hiding in the cave without going out. When hungry, they eat spirit transformation fruits and military rations. During this time, the third Reikage has also woken up a few times. He is gravely injured and drifts in and out of consciousness. If it weren't for his remaining life signs, Ye Chen would have thought he was dying. Outside, in order to capture Ye Chen and the third Reikage, the rock-hidden village has turned the Earth Country upside down and found no trace of them. The cloud-hidden village has withdrawn its main force and is also searching for the whereabouts of the third Reikage. Various major countries have received news and secretly sent their Umbu ninjas to the Earth Country to gather intelligence. The news that the heavily injured third Reikage was rescued by Uchiha ninjas from Konoha has long spread throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, Ye Chen is indifferent to the outside world and focuses on his training. With 2,500 evolution points, he has enough to digest for a long time. Soon, 3 more days passed, and the long-awaited bloodline evolution finally arrived. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the Sharingan. Current 3-Tomo Sharingan, activating the talent Kodoemet Tsukumi. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the Byakugan. Current 3-Tomo Void Eye, activating the talent Void / Kodoemet Tsukumi. Core ability, memory alteration. Effect, can completely rewrite the target's thoughts, cognition, stance, and even emotions, and the manipulated person will not realize that their memories have been altered, treating the implanted memories as their true memories. The manipulated person will show no signs of being affected by Jinjutsu, and their behavior will appear entirely autonomous. Moreover, once manipulated, unless the caster voluntarily or the target dies, the rewritten memories will exist permanently. Note, Level 1 Kodoemet Tsukumi can only manipulate one target, and it can only be used when the target is in a state of mental weakness or has lower mental power than the caster. Void / Effect, within the Byakugan's field of view. can slice out a 1-meter-long spatial crossblade, causing the hit area to collapse in space, inflicting tearing damage on enemies within range. Note, Void Slash can enhance its power with level increases. Seeing the activation of these two great talents, Ye Chen was overjoyed. Many people know how outrageous the ability of Kodo Umatsukami is. It's known as the strongest Jinjutsu, and was the ability awakened by Uchiha Shursui when he reached the Manjiki Sharingan. Ye Chen awakened this talent at the 3-tomo level, and his Kodo Umatsukami differs from Shursui's. Shursui's Kodo Umatsukami changes others' thoughts and will, while Ye Chen's Kodo Umatsukami alters others' memories, meaning he can arbitrarily change a person's memories. Even turning that person into his subordinate would be effortless. The only limitation is the level. Level 1 Kodo Umatsukami can only manipulate one target, so careful consideration is required when choosing a target. Ye Chen's gaze shifted to the third Reikage beside him, an evil smile unintentionally appearing on his face. The third Reikage status in the cloud-hidden village goes without saying, and it is also the reason why Ye Chen captured him to bring him under his wing. Previously, he wasn't confident in persuading him. If that didn't work, he would kill him and convert him into evolution points. Now that he has Kodo Umatsukami, manipulating him will be much easier. Third Reikage, I hope you can cooperate well. Otherwise, don't blame me. Ye Chen focused on the evolution points, meeting the evolution conditions, with 600 points remaining. System, Void Slash, Kodo Umatsukami, upgrade spatial compression by 1 level. Ding Dong, consuming 7,000 evolution points. Current Void Slash level 2, Kodo Umatsukami level 2, spatial compression level 3. Level 2 Void Slash can slice out a 3-meter-long spatial crossblade. Level 2 Kodo Umatsukami can manipulate 2 targets. Level 3 Spatial Compression, control distance of 9 meters. Power increased by 9 times. Ye Chen's eyes widened. 9 times the power is strong enough. Even if his physique reaches 1,000, he probably won't be able to withstand 9 times the power. However, at the last moment, it serves as a powerful trump card. Character Panel, Host, Uchiha Ye Chen Realm, Shadow Level Technique. Hongmeng Swallowing Heaven Technique Combat Power, 300 Strength, 1,000 Physique, 1,000 Mental Power, 1,000 Energy, 10,000 Bloodline. Sharingan, 3-tomo. Byakugan, 3-tomo Void Eye, Talent. Energy Conversion, Amaterasu, Level 2, Spatial Compression, Level 3, Breaking Illusion Divine Eye, Kodo Umatsukami, Level 2. Void Slash, Level 2, Skills. High Level 3 Body Technique, Level 25, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, Level 17. Magical Restraint Technique, Level 8. Gale 1,000 Blades Spiral Sphere, Level 11. Lightning Release. Raijin 9 Transformations, Level 11. Evolution Points, 2,600 with the Bloodline Evolution. Combat Power reaching Shadow Level. Ye Chen suddenly felt a surge of confidence. At this moment, he dared to say that he no longer had to live in fear. He finally had the ability to protect himself. Shadow Level Strength can be considered high-end combat power in any hidden village, and with various means, even against super Shadow Level opponents, he has a chance to survive. This is Ye Chen's confidence now. Another 2 days passed, and his evolution points were completely consumed, with a significant increase in combat power. Strength, 1086 Physique, 1088 Mental, 1088 Combat Power, 3262. However, the increase in strength does not stop there. The technique Ye Chen is cultivating has also broken through to the second layer of the Origin Swirling Tide Realm. Upon reaching this realm, a primordial chi sea is opened up in the Dantian, forming a small swirling vortex in the primordial chi sea that actively absorbs the primordial chi dissipated in the world. This means Ye Chen no longer needs to deliberately cultivate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth will automatically flow into his Dantian. Not only that, but he also discovered that the energy he can contain now is several times denser than before. Therefore, in future battles, Ye Chen's endurance will be even more terrifying. Chapter 102. Alliance of the Gods. Another 5 days passed, and Ye Chen has been cultivating in this cave for 40 days. He looks at the third Reikage beside him and says lightly, "Old man Reikage, if you're pretending to sleep, I'll just hand you over to the rock ninjas." Hearing this, The third Reikage slowly opened his eyes. His injuries had not improved much. If it weren't for the spirit fruit keeping him alive, he would have likely perished long ago. Yet he still forced himself to rise, looking at the petite figure with a confused expression. The one who knocked him out that day was an IWA ninja whose physique and temperament were completely different from the small figure in front of him. That's because Ye Chen had already dispelled the Thousand Faces illusion technique and returned to his original form, which was just a child. Who are you? Why did you save me? The Sharingan opened, and the three Tomo slowly rotated, causing the third Reikage to shiver. Uchiha, it was one of your people who knocked me out that day. Ye Chen extended a finger and shook it. No, it was I who knocked you out that day. This is my true appearance now. I am Uchiha Ye Chen. Nice to meet you. The third Reikage fell into deep thought, and suddenly his pupils contracted. Flame Demon Ye Chen. Oh, is my reputation quite big? Ye Chen rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. Now, let's talk about the next matter. Please go on. The third Reikage said politely, showing some respect for a strong opponent. I think you can guess that I saved you with a purpose. How do you want to repay me? Ye Chen stated directly. The third Reikage pondered for a moment. You can propose conditions, as long as I can do it. I won't refuse. Good. Ye Chen slapped his thigh and laughed. That's what I was waiting for. I plan to create a sect for fun and would like you, Reikage, to join. Are you interested? Ye Chen appeared casual, but his voice carried an undeniable tone. The third Reikage thought for a moment and asked, what is the purpose of the sect you wish to establish? Of course, it is world peace, so that there will be no more wars, Ye Chen said without hesitation. In truth, that was just a deceptive line. What did world peace have to do with him? Of course, he still had to put on a front. Well, I cannot agree to that. You want to refuse? Think it over. He maintained a faint smile, having guessed that the other party would not easily agree. He said so much just to see if there was any interest. As the third Reikage, I have many matters to consider. Once I join another organization, I will be bound. You can propose other conditions. As long as they do not violate the village's principles, I can agree. It seems you are rejecting me. Ye Chen stood up and slowly approached. Although he had prepared himself mentally, there was still a hint of unwillingness. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Please make your move. The third Reikage knew the consequences of refusal, but remained steadfast in his beliefs. There were people he wanted to protect in the village. Don't be a god. Ye Chen thought that since he couldn't persuade him, he would have to resort to force. The third Reikage was worthy of a position among the gods. The three Tomo spun rapidly, and a mysterious mental force was directed at the third Reikage through his eyes, casting an illusion. Now, Ye Chen's mental power had reached the level of shadow. Although he might be a bit behind the Reikage, it wouldn't be too far off, especially since the other party was still in a weakened state. Thus, the third Reikage could not resist the ability of the God of Heaven. Subordinate, third Reikage AI, has met the master. Ye Chen directly altered the third Reikage's memory, recognizing him as his master, thus gaining an additional subordinate. AI, Ye Chen waved his hand. From now on, you can call me Godlord. I want to create the largest sect in this world called the Alliance of Gods, and you will be my first disciple. I grant you the title of Elder Thunder. Thank you, Godlord. I will certainly repay your great kindness, the third Reikage said, trying to rise, but was stopped by Ye Chen's wave of his hand. With your injuries, there's no need for formalities. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for establishing the first sect, named the Alliance of Gods. Reward, 1 sect gift pack. What? There are rewards? Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. He told the third Reikage to rest well, while he returned to his cultivation spot and opened the sect gift pack rewarded by the system. The rewards from the sect gift pack were as follows. Technique. All things return to one Master God Order, 9 Heavens Yantian Palace. After reading the rewards, Ye Chen blinked hard. These appear to be quite remarkable items on the surface. So he quickly checked the information. Technique. All things return to one. The core technique of the sect, which can be bestowed by the Master God for disciples to practice. Master God Order can transform into the God Order. Every member carrying the God Order represents the will of the Alliance of Gods. Ability. The Master God Order is the main command, allowing free travel between each suborder's location and facilitating information transmission. It is also the key to the 9 Heavens Yantian Palace. Nine Heavens Ye Chen Palace. Independent within a small world, it has its own rules, rich spiritual energy, and is a blessed land. Only those carrying the Master God Order or the God Order can open the passage to enter. Chapter 103. Nine Heavens Ye Chen Palace. With this thought, Ye Chen no longer hesitated and communicated with the Master God Order with his mind. Suddenly, a white vortex appeared in the void ahead, and a portal slowly opened. Ye Chen grabbed Elder Thunder and directly entered the portal. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in another world, feeling as if they were bathed in an ocean of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here was likely 10 times that of the outside world, making cultivation here incredibly effective. There were spiritual springs and flying waterfalls, exotic flowers and plants, and the sky flowed with rivers of energy. In the core area stood a group of palaces floating above a sea of clouds, with the main hall, the Hall of All Things, being the most magnificent, located at the deepest part of the palace group. That would be Ye Chen's residence in the future, as well as the place where the Master God would reside. Surrounding the Hall of All Things were 5 major areas, clearly defined by rank, where elders and disciples would reside in the future. This is the Nine Heavens Ye Chen Palace, Ye Chen exclaimed in delight. A blessed land like this would likely outshine places like Miamu Mountain, Shirgu Forest, and Lonely Cave. From now on, the Nine Heavens Ye Chen Palace will be my dojo. Ye Chen's cheerful laughter echoed throughout the palace. Elder Thunder was already dumbfounded. Such a fairyland could not be compared to the rural village of Yunying. Master, is this where our sect is located? Of course. Let's go inside and take a look. Saying this, Ye Chen stepped forward, with Elder Thunder tremblingly following behind. He found that after arriving here, his injuries were gradually recovering, a capability that opened his eyes. As they walked along, the outermost houses were the most numerous, smaller than other halls, but still far superior to houses in the outside world. The deeper they went, the larger the palaces became, representing class struggles. Passing through the 5 major areas, they arrived at a massive palace inscribed with the 3 characters Hall of Gods. After surveying the area, it became clear what this place was, the venue for the gods to discuss major matters. Behind the Hall of Gods was the Hall of All Things, which was the residence of the Master God. There was a layer of restriction around it. It seemed that only the Master God could enter. Elder Thunder, let's stop here. You can find a place to rest in the first row of palaces. Oh, I have 2 things for you. Ye Chen pointed out. An array of light surged into Elder Thunder's body, which was the core technique of the Alliance of Gods. All things returned to one. Then he split off a God Order from the Master God Order and handed it over. You no longer need to practice the previous chakra refinement technique. This technique is much stronger than the one you were practicing. This is the God Order, the token of the Alliance of Gods. Thank you, Master God, for the gift. I will certainly practice diligently and serve you. Elder Thunder bowed deeply. All right. Ye Chen waved his hand. You can go now. Recover your injuries. I will summon you if there's anything. Understood. After Elder Thunder left, Ye Chen turned his attention to the Hall of All Things and walked over. The outer barrier posed no hindrance, and in the blink of an eye, Ye Chen seemed to have entered another space. The palaces here were even more magnificent. Filled with ethereal energy, the only thing lacking was human presence. There was the main palace, over a dozen branch halls, and 3 special locations. Wanxiang Mall, training ground. Unknown vortex. That's right, it's an unknown vortex located in the deepest part of the Wanxiang Palace, leading to an unknown destination, with information indicating it is unknown, and he cannot enter. When he asked the system, there was only one explanation. His strength was insufficient, and he was not yet qualified to enter there. This left Ye Chen feeling depressed. Even with shadow-level strength, he was told his power was not enough. How strong did he need to be to qualify? Putting aside his curiosity, he first entered the training ground, which was a separate space used for daily training. Even if he caused a huge commotion inside, there would be no reaction from the outside world. This place was quite good. He wouldn't have to hide when training skills in the future. After leaving the training ground, he came to Wanxiang Mall, and the moment he walked in, Ye Chen was stunned. Just like the training ground, this was also a separate space, a place for trading items. There were daily necessities, weapons, skills, and some special items. Here, 2 types of currency could be used. One was the currency used in the ninja world, which could be used to purchase common items, such as kunai, shuriken, and soldier pills. Anything that existed in the ninja world could be bought here. Special items required evolution points for exchange. There were special fruits, forbidden jutsu, talismans, and divine weapons. Everything was available, and the higher the grade of the items, the more evolution points were needed. He found a spirit transformation fruit, which required 10 evolution points. This was already the cheapest item. There was also something called vitality fruit, which could instantly restore a person's energy, but there were limitations. Only one could be consumed within 10 hours, and it required 100 evolution points. Thunder talisman, no energy consumption required, equivalent to a shadow-level ninja's lightning release. 5,000 evolution points. Shadow kill technique, cultivated to perfection, allows merging with shadows to instantly kill enemies. 50,000 evolution points. The variety of items dazzled Ye Chen. Although the items were good, he was strapped for cash and couldn't buy anything. Even if he had the means, his priority was still to improve his strength. If there were more disciples in the future, he might as well buy some items for them to exchange. Currently, Ye Chen's thoughts changed. Rather than letting this world go haywire, it would be better for him to restore order to it. Perhaps one day in the future, the entire ninja world would be different because of his presence. Chapter 104. Return to the Konoha base 5 days later at the southern border of the Earth Country. Ye Chen cautiously passed through the last line of defense and entered the Rain Country. After staying at the Jiuxiao Yintian Palace for 2 days, the third Reikich's injuries had recovered somewhat. After returning, he would focus on recuperating for a period of time, and with the spirit transformation fruit Ye Chen provided, recovery was only a matter of time. At the same time, Ye Chen arranged a task for him, to continue being his Reikage as before. The reason for this decision was that Ye Chen still needed to return to the battlefield in the Rain Country, and having the third Reikage by his side would always be inconvenient. It would be better to send him back. With the identity of the Reikage, he could provide assistance in the future. Upon entering the Rain Country, it took another half a day to pass through the IWA Ninja Control Area and enter the Konoha Controlled Area. Once here, he had finally shaken off the threat of IWA Ninja. Moreover, even if he was encountered by IWA Ninja, they wouldn't recognize him as the one who kidnapped the Reikage, because Ye Chen had never revealed his true identity on that battlefield. Even if they truly figured it out in the future, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, his own strength was there, and if worse came to worst, he could defect and join the Akatsuki organization. Just as Ye Chen stepped into the Konoha controlled area, a somewhat immature voice came from the shadows. Immediately after, a kunai shot out, embedding itself in the path Ye Chen was taking. Ye Chen stopped, instantly activating his 3-tomo Sharingan and looking towards the dark woods. To his surprise, he saw another pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. A slightly younger Uchiha ninja stepped out, and Ye Chen exclaimed, "Shursui, is that you?" Indeed, the newcomer was Uchiha Shursui. What surprised Ye Chen was that the other party had also activated his 3-tomo. This was a level he had fought hard to reach. Yet the other had achieved it so easily. Truly, Uchiha genius was different. Behind him were 3 Konoha Chunin, clearly members of a small team. However, Ye Chen just glanced at them briefly before focusing on Shursui. After months of battlefield baptism, Shursui's aura had changed significantly. Although his appearance was still youthful, his demeanor had gained a certain calmness. Ye Chen, Uchiha Shursui scrutinized Ye Chen, his eyes filled with confusion. Both were now Chunins leading small teams, but they managed different areas and rarely encountered each other. Noticing Ye Chen's direction of approach from the IWA ninja side, this was inconsistent with the intelligence they had previously received. He didn't doubt Ye Chen's identity. The Sharingan couldn't be deceived. "It's me. I didn't expect to meet you here," Ye Chen said with a smile as he walked in. Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui raised his hand, signaling his team to lower their guard. The other party was one of their own. "How did you come back from outside? On a mission? You know the rules." Ye Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui wisely did not press further. The two chatted casually for a moment, confirming identities before letting Ye Chen pass. Watching Ye Chen's departing figure, a hint of peculiarity flashed in Uchiha Shursui's eyes. Just now, when they locked eyes, he clearly felt a strong pressure. indicating that the other's ocular power was above his own. Just how quickly had Ye Chen progressed? Compared to other Uchiha Jonin, Uchiha Shursui was very aware that his training speed was absolutely top-notch. So what about Ye Chen? Clearly, both had advanced from double Tomo to 3 Tomo Sharingan. Yet, why was his ocular power so much higher than his? While he was pleased, he couldn't help but feel a hint of competition in his heart. Then he recalled something, his pupils constricting. Could you be the one who rescued the third Reikage? Another half-day passed. After passing through several checkpoints, Ye Chen finally returned to the Konoha base in the Rain Country. Upon returning, he first wrote a mission report and submitted an intelligence scroll. As for whether his superiors believed it, that was no longer his concern. In short, believe it or not, it's up to you. After finishing the report and submitting it, he enjoyed a refreshing shower and collapsed into bed. Time quickly passed to the next day at noon, after sleeping for so long. He finally woke up, after washing up, just as Ye Chen was about to go out to check on his team's situation. After all, he had been gone for over a month, and didn't he know how they were doing? At that moment, a Chunin brought news that the commander wanted to see him. The commander? That was none other than Orochimaru. What does he want with me? Ye Chen thought about the third Reikage situation. There were so many IWA ninja present at the time, the news would inevitably leak out. A Uchiha ninja rescuing the third Reikage was something that couldn't be kept under wraps. Besides, he was on that battlefield executing a data collection mission, so Orochimaru might suspect him as well. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it. Without evidence, he can't do anything to me. Now that he had broken through to shadow-level strength, Ye Chen felt much more confident. Although Orochimaru was formidable, he was not afraid. Arriving at the central area of the base, he usually didn't have the qualification to come here, as he was merely a Chunin and couldn't enter the core level. His arrival did not attract much attention from others. Someone must have already informed them, so Ye Chen walked through without any obstacles. The largest tent in the center was usually where the high-ranking officials of the base held meetings, and Orochimaru was waiting for him there. Chapter 105. The first direct conversation with Orochimaru. Calming his mind, Ye Chen pulled aside the door curtain and walked in. He saw Orochimaru, dressed in combat gear, discussing battle plans with 2 Jonin in front of a map. Ye Chen stood at the entrance, not approaching or interrupting. He was not particularly interested in what they were discussing. After a dozen minutes, the 3 stopped talking. Orochimaru let the other 2 leave first, then turned his gaze to Ye Chen. Sensing the pressure and bloodthirst emanating from Orochimaru's eyes, Ye Chen's pupils glowed with a crimson light. The moment his 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, he directly suppressed the other's aura, even causing him to unknowingly fall into an illusion at that instant. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, his vertical slit pupils returning to normal as he broke free from the illusion, feeling an overwhelming shock in his heart. He had seen the Sharingan before, but the impact Ye Chen gave him was simply too shocking. The 3 Tomo could achieve such a level. Was every Uchiha this powerful? Or was it just this boy in front of him? I have seen it, Lord Orochimaru, Ye Chen said, retracting his Sharingan and giving a slight bow. Hearing this, Orochimaru came back to his senses and began to calculate in his mind. Ye Chen, the Flame Demon Sharingan, I have wanted to meet you for a long time, but I have been entangled with matters. Today, seeing you, it is indeed as expected, a young genius, also a blessing for our Konoha. Orochimaru walked to the table, gesturing for Ye Chen to sit down. Today I called you here because I have already read your mission report, and it was well done. Ye Chen remained silent, waiting for him to continue. After the review by the command center, it has been confirmed that the matters mentioned in your report are true. Considering the difficulty of this mission and your abilities, the command center believes you have already qualified for the rank of Jonin. So congratulations. The headquarters has decided to promote you to Jonin. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't hide his excitement, but his heart remained calm. He understood that the so-called Jonin was merely a title. What truly determined his survival was still his own strength. Moreover, being promoted to Jonin meant that the burdens would be much heavier in the future, and he would face more dangerous missions. Of course, there were also benefits. At least he would have more freedom in future missions and could participate in significant decision-making events. After all, in any ninja village, Jonin are the elite and the backbone of the village. Thus, Even the Hokage needs the support of most Jonin to implement certain policies. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. I will work hard in the future to contribute to the village. Ye Chen expressed his stance without reservation, making sure to present himself as expected. Orochimaru nodded in response. The second matter is, Uchiha Ye Chen, you need to answer me honestly. Were you the one who rescued the third Raikage? After speaking, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Ye Chen, trying to find a flaw. Ye Chen chuckled lightly, covering his mouth. Lord Orochimaru, what are you joking about? I don't have the strength to rescue the third Raikage. At that time, my mission was to gather intelligence. When I saw the situation was not right, I secretly hid. Later, I found out that the third Raikage was rescued by a Uchiha ninja. It really wasn't me. Orochimaru had prepared himself for this question, and Ye Chen was already mentally ready. There was no way he would let Orochimaru gain any advantage from him. Indeed, rescuing the third Raikage was a tremendous achievement. And if that were used as a condition to reach an agreement with the Cloud Village, it would be an easy task, as the third Raikage held an extraordinary status in the Cloud Village. This life-saving grace would surely be remembered by the Cloud Village. Now, the higher-ups in Konoha just wanted to find out who rescued the third Raikage, making negotiations with the Cloud Village much easier. Orochimaru's suspicion of Ye Chen was based on evidence. After all, many IWA ninjas present at the time saw that the Uchiha ninja had used an extremely powerful fire technique. And Ye Chen not only had the title of Flame Demon, but also possessed the Sharingan. The combination of the two made it hard not to suspect him. Now that Ye Chen firmly denied it, Orochimaru thought for a moment and chose not to press further. He had a different philosophy than some others. All right, I understand about this matter. You can go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, the command center will hold a meeting to officially announce your promotion to Jonin. At that time, all the Jonin not on missions will attend, and you can take this opportunity to get to know each other. Understood, then I will take my leave, Ye Chen said, rising slightly and then turning to leave the conference room. Watching Ye Chen's departing figure, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Uchiha Ye Chen, what a terrifying little brat. His mental strength is probably already at the level of a Hokage. No matter whether you are that person or not. As long as you don't do anything harmful to Konoha, I could turn a blind eye and even be friends. Otherwise, saying this, Orochimaru unexpectedly extended his tongue in a human-like manner, brushing it across his face, then revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 106. Promotion to Jonin position back at the camp. It wasn't long before someone delivered Jonin attire. Ye Chen smiled knowingly. Orochimaru was quite quick in his actions. A night passed without incident. The next day, in the morning, at the command center's conference room, Ye Chen scanned the Jonin present and could easily identify which were clan ninjas and which were civilian ninjas. Whether by strength or by the people they were conversing with, it was clear more than half of those present were clan ninjas, while civilian ninjas accounted for less than 30%. Ye Chen did not find this surprising. Civilian ninjas often lack the inheritance and resources, making it incredibly difficult to rise from genin to jonin. One could only imagine the amount of effort and luck required to reach this point. On the other hand, clan ninjas started at a higher baseline, enjoying treatment and resources that civilian ninjas could not compare to. Given the disparity, the current situation was not surprising at all. However, this had nothing to do with him. He set his thoughts aside and waited for the meeting to begin. Just as he was sizing others up, they were also sizing him up, observing this newly risen Uchiha genius. Their gazes held indifference, curiosity, admiration, and even wariness, as Ye Chen's reputation preceded him. As for their scrutinizing looks, Ye Chen could not be bothered and sat quietly. Before long, a figure walked in from outside. It was Orochimaru, the commander of the Konoha base in the Land of Rain. Upon entering, he first fixed his gaze on Ye Chen, but did not reveal much. He walked to the main seat, cleared his throat, and directly announced the meeting's commencement. Today's meeting will discuss two matters. The first is that after discussions among the upper echelons, the village has officially decided to grant Uchiha Ye Chen the rank of Jonin. With these words, Orochimaru scanned the room and was the first to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted, and all the Jonin present, regardless of their willingness, dared not defy the upper echelon's decision. so they followed suit in applauding. Ye Chen stood up amidst the applause, showed his face, and did not say much. Who here didn't know who Uchiha Ye Chen was? Seeing that the atmosphere was sufficient, Orochimaru pressed his hands down. The second matter is whether we should launch a counterattack against Iwa Village. The relevant intelligence has been reviewed by everyone. This time, the Cloud Village's surprise attack on Iwa Village ended in failure, with the third Raikage severely injured and rescued by a mysterious person. However, Iwa Village also suffered significant losses, making this a prime opportunity for us to counterattack. As he spoke, Orochimaru glanced at Ye Chen, while everyone's eyes also turned towards him, fully aware of who had relayed this intelligence. Facing their gazes, Ye Chen remained unfazed, silently admiring Orochimaru's cunning. He clearly suspected him, but chose to say mysterious person. Why not just say it directly? Did he think others wouldn't guess it was him? This snake truly had no sense of subtlety. Now, should we take this opportunity to launch an attack on Iwa? Everyone, please share your thoughts. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and continued looking at the others. Before long, people began to speak in succession, with both support and opposition. Supporters argued that Iwa Village's front line was now empty, having suffered such a heavy blow, and they had greatly offended Cloud Village, making it an excellent opportunity to launch an attack. Opponents believe that although Iwagakure has been weakened, they still have superior military strength, while Konoha has not yet recovered its vitality and is facing a shortage of supplies. A rash attack will be fraught with difficulties. If Iwagakure's reinforcements arrive in time, they might end up losing more than they gain. In short, after discussions, both sides held their opinions. Orochimaru frowned upon hearing this, tapped his fingers on the table, and everyone fell silent. He then turned his gaze to Ye Chen and asked, "What do you think?" Ye Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect Orochimaru to ask a newly promoted jonin. Since he was asked, he felt it inappropriate not to respond. "I believe we should attack. Explain your reasoning," Orochimaru said, narrowing his eyes. First, in the previous battle between Iwagakure and Kumogakure, although Iwagakure won, they suffered heavy losses, and now is the best time to strike while their forces are depleted. Second, during that battle, the third Raikage sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of the elite troops, meaning that Kumogakure still has the strength to fight. They will seek revenge for the Raikage's near-death experience and will not let Iwagakure off easily. At that time, a battle between the two sides is inevitable. Ye Chen scanned the crowd and continued, "Given this situation, if we still hesitate, we might as well retreat to Konoha and not fight at all." After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent, with only the sound of Orochimaru's fingers tapping on the table. After a while, Orochimaru spoke, "I have decided to attack." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions varied, but no one said anything further. Orochimaru held a high prestige here and was known for being decisive. Once he made a decision, others had no choice but to comply. Today, he also took advantage of the momentum, as he was already a pro-war figure and acted very assertively, using Ye Chen's words to issue this operational order. This also demonstrated that Orochimaru had a keen political mind. The subsequent meeting lasted over 3 hours, all focused on discussing attack strategies. Once everything was finalized, Orochimaru announced the meeting's conclusion and then left the conference room directly. Chapter 107. Implementation of the counterattack plan. As soon as Orochimaru left, the conference room became lively again. It was not easy to gather together usually, so now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to bond. Today was Ye Chen's first time attending a jonin meeting, and leaving directly would seem impolite, so he stood up and greeted everyone one by one. Of course, there was no small talk. It was merely to familiarize himself with them. Although the Uchiha clan is known for producing lunatics, most of them are quite normal. They may be somewhat proud, but they are not arrogant. On the contrary, they are emotional and sometimes care for their comrades even more than their own lives. This also confirms a statement made by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. No clan loves deeper than the Uchiha clan. However, this love often has a dual nature. Because of its depth, once they lose it, that love can turn into hatred. At this moment, if not guided properly, Uchiha ninjas could undergo a drastic change in temperament, and in severe cases could be consumed by darkness, leading them to act recklessly, which is why they are often labeled as lunatics. Therefore, many ninjas in the village dislike dealing with Uchiha ninjas, and with some people's malicious prompting, there are even more misunderstandings about the Uchiha clan. Although Ye Chen is a young genius and a rare title-holder ninja, here, people mostly just exchanged polite greetings with him and did not intend to engage in deeper conversations. Ye Chen was not surprised by this outcome. He was glad about it. After getting acquainted, he did not linger. Instead of entangling himself with these people, he preferred to return to training. According to the meeting's content, he still had 3 days to prepare. In 3 days, he would head to the front lines of a Wagakure with the main force to carry out the counterattack plan. Returning to his tent with a thought, the Master God order flashed with light, and a portal appeared ahead. Ye Chen stepped in without hesitation. Coming to the 9 Heavens Yin Tian Palace was naturally for training. The training ground allowed him to practice without worrying about being disturbed by others. At level 25, he could create 25 shadow clones, continuously practicing skills without worrying about energy depletion. The spiritual energy in the 9 Heavens Yin Tian Palace is 10 times that of the outside world. And Ye Chen's cultivation had reached the level of the source whirlpool, allowing him to automatically absorb spiritual energy into his body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. His skills had significantly improved. High-level 3 bodies technique to level 27, fire release. Great fireball technique to level 19, illusionary shackles technique to level 9. Gale 1000 blades spiral sphere to level 14, and lightning release. Raijin's 9 changes to level 13. Having such significant improvements in 3 days was naturally inseparable from his training ground. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant here, but any damage caused by skills would also recover instantly. Without any reservations, the speed of skill training naturally increased. The next day, in the morning, Ye Chen emerged from the 9 Heavens Yin Tian Palace, having taken a bath inside, looking refreshed. 3 hours later, the main force began to prepare to set out. Ye Chen, along with a group of Konoha Jonin, led hundreds of Konoha Chunin and Jinin to the front lines against a Wagakure. In the team, besides these ninjas, there were also a dozen trucks loaded with combat supplies. Supplies were essential for this counterattack against a Wagakure. To be honest, Ye Chen was not very optimistic about this counterattack. Why? Simply put, this war had dragged on for so long that Konoha's forces and supplies were severely lacking. Even if they managed to capture some strongholds, so what? The Wagakure's reinforcements would still come, and they would not be able to hold their ground. As for eliminating the enemy's combat forces, this was something they could achieve, which was also why Ye Chen advocated for an attack. As for why Orochimaru did not see this point, he evidently had his own ideas. In the battle to besiege the third Raikage, although a Wagakure suffered massive losses, they still had numerical superiority. If the war dragged on, once the main forces of a Wagakure arrived at the front lines, even if not all of them faced Konoha, just a third of their forces would be enough to put significant pressure on Konoha's front lines. At that point, the situation would revert to how it was before, with a Wagakure using their numerical advantage to gradually erode Konoha's defenses. Clearly, Orochimaru saw this point as well, which is why he decided to take the gamble. However, this was not important to Ye Chen. His task was to take advantage of the chaos while they fought, and he could pick up the benefits from behind. Day after day, the sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days had passed. The main force and individual actions were different. Ye Chen returned from the front lines in just half a day. Their journey, according to their speed, would take about 4 days. This was still because everyone was a ninja with greater stamina and endurance than ordinary people. If it were an army composed of regular people, it would probably take 10 days to half a month. Ye Chen glanced around at the surrounding environment, estimating that there was still half a day's journey left. After resting for 2 days, they would launch their attack on a Wagakure. Half a day passed, and they were getting closer to the front-line stronghold. Before they could reach it, the stronghold had already received news and sent people to meet them. However, this had nothing to do with Ye Chen. He was not the overall commander of this operation, as it was led by a Jonin from the Nara clan. These 2 days, he also rarely had some leisure time. Chapter 108. The great counterattack erupts about half an hour later. The main force finally arrived at the front-line target stronghold. It was a small village, and as hundreds of people poured in, the entire stronghold quickly felt crowded, with even the resting places becoming cramped. However, no one complained about this. In 2 days, they would launch an attack on the Rock Ninja. Once the war started, the area would become spacious. The priority now was to rest as much as possible. After settling everyone down, the Nara clan's Jonin held a meeting to specifically assign action tasks to each group. Ye Chen was assigned to the combat group, with the main task of fighting the enemy and killing high-ranking ninjas. Clearly, the Nara clan's Jonin had a rough understanding of Ye Chen's strength, making his assignment to the combat group quite appropriate. Ye Chen had no objections to this arrangement, as it was what he desired. In fact, he would have been unwilling to carry out reconnaissance or logistical tasks. Without battle, how could he improve himself? More importantly, how could he earn evolution points? Soon, 2 days passed. That evening, the entire Konoha team finished dinner and began checking their equipment. During this time, no one spoke. They were all heavily focused on one task. And for a moment, the entire stronghold was filled with the sound of ninja tools clashing. After about 10 minutes, the main force was ready, and the Nara clan's Jonin announced that the team would set off. The entire team was divided into 4 sub-teams, led by a dozen Jonin, and they fanned out towards the rock-hidden village stronghold. According to the plan, the attack would begin at 9 p.m., so they needed to reach the action position by 8:45 p.m. The reason for setting a time limit instead of launching an immediate attack was that this operation was not just an assault on one stronghold, but all rock-hidden strongholds in confrontation with Konoha would be their targets. However, the troop distribution at other strongholds was relatively small, mostly just feigned attacks, while only the combat group on Ye Chen's side was the main force. Once they achieved effective results, the other teams would decide whether to attack or retreat based on the situation. It could be said that their team was the vanguard. Only if they broke through the rock-hidden defense line could the subsequent large-scale counterattack plan proceed smoothly. Therefore, the task of the combat group was extremely arduous, bearing the success or failure of the entire plan. Under the cover of night, the combat group arrived at a location less than 5 kilometers from the Rock Ninja stronghold. In recent days, the Konoha reconnaissance team had already figured out the situation here. The rock-hidden stronghold would shrink its defensive area every night. The reason was speculated to be a superficial lack of troops, so they dared not spread their forces at night and could only concentrate on defense. Thus, they only needed to eliminate the hidden sentries along the way to quietly approach the rock-hidden stronghold. At that time, it would be when they launched their attack. Time passed little by little, and the 4 sub-teams advanced cautiously, not daring to make any noise. As for those hidden sentries, each sub-team sent out Hyuga clan ninjas to use their Byakugan to find their positions, and then special Jonin skilled in assassination would take them out. Everything proceeded steadily. After about half an hour, the main force had reached less than a kilometer from the rock-hidden stronghold. At this distance, it became much more difficult to pass quietly. Even a slight disturbance could attract the attention of other Rock Ninja patrol teams. Just as expected, shortly after passing, a small team accidentally exposed their position while executing an assassination. Boom! A violent explosion echoed in the pitch-black night. Immediately afterward, a ball of crimson flame rose up, instantly illuminating the sky. At the same time, frequent shouts erupted from within the rock-hidden stronghold, and Konoha's attacking team was directly revealed to the Rock Ninja at this moment. Ye Chen's team did not immediately take action. The other 2 teams also remained silent. In fact, this was part of their operation. The plan had already anticipated this step. Exposure was inevitable, and they were thinking about how to adopt better measures in the face of exposure. According to the plan, if one team was exposed, they would launch a full-scale attack to draw the troops inside the stronghold, creating an opportunity for the other 3 teams to launch a surprise attack. Before long, Ye Chen heard intense fighting sounds coming from the other side of the stronghold. Clearly, the battle had already begun over there. 3 minutes later, the combat group, led by Ye Chen, launched their attack, rushing toward the rock-hidden stronghold at the fastest speed. At the same time, the other 2 teams did the same, attacking from 2 other directions, surrounding the enemy. Even if the Rock Ninja became aware, it didn't matter. Their reinforcements would not arrive quickly. Due to their lack of stealth, they were soon noticed by the Rock Ninja left behind. At a shout, the Rock Ninja quickly mobilized manpower to support. It was only at this moment that Ye Chen realized that the number of ninjas at the rock-hidden stronghold was much greater than he had imagined. However, it didn't matter. These rock ninja generally had low combat power, mostly being genin. No matter how many there were, they wouldn't stand a chance against absolute strength. Ye Chen charged ahead, directly confronting a squad of rock jonin leading the charge. Seeing Ye Chen rush over, the rock jonin immediately ordered the 3 chunin behind him to attack Ye Chen. In an instant, dozens of shuriken flew towards Ye Chen. A typical jonin would choose to dodge the attack. However, Ye Chen was different. He showed no intention of evading, activating his Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, everything around him slowed down numerous times in his eyes. With a few quick movements, he dodged several shuriken, then drew his long knife and waved it continuously, deflecting the other shuriken one by one. With one final thrust, his wrist turned slightly, and the tip of the knife spun, sending a shuriken flying off like a projectile. Whoosh! The long knife swung with force from Ye Chen's arm, and the shuriken shot out. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. A chunin died, not understanding how his thrown shuriken had resulted in his own death. Chapter 109 Means to restrict the Sharingan. Ye Chen clearly saw the disbelief on the man's face, mixed with intense fear and unwillingness. However, Ye Chen remained indifferent to all this. Once on the battlefield, everyone must be prepared for death. He was the same, and so were others. Retracting his gaze, Ye Chen ignored the other 2 chunin and approached the jonin, the 3 magatama of his Sharingan rotating slightly, emanating a captivating and mysterious power. The Sharingan. It must be said that this rock jonin reacted extremely quickly, hurriedly closing his eyes. Not only that, but he also dodged behind the 2 chunin. Seeing this, Ye Chen smiled, locking eyes with the 2 chunin, and in an instant, their minds became chaotic, their bodies frozen in place. A flash of blade light appeared, and 2 heads flew off. For saving himself, you caused the deaths of your 2 companions. Can you live with that? Ye Chen's words caused the opponent to hesitate. In that critical moment, he hadn't thought so much, but upon hearing the cries of his 2 companions meeting a tragic end, he froze. This was the result Ye Chen wanted. Without further hesitation, he advanced and delivered a horizontal slash. Clang! At the last moment, this jonin reacted, raising his kunai to block the strike. But he was not unscathed. Ye Chen's strength was not so easy to withstand. He was forced to retreat violently, crashing into a rock, barely stabilizing his form, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh, quite a quick reaction. Ye Chen felt slightly disappointed. But it didn't matter. If one strike didn't work, he would deliver another. Captain Mu, are you alright? 3 chunin teams rushed over from the other side. Ye Chen smiled upon seeing this, thinking to himself that they had come at just the right time. Just as he was about to act, a voice came from behind him. Captain Ye Chen, we are here to assist you. It was then that he remembered he was not fighting alone. But what was this about them coming to steal his kills? Never mind, you all go support the other teams and break through the enemy's defenses as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the Konoha team was momentarily stunned, but they still followed Ye Chen's orders and charged towards the other teams. Ye Chen then approached the Iwagakure jonin again. But at this moment, 6 chunin had gathered around him, attempting to work together to deal with him. Obviously, they also had experience fighting against the Sharingan, trying to avoid its gaze during the battle and coordinating with their companions to restrain the Sharingan user. However, this was of no use. To limit his Sharingan, they at least needed to find a ninja of the same level to cooperate, and a few chunin were just playing around. Hehe, Ye Chen chucked it lightly, using the space-time body flicker technique to disappear from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind one of the chunin. Yui, watch out behind you. The Iwagakure jonin's voice suddenly rang out, but it was too late. Ye Chen's space-time body flicker technique was faster than the body flicker technique. The chunin only heard the warning and felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if a warm liquid was flowing out, before losing consciousness. Whoosh! A kunai shot out, piercing through the afterimage left by Ye Chen. Teisu, to your right. The Iwagakure jonin's voice rang out again, this time warning another chunin. The Iwagakure ninja, named Teisu, instinctively looked to his right, only to see a long knife slashing towards him at an angle, the tip getting closer. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the Iwagakure Jonin threw another kunai. This time, he was faster, successfully saving Teisu just as he was about to be killed. The kunai once again pierced through the afterimage left by Ye Chen. However, this was just the beginning. Ye Chen continuously used the body flicker technique, his speed increasing. The several Iwagakure Chunin, wary of the Sharingan-esque Jinjutsu, couldn't react at all and relied solely on the Jonin-esque commands. But how many times could this indirect response method hold up? In fact, it was impossible to evade. The earlier success was merely a ruse by Ye Chen to make them think the method was viable, which was when they fell for the trap. Next, without breaking a sweat, Ye Chen used several body flicker techniques to slay the remaining 5 Chunin. They thought they could restrain Uchiha Jonin with their previous method, which would hinder Konoha's attack. Little did they know, Ye Chen was merely showing them what they thought they saw, hiding the lethal move in the dark, which they could not perceive at all. Looking at the remaining Iwagakure Jonin, Ye Chen pretended to be mad, grinning widely. So, how is the hunting going? Now it's just the 2 of us left? Or are you going to call a few more to come and die together? The Iwagakure Jonin shuddered and instinctively looked up at Ye Chen. Hee, you fell for it, Ye Chen sneered. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. Illusionary chant technique. This series of actions was a complete trap for the opponent. First, he stimulated the enemy with the death of their teammates, then let them see hope, until that hope was shattered, and finally, a mad laugh served as a tranquilizer, dragging the opponent into the abyss of death. The moment the Iwagakure Jonin locked eyes with Ye Chen, his fate was sealed. Ye Chen would not let such a good opportunity slip by. He pushed off the ground with both legs, shooting out like a cannonball. The hand gripping the knife had a faint current surging through it, giving the opponent no chance. Aiming for a one-hit kill. The penetrating power of the lightning strike was immense. Even if the opponent had defensive measures, they could not evade Ye Chen's thrust. Chapter 110. Lightning Release One Sword / Sizzle. Ye Chen withdrew the long knife that had pierced the Iwagakure Jonin, and an energy surged into his body. He then glanced around. At this moment, the Iwagakure side had been surrounded and segmented by the Konoha forces, trapped in a bitter struggle. After all, the Iwagakure stronghold was under attack from all sides, with only a little over 100 ninjas. Meanwhile, Konoha had over 400, and coupled with the surprise attack, capturing the stronghold was just a matter of time. Ye Chen was only worried about whether the subsequent advance would go smoothly. If it ended hastily, he would gain many benefits. However, those were matters for later. His primary task now was to sweep through quickly. Scanning the area, Ye Chen prepared to find his next target. Along the way, he would casually slay any genin he encountered. In his view, even the smallest mosquito was still meat. After a wave of slaughter, a sword-wielding Iwagakure Jonin caught Ye Chen's attention. After observing for a while, he found that the opponent's swordsmanship was average, far inferior to that of Uchiha Shirsui's flowing sword technique. However, Ye Chen didn't mind. The opponent was still a Jonin with decent combat power. With a few quick body flicker techniques, he appeared right in front of the Iwagakure Jonin, blocking an attack directed at a Konoha special Jonin. Clang! The crisp sound of blades clashing rang out. Without turning around, Ye Chen spoke to the Konoha ninja behind him. I'll take care of this one. You go command the battle elsewhere. Understood. The Konoha ninja responded immediately, glancing back at the spot where Ye Chen had fought earlier, where the enemy Jonin was now lying in a pool of blood. He swallowed hard. Uchiha Ye Chen was indeed the flame demon. Having killed a Jonin and several Chunin so quickly, such achievements were likely unmatched. Captain Ye Chen, it's up to you. After saying this, the Konoha ninja flickered away from the battlefield. Flame Demon Ye Chen. The sword-wielding Iwagakure Jonin, Miyanyama, immediately recognized Ye Chen's identity upon hearing the Konoha ninja's address. He also noticed the corpse of the Jonin and felt a wave of fear, contemplating an escape. Especially after seeing those crimson Sharingan eyes, he lost all confidence to fight. Even if he had the thought of fleeing, Ye Chen wouldn't let him off easily. Jonin were high in combat power, and killing one more would greatly benefit him and be advantageous for the Konoha ninjas as well. Therefore, no matter what, Ye Chen would not let him go easily. Giving no opportunity, he stepped forward his figure flickering as he appeared on Miyanyama's left side. Then, he swung his knife, aiming straight for the opponent's neck. Sensing the imminent danger, Miyanyama focused his mind and dodged to the side while swinging his sword to counterattack Ye Chen's lower body. However, Ye Chen reacted extremely quickly, leaping lightly to evade the sword, and in midair, he countered with a slash. Due to the blind spot, Miyanyama only heard the sound of the long knife slicing through the air and instinctively raised his sword to block overhead. This very action saved his life. Clang! However, Ye Chen's strike was too powerful. Even though Miyanyama blocked it, he couldn't withstand the force. Since his whole body was leaning backward, his center of gravity was in his upper body. Bang! His back hit the ground with a muffled groan. Taking this opportunity, Ye Chen landed and launched another attack. Miyanyama could only dodge awkwardly, unable to do anything other than passively evade. In no time, he had several wounds on his body, growing increasingly frustrated as he realized that any technique he tried to use in front of Sharingan would be detected by Ye Chen immediately. Unless he was willing to risk his life to use ninjutsu, he would remain at Ye Chen's mercy. Because of this, he felt even more despair. It indicated that Ye Chen wasn't even using his full strength, merely using him to practice his swordsmanship. Miyanyama's gaze sharpened as his expression changed repeatedly. He noticed that the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas were dwindling. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. So, he steeled his heart, disregarding Ye Chen's attacks, and launched a counterattack. Yet, his movements still couldn't escape Ye Chen's Sharingan. He had hoped to finally encounter a sword-wielding ninja to exchange techniques with. Although he viewed the opponent's swordsmanship as average, it was still relatively decent. At this moment, the opponent suddenly changed tactics, using a life-for-a-life fighting style. And Ye Chen decided not to hold back. He stepped back a step, just avoiding the opponent's deadly attack. Feeling the sword miss, Muki Shantai silently thought it was bad. However, before he could react, a dangerous sound of breaking air came from the front. Not good. Muki Shantai's senses were alarmed. He wanted to dodge, but the speed of the figure rushing towards him was much faster than he had imagined. He saw the figure coming, surrounded by lightning, and the long knife crackled with electricity. Sizzle. The sound of sharp blade cutting through flesh echoed. Ye Chen arrived in front of Muki Shantai at an incredible speed, swinging his long knife, tearing through his clothes, and leaving a deep wound that exposed bone on his chest. By the time Muki Shantai realized what was happening, Ye Chen's figure had already appeared behind him, maintaining the same posture as before, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth as he softly uttered, "One cut." The intense pain made Muki Shantai let out a muffled groan. Instinctively, he wanted to cover his wound with his hand, but he found that his body felt as if it were nailed down, with a pain like needles stabbing through his bones, and he realized it was over. Chapter 111. A storm is coming. The battle continues. 2 cuts. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Chen's figure disappeared again. Muki Shantai only felt a sharp pain in his back, and his entire body was thrown forward, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to lift his head, extending his trembling right hand to grab at the figure in front of him, but his consciousness was fading, and finally, his head tilted. His palm fell to the ground, lifeless. If one looked closely, they would notice that the wound on Muki Shantai's back was deep, and before long, the blood had already stained the ground red. Seeing the opponent in such a state, Ye Chen lightly shook his head, uninterested in wasting time sympathizing with the enemy. With a flick of his wrist, he shook off the blood from the blade and scanned the battlefield. At this point, the battle on this side was basically over, with only a few scattered rock ninja teams making futile struggles. From the sounds coming from other directions, the other 3 battlefields were also nearing their conclusions. Fortunately, Ye Chen did not waste time and quickly rushed towards the scattered battle circles, mercilessly slaying all of them, regardless of whether they were Chunin or Genin. In his dictionary, there was no concept of capturing prisoners, only useful or useless. The battle quickly ended, and Ye Chen immediately ordered the medical ninjas to enter the field to expedite the treatment of the wounded. His series of actions earned him a lot of goodwill from the Leaf Ninjas, even making them forget that he had the title of Flame Demon. During the battle, He proactively took on the most dangerous enemies and rescued many ninjas from peril, showing concern for the wounded after the battle. Such behavior could surely be called that of a good superior. Ninjas have warm hearts. It doesn't matter if the opponent is an Uchiha. What matters is what they have done. Therefore, at this moment on the battlefield, even the other ninjas looked at Ye Chen with a hint of admiration. Although Ye Chen did not care about reputation and had no intention of seeking it, sometimes a good reputation serves as a protective umbrella. Thus, he had no intention of minding how others discussed him. With the arrival of the medical team, the emotions of the injured were calmed, and the remaining teams began to clean up the battlefield. An hour later, after statistics, they had annihilated 113 enemies, with their own casualties at 54, and after treatment, 18 were confirmed dead. This casualty ratio indicated that they had completed the mission perfectly. The reason for such results was not that the rock ninjas were weaker than the leaf, but rather the significant difference in the number of participants in the battle. The leaf side had mobilized over 400 people, mostly Chunin, with only a small number of genin. In contrast, the rock ninjas had more than half as genin. And with their numbers not being advantageous, defeat was inevitable, compounded by their tactical application to achieve such an effect. Of course, not all ninjas remained behind. After all, they had not formed an encirclement from the beginning, so it was normal for a small portion of rock ninjas to escape. As a result, once the battle began, intelligence leaks became inevitable. What followed would depend on who was better prepared and who could seize the opportunity to become the more advantageous side. After resting for about half an hour, the entire team was reorganized, and according to the next plan, they would continue forward to attack a secondary base of the Rock-Hidden Village. This was similar to the Leaf's defensive layout. The Rock-Hidden Village's defenses were also divided into several lines, and their task was to fight through to force other Rock-Hidden Village strongholds to come to aid. In this way, the team that had previously cooperated in feigning an attack would launch a real offensive, thereby putting comprehensive pressure on the Rock-Hidden Village's front lines. The entire plan was that simple. In the extraordinary world of the ninja realm, all schemes and tricks could only serve as assistance. More importantly, it depended on the overall strength of the hidden village. Therefore, Orochimaru did not formulate any complex tactics after the first wave of attacks successfully started. They had taken the first step. After that, it would depend on how well they performed. Over an hour later, Ye Chen's combat team arrived at their destination. Just as previously guessed, the intelligence had leaked, and this camp was heavily guarded, with the rock ninjas inside already on high alert. However, there was nothing to worry about. In such a short time, the rock-hidden camp could not have received reinforcements so quickly. With just the hundreds of rock ninjas in the camp, they could not withstand their attack. It took only half an hour for them to successfully take this place. In this battle, Ye Chen only killed 1 Jonin and 10 Chunin. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill more, but there were simply not many Jonin in this secondary camp, with most of them being Genin, similar to the front lines. In a situation where there were too many monks and too little meat, it was only because of his speed and shamelessness that he achieved such results. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even gotten this much. Moreover, the opponent's Jonin seemed to have had plans to escape all along. Upon realizing the situation was untenable, he immediately took his trusted team to flee. Although they did not take many people, the behavior indicated that the rock-hidden side intended to preserve their high-end combat power. Thus, it could be seen that it wouldn't be long before they faced a hard battle. At that time, those preserved high-end combat forces would become one of the main forces on the front lines. Ding dong, a new mission has been generated. A storm is coming. The battle continues. The host has now deeply entered the territory of the land of Earth and will face a fierce battle. Mission: intercept enemy high-level combat power. Reward: 1 evolution package. Note: the more enemy ninjas the host kills, the higher the combat power and the higher the grade of the evolution package. Young man, your combat power has just barely stepped into the threshold of the cultivation world, truly worrying for you. Do your best. Chapter 112. Approaching the third line of defense of the rock-hidden village. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's expression darkened. Shadow-level combat power, just barely entering the door? How can you boast like this? In his opinion, there were only a few people in the current ninja world that he truly feared. With his combat power just at the threshold, he remained skeptical. However, He was too lazy to argue with the annoying system. Looking at the task released by the system, it was quite interesting. The more enemy ninjas he intercepted, the more generous the reward, which also indirectly indicated that the real war was about to begin. With this thought, he made a decision in his heart. In the upcoming battles, he needed to kill as many enemy ninjas as possible to secure a better reward. Keeping this idea hidden, Ye Chen organized the team to clean up the battlefield, taking everything they could carry. Thus, he also managed to gather quite a bit. For strategic supplies that couldn't be taken away, he could store them in the system space while everyone was not paying attention. If the space was full, he would throw it into the Nine Heavens Palace, where there was plenty of room, and these supplies would surely come in handy in the future. After about an hour, the team finished resting, and the main force set out again. The crowd walked on starlight, stepping on a cloud ladder, moving forward all the way. In the next 3 hours, they successively took down 2 camps of Awagakure, bringing the front line closer to the 3rd defense line of Awagakure. At this moment, the sky was already dimly bright. Even though they allowed everyone to rest for a while after each camp attack, a night of continuous assaults made everyone feel mentally exhausted. However, they believed it was worth it. Their goal had been preliminarily achieved, and news came from other outposts that Awagakure had secretly redeployed personnel from those outposts last night. The diversionary forces from Konoha were about to launch a real battle. As for the timing, it would be at 9 o'clock this morning. Therefore, the commander of this operation group, a Jonin from the Nara clan, announced a rest in place. Their next task was not to have the teams from other outposts cooperate with them. Instead, they were to cooperate with those outpost teams to carry out actions. There was no doubt that Awagakure had drawn personnel back from the front line to support them, so their mission next was to hold these people back. Ye Chen glanced at the time. There was still more than 3 hours until the main assault, so he called everyone to hurry up and rest. He also found a place to sit down and took a bite of spirit fruit. After a night of fighting, not to mention the Chunin, even the Jonin felt a bit fatigued. Fortunately, his physique was strong, and he always reserved some strength in every attack. So among these people, he was considered the most agile. However, contrary to their wishes to rest, the enemy was not willing to let them. Just an hour later, a camp at the 3rd defense line, which was their next attack target, unexpectedly launched an attack first. It was somewhat inaccurate to call it an attack. It was more like a harassment. These people didn't engage in a head-on confrontation, but launched sneak attacks from the periphery, frequently using explosive tags and long-range ninjutsu attacks, clearly intending to prevent them from resting properly. This was intolerable. Ye Chen, who wasn't tired anyway, proactively approached Nara Ichiju, the commander in charge, and requested to go into battle. After thinking for a moment, Nara Ichiju agreed to Ye Chen's request and stated that it was fine to drive them away, but not to go too deep into the enemy camp. After receiving the order, Ye Chen exited the temporary camp and arrived at the outer battle circle. He clearly sensed many gazes sweeping over here and, looking toward the distant forest, faintly saw some figures of IWA shinobi. Seeing this scene, a slight smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. Most of the attackers were not very strong, likely Chunin, especially Jonin at most. These people were just right to become his prey. Captain Ye Chen, we were sent by Captain Nara to assist in defense operations. We will follow your command. 6 Chunin stood behind him. Ye Chen had been wondering why Nara Ichiju would let him come alone. It turned out there was already a plan in place. You all stay here and prepare for defense. I will go ahead to take a look. Ye Chen roughly confirmed that there wouldn't be too many IWA shinobi in the forest, and letting these people follow would just steal his kills. One of the Chunin hesitated, feeling that Ye Chen going alone would be dangerous. Another Chunin quickly stepped forward and replied, "Yes, we will definitely do a good job of defense." Ye Chen nodded, and his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a shadow as he quickly dashed into the forest. "What are you pulling me for? Captain Ye Chen going alone is too dangerous." The previously hesitant Chunin complained as he watched Ye Chen leave. The Chunin who had tried to stop him laughed. "Haven't you seen Captain Ye Chen in action? Not to mention a few IWA Chunin. Even Jonin would be easily killed by Captain Ye Chen. So strong?" The dissatisfied Chunin looked incredulous. The others looked at him with expressions of disbelief and stopped the conversation. They had their own tasks and quickly began to set up defensive positions. A minute later, screams echoed from the forest, followed by sounds every few seconds. After about 10 minutes, Ye Chen emerged from the woods, holding a blood-dripping sword. He had cleared the area and confirmed that there were no IWA shinobi hiding before returning. Captain Ye Chen. Seeing Ye Chen's figure, everyone stood in respect. After eliminating the enemy in such a short time, the previously doubtful Chunin realized how ridiculous he had been. Imachum. Ye Chen nodded in acknowledgement, stopping his steps to say, "Continue to be vigilant. Once you discover any traces of IWA shinobi, report immediately." After saying that, Ye Chen stepped back into the camp. "Yes." The others bowed in response, looking at Ye Chen's back with a sense of excitement. "Captain Ye Chen has no heirs at all. I think those people are just slandering him. What flame demon? In my opinion, you should be called Flame God." The others nodded repeatedly. As ninjas revered the strong, especially those commoner ninjas who admired strong individuals like Ye Chen the most. In fact, they had never seen Ye Chen's decisive side in battle. If they did, they probably wouldn't have said such things. Chapter 113. Luring the snake out of its hole. Another hour passed. The atmosphere on both the Konoha side and the Iwagakure side became somewhat subtle, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. The operation group was naturally to coordinate with other outposts to launch a full-scale attack, while Iwagakure had only one reason for their actions. Their reinforcements were arriving soon. Or perhaps they were afraid of them leaving early, so they chose to take action first to hold them back. Nara Ichiju seemed to sense the enemy's intentions, and the attack order was changed to a retreat order. A little thought would make it clear that Nara Ichiju's true intention was to utilize the IWA shinobi's urgent desire to keep them, luring the enemy out. As he had anticipated, his plan succeeded. The Iwagakure ninjas in the camp saw that they intended to leave and immediately organized personnel to rush out of the camp to pursue the operation group. This was not because Nara Ichiju's plan was particularly brilliant, but because Iwagakure had to act. The reason was that the operation group's frenzied slaughter last night had already angered the higher-ups of Iwagakure, who had long since issued a death order for the ninjas at the 3rd defense line to hold back this Konoha team. Because of this, once the operation group showed any intention of retreating, those IWA shinobi couldn't wait to jump out to stop them. At this point, Nara Ichiju's plan had succeeded halfway. The enemy did not have the home field advantage, making it considerably easier to fight. However, this was just a small advantage. They were still going to face a hard battle. This time, Iwagakure sent out as many as 200 people, with the majority being Chunin and Jonin. The number of lower ninjas only accounted for 1/3 of the total. Such combat strength was not on the same level as the previous camps. The reason for having so many people and elites was not that this 3rd defense line was particularly important and needed heavy guarding. Rather, it was because the IWA shinobi who had escaped from the previous camp's attack by the operation group had now gathered here. The ninjas who could escape were naturally not weak, and with Iwagakure having pulled several Chunin and Jonin from nearby, this formed such a large-scale team. Fortunately, the overall strength of the operation group was dominant, and they would not suffer in battle against Iwagakure. At most, it would just be a tough nut to crack. After retreating a certain distance, Nara Ichiju ordered everyone to stop, adjust their formation, and prepare to face the enemy. Iwagakure did not disappoint them. As soon as they caught up, they launched an attack without saying a word. Earth Release, Rock Bullet Technique. Dozens of IWA shinobi initiated a ninjutsu attack. They opened their mouths wide, spitting out pebbles the size of thumbs, which quickly spun in the air, enlarged, and finally transformed into fist-sized rocks that came crashing down toward them. In response, Konoha also had Earth Release ninjas, who stepped forward to cast Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, to block this wave of stones. In the face of such a scene, neither the Leaf Village nor the Rock Ninja showed any signs of panic. They had long been accustomed to this kind of battle. There was no other reason. Such group attack ninjutsu was meaningless and wasted chakra. The real contest was still to be fought in close quarters. Just then, a Rock Village Jonin raised his arm and shouted, and in an instant, the Rock Ninjas charged like bandits into a village, excitedly shouting for blood. Seeing this, the Leaf side was unwilling to be outdone, and under Nara Shikamaru's command, everyone in the combat team followed him to meet the attack. In an instant, Both sides engaged in chaotic battle, the sounds of clashing weapons ringing in their ears. Before long, several battlefields emerged in the arena, as if they had developed an unspoken understanding. Each group of ninjas instinctively divided into their own areas. Following this, various ninjutsu, explosive tags, and cries echoed throughout the battlefield. However, Ye Chen did not pay much attention to these, as he was currently being besieged by 3 rock jonins. Just a moment ago, he had killed 2 chunin in an instant and then targeted a jonin, but the rock side seemed to have had a plan all along. The other 2 jonins rushed in without hesitation, forming a 3-sided attack against Ye Chen. It was clear that they were deliberately targeting him. After all, the name of Flame Demon, Ye Chen, was too notorious, and he had killed multiple jonins from their side along the way. With such a track record, it was impossible for the Rock Village not to pay attention. They also understood the terrifying aspects of the Sharingan. Using 3 rock jonins to restrain him was the best combination. However, they still underestimated Ye Chen's combat power. If this had happened a few months ago, Ye Chen would have been in a very difficult situation, but now he possessed shadow-level strength. Could 3 jonins really contain him? His methods were not limited to just the Sharingan. Clang! Ye Chen blocked an attack from a rock ninja with his blade, and before he could make his next move, another rock ninja threw a kunai at him. He pushed off the ground with his feet, leaping into the air as the kunai whizzed beneath him, creating a gust of wind. Yet Ye Chen was not without a counterattack. He swung his blade in retaliation. At this moment, the 3rd rock jonin intervened, blocking that strike. Clang! Both sides retreated, and by the time Ye Chen landed, he was already 5 meters away. The strength of that previous rock ninja was considerable, and the shockwave had pushed them apart. But before he could steady himself, several more sounds of slicing air reached him. Ye Chen suddenly looked up, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, and instantly saw the trajectories of 2 kunai approaching. He then flickered, darting between the 2 kunai. Before he could counterattack, a figure suddenly appeared, thrusting a kunai directly at his throat. The attacker was none other than the rock ninja who had blocked Ye Chen's last strike. Having blocked that blow, his movements were a step slower than his 2 companions due to the overwhelming power of that strike, causing a brief paralysis of his body. Yet as a seasoned jonin, he took advantage of Ye Chen's moment of evasion, charging in without hesitation, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 114. The Might of Great Fire. Seeking death, Ye Chen saw this person and unleashed a powerful slash infused with lightning. Clang! The clash of weapons produced dazzling sparks, and the electric sound forced the jonin back. Seeing this, Ye Chen intended to counterattack. Just then, the other 2 rock ninjas launched their assault, and he had no choice but to change tactics. This was the strategy of the 3 rock ninjas. Through a continuous series of attacks, they aimed to force him into revealing a flaw, thus achieving a kill. Ye Chen could clearly feel that these 3 were well coordinated. One attacked head-on, one engaged in stealthy strikes, and the last one provided support. Their roles were clearly defined, and their cooperation was seamless, indicative of extensive collaborative experience. If it had been an ordinary jonin, after a few exchanges, they would have fallen to the disadvantage or even been killed. Even elite jonins had a significant chance of being overpowered. But Ye Chen was different. To deal with him through cooperation, they needed at least 3 elite jonins. Although the 3 in front of him were well coordinated, they were not without flaws. At least in Ye Chen's eyes. Just like at this moment, Ye Chen dodged a kunai thrust from one rock ninja. Although another rock jonin immediately stepped in to cover the gap, he still provided Ye Chen with the opportunity to counterattack. With a thought, Ye Chen used his Sharingan to cast an illusion on the rock ninja who had attempted to sneak attack him, relying on the presence of his supportive partner. He never avoided the gaze of the Sharingan. Thus, he fell victim to the illusion, standing still in a daze, caught in a brief state of confusion. The main attacking rock ninja, seeing this, quickly flashed to the side of Sang Tian de Lang to block Ye Chen's swinging long blade. Clang! This strike was fueled with all of Ye Chen's power. Although he did not use his space compression ability, it still held 50 units of force. The blow, carrying 50,000 pounds of force, sent the main attacking rock ninja and the supporting ninja behind him flying. Uchiha did not pause. retreating rapidly as several shuriken were embedded where he had just stood, thrown by the last rock ninja. With the other two rock ninjas sent flying, the battlefield momentarily turned into one-on-one combat. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Stepping forward, electric currents flickered across his body. Lightning release. Thunderbolt strike. Whoosh. A shuriken was thrown at the rock ninja. Sensing the terrifying power within it, the rock ninja dared not take it head-on and dodged. Just then, a figure appeared before him, the very Ye Chen who had unleashed the thunderbolt strike. Already fast, Ye Chen now accelerated with the lightning speed of the technique, closing the distance in an instant. What? The rock ninja was shocked. He threw his kunai, but it was merely a shadow. Ye Chen had already appeared behind him, gathering a spiraling force in his palm. Spiraling sphere. The powerful spiraling force struck the rock ninja's back. He let out a horrific scream as he was propelled by the spiraling energy, crashing heavily into a pit. Not dead yet? Not hearing the system's prompt for evolution points. Ye Chen judged that the opponent was not yet completely out of breath and was about to throw a kunai to finish him off. Just then, Ye Chen sensed energy fluctuations behind him. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. The user of this technique was the rock ninja who had been caught in the illusion. His body was struck and the illusion was broken, but he was not unscathed from the impact. The comrade who had blocked the blade for him was in worse condition, with a deep knife wound visible to the bone, and he was unable to retaliate. Upon seeing another comrade heavily injured and falling into the forest, his life in question, Zhang Xian da Longbus enraget. Noticing this, Ye Chen quickly retreated, only to see a rock spike burst from the ground, right where he had just been standing. However, this was just the beginning. In the following seconds, Ye Chen continuously dodged, evading nearly 100 rock spikes. These rock spikes accelerated as time went on, and the initial movements had a traceable pattern. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, it was not difficult to see the trajectory of the technique. When the last rock spike was launched, Ye Chen leaped into the air, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great Fireball Technique. The level 19 fire release technique gathered flames with a diameter close to 20 meters, the temperature frighteningly high. Even from a distance to Sang Tian de Lang, it looked no different from the sun in the sky. As he was about to be engulfed by flames, Sang Tian de Lang showed no fear. He could not retreat, for if he did, his comrades would undoubtedly perish. He quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release. Multiple earth wall technique. Boom! The ground before them flipped over, and 3 walls of earth, about 5 meters high, abruptly stood in front of them. Boom! In the face of the massive flames. These 3 earth walls appeared somewhat insignificant. At the moment of the impact, the sound of the explosion echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, 3 earthen walls were blown to smithereens. Immediately afterward, a terrifying wave of fire swept outward. Sang Tian de Lang and the injured rock ninja were at the edge of the explosion, not even letting out a scream. Their bodies vanished in an instant. The other combat circles felt the wave of fire approaching and retreated in panic. When the dust settled, everyone gasped. This was truly a fire technique that humans could unleash. In the center of the battlefield, a massive pit over 100 meters wide had been created by the Great Fireball, affecting everything within a radius of 300 meters. They were left dumbfounded. As the saying goes, in the presence of a super strong individual, numbers no longer provide an advantage. Chapter 115. Shadow Clone to the rescue your life is indeed tough. Just as everyone was in shock, Ye Chen flashed to the rock ninja who had fallen in the forest. At that moment, the man was still alive, but not far from death. He trembled as he took out a scroll, seemingly trying to convey some message. Upon seeing Ye Chen, he paused. Flame Demon Ye Chen. So you're the spy who saved the third Reikage. Having witnessed Ye Chen's fire techniques, it was hard not to think of this. Moreover, since the man had previously used lightning release, this rock ninja concluded that Ye Chen was the spy from Konoha that day. He wanted to send this message out, but unfortunately, he could not do so. Considering you were about to die, let me tell you, that's right, I was the one that day. As the words fell, the tip of the knife pierced through the rock ninja's chest, and energy surged out and entered Ye Chen's body. He lifted the scroll with his long knife, not intending to check it, and crushed it into powder with a firm grip. After completely slaying the 3 Jonin, Ye Chen turned his gaze to the various combat circles. The commotion just now was too shocking. Not only the rock ninja, but even Konoha had a brief ceasefire. However, soon after a roar, both sides resumed intense fighting. From various signs, it was evident that the rock ninja side was in decline. They were already at a disadvantage in numbers, and their plan was merely to hold back Konoha's team, thinking that they could restrain them. But once the fighting started, they had long forgotten about restraint, consumed by bloodlust. Moreover, with Ye Chen's powerful fire technique displayed earlier, many had witnessed the deaths of 3 Jonin, leaving them unable to spare manpower to restrain the flame demon. The idea of restraining or defeating him had become a pipe dream. The surviving rock Jonin began to consider retreating if the battle continued like this. The forces they had gathered with great difficulty would be reduced to ashes. At that point, the third line of defense would be in jeopardy. Now that they wanted to retreat, Konoha would not allow it. Additionally, they were divided across various combat circles, making it impossible to regroup quickly. This gave Konoha the opportunity to strike hard at the drowning dogs. Ye Chen kept everything in sight. How could he let this chance slip by? He ultimately focused on those rock Chunin with excellent combat strength. Compared to the restrained rock Jonin, these Chunin were more troublesome due to their sheer numbers. They could not all be stopped. Compared to Jonin, Ye Chen preferred to ambush Chunin. After all, the strength of Jonin was evident, and to achieve a kill required some means. Chunin were different. The gap in strength was too great, and while the evolution points gained were not as much as those from Jonin, the advantage lay in their numbers. Moreover, within just a few minutes, many Konoha ninjas had died at their hands, and Ye Chen had to act to reduce Konoha's casualties. If the entire team was scattered, the higher-ups would order them to retreat, and then how would they complete their mission? With this thought, Ye Chen summoned 5 shadow clones, each possessing 27 of his combat power, which was not weak at all. Dealing with ordinary Chunin was not a problem. Who is it? A rock Chunin, currently engaged in battle with a Konoha Chunin, suddenly felt a shadow pass by him and instinctively looked in that direction. However, the next moment, an extreme sense of danger flooded his heart. Almost instinctively, he immediately dodged to the side, catching a glimpse of a long knife slicing through the air. This made him break out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged in time, the knife would not have pierced the air but his heart. Who is it? The rock Chunin was filled with suspicion as he turned to look at the wielder of the knife, but all he saw was a fleeting shadow. The knife wielder had already vanished from that position. He intended to search again, but the familiar sense of crisis returned. He cursed inwardly, quickly dodging. Slash! The blade cut through the back of his clothing, leaving a long gash. The rock Chunin's movement faltered, and he let out a muffled groan. Then, he threw a kunai backward while simultaneously looking back, only to see that there was no sign of the attacker. Whoosh! Another sound of slicing air came, and even though he wanted to evade, he was still slashed by the attacker. He retaliated again, but still saw no figure, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, unsure if it was from pain or fear. The attacker was like a ghost. He could only see the shadow, not the form. This left him very frustrated. If they could have fought fairly, even if he lost, he would accept it. But what was this? Treating him like a target, able to strike whenever they wanted. While he was pondering, the rock Chunin was slashed again, this time on his right arm, still failing to see the attacker. Finally, he could no longer endure it, letting out a roar and quickly forming hand seals, seemingly about to perform a ninjutsu. However, before he could complete the seals, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw the tip of a knife piercing through his body from behind. A mouthful of blood spewed out. His face was filled with unwillingness. But more than that was disbelief. Just now, he was not trying to perform any ninjutsu, but rather luring the opponent into action so he could counterattack. Based on the speed of the previous attack, he was confident he could evade the next blow, and he intended to seize this opportunity for a counterattack. But he never expected the opponent's speed to be so fast. What he thought was a deliberate opening turned into a death sentence. I am so unwilling. He struggled to utter those words, using all his strength to turn around and see the appearance of the person behind him. He wanted to die with clarity. However, as Ye Chen withdrew the long knife, The man twitched and fell to the ground, lifeless. Until his death, he never saw who had killed him. No wonder he harbored such great resentment. Chapter 116. Reinforcement from Rock Village arrive. Ye Chen glanced at the corpse on the ground, said nothing, casually shook the blood off the blade, nodded at the stunned Konoha Chunin, and then disappeared from that spot, rushing toward the next target. Captain Ye Chen, the Konoha ninja, was filled with gratitude. In this way, Ye Chen's shadow clones rushed to various combat circles, killing over 20 rock Chunin with considerable combat strength in just a few minutes, significantly reducing potential casualties for his side. This action garnered much goodwill from many Konoha ninjas, and his reputation climbed to new heights. During this time, some rock jonin considered coming over to stop him, but upon recalling the terrifying combat power of the flame demon, they hesitated. At this moment, the rock side realized they could no longer continue like this and decisively issued a retreat order. However, Konoha ninjas would not let them leave easily. They had worked hard to lure them out, and they would not let them depart without paying a price. Moreover, the mission of the combat team was to draw fire, facilitating offensive plans for other teams. Thus, Nara Shikaku issued the latest directive, instructing everyone to do their utmost to hold the enemy, aiming to leave no one behind. If that was not possible, they must inflict heavy casualties. The battle is still ongoing. The IWA shinobi are retreating while fighting, and some of the J-nin have voluntarily taken on the role of rearguard to cover the team's withdrawal. Ye Chen, disregarding this, continues to target the IWA ch-nin with slightly higher combat power, not letting anyone who shows themselves escape. For a moment, the battlefield turned into a one-sided trend, showcasing a scene of pursuit. After a few more minutes, the surviving IWA shinobi number less than 100. Just as Ye Chen was preparing to change his target to the J-nin, a voice rang in the ears of all Konoha ninjas. Everyone, execute the plan immediately. Ye Chen recognized the voice. It belonged to a J-nin from the Nakayama clan in the team. At this moment, the other side must have cast the Nakayama secret technique to communicate with everyone, conveying Nara Ichi's orders. The so-called plan was to restrain the IWA reinforcements to support other strongholds in launching a full counterattack. In other words, the reinforcements for IWA village were about to arrive. Realizing this, Ye Chen and a dozen J-nin charged to the front to delay the IWA forces' pursuit. Meanwhile, some of the people behind